Parallel world. Rongqing. Today happens to be Valentine's Day, and the whole city spreads a festive atmosphere that makes people can't help but let their hormones soar. But on the streets where the lights are on, there is a scene going on at the moment that doesn't fit in with the festive mood. A tall beauty with pretty looks and slim figure was frowning at the boys with roses and gifts in front of her, full of impatience. The seemingly apologetic words were filled with nothing but rejection and the slightest hint of contempt. "I'm sorry, I can't promise you that. Ghoulie, you are a good person. In fact, I've always treated you like a brother. I just didn't expect to make you misunderstand. Thank you so much for all these years. Helped me a lot and made me feel a lot of warmth. But, really, I really don't have that kind of feeling for you. Hopefully, we'll be good friends again. That's it, my friend is coming to pick me up." After saying this, the beautiful woman skimmed her mouth with great contempt and turned toward an Audi A8 down the street, resolute and headstrong. And on top of the driver's seat of that A8, a young handsome man was looking at the beautiful woman with an expectant face and a smile at the corner of his mouth. But as soon as the camera turned to Ghulie's side, the corner of his mouth directly turned into a sneer. And then he said two words with a light laugh. Although it was hard to hear, Ghoulie could probably guess what it meant. Beggars? Yeah, he's a beggar. There's no changing that. But so what? Don't ordinary people deserve a good love? 7 years of caring, 7 years of companionship, 7 years of infatuation. In Yue's mind, all of these things add up to nothing more than a stranger she's known for less than a month. Is that it? Just because the other guy has money. He thought that sincerity is the key to success and a good woman is afraid of being stalked. But as long as he insisted, he would be able to walk into Yue's heart one day. Turns out, that's the naked reality. Watching the Audi A8 disappear into the night, Ghoulie, at this moment, had a heart like a knife. He did not go on fighting for it, as he had done before him, and continued to pray for the dinky arms that did not exist. Just standing still, watching the girl I've loved for 7 years get into someone else's car and take off, especially that last glance. The corners of Yue's mouth even revealed a hint of ridicule, completely making him realize that the other party never cared about him at all. Oh, ridiculous. Today just know your true face. Hateful. 7 years of dedication, in exchange for actually endless deception. Blame it on the fact that I'm broke and can't afford a luxury car or house. The self-deprecation of wanting to cry made Ghoulie's eyes look more and more gray. It was a state of mourning. Bullshit 520. Bullshit Internet Valentine's Day. After freezing for a full half minute, Ghoulie came back to her senses, her eyes empty. Afterwards, he was seen throwing 99 roses into a nearby trash can, shaking off the teardrops in the corners of his eyes, and heading towards the river without looking back. A red flag at the intersection and bought an ouzo straight away. Arriving at the Jinjiang River, he leaned back in his chair with a disheveled butt, pulled back the beer puller and slammed it down. Mumble. Cough. Cough. But because he drank too quickly, he directly choked both of his nostrils, and the feeling was really sour enough. But for this, Ghoulie was unconcerned. Wanting to get completely drunk just once, he simply drained the can of beer in one gulp. There was a clink, and the empty beer can spilled out onto the floor. Like his fondness for Yue, it disappeared without a drop in this moment. At this point, Ghoulie is completely giving up on the high school sweetheart that he has loved for 7 whole years. After all, with his 5'8" height and a somewhat handsome face, he would still have no problem finding a girlfriend. Over the years, there weren't no girls who liked him, but because of Yue, he rejected them all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have graduated for 3 years and still be a single dog. Oh, no, you could also say dog licking. Ha ha. Sure enough, lick dog lick dog lick dog. Lick until you end up with nothing. Thinking about this, Ghoulie also couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. After losing his job last week when the company downsized, and being rejected outright this time, he really has nothing left to lose. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, Ghoulie laughed. There was a touch of mania in his laughter. Then he picked up a can of beer and said to God, "It's dry. Jesus, today's wine is drunk. A can goes down to relieve your sorrows. Wake up tomorrow and start a different life." Old Z still doesn't believe it. I can't afford a luxury car in my life. Humph. Don't be a licking dog after death. Better let someone else lick me. Yue the woman. Ha. Life. What a fucking plant. Can after can. Ghoulie drank and talked nonsense. Lets them come to the riverside walk of the aunt, grandfather, but also cannot help but have shaken their heads. Hurry to avoid. After drinking for a while, a wave of urination came and instantly made Ghoulie wince. Seeing that the restroom was still a long way away, he also gave up and took a staggering step directly to the grass and shushed himself. Happened to pass by the passers-by to see the situation, but also cannot help but mutter a hooligan. Feet steeply accelerated to hurry away again. Cool. After draining the water and shaking his pants pockets, Ghoulie also felt a sense of relief. He also didn't realize that after drinking, he could be so spontaneous without blushing. Mind you, he's an introvert and a bit shy. I don't know how long it took, but a case of 12 cans of ouzo had been finished, and Guli was drunk enough to be a bit confused. This ouzo really has a strong aftertaste, and I'm dizzy just from drinking so much of it. As expected, it is called life-threatening ouzo. Drinking is really fucking strong. It so happened that just at that moment, a slender young lady on the other side of the road suddenly walked over, instantly brightening his eyes. Guli, who had gotten up and was ready to go back, directly stopped and stared straight at the other party, as if admiring in absolute wonder. What came into his eyes was a flawless face, a pair of deep and mysterious cold eyes, and under the confident bridge of his nose were the deep red soft lips that were endlessly sexy. Far away from the good people, the upper body has that beige round-neck knit shirt cannot hide that proud arc. Underneath, a knee-length sari with small white floral prints on a powder blue background nicely showed off those slender legs of flesh-colored thin silk. True imperial goddess. Drunk Guli, attracted by the stunningly beautiful temperament of the young lady, directly looked dumbfounded. Hala almost flowed out. TSK. Such a goddess. If she can become his girlfriend, it is estimated that even if he goes to death afterward, he is willing. In his mind, however, such a thought suddenly popped up. At this time, Shen Linxi, because she had just drunk some wine with her girlfriend's party, was also flushed and her head was dizzy. Upon approaching, she couldn't help but frown at the sight of the beer cans on the ground, and then she couldn't help but shake her head. On a holiday like this, you don't have to think about getting drunk alone by the river to know that you've lost your love. Still a tall, handsome little man, but unfortunately just a bit of a brainiac, and by the looks of it, wounded enough. Sure enough, it's not good to be too affectionate, or else it's always yourself who gets hurt. Missy, got a boyfriend? Seeing that she was about to pass, Guli didn't know where he got the courage to actually shout directly. Shen Linxi was muttering in his heart at this time. He did not expect to hear such a sentence violently, and then he was also startled. Her hand, immediately reaching into her bag for the wolf spray, hurriedly went on alert. It was good that Guli had no intention of getting up, which reassured her. Perhaps it was because of the same amount of alcohol, combined with the pitiful look of the man in front of her, that gave her a twinge of sympathy. Shen Linxi actually responded with an unprecedented nod. Nope. Love a handful then? Okay. Then from now on, I'm your boyfriend. Call hubby. Honey. Love me? So much shit. Break up. When Shen Linxi saw another person coming from that end, he hurriedly dropped this sentence and ran away in a flash. Seeing this, Guli was speechless. He could only sigh helplessly, looking at the young lady whose face was blushing more and more, and fleeing. I didn't expect that such a temperamental iceberg beauty would be so shy, but right at this moment, an unexpected voice suddenly sounded in his head, causing his brain to go straight down. Congratulations, lucky blue star man, as long as you bind Miss just now as your girlfriend, you can activate the divine hero system. You'll be rewarded with money every second after activation, and you'll also get a lot of extra chances for the lottery. May I ask if you are bound to Shen Linxi as your current only girlfriend? What? May I ask if you are bound to Shen Linxi as your current only girlfriend? Bind. Hurry up and bind. The mysterious voice that reappeared in his mind made Guli not care if it was a drunken hallucination or not, and he instantly nodded vigorously. As soon as the words left his mouth, a series of voices came again, sending him straight into ecstasy. Chapter $2 Million Love Gold. Humanoid weapon? Ding. Bound to girlfriend Shen Linxi. Divine hero system activated successfully. Ding. Current welfare. As long as the host is located within 100 meters of Shen Linxi, he will automatically receive a monetary reward of 0.01 yuan per second every hour. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You've received a newbie gift pack. Do you open it? Ding. Please elevate your relationship with your girlfriend as soon as possible. There are more surprises and rewards to come later. The series of prompting sounds in his head directly froze him on the spot, and he didn't come back to his senses until a minute later. At this moment, Guli, too, was finally sure that the voice in his head was not an illusion, but real. He actually got a golden finger, or a somewhat alternative godly system. As a bona fide reader who had been reading novels for more than a decade and had also written a few puffball novels, he was no stranger to the divine hero system. It's the friendliest system, the kind that lays down money. At this time, although it was already 11 or 12 o'clock at night, and it was a bit cold after the rain 2 days ago, but it still could not stop the fire and desire in his heart. System, check personal attributes. As soon as the words fell, a translucent white virtual screen appeared in front of him. _____. Host, Guli. Bound girlfriend, Shen Linxi. Current level, 1. Money bonus, the host is located within 100 meters of his girlfriend and receives a money bonus of $0. 0.1 for every 1 second. Upgrading experience, 0/10. 000, spending $1 will accumulate 1 experience value. Number of draws, 0. System space, nothing. Note 1, each time the system is upgraded, the money reward limit can be unlocked, while the reward limit will be increased. At the same time, you can also get 1 chance of lucky draw. The higher the level of the system, the more valuable prizes are possible, including but not limited to money, sports cars, mansions, black tech items, mysterious drawings, and more. Note 2, in addition, getting a major advancement in your relationship with your girlfriend will also earn you an extra entry into the drawing. Note 3, girlfriend voluntarily consume for the host. It is possible to get consumption rebate. Rebate multiplier is random. The highest can storm 10,000 times. Note 4, at 12 a.m. every day, the previous day's monetary rewards will be automatically credited to the host's Cosmic Bank Tail number 1002 card. The moment he saw the monetary reward, Ghoulie was instantly thrilled. Getting a penny for every second. That's $864 for a day, or $25,000 for a month. You know, it's a proper windfall without having to put in any other labor. And he was making just over $10,000 before he was laid off. Plus the system can be upgraded constantly, and the monetary rewards are sure to be even greater after the upgrade. And the next level of upgrading experience only required a mere 10,000 points. He figured out that with the more than 100,000 deposits in his card, as well as the chanting, borrowing, and credit cards, it should be no problem to go up 2 levels in a short time. When that happens, it's estimated that the monetary rewards will be tens of thousands of dollars a month, and you won't have a problem not having to work. As for the constraints within this 100 meters, it's also a good solution. Just move directly to the Shen Linxi neighborhood. He still couldn't believe that there wasn't a single house for rent within 100 meters of the other side. Even if Shen Linxi lived in a villa, for the sake of monetary rewards, he still had to live. Ask around later to find out where the person works and then go straight to a job within 100 meters. That way, getting monetary rewards 24/7. Not to mention 24 hours, 20 hours should be no problem. Thinking about this, a smile appeared at the corners of Ghoulie's mouth, as well as the anticipation of his future life. After all, to raid a goddess like Shen Linxi, this should be very difficult. But who let him have no financial worries now? It's just harder and more challenging. Of course, after the previous 7 years of licking dogs, he was never going to want to be a licking dog again. And for someone like Shen Linxi, he would definitely like licking dogs even less. Therefore, Ghoulie has to improve his ability in all aspects and conquer the other party squarely before he can do so. And since he had the system, he couldn't just be a rich godly man. He also had to be a godly man who was better in all aspects and had substance. When he thought of this, he also surged with 10,000 ambitions, and the previous suffocation, unhappiness, and heartbreak directly disappeared into thin air. Ha ha, old me finally had a lucky break. And in the future I'll be the one to be the protagonist. Ghoulie's brow cleared of the gloom and he burst out laughing. If it wasn't for the fact that it was already after 10 o'clock in the evening and there weren't many people on the riverside. Otherwise everyone would have thought that they had met a drunken lunatic. Oh, right. After a long time, he suddenly remembered that there was another gift bag, and shouted directly in his head that the system, open the big gift bag for me and see what all the goodies are. _____. Congratulations, host, on the system activation package. Received 1 million love money, which has been credited to your 1002 bank card. In addition, the humanoid weapon has also been obtained and has been placed in the system space. I go to. System is quite generous, actually has a million love fund. Seeing the content displayed on the virtual screen in front of him, Ghoulie was instantly surprised again, because with this $1 million, he had more certainty that he would be able to level up his system one more level as soon as possible. It was at this moment that the phone suddenly lit up, and it turned out that it had received an arrival text message. Looking at the balance of his bank card, which had changed from the previous 170,000 to 170,000, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air even though he had told himself to be calm. This system, it's pretty good. To actually say that it was withdrawn from his stock account is an impeccable reason. By the way, what's a humanoid weapon? Humanoid weapons, as the name suggests, can transform the host into a humanoid weapon with superb combat power. After the transformation, no matter whether it is the body defense, speed, chi power, or the comprehensive force value is increased by tens of times, as if it were Superman. Since the host has become a godly hero, how can he be a weakling? First of all, the battle power is unrivaled, and the lifespan will be drastically extended as well. I'm going. Bullseye. Hearing the system's explanation, Ghoulie was once again shocked. I didn't realize that just activating the prize pack would have such benefits. It's just great. As long as he doesn't die, he'll have no problem living for 200 years, right? Immediately, he couldn't wait to say, come. I want to become a humanoid weapon right away. It is advisable for the host to go home before undergoing the transformation, as the process of transformation is accompanied by pain, impurity removal, etc. Okay, let's go home soon then. I can't wait to become Superman. Hey, I wonder if my dick has increased in size or gotten longer after the remodeling. Gee, looking forward to it. While thinking and anticipating, Ghoulie ran towards the rented room in a flash. That speed, more monkey than ever. Of course, he is anxious, mainly the former, the latter well as fate will do. 2 hours later, after the remodeling was completed, Ghoulie had a delighted smile on his face. It worked, and it was pretty good. Ghoulie felt like he could now punch an elephant to death right now, and his energy was even a bit too much. What surprised him even more was that apart from the force, even other aspects had improved somewhat. For example, memory or something. Actually remembered a certain time to go to the neighborhood supermarket. Seems to have encountered Shen Linxi once. After feeling it carefully, Ghoulie also realized that not only his memory, but also his thinking, arithmetic, and so on had been greatly enhanced, and he had to guess. Gee, my brain wouldn't have developed a bit too, would it? If that was the case, then he would have really made a lot of money and improved his all-around abilities. Of course, the main thing is the force aspect. At this point, though, he couldn't test if he could dodge modern gunfire. It's a good thing to live in these peaceful times, when there's usually no danger. If it really came to a moment of crisis, then let the enemy taste his power, and definitely make the other party regret messing with him. I have to say, the system's activation bonanza smells so good. After being happy for a while, Ghoulie finally calmed down. He then looked towards the upscale neighborhood, Jingshanghua Ting, which was a few hundred meters away, and then pondered. A superb goddess like Shen Linxi is not simple at first glance, absolutely rich, since the river walk back, combined with the previous also encountered in the vicinity of that supermarket, comprehensive analysis of the other party must not live far, definitely within 2 or 3 kilometers near the supermarket. In this way, the only upscale neighborhood that fits the positioning in this neighborhood is Jingshanghua Ting. Jingshanghua Ting is improved housing, built only a few years ago, and contains several 2-staircase, 4-family high-rise buildings and more than a dozen 12-story, 2-staircase, 2-family large bungalows. I have heard that those large flat floors are basically over 150 square feet in size, and some are even 200 to 300 square feet. According to the current average price of $30,000 or more, all of them are at least $5 or $6 million or more luxury flats, and those on the top floor with penthouse gardens are even as high as $10 million. Thinking about Shen Linxi's temperament and a dress that was not cheap at first glance, living in it was estimated to be 8 or 9. Yeah, let's have the agent take it around tomorrow and find out which building the other side is in first. After all, it's an upscale neighborhood over there, so if you're not going to buy or rent an apartment, it's not really easy to get in. Ghoulie stroked his chin and then decided on his next move. Anyway, tomorrow was the weekend, and Shen Linxi should be resting at home after drinking tonight. It would be kind of cool to rent the downstairs of Shen Linxi. Thinking about this, Ghoulie hemmed and hawed. Only this smile. The more you look at it, how do you feel a bit obscene? Chapter 3, you can fuck if you want to. It's a waste of time. What Ghoulie didn't know was that just as he was looking at the Jingshanhua Ting neighborhood from afar, Shen Linxi had already returned home to take a shower and leaned lazily on the sofa. The silk nightgown did not cover her sexy and alluring figure, and her straight and slender snow-white legs simply shook people's eyes. At this moment, because she had just taken a bath, her face still had a hint of redness, and underneath her stunningly beautiful face was the arrogance of a lowered head that could not see her toes. If Ghoulie were here, with his experience of reading 1,000 times, he would definitely be able to tell at a glance. That round, that big, at least 36D. Shen Linxi watched the TV, but her mind was not on the handsome stars inside. Remembering the scene by the river earlier, a slight blush had to appear on her face as well. Truly, this was the first time she had ever responded to a passerby's hitchhiking, and the one-on-one with Ghoulie was simply not in line with her previous style. It had to be said that Ghoulie's luck was just too good, encountering a somewhat drunken Shen Linxi, and there weren't many people around. Otherwise, in any other situation, you'd either get a strong kick or a spray that would directly blind you. Similarly, when Shen Linxi thought about it now, she felt that her previous behavior was simply unbelievable. What's even more horrifying is that she actually called someone else husband. Geez, It's just humiliating. Holy shit, what's wrong with me? It didn't used to be like this when I was drinking. Touching her burning cheeks, Shen Linxi shook her head once again. Humph. It's all because of that guy who had to make me drink, causing me to call a stranger husband. It's just damnable. You know, this is her first time. But that little brother was so pathetic last night. 520 nights alone and so sad that he was drinking by the river. It seems that the matter of love can't really be touched. Like her, how nice to be single alone. What's the point of having to fall in love and then crying your eyes out when you finally break up? Hey, it's really confusing. Forget it, she should drink less in the future. Just like this, Shen Linxi brain also began to think wildly. Deep into the depths of love is buried head into the cushion. Oops, forget about it. It was a while before she gathered herself together and went into her study to start working further hours. As a career woman, it's perfectly normal to continue working late, even if it's already 11 p.m. After all, the Haitong Logistics project will start bidding next month. The company side attaches great importance to this, and she will not allow herself to fail. Because, she, Shen Linxi, was a proud person. The next morning, 8 o'clock had just arrived, and the alarm clock had been ringing for quite a while before Guli rubbed her bleary eyes and got up. It was a good thing he had set an alarm clock, too, or he wouldn't have been able to get up after being excited most of the night. With the system, Guli changed his frugal style and went out for breakfast after cleaning up. He went straight to the beef restaurant across the street from the neighborhood and ordered a big, full bowl of beef noodles. The 3-2 beef noodles, worth $20, were a few dollars more expensive than other noodle shops, but they were really good value for the money, with big lumps of fresh beef in them. After eating, he curiously opened his personal attribute panel, and sure enough, he found that the upgrade experience had changed from 0 points to 20 points. Not bad. Seems like it would be pretty easy to upgrade. Renting an apartment later for a random 2 or 3 months would allow the system to be upgraded, and then the rewards would follow. Thinking about this, Guli became even more excited about the changes to the system after the upgrade. Humming a happy song, he walked straight into the real estate agent next door, ready to rent a house within 100 meters of his future wife. Brother, do you want to rent or buy a house? This just walked in and was greeted warmly by an agent named Li. Guli didn't talk nonsense and directly asked, "Is there a house in Jingshan Huating? I want to rent a set." When Sister Li heard this, the smile on her face grew even wider. To know Jingshan Huating's house, the rent is not cheap. A set of words at least 5,000 or more. Immediately introduced. Of course there is. Come this way and I'll introduce you to. But this had just introduced a set when Guli waved his hand. Let's go over there first, and you can introduce it slowly on the way. By the way, I'd like to go around inside the neighborhood first, and take a look at the environment over there before I go. That's fine. Hearing this, Sister Li couldn't refute, and immediately called on another agent surnamed Wang and led Guli directly into the neighborhood. Once inside, Guli saw a very large atrium surrounded by a dozen large 12-story bungalows, while there were several other high-rise buildings against the main road on the right. Then he also prayed up that Shen Linxi's houses must not be the ones on the far left. If that were the case, he'd have to rent a large flat if he wanted to be within 100 meters. Of course, it's not like he can't afford to rent one of these big 200 square foot or so flats. It is true that many people buy such large flats for their own use and very few rent them out. With that, at Guli's insistence, the three of them went around the neighborhood atrium. He acted so strangely that the two sales felt very strange. Shouldn't renting an apartment be mostly about the rooms? How is it that you are so interested in the atrium and have to go around every building to get to it? What kind of viewing principle is this? I don't get it. Looking at Guli, who was walking ahead of herself, the intermediary, Sister Li, immediately whispered towards the colleague next to her and muttered, "Brother Wang, do you think that this guy could be here to amuse us? It's the first time I've come across such a looker of a house." The salesman, called Wang, was of course a bit puzzled by Guli's behavior, but didn't make up anything. What's the point? Seeing that this customer is looking so seriously, it means that he is really here to rent the house. I think this order has a higher chance of success. Moreover, the fact that the other party wants to look at Jinshan Huating shows that he has a clear goal and is not a poor owner of money. Are you sure? I don't think so. Sister Li, however, shook her head confidently with her several years of agency experience. Dressed in ordinary, it looks like an ordinary laborer, and does not look like a person who can afford to spend thousands to rent a house and still live alone. Upon hearing this, Brother Wang, however, smiled slightly and snorted. In that case, how about I take care of the reception next? By then, if the other party really rents it, then the performance will be counted as mine. How about that? Oh, I beg to differ. When Sister Li heard this, she didn't care. No problem. You can go on if you want to. But I see, you are destined to work for nothing. Wang looked at Guli, but shook his head. That's not necessarily true. Then wait and see. After saying that, Sister Lee shrugged her shoulders and picked up her cell phone in boredom, no longer paying attention to Guli in front of her. And right at that moment, Guli's side also looked surprised, then stopped and turned his head to look over. Over here, against the 9 upper floors, are there any houses? Big brother, this one certainly does. When Wang heard this, he immediately took a few quick steps while searching for the listings in his head rapidly. Chapter 4, System Upgrade. Arrogant Attitude. Brother, there's a set of 3 on the 23rd floor of the 17th building over here, as well as a set of 4 on the 3rd floor of the 20th building, and a set of 3 on the 16th floor of the 19th building. By the way, the decoration of the one in building 19 is really good. Absolutely barfy. Want to check it out? As Wang said that, he pointed with one hand at the several high-rise buildings next to the 9th building and introduced them. Guli looked at the listings of several buildings, but was a bit dissatisfied, as the closest one to the 9th building was the 18th building. If it's 18 then I guess most of the houses are within 100 meters, but if it's 17/19/20, not so much, because he had now found the exact location of Shen Linxi's house, which was the 9th building. Not sure of the exact floors, but I'm guessing it would be in the 8 to 12 floor range. Just now when he kept loitering in the atrium of the neighborhood, he had opened the system's virtual screen to watch the seconds of the monetary rewards in real time. It was found that as long as one approached within 100 meters of Shen Linxi, the cumulative seconds of monetary rewards began to increment non-stop. The opposite leaves the range and the accumulated seconds stop counting. In this way, he estimated the approximate location of Shen Linxi's house based on the approximate distance from his current location to the 9th building. And these behaviors of his were as strange as they could be to the two agents. But for that, Guli was not bothered at all. After all, the misunderstanding of others is not as important as the ever-growing number of monetary seconds in front of you. Just rent a proper house over here and you can't be too comfortable with at least a few hundred a day coming in. And as the system is upgraded, the earnings behind it will continue to grow. Maybe it wouldn't be long before the money inside his bank card could increase by thousands, or even tens of thousands, even if he was lying at home every day. At this moment, the system's monetary reward seconds had officially exceeded 1,000. 1,000 seconds. That means he's already made $10 for just standing around for 10 minutes. This is money that comes not so easy. Looking at the several high-rise buildings in front of him, at the moment in his eyes, it was glittering gold. After thinking about it, he asked directly, "There's nothing in building 18? Wang was stunned, a little confused about this customer's preferences. After thinking it over, he still said, "There is a set, but it's a little expensive." Expensive? Hearing this, Guli laughed in his heart. How much more expensive could that high level be? What house? How much a month? On the 12th floor of the 18th building, a 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom house is not only luxuriously decorated, even the appliances are all big brands. The landlord is asking for 8,000 a month and it has to be paid in half a year. However, this condition couldn't help but be delighted to hearing Guli's heart. Ouch, that's a nice house. It's just on the 12th floor, so when the time comes, you can see the Shinlin Creekside from the top. So it's a good location. Add to that the luxurious decor and nice appliances, and it wasn't just right for him, a man who wanted to enjoy life. Immediately, and without hesitation, he waved his hand and headed towards building 18. Go on, check it out. Upon hearing this, Wang hurried Sister Lee, who was still playing with her cell phone, and then chased after Guli. 2 minutes later, the two arrived at the suite, 1202. Guli stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room, just enough to see all the floors of the 9 buildings across the street, as well as facing each other's fronts. The location, bah humbug, was just right. Brother, look at this decoration, this furniture. Wang was rattling off introductions next to him, but he was immediately interrupted by Guli's words. That's the set. I'll take it. Ha? What do I hear? Wang didn't hear it for a moment and froze with his mouth wide open. Guli then said, rent this one. Hurry up and sign the contract. I need to get the key today. Just now, as he walked around each room of the set, he could see the money bonus increase by the second. That means that the distance of this set of houses is all within 100 meters of Shen Linxi. In that case, the house is perfect for him. It's not much of a bargain. It's only 8,000 bucks a month. Just stay in and you'll make it back in half a month. At this time, Wang also came back to his senses, and the dismay on his face immediately turned into more enthusiasm. Brother, no problem. Get the keys today. No problem at all. Come on, let's sit over here. It'll be done in a few minutes. Guri then successfully completed the rental on the app with his guidance. With the expenditure of half a year's rent plus 1 month's deposit plus 1 month's agent's fee, Guli's card was reduced by 64,000 yuan. Just a moment after the payment was just made, there was also an unexpected voice in his head. ____. Congratulations to the host, spending $56,000 to gain 56,000 upgrade experience points. Current upgrade experience points, totaling 64,020. The upgrade conditions have been met, and the system has been upgraded to level 2. The next level of upgrade requires 100,000 experience value. Please continue to work hard and speed up the upgrade. Congratulations to the host for getting one chance to draw a prize. Is it now? No smoking for a while. Although Guli was tempted to draw the lottery now to see what goodies he would get, but after thinking about it, I'd rather not. After all, the agents haven't even left yet. It was only necessary to calm the excitement for the time being and wait for the other party to leave. At that exact moment, another agent downstairs, Ms. Li, ran up out of breath. When he saw that Guli's lease contract had already been signed, he was also angry in his heart. This cooked duck actually let her dog's eyes fly. She was really looking away. The seemingly ordinary Guli actually rented an 8,000 a month house at the drop of a hat, and it's still living alone. That's quite a giveaway. After all, if you're single, it's not only more convenient to get around, it's also more cost-effective to rent a bachelor pad at a closer subway entrance. Wang looked at the grudge in her eyes, and immediately felt a bit of heartbreak, patted her shoulder and whispered, "Well, don't be mad, I'll buy you dinner tonight." Good. Now, this sisterly felt a little better in her heart. Afterward, Wang said, "Big brother, then we'll leave first. If you have any problems, just give me a call, and we'll definitely solve what we can." Hey, right. Guli immediately thought about it and said, "That's really something. You help me find a smart lock changer to come over, and 2 housekeepers to change the locks and clean up this afternoon." "No problem, handsome. I'll get you in touch right away and make sure your service to the house." Sister Lee sniffed, immediately took out her cell phone and enthusiastically came up. "This way, handsome. Let's add a WeChat. And in the future, if you have anything, just order." At this point, Guli, in Sister Lee's eyes, directly became a potential stock. Maybe in the future we'll rent or buy a house or something. If she couldn't pull her weight and get a good grip on it, it would be a wasted couple of years as an agent. Of course, the heart is more than a little regretful. The previous self is a little dog-eyed, judging people by their appearance. Hearing this, Guli didn't say anything and directly took out his cell phone and added the other party's WeChat. Good. That'll be a problem. Sister Lee, however, waved her hands repeatedly. No trouble at all. Ha ha. That's really arrogant. Sister Lee was like this, and brother Wang next to her was also respectful, which instantly made Guli also share his feelings. It's really different when you're rich. Sending the 2 away, he then went to the balcony and took in the view across the street, and it so happened that just then, a figure appeared on the 10th floor across the street that suddenly caught his eye. Although separated by a distance of several dozen meters, that stunning face and sexy body still made one's heart beat faster. Chapter 5. It feels so good to lie down and make money. Although he worked late last night, Shen Linxi, who had always been more disciplined, still got up at 7:30. A casual wash followed and it was off to the routine weekend workout program. After an hour on the treadmill, the millet porridge I made earlier was almost ready, served with buttered toast bread fried to a golden brown on both sides and a fried egg. It was a simple breakfast for her spare time on weekends. Don't ever think that just because Shen Linxi is a career woman that she can't cook. On the contrary, she was a decent cook, and at least some of the simple, her favorite things, were quite tasty. After breakfast and washing the dishes, she started cleaning the house and gradually got busier. Because of the sweeper and the fact that I'm rarely home during work hours, the house isn't dirty or messy at all either. It's just a simple matter of packing up the clothes, washing what needs to be washed and organizing what needs to be organized. Other than that, it's all about the flowers and plants on the large 10-meter wide balcony. Shen Linxi especially liked flowers and greenery, so this balcony had a lot of greenery placed on it. It was exactly May, and it was a complete blossom. And as soon as I came to the balcony I felt the scent of the flowers was overflowing and refreshing. When you are in it, you feel that you have kept the whole spring even more. And in such a beautiful scenery, Shen Linxi, who was in the middle of it, was smiling sweetly as if she was the most beautiful flower. Unfortunately, because it was so far away, Guli couldn't see it very clearly, but even then, he could feel the pleasure of his best man in it, and the relaxation that came with it. Looking at Shen Linxi on the opposite side, Guli couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps it was weekends like this, at home, that she could be so at home. After all, last night in Jianbei, Shen Linxi was a cold and icy appearance. When he struck up a conversation, the other party's momentary wariness directly made him feel a powerful aura. At this moment, Guli looked back and couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, it was that kind of situation at that time. If he had been in a different situation without alcohol, he would not have dared to strike up a bold conversation. If he really did that, it would probably be the same as committing suicide, and he would be treated as a harasser by Shen Linxi, and he would not be able to teach him a hard lesson. At this time, Shen Linxi, of course, did not know that she was being peeked at. After all, the balcony of the living room on the opposite high floor was made so that the floor-to-ceiling windows were sealed. In this way, under the reflection of the light, it was really difficult to see everything inside, and naturally, Guli's peeking could not be detected. Of course, she was very clear in her mind about the fact that she was being peeked at. Someone had always poked their head out of the window and stared at her before. 2. It was a bit tiresome at first, but after a while, it was less of a concern. It's not like she's naked and can't see any flowers anyway. Even if you happen to bump into them in the neighborhood, you won't pay any attention to some of the hitchhikers, and there's nothing else but a cold expression on your face. After a long time, certain residents inside the neighborhood also knew that the beauty of the 9th building was too cold, and instantly lost their ideas. It's indeed a bit difficult to take down a woman like this. Seeing that Shen Linxi finished watering and went back inside, Guli also withdrew his gaze and thought, it's definitely not going to work with just money and stuff. Plus he had said he wouldn't be a lickspittle, so naturally he had to take another approach. But it was a momentary moment that couldn't really be thought of. Forget it, it's better to find out some information about the other party first. There's no rush anyway. Now that the residence is known, the next step is to find out about the workplace. Jingle bells. Just then, the doorbell rang, and Guli looked to see that it was the cleaning and lock change coming. After letting the 3 in, he asked the price and nodded yes without much thought. 2 cleaning ants for a full house cleaning and sanitizing for 500. As for the lock cylinder side of the words, he directly asked to change the smart lock. He does not want to carry a key all day, that thief trouble. And just like that, another 2,000 or so experience points. Seeing that the experience value was getting closer and closer to 100,000, he bought a few thousand more daily necessities in Jingdong, allowing the experience value to directly break the 70,000 mark. Hey, not bad. There's still 30,000 to go before we can go up another level. Looking at the personal attributes panel, Guli silently nodded. Just like that by noon. Looking at the refreshed room, he also had to wonder why people like big houses. Spacious, on the one hand, to buy things, put things do not have to be entangled. In addition to looking comfortable, in which there is absolutely no sense of suffocation of the small house. The house he lived in before was a set of 3, with an interior area of only about 60 square feet. Although he lived in the master bedroom, it was only 12 square feet, and putting down a queen-sized bed would only put down a computer desk. It was an instant change to this 136 square foot suite of 4, and living alone, and it immediately felt like a change of scenery. By the way, the balcony still needs to go for some greenery so that it feels like home. Walking through the various rooms, he couldn't help but nod frequently, very pleased with the house, space, decoration, floor these even if. The key is also in Shen Linxi 100 meters. This is the main thing. In this way, as long as he and Shen Linxi were both at home, this monetary reward would come in a steady stream. Afterward, he ordered a takeout and, after filling up on his meal, he just plopped down on the couch. I didn't get much sleep last night, so I'd better get some. This is also a programmer before the habit. You have to take a nap every day. Otherwise the afternoon is no spirit at all. And so it was that it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon before he woke up with a start, stretched out and opened his system. At this point, the system had risen to level 2, and the money reward had become 2 cents per second. Accumulated seconds of money, 584 seconds. Gee, nice. For doing nothing, just being here for a couple hours, I made over $400. It just doesn't feel good to lay back and make money like this. In the past, he envied others for having post-sleeping income. This feels really good. Thinking that he would be able to get up tomorrow with several hundred more income in his card, Guli was so happy for a moment that he laughed outright. Since it was in my own house and the soundproofing was pretty good, naturally I was laughing a little bit without a care in the world. Keep in mind that before today, he was facing a double whammy of unemployment and relationships, and his life was in complete disarray. And yet, I didn't expect a sea change in just half a day. For Guli, it was like going from great sadness to great joy, and the mood was like riding a roller coaster. Unfortunately, there's just less wine. Otherwise, what a great time to have a drink and celebrate. Lying on the couch, Looking at the wine cooler next to him, he suddenly felt that he should buy some wine back there as well, so that he could have a drink when he was happy. After being happy, there was something even happier, and that was the chance to win a lottery that was gained after the system was upgraded. Afterwards, Guli even washed his hands and face, just short of bathing and dressing. Only after he was refreshed did he come into the living room with a serious look on his face and start the first draw. God, let me hit the jackpot for once. The godly system next door to someone else is coming straight to $90 million. I don't want much. Just give a small goal. Guli went straight to the windowsill and started to look forward to Shen Linxi's house. A wave of unprecedented piety even appeared on his face. Missy, I hope you bring me luck. Chapter 6, Top Skill. Ventilation. System. Start the lottery. Deduction of 1 lucky draw chance. Lucky draw starts. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the skill category prize, Top Computer Programming Skill. Please ask if you want to withdraw it? Upon hearing that it was such a prize, Guli was directly dumbfounded. He really didn't expect that the first draw of the Divine Hero system would actually be able to draw something like this. But then it was also relieved. After all, the humanoid weapon that activated the big gift pack was not the same as a skill type thing. Moreover, the humanoid weapon reward, in addition to allowing him to comprehend a lot of fighting and martial arts experience, even his body was strengthened, so it could be said to be an all-around enhancement. But this top computer programming skills is only a skill enhancement. As for how top this top is, you can only know after you use it. But even if he became a top engineer in the industry, as he expected, it would be a huge boost for him. Just think of all the top programmers and technical directors in the big factories, who can easily make millions and millions of dollars a year. Without having to think about it, Guli directly shouted extraction, and his mind was instantly flooded with knowledge like an endless flood. It was a full 10 minutes before he came back to his senses, but at that moment, his mind was still swollen and aching. This is really amazing. Guli looked at his phone and realized that only 10 minutes had passed in the real world, but it seemed like decades had passed for him in the other world. From someone who knew nothing about computers, he grew into a top IT engineer with decades of programming experience. What with C, C++, C#, Java, Python, all kinds of programming languages are covered and some are very proficient. As for what front-end and back-end development, and even architecture, kernel, and the underlying layer are also drilled very deeply and extensively, and can be called a master of computer programming. Holy shit, so I was that kind of dish before. At this moment, reviewing the knowledge in his mind, Guli realized that his previous computer programming skills were truly garbage. However, think about it, the previous company project to do is a traditional project. General functionality requirements, general performance requirements. The technology used is naturally also general requirements. Over time, his skills have stayed with the same antiquated set, and the follow-ups just need to be copied every day. And he didn't have any high aspirations of jumping ship to a better company, getting certifications, or anything, so his programming skills were lagging behind. Gee, with his skills at this time, I wonder if he can enter a large factory and get a technical director. I don't know what Shen Linxi's status is in the company, boss, executive, or something else? Since he wanted to get close to his bound girlfriend, he naturally needed a better identity to be able to do so. Otherwise just relying on an unemployed coder would probably not be attractive to Shen Linxi at all. Rather, having this top-tier skill made Guli's mind come alive. It is best to find an IT company near Shen Linxi's company, mix a leader to try, and then wait for an opportunity to approach. If you have the opportunity later, you can even start your own software company. That's more dignified. After careful deliberation, Guli felt that this top computer programming skill would be quite helpful to him. It directly puts him at the top of the industry, with a better way to get closer to Shen Linxi. In that case, the next step was to inquire about Shen Linxi's company. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Guli looked at the end of the cell gate and suddenly had an idea. Yes, go to the property and see what's going on. As soon as he thought of it, he then went to the property and paid the property fee while also inquiring about his beautiful neighbor. As expected of a good neighborhood, the staff on the property side of King Shanghaoed are all quite good looking. Of course, the property fees over here aren't cheap either, with all the high rises costing $4.50 a square meter. If the service was any worse, then people would have to curse. One was dressed in smart professional attire with black stockings underneath, serving everyone with a warm smile. Hello, sir, what kind of business do you need, please? As soon as he walked in, a girl whose badge was called Zhang Tingting greeted him warmly. Guli smiled and nodded. I've come to pay the property fee, and to rent a parking space. Okay, this way then. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tingting immediately led him to the counter. where he first poured a glass of water and then began to call the landlord to verify. It was pretty quick and efficient after that, and just a few minutes later, the property fee and parking space were taken care of. Guli paid a year's worth of property fees in one fell swoop, almost $7,000. Then there was the cost of renting a parking space for another 6 months, and another $3,000 went down, adding up to another $10,000 in experience value. Looking at the experience that was only 20,000 short, Guli was looking forward to it again. It looks like the system will have to go up another level before tomorrow. I also wonder if the system doubles the money bonus you get per second to 4 cents when you get to level 3, or 5 cents. Thanks to Guli's readiness, Zhang Tingting sent him directly to the door, while Guli also took the opportunity to say at the same time, "Right, let me add you on WeChat. I might want to buy a parking space later on, so I'll look for you for information then." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tingting also brightened up, and immediately took out her cell phone. "No problem, Mr. Gu. If you want to buy a parking space, just look for me directly. I'll be the first to notify you when there's a discount." "Well, thank you very much then." Guli smiled and nodded, then asked casually, as if remembering something, "Right. I was just at home and I saw a beautiful neighbor across the street on the 10th floor of Building 9. Do you know anything about her?" "Ha?" Hearing this, Zhang Tingting was also taken aback and asked, with a smile, "Mr. Gu, this is a bit direct. It makes me not even know how to answer." In order to chase women, Guli naturally had a thick skin and immediately laughed. "A fair lady is a good man. I didn't expect to see a beautiful neighbor just after I moved here. This is really good luck. Besides, I'll just inquire about her. These shouldn't be any unspeakable secrets, right?" When Zhang Tingting heard this, she was instantly a bit speechless and could only smile bitterly. "Sir, although this is not confidential, we are not allowed to disclose information about the other owners either. This request of yours is really making it a bit difficult for me." "Oh, then forget it." Guli did not expect this property actually quite adhere to the principle. At that moment also no longer pursue. The names are known anyway, plus they're moving in soon, so it's easy to ask around back there. Not only did he not get annoyed, he even praised it before waving his hand and leaving in style. "Not bad. I know about your attitudes. It's kind of affordable for the $4.50 property fee. In fact, I purposely tested you just now." "Ha ha. Ha?" Hearing this, Zhang Tingting was also confused. It took several seconds before he reacted. This Mr. Gu in front of him was probably saying the opposite. After all, Shen Linxi was so beautiful that it was quite normal to cause a young man who had just rented a room to think about it. But after thinking about it, she took out her cell phone and opened WeChat, found someone whose note was called Sister Creek and sent a message. "I didn't expect that this Zhang Tingting actually had Shen Linxi's WeChat. Look at this, actually trying to air it out." Chapter 7: The Four-Leaf Clover That Represents Luck. "Sister Creek, someone just came to the property to inquire about you. It's one who just rented the upper floor of the 18th building and looks quite young. You should be more careful in the future, haha. And if you get harassed, give me a heads up first." At this time, Shen Linxi, who was concentrating on his work in the study, didn't even notice that the coffee next to him was cold. It wasn't until 10 minutes later, after finishing this small portion of her work, that she had time to pick up her cell phone. Then, he saw the message sent by Zhang Tingting, and instantly shook his head speechlessly, then replied, "All right, thank you, chap." Then she carried her cup over to the coffee machine and proceeded to refill it and take a sip. Gaze then shot from the living room through the glass doors leading to the balcony to the 18 high-rise buildings across the street. But after looking at it for a few seconds, I found nothing. Probably that boring rich kid again, running over to approach her. Examples like this have come up many times in the years she's lived in the Kingston mansion. As for seeing pickups on the road, the memories are even more numerous. There are also neighbors who also live in the same neighborhood, and some even feel the time to go out and have a chance encounter with her just to get close. More exaggerated there was a rich second generation, actually bought a house directly downstairs, want to be neighbors with her, saying what near the water tower first get the moon. In the end, she didn't last a month before she was hospitalized, crying and calling her a violent woman. Well, the house prices skyrocketed a few months later and the house changed hands for half the money, which soothed the other's broken heart. This matter, too, became a momentary joke in some circles, making Shen Linxi's reputation far and wide. Since then, the people inside the neighborhood were also clear about the fact that this beautiful neighbor was not to be messed with. Subsequently, she became one of the most special thorny roses inside the neighborhood, encountering at most 2 glances without daring to look again. As for why, of course, it's because the fight can't be won. I hope you know what you're doing. Don't ever come and mess with me, or I'll have your ass. Shen Linxi looked at the 18th building on the opposite side of the street and suddenly snorted coldly. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to pester her, and if one did come looking for death, she was sure to give the other person a taste of her newly learned moves. That's right, in addition to running, yoga, swimming and other forms of exercise, Shen Linxi also goes to fight training once a week. The purpose is not only to exercise, but also to improve your force, so that your safety is more assured. After all, she didn't want to be a weak woman with no hands. In the workplace it is the leader who presses his subordinates to lift their heads. Personal force is also required to beat a grown man holding his head in the face of danger. This was her Shen Linxi's confidence and strength. At that moment, the computer day drip 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 sound rang. She rushed into the study. Then he saw the pinned subordinate side of the document passed, and then read it directly. But as she watched, her face became more and more ugly, and she finally picked up the phone directly, splitting her head in cursing. Woo! Why hasn't the SPC 3-phase performance optimization problem been solved yet? If it affects the whole project, I'll see how you can explain to me. Ha TSK. At this moment, Guli, who had just come to Red Flag and bought a pack of Chinese, suddenly sneezed. He then rubbed his nose and shook his head in confusion. I don't have a cold here. Why did I sneeze so hard all of a sudden? It's still strange. Could it be that someone is thinking of me? But he doesn't have a girlfriend. And he doesn't have a job right now. So naturally, no leader would miss him, and no one but his parents would seem to miss him, right? Thinking about it, he couldn't figure it out. I can only attribute it to sleeping on the couch without a blanket at lunchtime. So I caught a cold, but did not think for a moment that his current physique is transformed. Want to catch a cold even if it is a day of cold water are not necessarily useful. But then, he didn't bother to pay attention to the sneeze, because he had arrived at the garage entrance and exit. The vehicle entrance and exit was at the back of the neighborhood, and there was a security guard, or a young man, guarding it. Handsome, come have a smoke. Guli took out the Chinese he had bought, then smoked one for himself, then handed over the whole pack. The security guard didn't refuse and took it with a smile, then asked with a laugh, Big brother, what are you? Guli smiled cheekily. It's nothing much, just asking you about something. Oh, what's up you say? If I know, it's definitely no problem. Taking a shorthand, the security guard directly answered. Guli suddenly asked in a low voice, do you know the beautiful woman on the 10th floor of the 9th building? What is her name? And does she work in that company? When the security guard heard this, he immediately came to a realization and laughed. This, big brother, I do know the name. However, I really don't know about this company. Hearing this, Guli was a bit disappointed, and immediately asked anyway, then what do you know about something? That pretty girl is called Shen Linxi, and she's rich as hell. I heard that she's a high-ranking member of a tech company, like she's in software or something. By the way, she has 2 cars. Handsome, do you want to know? At once, Guli came to be interested and nodded directly. The one she always drives to work is an Alfa Romeo with a license plate ending in 69, which I've heard costs over $1 million. On top of that, there's a Porsche for about $2 million. After that, the other added, you're going to the garage under the 9th building, which you can see right now. Upon hearing this, Guli instantly patted the other party's shoulder, smiled and thanked him. Thanks, handsome. Why don't we add a WeChat, so we can get in touch in the future? This is a bit bad. Hearing this request, the security guard was a bit hesitant. Guli said, don't worry, I won't make it difficult for you. I live in this neighborhood too, so make friends. The guard then nodded. Alright, brother, I'll add you then. Subsequently, after getting to know each other, Guli also knew the name of the other party, Yu Xiaofeng. Anyway, he wasn't doing anything bad, so if he added a security guard, it would be convenient to learn about Shen Linxi in the future. Of course, this is a small tactic in the stage of pursuit, and certainly won't be done later when the handholding is successful. He chatted a couple more times before he went straight to the garage, saw Shen Linxi's 2 luxury cars, and wrote down the license plates in passing. It had to be said that the other party's taste was still a bit special, and his daily driver was actually an Alfa Romeo, not some Mercedes-Benz BMW. Alfa Romeo is a niche car, but quite a classic and girls still like it quite a bit. Shen Linxi's car, or the Julia Clover's 100th anniversary edition, is worth about $1 million. For the Romeo model, with its 4-leaf clover logo on the body, I've heard there's a special story. Also, 4-leaf clovers represent luck. Thinking about this, Guli also pondered, could it be that Shen Linxi still had some kind of desire for luck? On top of that, there's a Porsche Panamera for around $2 million, or a 5-door, 4-seat hatchback with an extremely spacious interior. TSK is really rich. These 2 cars add up to $3 to $4 million. if you add the house. That's not at least bottoming out to be over $10 million. Walking out of the garage, Guli rubbed his chin and marveled. Look at Shen Linxi's appearance is not much. At most is the age of 24 or 25. Actually so rich. Is it still a rich white girl? At the moment, he was also more curious about the other man's profession, company, and even his home. I'm guessing that someone this good must not have a bad family. If he thought about it like that, Guli also felt that he still had a long way to go to catch up with the other party. Comrade, there's still work to be done. Looking at the system's upgrade experience, he suddenly had an idea. How about a car first? Anyway, with the millions of love money given by the system, then make it build. But next, it was time to find Shen Linxi's company. At once, Guli fell back into contemplation. Chapter 8, The Perfect Dark Line just came to life. Host, Guli. Bound girlfriend, Shen Linxi. Current level, 2. Money bonus, the host is located within 200 meters of his girlfriend and receives a money bonus of $0. 0.2 for every 1 second. Upgrading experience, 79254/100000. Spending 1 yuan will accumulate 1 experience value. Accumulated seconds of money for the day, 25602. Number of draws, 0. System space, nothing. Note 1. Note 2. Note 3. Note 4. Looking at the personal attributes panel, Guli still dismissed the idea of immediately buying a car. After all, it's only 20,000 experience points away, so it won't take more than a day or two to reach it. Even if you don't buy a car, if you're buying a car, it's better to wait until you find Shen Linxi's company address before you consider it. You can also see how much experience value it takes to upgrade to the next level, and if it's more than $1 million, then buy $1 million plus luxury car. He then calculated his current daily earnings. If you go by 24 hours, all within 200 meters of the effective range, that's 1500 plus daily income per day and 40,000 plus per month. Not bad. When you level up again in a couple of days, you'll be able to achieve at least 3,000 plus per day and reach the 100,000 per month achievement. At that time, it would be the time for him to launch a formal attack on Shen Linxi. I didn't realize that Shen Linxi might actually be in the same industry as me. This is really fate. After thinking about it, he asked directly in his college class group to see if people knew each other. But several minutes passed and no one actually answered. And there was a pause of breathlessness. He then searched the internet again. But all that came up was the same name. Either some leader, or someone else famous. None of them were right, which was a bit of a disappointment to him. Dropping. However, just at this moment, QQ is ringing. It turned out to be a message from a college friend to Chang Zhou. This guy was on average with him in the first place. Not the best ones or the ones who didn't talk. Could it be that he has news of Shen Linxi? Thinking of this, Guli was instantly happy and hastily opened the dialog box. What are you looking for Shen Linxi for? As soon as he read this, Guli became excited and hurriedly said, Hey, I do find the other party for something, but it's not convenient to disclose the specifics yet. If you know, do me a favor and tell me about her, and I'll treat you to a big meal later. But the message was sent, and half a minute went by, and there was actually no reply. It was a situation that left him speechless and desperate to curse. You dropped the ball at a critical moment, and you're still not letting people live. Hey, is it still there? Take a chance. 2 minutes later, just as he was about to hold back from picking up the phone and calling the guy directly, Xiang Changzhou finally heard something. Holy shit, are you in such a hurry? Seeing this, Guli replied in a good-natured manner. Oops, 100,000 fire. Help, please. Hey, let me guess. Do you have a crush on someone? I'm Chao. Seeing Xiang Changzhou's words, Guli couldn't help but be shocked. What was this? How could this guy know what he was really thinking? He didn't want the fact that he was going after Shen Linxi to become known, and immediately denied it. How could it be? I'm not good enough for anyone. I'm asking for a friend of mine. Oh, in that case, then I'll give you a QQ. You directly find him to understand it. He just happens to be in Shen Linxi company, or a senior in our school. Seeing this, Guli burst into a burst of joy and immediately shouted out, Oi, thanks. I'll say thank you on behalf of that friend, and I'll buy you dinner next time I get a chance. After thanking him, he couldn't wait to add that seniors button and then waited for it to go through there. During this time, I did know that this senior called Su Huai, 3 or 4 years older than him, and is now 30 years old, also in Shen Linxi's company as a developer, or a project team leader, under the kind of project. As for the paycheck, that's unclear. It was not easy to wait for another 10 minutes before Su Huai sighed past his friend and then opened his mouth to ask, Schoolboy, what are you inquiring about Mr. Shen for? Guli thought for a moment and replied directly, I have a friend who met Shen Linxi once and was instantly amazed. So he wanted to chase after her. I'd advise your friend to get rid of that idea before it's too late. There really isn't much to look forward to. Why? How to say it? It's that this person, Mr. Shen, is particularly cold and makes people balk at the sight of him. Previously, there were rich second generation who sent flowers every day, and they were directly beaten out by Mr. Shen. We've never heard that Mr. Shen is slightly closer to that guy, so even if someone with money and talent wants to catch up with Mr. Shen, the likelihood of that is really low. Seeing this news, Guli came to fight instead, because he wasn't just any rich, talented person, but someone with a system. Besides, the system is already bound and there's no way to change your girlfriend anymore. At this point, he couldn't back down. It's okay, let's do it this way. Let's have dinner tonight and talk. My friend is a master who won't die until he gets to the Yellow River. If he doesn't try, he definitely won't die. Guli thought about it and decided to meet Su Huai for a chat to get more information. Of course, it was also a way to get closer to the other side so that it would be easier to ask for information later. Someone like Su Huai is simply the perfect dark line that must be caught. With that, the two of them arranged to have dinner at a hot pot restaurant at 7 p.m. and chatted for a while afterward. After that, Guli also knew the name of Shen Linxi's company, Chen Huan Ventures. Next, he searched for the company online and found that it was actually one of the largest software companies on the southwest side. The other party not only in the north, Guangzhou and Shenzhen have branches, but also a wide range of business, from basic software development to hardware procurement, and intelligence solutions are involved. Now, even more into the artificial intelligence track, the development is getting better and better, and Shen Linxi's news, also found from the company's official website, is actually the vice president of the intelligent business department of the Chengdu side. Seniority is also quite rich. The company's address is in Chuanqing Plaza, located at the edge of Tianfu Avenue, close to the subway entrance. Financial city side, the transportation is naturally very convenient. From the Jingshan Huating community, it is only 7 or 8 kilometers away, driving more than 20 minutes. Ouch! And so many job postings. Looking around, Tatsuan Ventures also has quite a few job openings, ranging from various front and back-end developers, to senior architects, project implementations, and other positions. According to his strength as a top programmer at the moment, it was no problem at all to get in there. However, at this time, he had a trace of hesitation. It was really because just now this guy Su Huai said that Shen Linxi was particularly repulsed by office romances. Isn't this a case of him going in? A company, adding to his own resistance. Forget it, wait until we meet with Su Huai. Then we can consider whether or not to join Chen Huan Venture Capital. After thinking about it, Guli finally decided to wait until after the meeting. After all, even if he wasn't in the same company as Shen Linxi, with so many companies in Chuanqing Plaza, he had a lot of choices. Chapter 9, Shen Linxi's Trouble. Guli chose a very good flavor mansion hot pot, and the per capita also reached more than $100. Su Huai wouldn't arrive for a while, so he just ordered a lot of meat. He didn't care about this amount of money right now anyway. Not long after, the other party came. Guli, a senior, directly pulled the distance between the two. All are alumni of the same school, plus the relationship to Changzhou and the same coder, which is even closer. Su Huai didn't doubt the imaginary friend in Guli's words. After all, how to look at this schoolmate in front of him doesn't look like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. After all, people are self-aware. A smart man is unlikely to set his goals too high, and more than likely he's also heard that Guli has just been laid off. This made it even more unlikely that he would have the idea of pursuing Shen Linxi. Therefore, he knew everything about Guli's platitudes. Anyway, just think of it as a chat between friends. It's fine for Guli to listen to it. It doesn't affect him anyway. And so it went. Midway through the meal and several bottles of wine, Guli also has some understanding of Shen Linxi, and his mouth is even more sighing. It seems that this beautiful leader of yours is not easy to get along with. Su Huai sighed and picked up a cup of wine and took a sip before saying, "Who says it isn't? Under her. You have to be prepared to be scolded, or else your mind will definitely break down after a long time." There was once a project manager who had a major mistake in an important project. Actually, in the acceptance of the project conference, there was a major bug, which directly made Mr. Shen lose big face. After going back, he was scolded by Mr. Shen in front of dozens of people, and he was directly in front of dozens of his men. Very pitiful. As a direct result, he couldn't stand the situation and left in disgrace a few days later. But that guy is a bit of a trashy persona, and when he was leaving, he even scolded Shen Linxi for not being able to find a man for the rest of her life. Hey, You know what? We all privately call General Manager Shen which Shun. I'll go. Which? You guys really aren't afraid of death. To actually dare to shout like this. Aren't afraid that she will hear it and find you guys in trouble. Hearing that last sentence, Guli couldn't help but laugh as well. Su Huai but he heatedly smiled, nonsense. In the company certainly no one so talk about. This is not with you. You're not a member of the company. So it's okay to talk about it. It's okay. Don't worry. I'm very tight-lipped. By the way, what other interesting stories does Mr. Shen have? Keep telling them. Guli had nothing on the surface, but this heart was happy. Not bad. Not bad. Through Su Huai, he was able to inquire about a lot of news that Shen Linxi was not aware of, which was black material in the course of future interactions. These are things that might sometimes have an extraordinary effect. Of course, as the wife he'd already internalized, it was still a little uncomfortable for him that the departing program manager had called her out on it. Humph. This guy should never be encountered, or a beating will be inevitable. As for the term witch, Guli couldn't do anything about it. After all, he couldn't change what had already happened. Through conversation, Guli learns that Shen Linxi is indeed a very capable and career-oriented woman. The face and the talent are both well known throughout the office buildings of Gunstar Plaza. At the same time, he is serious and responsible in his work, known for his superior ability and strictness, and he can be said to be gracious to his employees and subordinates, although strict, but as long as she manages the project bonus that should be paid, or quite generous. This has led to the fact that even though she swears hard, there are many people who want to get into her program. In addition, Su Huai knew less about Shen Linxi's private life. I haven't heard of the other party being closer to any of the guys. After all, they usually look so cold that the average person looking at them really doesn't want to get close. I've heard that people used to come by to give flowers or gifts or whatever, but they ended up getting scared. Because Shen Linxi sent flowers to each conference room as decoration. As for the gifts directly in the company group auction, so that some female employees picked up a lot of leaks. In such a case, only will continue to invest. Ha ha. You guys, this General Shen is really too much fun. When he heard this, even Guli, who had a low laugh point, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Su Huai nodded at once. So if you follow Mr. Shen, although the pain is mostly painful, sometimes it's quite happy. That's true. It's just that every time you give out year-end awards, project bonuses, and get-togethers, who doesn't like a generous leader? Guli nodded in agreement, but in his heart, he was even more interested in Shen Linxi. Previously, his interest in Shen Linxi began with her beauty, but now he finds this person more interesting. With a stunning face and an interesting soul, this girlfriend really smells good. The more you do, though, the more difficult this pursuit becomes. Thinking of this, he also had to let out a sigh of relief. This woman is a bit difficult to handle. Hey, but we've been having a hard time lately. That project from Haiton Logistics has a few of us project team leaders all worried. Just then, Su Huai added, just this afternoon, old Wu's side was scolded again. It really is miserable. Upon hearing this, Guli instantly became interested and immediately asked, what's the situation? After a while, he realized that Shen Linxi had recently been competing for a big project in Haiton Logistics, and two other companies were battling it out. It seems like it was an all-encompassing logistics intelligence management project involving hundreds of millions of dollars in hardware purchases and tens of millions of dollars in software. The entire Tatsuan venture capital is very important. Originally this project was 9 out of 10, but a company called the Somersault Cloud Technology actually rose to the fore, so that the bidding appeared variables. However, Tatsuan Ventures is an old software integrator, and its heritage and technology are not comparable to anything, so there is still a greater chance of taking this project. But Shen Linxi's side also took out 12 points of action, and was bound to be 100% successful in taking it down before he was willing to do so. As a result, recently, Shen Linxi and many of his men had been working overtime every day, working until very late. Ha, interesting. This Somersault Cloud Technology actually dares to rob your company's project. If it really comes to fruition, surely Shen Linxi won't be able to hang on to his face? You're right. If the project is not saved this time, then Mr. Shen will lose a lot of face. You know, our Mr. Shen started his own business right after graduation before, and he made at least $10 million after the project was acquired. After coming to our company, the projects have also been successful one after another. If the Haiton Logistics project is gutted, then her prestige will all take a big hit. When Su Huai finished, he paused and continued. What's even more breathless is that this Somersault Cloud Technology is likewise still in Gunstar Square. You say, this after the head up. TSK. Holy shit, is that so exciting? Hearing this insider information, Guli didn't know what to say. This put Shen Linxi must not spell to really let the somersault cloud steal home. Then, according to her character, she might not be able to swallow this. But then, he let out an eek, and an unexpected idea appeared in his mind. Somersault Technologies is also in Gunstar Plaza. So is he? Chapter 10, Reverse Operation. Failure as a Gift. Thinking of this, Guli directly picked up his cell phone, opened Gold Map, and inquired. It was really unexpected that the two companies, Chenhuan Jichuang and Tendon Cloud Technology, were actually in Shuinqing Plaza, and they were also very close to each other. However, Cinnabar Wizards is in Block A and Sinews is in Block B. The distance between the two shouldn't be more than 200 meters. Even if it was a little more than that, it wouldn't matter much to him. After all, at two levels of the system, the effective distance was already 200 meters. Then with just one more level up, the distance could be increased to at least 400 meters. That way, as long as the office is within Gunstar Plaza, it can be within the effective distance of Shen Linxi. If that's the case, why didn't he enter Sinews Technology and show off his ambitions? Through the information on the internet, and with his top-notch computer programming skills, he could obviously get a bigger promotion by joining this company. At that time, if a hand was made in it and the Haitan Logistics project was really snatched over, it would definitely be a huge shock to Tatsuan Jichuan. And Shen Linxi, who was in charge of the project, would definitely be curious about him as a key player because of this failure. In doing so, he really aroused the high-minded woman's good nature. The previous 7 years of licking dog career also let him understand the truth. Truly to conquer women, or rely on their own strength. In this regard, it can be money, it can be background, or it can be ability to crush. As for a strong woman like Shen Linxi, it was natural that she had to beat the other party in business in order to really make her value herself. Right, just do it, my dear little creaky. Then I can only say I'm sorry in advance. The failure of this Haitan Logistics project will be a gift for us to get to know each other. The thought of making Shen Linxi experience the pain of his first failure made his heart smile happily. Looking at Su Huai across the table, Guli continued to refine this plan in her heart. The latter definitely had to let Shen Linxi know about him, and it seemed like it could be revealed through this senior as well. In this way, Su Huai is critical. It seems that when things come to fruition, there's still a showdown to be had with him, so that he'll completely fall to my side. The plan was set, Guli thought in his heart. After another hour, both men were drunk and their friendship had deepened a bit. He directly and generously gave Su Huai a taxi before slowly returning home. Subsequently down a boss direct hire, modified the resume, directly cast the somersault cloud technology side. Next, it's time to wait for news of the interview there. But before the interview, it's better to study the program on the side of Tendon Tech, so you can fool around when the time comes. After all, although he had voted for the position of senior engineer, he wanted to be a technical team leader or head of the technical department or something. Only as a middle and senior leader will he be able to take an important position in the next program. Of course, with his current technical skills, he was still very confident in this. It had to be said that Guli's idea of preparing to enter Chenhuan Jichuang's rival, Tendon Cloud Technology, was really a riot. If the two of them get together in the future, Shen Linxi will not know how angry she will be when she learns the truth. Of course, according to Guli's thoughts, he must have rotted this matter in his heart. After all, that high-spirited woman would have made him sleep on the couch for a month if she knew he was deliberately being bad. In order to obtain the monetary rewards, Guli naturally went back to the Jingshan Huating neighborhood last night and spent the night on the sofa. When I got up in the morning, I realized that the number of money reward seconds had stopped incrementing, and I knew at once that Shen Linxi was not at home. This is great, and he's just in time to go back and move. Having made a deal with the landlord yesterday to check out of the house today. When you check out in such a hurry, you can't get a refund for the deposit or anything. Naturally, but Guli didn't care about that little bit of money anymore. So he just moved what he needed and threw away the rest as he should. Even more for the sake of ease, I went straight to a moving company and experienced Japanese-style moving. Not to mention it's really good. He just moves his lips, tells the staff what to pack and what not to, and otherwise sits back and plays with his cell phone. Once it was all moved to the new rental house, he was also able to lie down and watch TV, let the staff put things in their designated places, and even got the cleaning done when he finally left. 2 hours later, looking at the new house with a new look and a sense of home, Guli also cannot help but sigh. Rich is really comfortable but looking at some of the things he couldn't throw away before, but also wanted to get new ones, he fell back into contemplation. Yeah, just give it to those two boys. A few seconds later, he slapped his thigh and screamed. Old Duck Fengya and Fatty Zhaoixian were his college roommates who also worked in Rongcheng. These old rice cookers, fans, computer chairs, etc. just let them move away. He wanted to replace them all with new ones anyway, and these cheap ones from before were kinda unworthy of his status as a godly man. Think and do. Anyway, today is the weekend. Call these two guys for dinner in the evening, but also to celebrate their own out of poverty, rich and new house. Besides, his money comes from the right place. The system is all fixed, and there is nothing to be ashamed of. At that moment, he did the dormitory group and shouted, "Old duck, fatty, come over to play in the afternoon. I have moved. The address is Jingshan Huating 18 Building 1202. Then eat a big meal in the evening. My treat." After saying that, he even sent a picture of a huge floor-to-ceiling window over to make the two guys envious. Both have bought homes, but unfortunately one is still being renovated and the other hasn't been delivered yet, and both are renting. Fengye guy is taller than Guli, and also quite handsome, working as a trainer in the gym, with a lot of salary except for a month's tips. I had previously purchased a large 100 plus sq ft condo, which was being renovated at this time, and was renting a small apartment for one person. That guy, Zhao Yixian, is a 180-pound fat guy, and like Guli, he is an IT folk who shares a room with someone else. Holy shit, Lao Gu, you've gotten rich, renting such a nice house. Just checked, the houses in that neighborhood are at least 5 or 6,000 a month. Didn't you just get laid off? Did you find an awesome job? Not a moment later, that guy Zhao Yixian sent a series of messages with a shocked expression. Guli laughed and replied directly, "Yeah, just got rich. So totally invite the brothers to dinner and pick whatever you want to eat. Oh, and one more thing, this house of mine is 8,000 a month, or I live alone. TSK, envy it." In less than 2 seconds, Zhao Yixian directly burst into foul language. "Holy shit, you're a fucking tycoon. I don't believe it." Shocked, JPG, what's the situation? Then, that Fengye guy bubbled up as well. Guli laughed out loud, and could imagine the shocked face of that guy Zhao Yixian on the other end of the internet line. "What's going on? You guys will know when you get here. By the way, this pile of stuff of mine, if you guys want it, move it. If you don't want it, I'll call the rag collector to collect it." After that, he took pictures of the old stuff and sent them over. A flurry of messages popped up. "I want it. I want it. Keep it for me. Don't throw it away. That fan is still 200, and you've only had it for less than a year. Good. Keep it all for you." After saying this, Guli but froze, because it always felt like the conversation between the two was a bit that. Chapter 11 The Surprise of the Upgrade Lottery. Deduction of 1 lucky draw chance. Lucky draw starts. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Won the physical prize, worth 2.38 million yuan imported Mercedes-Benz Big GA. Later will be sent to the neighborhood. Please wait a moment. I didn't expect to actually draw a luxury car directly this time. It's simply too timely. Looking at the experience value that was still a few thousand short of 100,000. Guli directly bought another treadmill at Gingdong and directly upgraded the system to level 3. This gave me another chance to win the lottery, and I didn't realize that the prize was a car, or the Mercedes-Benz Big G that I'd been longing for. You know, the Mercedes-Benz Big G is a favorite of many people, and it's definitely a great way to drive out. In fact, compared to the sports car, he really cannot see. The sports car is cool. Sitting is not comfortable at all. It's not at all as comfortable to sit in as the spacious and comfortable cars like crossovers and SUVs, and it's only good for city driving, so it's just not much of a bang for the buck. If he hadn't won the car lottery, he would have wanted to buy a $300,000 to $400,000 car to start with. That's great. Another couple $100,000 saved. However, looking at the millions of experience points needed to upgrade to the next level, he was also in deep thought. The million love funds rewarded by the system before hadn't even begun to be spent, so if he spent another 900,000, he would be able to successfully bring the system to level 4, but with the car already purchased, is it just a matter of buying a house? But for the house, Guli didn't want to settle for anything, but buying a better house was completely insufficient. After considering it for a long time, he still didn't have any good ideas, so he could only take this direction for the time being and wait until after he was inducted into the sinews. It's not like he's in a hurry anyway, he hasn't even met his future wife yet, so he can take his time. At the moment, the system went to level 3, and that reward and effective range likewise changed. True to his previous expectation, the effective distance of the monetary reward became 500 meters, and the range was greatly increased. What's even more surprising is that instead of $0.04 per second, the monetary reward you get is 5 cents per second. If you calculate the daily income of $4.320 based on being at effective distance all day, you can earn $130 $100,000 per month. Gee, a monthly income of $130,000. That can be $1.5 million a year. Such an after-sleep income was something he couldn't even think of before. Now it's good to have it lying around. And this, only 2 days had passed since he had gotten the system. Just as Guli was lamenting the fact that in 2 days' time, his situation had become completely different, his roommate's phone call came through. He couldn't help but smile even as he glanced at the time. It was only 2 in the afternoon. This fat man came quite quickly. It seems that he has been eyeing my fan for a long time. Immediately, while answering the phone, he went downstairs and went straight to the entrance of the neighborhood to pick up the two. A few minutes later, he was leading the two men into the neighborhood. Seeing the beautiful surroundings of the atrium of the Jingshanghua Ting neighborhood, the two of them couldn't help but look back at Guli and ask, "Holy shit, Gu, you really moved in?" Guli said without a trace of humor. "Nonsense, of course I moved in." Until this moment, Fengya and Zhao Yixian were still a bit in disbelief that the previously unemployed Guli had actually branched out. It seems like just the night before this guy was rejected for confession and was dying in the group, right? Is this what happens when you're in a big trouble? When they entered the rental and saw the 100 square foot, lavishly decorated house, the two were once again shocked. Once again, when he was sure that this house was lived in by Guli alone, fatty Zhao Yixian directly grabbed him and speculated, "Old Gu, did you win the lottery? Is there $5 million? Right. What the hell is going on? You're not doing anything illegal, are you?" Next to him, the old duck Fengya also couldn't help but ask, his face full of concern. After 4 years of being best friends in college, plus 3 years of working, several people know each other's family situations well. It would be strange if the two of them weren't surprised by Guli's birdshot. In response, Guli, of course, had anticipated this and directly laughed. "Shit, old duck, what kind of person do you think I am? I'm just a bit lucky. I made a profit on the stocks I bought before. There was also a fluttering novel that I had written before, which was actually bought by a rich second generation who bought the rights to make some kind of TV series. Adding it all up, it's not much, just $3 to $4 million. What?" Hearing this, Fatty instantly screamed, his face full of incredulity. On the old duck's side, he was even able to stuff a duck's egg in his mouth, and then scorned it fiercely. $3 or $4 million? That's not much. You're so pretentious that you leave us practically speechless. It must be said that the system is really a tight disguise for these incomes, so that one can't see a single crack. If he hadn't known it was from the system, even he would have believed that he'd actually bought some stocks years ago. If he didn't know how crap the novels he wrote were, even he would have to believe that a real ingrate had come to buy the rights. A few minutes later, looking at the back end of the website and the stock trading records, the two no longer had the slightest doubt. They couldn't help but wonder how they hadn't been so lucky. But then, old duck thought of Yue, whom Guli had loved for 7 years, and patted Guli's shoulder and laughed. "Old Gu, now Yue is probably going to regret it." "I don't care if I regret it or not. I don't feel anything for her now. After 7 years of being a lickspittle, I just want to quietly enjoy the rest of my life." Guli was also a bit saddened when he thought of his previous dog-licking behavior, but it was so Versailles in the years of the two men, and the fat man was even more unkind. "Shit, you have a few $1,000,000. Of course you can enjoy it. The old duck is okay. When the time comes to evening, a rich woman can also be the second half of life, clothes and food. I'll be miserable, the life of a heavenly chosen laborer." Upon hearing this, Fengya instantly retorted, "Fatty, stop it. I don't have the intention of finding a rich woman for the rest of my life. A handsome young man like me still prefers 17 or 18-year-olds. That's true. It's just that in another 10 years, you'll still like 17 or 18. On Guli's side, he instantly laughed and agreed, with an even more manly smile on his face. Just then, though, the phone rings, and it turns out to be a call from the Kyoto delivery guy. Not long after, I heard the doorbell ring, and all the appliances that Guli bought last night were delivered. Looking at the oven, microwave, instant water heater, and the latest Huawei-made cell phone placed on the floor, as well as the Mechanical Revolution gaming mainframe that cost nearly $10,000, the two of them couldn't help but gulp and show an envious expression. Especially Zhao Yixian, who had always been frugal, couldn't help but shake his head. "Old Gu, you're really making an effort to build when you have money." "Yeah," Feng Yi then also nodded. "According to you, I feel that you're millions, not to mention the decades behind. Even a year can't withstand building." Guli suddenly laughed and didn't retort, thinking to himself, "That's just about where it's at. If I show you guys this big G that I've drawn, you'll probably think I'm crazy." Chapter 12, So I'm the one who's shallow. It's a good thing the big Mercedes G hasn't been delivered yet, or these two guys wouldn't know how shocked they are. The three people in the dormitory can be said to be Guli's die-hard friends, 7 years of lifelong friendship, and naturally there will not be any separation because he has money. Besides, it's only a few million exposed now, not even close to some rich people. For example, that guy Fongya. The rich women he's dealt with aren't 10 times richer than Guli. At first, there were even hundreds of millions of dollars worth of big moms want to adopt him, but unfortunately really can't get down the mouth to the decisive refusal. Although the old duck is willing to eat soft rice, but also more picky, usually the kind of 30-40 years old, the charm of the only way. As a result, this guy is the only one of the four who is the most flamboyant and fastidious. And now not only has he bought a big house with full payment, but I heard that he has saved a lot of money in his small treasury. As for Fatty and Guli from before, they were just bitter laborers, the kind who ate the first meal and had the next. It's better than the top and better than the bottom. After all, a monthly salary of over $10,000 is still not bad in Rongqing, a western city. It's a pity that this Guli guy only saved over $100,000 after working for several years for the sake of his so-called love, and took the rest to lick away. Instead, Fatty saved his money and bought a house with an early down payment, but with that weight and introverted personality of his, that's a real problem to find a girlfriend. As for the last one in the dormitory, it is a person from Jiangbei province. After graduation, he returned to Jiangcheng, and at this time, he has already gotten married and had a child to enter the marriage grave in advance. The whole day is just in the sun baby, resulting in 3 people, and he really did not spread common language. Contact also gradually less and less a lot. But the relationship was definitely still there. And before that, the 3 Guli had thought about taking some time to go to Jiangcheng to have some fun. After all, there are famous attractions over there such as the famous Yellow Crane Tower and the Yangtze River Bridge, so there's quite a lot to do. With that, the 3 of them watched TV and played games at home, and a few hours passed quickly. Afterwards, Guli directly greeted the 2 of them and went outside the neighborhood to find a nice hot pot to properly celebrate the housewarming. But during that time the 2 actually took turns sparring with Guli, directly drinking him to the point where his legs were a bit weak in the end. When it came time to check out, it was even more unexpected that it had already been checked out in advance by the fat man. Old Gu, I'm going to take so many things back later. I can't ask you for these 90% new things for nothing, so this meal is on me. Brothers are brothers, but this account has to be settled clearly, doesn't it? Fatty supported Guli and said with a sincere face, by the way, congratulations on getting out of your cage and finally being able to make a go of it. Right. Maybe we'll have to call you Mr. Gu from now on. Fongya, who was carrying 2 pieces of milk and a bag of fruits next to him, also laughed and joked. Seeing this scene, Guli's heart was suddenly touched, smiled and said, thank you, Fatty, old duck. In the future, I'll be here often. Envy is that old bull guy. Ha ha. Right, envy him to death. This guy just basks in the sun every day. Show him how we get away with being single. Weekends always seem to fly by. Time quickly came to the next day. Guli touched his somewhat empty stomach and hurriedly got up to cook a bowl of hanging noodles. This was just after breakfast when a phone call came in, and it turned out that the car had been delivered. Shit, I'm a man with a luxury car now too. Guli laughed out loud and hurriedly sent the noodles down his stomach in 2 bites, put on his clothes and came to the entrance of the neighborhood. The upright figure of the Mercedes-Benz Big G, like a monster, lying steadily on the side of the road, also made the passing ones look twice more. Seeing Guli walk over, the forest store boy directly shouted enthusiastically, you are Mr. Gu, right? Aha. With a nod of her head, Guli looked to the car next to her, her eyes filled with certainty. The system still understands him and knows he likes cars like this. A few minutes later the handover was complete. Guli sat directly in the driver's seat, feeling the leather seat under his butt. It was really comfortable. Ha, you're Mr. Gu. Just then, a voice came from the side. Guli looked up and saw that it was actually the more principled Zhang Tingting from the property. Earlier, when he went to inquire about Shen Linxi, this chick was a bit insensitive, and he was still a bit impressed because of it. Seeing her coming, Guli immediately said, aha, by the way, I've bought my car, so please enter it into the system for me later, so I can park it then. Hearing that this Big G was really Guli's car, Zhang Tingting instantly thumped in her heart. Turns out, it was all too shallow for her. I did not expect to really look away before. This guy original is a low-profile rich second generation. Not only is he handsome, he's also so rich. No wonder he dares to come and hit on Sister Shi. Okay, Mr. Gu. Thinking of this, Zhang Tingting's attitude immediately became much more enthusiastic. Maybe this guy really wants to buy a house here in the future. Alright then, I'll leave you to it. She wanted to chat some more, but she didn't expect Guli to start the car directly, say hello and leave, making her freeze on the spot. Hey, Guli was in a hurry to go out, and something was really wrong. I have to go to work in the future, so I have to change this line. He was also a person with the god's magnificent system now, so he couldn't still wear those clothes that cost tens of dollars a piece before. Immediately, he drove to a nearby mall and went on a bloodbath. Vacheron Constantin Boutique. He looked at a simple and generous hand-wound watch. The 18K pink gold color is something he really likes, and it just looks earthy, while not being as eye-catching as the solid gold that Rolex is. The classic style of the Traditionnel collection, with its orbital minute circle, is even more elegant and refined, and the bezel is even set with 54 round-cut diamonds, giving the entire dial a dazzling appearance. As for the price, it's not too expensive, only $238, $888. In addition to the watch, he bought Gucci clothes, a men's jacket from Bally's, Armani shoes, and even a $130,000 Trek bike. The truth is that sometimes it is still inconvenient to go out and drive a car. Riding a bike is also faster. Plus he likes to ride, and now there is no lack of money will be even more extravagant a hand. All of this, combined, cost almost another $200,000. And with the Vacheron Constantin watch, that's about $450,000 in total. Watching the experience value rise to $550,000, more than $400,000 short of $1 million, he smiled. The savings in the card, on the other hand, was still like $600,000, and it was still no problem to buy some more stuff and upgrade again later. After that, he ate a nice meal at the mall, then got a comfortable haircut, changed into a decent outfit, and drove straight back to the neighborhood. At the entrance and exit of the garage, the security guard Yu Xiaofeng is also taken aback by the sight of the revamped Gu Li. Holy shit, I thought Brother Gu wasn't very rich, now it seems that it's really me who's shallow. After meeting Gu Li before, he even went to the property to inquire about it, knowing that Gu Li was renting an apartment, and thought that was all he did. I didn't realize that today would be a lesson for him. By now, Gu Li had returned home and started to plan for a regular life in the future. And just at this time, the Tendon Cloud Technology side called him over and asked him to go for an interview tomorrow. Chapter 13, Who the hell is this? Dear customer, good morning. Your bank card with the tail number 1002, transferred an income of $3,514.00 at 2 o'clock a.m. The current balance on the account totals $645.815.41. Cosmic Bank. When he got up in the morning, Gu Li nodded happily as soon as he picked up his cell phone and saw the arrival message of yesterday's monetary gain. Not bad, not bad. Thousands of dollars a day. It's a godsend. In fact, if it wasn't for the system, and Shen Linxi was so beautiful, he would rather not go to work and just eat and wait for death every day. Because even if that's not pursued, it won't take 2 years for him to live a dashing life earning tens of thousands of dollars a day. But the good thing is that he's only 27 and still has a lot of passion and doesn't want to lay too much on the line. So he's also left to follow the agreement with the system and work hard to pursue that fated girlfriend. Shen Linxi, I'm coming. Instantly, he gave himself a pep talk, then quickly got up and began to wash. At the same time, he was looking forward to the upcoming interview trip with Tendon Tech. It was soon 9 in the morning, and at this time, Gu Li was still on the road, driving towards Gunstar Square, 22nd floor of Block B. Mr. Su's office. Wang Tai, a technical director in his 40s, was reporting an urgent message. Mr. Su, that's probably it. Chen Huanji Chuang's side has completed the system design ahead of schedule, and has already prepared to submit the bidding proposal at the end of the month. I've heard that a major breakthrough has been made, and our side's chances of winning have been lowered again. After Mr. Su heard this, his face also became serious as he looked at Wang Tai and asked, on our side, can't we really improve any more on the algorithm side? After all, this is a rare opportunity. You have to know that this time, to be able to participate in Hightone's bidding, it's a favor that the boss went and begged for. It would be too humiliating if we fail. Mr. Su, this really isn't something I can guarantee. After all, you know how difficult it is to move up a level if the project is too huge. Wang Tai of course knew this, and hadn't slept soundly for days since getting involved in this project. However, although the company's system has advantages in some aspects, it still has some weaknesses compared to Qinhuan Jichuang's side. Coupled with the fact that the other party is an established integration software provider, the rest of the advantages are even more obvious, and it would not have been easy to snatch this project from the other party's side. Of course, that's how new business is snatched up, and they've been through it not once or twice. So even though the chances of winning were slim, everyone went in with 1,000% effort. Unfortunately, though, people didn't anticipate the difficulty in enhancing the algorithmic aspects of the somersault system and haven't found a solution to this point. If they can't have a huge breakthrough in software performance, then they're technically half a caddy with Tatsuan Jichuang. In that case, the Haiton logistics side will definitely choose the more mature Chen Huan Jichuang. So, then we'll just have to give in on the price. Hearing such an answer, Mr. Su was a bit disappointed, then said casually, "This." Wang Tai heard, but did not know what to say. After all, this matter is not something he can say. Just then, however, the office door slammed. "Mr. Su, is Director Wang inside?" Mr. Su frowned, then gave a wink to Wang Tai and shouted, "Come in." The door then opened, and Wang Tai took a look and instantly asked, "Xiang Qiwen, why are you here?" The other party was a senior engineer under him, and could be said to be one of the few people with the best skills within the entire company. But wasn't he doing a technical interview this morning? Why did he come here to see him? Although Xiang Qiwen was only in his 30s, his many years as a programmer had caused his hair to thin out more and more, and even had the beginnings of a bit of a Mediterranean Sea. After coming in, he first glanced at Mr. Su before saying, "Director, I just interviewed a candidate who was a bit arrogant. I'm a bit undecided whether I want him or not." Hearing this, Wang Tai was immediately dumbfounded, thinking, just this? Come to the interview actually arrogant? Such a person recruited in what? That is not to add to their own. At that moment, he said in a rude manner, "Your program is short of people. That's your business. You want it, don't want it. Why are you still chasing me here? Well, you go back first. Mr. Su and I are talking about business." Xiang Qiwen was also embarrassed for a moment, but that guy said, "Don't say anything, just go out for now and wait until I get back." However, Wang Tai was a bit impatient and directly waved his hand, wanting him to go out first. After all, just now Mr. Su was doubting the technology on his side. "And what are you doing to come and join in the fun? It's a bit of a disgrace." Okay. Once he heard this, Xiang Qiwen also knew that his boss was angry and could only shake his head, somewhat regretting barging in. "Wait, why don't you talk about this arrogant interviewer?" "Arrogant? Surely there is arrogance. I'm sure there's no way you could have come in to see old one without special circumstances." However, at this time, Mr. Su was interested and called out. Xiang Qiwen immediately froze on his feet before looking at Wang Tai. Wang Tai sighed and had to nod. "Mr. Su, Superintendent, it's like this. That guy originally applied for the job of our senior engineer. However, after my interview, I realized that the other party's level far exceeds mine." Upon hearing this, Wang Tai immediately became interested and directly interrupted. "You're not wrong? Far more than you?" Xiang Qiwen nodded fiercely. "Really, Director? In fact, I think that even if seeing that this guy was still stammering, Wang Tai's face was suddenly drawn. "Say it, say what you have. That is, even better than you." Xiang Qiwen then carefully glanced at Wang Tai and said tentatively, Wang Tai immediately laughed. "Oh, you still have such feelings. No wonder you're so arrogant. Could it be that you're from a big factory?" However, Xiang Qiwen shook his head. No, before that, he was from a small company and had only been working for 3 years. Now, Mr. Su all but laughed. "I say, you're joking, Mr. Su." "I'm definitely not joking. That guy is really good. I brought up some problems in my work, and the other party was able to give a solution at once." Xiang Qiwen remembered the interview process just now and was also a bit disbelieving that someone so young actually had so much programming experience. By the way, he also said something that was a little confusing to me. "What's the word?" He said there's a big hole in our somersault cloud system. The ALNS algorithm parsing of the simulated paths in it. What? Hearing this, Wang Tai froze at once. You should know that the ALNS algorithm for simulating paths inside the company system is his masterpiece and one of the great features of the somersault system. It's amazing that an algorithm that is this mature and has been running for over a year has huge holes in it. It was something he couldn't believe. However, if you didn't know the somersault system very well, plus being a master of algorithms, there's no way you'd know the name. Now, Wang Tai kind of wanted to meet this young interviewer. Right. What's even more arrogant about that guy is that he said he could help us take the Haiton logistics project. At this moment, Xiang Qiwen's words simultaneously set off waves in the hearts of General Manager Su and Wang Tai. They couldn't help but look at each other. This interviewer really was something. Let's go and see who this interviewer is. Really? Over here, Mr. Su also stood up in surprise and said towards Wang Tai. Wang Tai nodded at once. Good. Chapter 14. How this is possible. Inside one of the interview rooms on the 20th floor, Guli was bored with nothing to do, and in front of him, a virtual screen that no one else could see was displaying the number of seconds of money accumulated by the real-time system. It would be a lie to say that you are not happy to watch your money increase with each passing second. It had to be said that with this system, his previous worries of having no money and no girlfriend had simply vanished in one go. The whole person is smiling and in a good mood every day. Now that's life. With the system upgraded to level 3 and the effective range increased to 500 meters, the freedom on his side was simply greatly enhanced. If we go by the previous effective distance of 100 meters, there's no guarantee that this lunch or whatever will be within range. In that case, this daily income can be much less, but he is very heartbroken. But it's better now, and with the upgrades to the system, I'm sure the effective distance will improve. I just don't know at what point that effective distance goes away. Otherwise, it's always a bit of a bummer that it's within distance to get the rewards. It always feels like a shortcoming. He also couldn't help but smile when he thought about the interview he had just had. Truly, he never thought he could come to the interview with such a raised eyebrow. And in turn, he was dumbfounded by the questions asked of the personnel and technicians across the room. Especially when the personnel lady asked him about his expected monthly salary. He casually mentioned 100,000. The lady simply thought he was crazy. It's a good thing he repeatedly suggested that he let the tech ask before he did, or he would have had to fork him out. And the technical interview that followed made the young lady on the sidelines skeptical to the point of life. After all, it was the first time she'd ever seen that a candidate had directly stumped the interviewer with a rhetorical question, and was more than a little sweaty. And with Gu Li's believable and loud words, the two men had fully seen what it meant to be a mouthful of bragging. In the end, it took the project leader Xiang Qiwen himself to finally figure out what Gu Li wanted. This led to the scene above, where he personally went to the director, Wang Tai, to say that an unusually arrogant applicant had appeared. What Gu Li didn't know was that his exploits had instantly spread in the staff area next door. Holy shit, you guys know what? There's an arrogant programmer here today, asking for $100,000 a month. Holy shit, no way. This dude isn't here to be funny. Who says it isn't? I heard that Xiang Qiwen personally went out and all returned in defeat, and now he's going directly to Superintendent Wang. Seriously? Just kidding. I took a look at that guy when he just went in. Quite a young guy. He's only been working for a few years. Is he more powerful than team leader Xiang? Saying that, do you believe it? Believe it or not, that's the truth anyway. First it was Kai Li who interviewed for the job, and he was directly asked a rhetorical question that made his head sweat. That's a bit of an exaggeration. Oh, it's really that great. Just check it out later. Hey, I heard this is still a handsome guy. Hopefully it won't just be bragging about being awesome. Young indeed. Probably not much real talent. Maybe it's a face bully too. Also, haha. And when Mr. Su, Wang Tai, and the others came down and saw the latticework in a state of discussion, they were also a bit speechless. Ahem. What are you doing? 1-2 don't work properly. What are they talking about? Wang Tai immediately coughed, signaling everyone to work at ease and not to desert. Everyone looked up, only to glance at the director behind Mr. Su, suddenly panicked and lowered their heads. A time dozens of people in the office silent, crackling. The sound of pounding on the keyboard poured higher and higher. Seeing this, Wang Tai was a bit embarrassed and thought that these guys were doing it on purpose. At that moment, he didn't bother to say anything and directly headed towards the interview room with a cold snort. At this point, Gu Li was already a bit impatient. After all, the personnel and tech were gone, and they just said they'd report back first, and didn't make it wait long. Even more breathless was the fact that he didn't even pour over a glass of water, making him a little thirsty. But just then, the door to the interview room was suddenly pushed open and several people walked in together. Gu Li took a look. There was Xiang Qiwen who had interviewed before as well as the personnel specialist at the beginning. There was another one wearing glasses, and the last one with a big belly looked to be the company's top management. He didn't get up either, just watched the three. Xiang Qiwen immediately introduced himself. Xiao Gu, this is our company's general manager Su, and this is me, our technical director, Director Wang. Gu Li immediately nodded. Hello, Mr. Su and Director Wang. Hello, welcome to apply for our job at Tendon Tech. Mr. Su also responded with a smile, then looked at Wang Tai. You guys chat. I'll just listen from the side. Gu Li did not expect to attract all the other party's top management, and was pleasantly surprised in his heart. After all, it would make it easier to accomplish his purpose. Wang Tai first picked up Gu Li's resume and stayed with two companies after looking at it and realizing that the work experience was rather ordinary. The rest of the introduction of his abilities, however, shocked him greatly. The truth is that it is written in there that he is proficient in many computer programming techniques, covering front and back end, frameworks, underlying logic, and many other aspects, and even he, as a 40-year-old technical director, does not dare to admit that he is proficient in so many. If it weren't for the previous interview with Xiang Qiwen, he would have suspected that Guli was really funny. So young and still such a tech guru. Could it be that you've been learning programming since you were a kid? But with an attitude of trying, he patiently inquired. I heard that Gu. You are very confident in your skills. At the same time, it is also seen that there are some bugs in the ALNS algorithm of our somersault cloud simulation path. So let's talk about it with this. So, he directly threw in the towel and used the item he was most familiar with, ready to test Gu Li's strength. For example, in our system, there's a more classic scene pattern. You know, even inside Tatsuwan Jichuan's system, this hasn't been solved. There's also, this is also simple. Isn't it based on the distributed Heisel effect? Gu Li, however, was not the least bit timid and spoke eloquently. Your somersault cloud system, although it has huge advantages in many aspects, but under the impact of larger scale data volume, there are also unknown dangers. For example, the ALNS algorithm inside. When the traffic system is tight, irreversible errors will occur. This, needless to say, Gu Li's analysis was incisive and directly poked Wang Tai's soft underbelly. The few people beside him were shocked when they saw such a situation, especially the personnel lady from before. The expression on her face was incomparably exaggerated. How is this possible? Such a surprised expression, directly expressed on her face, showed a kind of collapse of faith within her. In her eyes, the technology of the Tendon Cloud Company was very good. Even among her peers it was considered top-notch. I just didn't expect that today. I would be told the brokenness in it all at once. Which, more than anything else, is something that even a big shot like a technical director can't argue with. The other end of Mr. Su's heart was also filled with shock. He did not expect the young man in front of him to have such a skill. Since the other side can see this problem, I wonder if there is a solution to it. Thinking of the upcoming Haiton logistics project, a hope without much certainty rose in his heart. Looking at the unnatural expression on Wang Tai's face, Gu Li was instantly shocked and casually asked, "This system, it wouldn't be you who made it, would it?" Chapter 15, a small show of hand, and the crowd worshipped. The moment these words came out, the people present looked at Wang Tai, especially Mr. Su, who had a teasing expression on his face. The actual technical director of his own company can always be very confident in himself. This was being questioned to his face, and it would be bad if he held a grudge against Gu Li because of it. The system is still really led by me. I wrote the core framework and core algorithms of the system. Wang Tai's face was embarrassed for a while. Then he said frankly, I just didn't expect that there is actually such a big flaw. In past days, I was complacent about this system, but today I realized that it's a bit of a sitting duck. Wang Tai, don't be too concerned. After all, such a big system, it's not like you can do it perfectly, isn't it? You have to realize that this system of yours has made such a great contribution to the company, and it's also a very impressive achievement. Hearing this, Mr. Su's side also nodded in satisfaction, and then comforted. After all, Wang Tai, as the company's technical director, was still so humble to admit his shortcomings. His heart was really good. Hearing this, Gu Li's side fell on Wang Tai's view even better, and immediately said with a smile, Superintendent Wang, don't you worry about it. After all, Mr. Su is right. There are bugs in this any system. It's something we can't avoid. At the same time, he also felt that with such a temperament, there should be a lot less nasty things in the future life of his colleagues. It reminded him of his last company, where a few leaders at the top of the company were fighting privately, causing chaos below. Not only did some departments of the company fall into infighting, which cost the company money for no reason, but even the whole software department was sacrificed in the end, which is not a big price to pay. In fact, before his idea, if Somersault cloud this company to stay unhappy, do Haiton Logistics this project he will go. But for now, it seems like it would be a good idea to stay a little longer and see what happens. Maybe when there's money behind him, he'll start a company first, too, and then slowly grow and expand. After all, there are decades left in life, and there has to be a career. Otherwise, if you keep on eating and waiting for death, your life will not only be boring, but it will also be looked down upon by others. Right. Both of you are taking my breath away with your technical skills, and it will be a great time to work together in the future. Mr. Su deserved to be the leader of the company, and his words immediately caused everyone to agree with him in a burst of praise. Gu Li immediately smiled back and asked, Mr. Su, so I passed this interview? Of course, welcome to Somersault Tech. Wang Tai immediately stood up and stretched out his right hand, saying with a smile, it's an honor to join Somersault Cloud Technology. Gu Li and Wang Tai's hands then clasped together, but the exact position will have to be discussed with the boss. Mr. Su considered, then asked towards Gu Li, Will Mr. Gu go back and wait for news? Or just stay over here? I don't think it will take long. Gu Li thought for a moment and said, why don't you let Director Wang take me on a tour of the company first? That's fine. Wang Tai didn't have much of an opinion. Then said to Xiang Qiwen, you take Mr. Gu to see the project first. I'll be right there afterward. Gu Li then followed Xiang Qiwen around the several floors of Tendon Cloud Technologies office building, and roughly knew how the entire company was structured. The last stop was at the office on the technical side, which was a large office that could hold hundreds of people, all in one cubicle. Inside, employees were concentrating on writing code, and the sound of lip-smacking discussion was coming from the conference room. Everyone was in good spirits, and they were all very young, and Gu Li really realized that this was a young company. Looking at the personnel lady, as well as Xiang Qiwen accompanying a young man in together, everyone who was working immediately speculated in their hearts. The various small groups were suddenly active, and what had been a discussion about the project was also suddenly joined by something different. Holy shit, this guy can't be the tech guru, right? Just finished the interview and came to visit. It's really the first time I've seen it. I've already solidified it. The boss and Mr. Su went to ask the boss for instructions, as if they were discussing this one's position. I heard that just now in the conference room. The boss was bowled over. So powerful. Is there any justice left? Yeah. So skilled and so handsome. It's almost as if people are more than they are. I wonder if this one has a boyfriend. Now the girls on the front end, not one by one, are screwing the pooch. Don't say the front end girls. Even if it's the young ladies in the other departments, they're going to follow the spring. You guys didn't notice. This guy is wearing a body, but it's all famous brands. And the watch on his hand, that's a Vacheron Constantine, a piece of several $100,000. When these words came out, the group fell silent for a few seconds, and then the whole body brushed with shock. Holy shit! Holy shit! Still a rich kid? Hundreds of thousands of dollars for a watch. I can't imagine. Asterisk 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 I admit I'm red with envy Jill. It was also at this moment that Gu Li realized that many people were looking towards him, and that their eyes were filled with amazement, shock, and other emotions. What? He was also a bit speechless at once. When had he gotten so much attention? It was at this time that a programmer who looked to be in his 30s suddenly called out, Team Leader Xiang, there is a problem on my side that hasn't been solved after a few days of looking at it. I've heard that this is a technical master. Why don't you let us meet him? As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the entire room suddenly looked at Gu Li, and Xiang Qiwen was also stunned, then looked towards him as well. Gu Li instantly understood the other party's meaning, and immediately nodded. Go take a look. I'm going to go. This Kim Lak Yeol guy is up to something. That guy was already jealous, and now that he's seen this little hottie, he's definitely holding back his bad thoughts. It would be a loss of face if this couldn't be resolved. On Gu Li's side, for this guy's purpose, naturally, he knew exactly what he was doing, and immediately smiled slightly in his heart and looked at the topic seriously. With top-notch computer programming skills, it didn't take him more than half a minute to find the problem. Just a simple logic hole too. Whole pieces of code don't look like much, but when combined they can cause logic problems, and only some specific inputs can cause such problems to occur. With that, he laughed softly. That's easy. This is how it should be written here to ensure that after all the inputs have been arithmetic, they will all be the correct numbers and not cause the program to overflow. As soon as Jean Liu heard this, she whirled around and asked with a bit of uncertainty, just change it like this. Gu Li spread his two hands and laughed. Of course, it's still not easy for the average person to solve. Seeing this problem still requires care and patience. These words immediately caused Jean Liu's face to turn red and she didn't know how to retort. After all, he was the one who couldn't solve the problem for a few days, and by the time he got to Gu Li's side, he could see what the problem was in half a minute. In that case, then wouldn't he be the average person in Gu Li's mouth? Ha ha. Seeing such a situation, I don't know who laughed, which instantly made Jean Liu's face stay embarrassed, simply wanting to find a crack in the ground. Jean Liu was defeated so quickly, and it was only then that everyone realized that this new handsome guy really did have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't measure the sea. At this moment, everyone's eyes were even more filled with shock and inquiry when they looked at Gu Li. Of course, some of the female co-workers had even more unsavory glints in their eyes. What's going on? All get to work. However, right at this moment, Wang Tai and Mr. Su walked in again, and with a furious shout, they pressed the people into submission. Then right in the middle of everyone's puzzled gazes, Mr. Su directly announced Gu Li's appointment. Now, Gu Li is officially appointed as the deputy director of the company's technology department, directly responsible for the bidding of the Haiton Logistics project. Alright, everyone welcome Director Gu. officially joining Tendon Cloud Company. There was a loud applause, and everyone's eyes were filled with amazement as they looked at Gu Li. It's the first time I've seen such a handsome and young assistant director. Gu Li was also very happy to hear this position, and immediately smiled. Thank you all, and I hope we can all get along in the future during our time in the somersaults. He then looked in the direction of the office building in Block A, and hemmed and hawed in his heart. Shen Linxi, the day we meet is not far away. Chapter 16, Accidental Chance Encounter. 4 Eyes. Because of the urgency of the Haitong project, Gu Li's side also said that he could work at any time, and Tendon Cloud's side went through the entry procedures for him at a rapid pace. With that, he moved into his office in the afternoon after an interview only in the morning and started working. Although the office was not big, the arrangement was quite okay, and the personnel side had specially moved some flowers and green plants over and arranged them. What's even better is that it's in a good location too. Through the blinds you can just see the 16th to 25th floors of Block A across the street from Tatsuwan Smart. It's just that I don't know if Shen Linxi's office, too, happens to be facing this way. Thinking about the situation in the past few days, Gu Li also couldn't help but deign to send out a circle of friends after half a year. Joined a new company today and the office is not bad. There are flowers and grass, and the view is not bad. Incidentally, there are 2 pictures of the office and the looming figure of the office tower A across the street. Then not a moment later, WeChat messages immediately floated up, especially the previous group of co-workers, blowing out the diving ones. They take one question at a time and are very shocked at how a regular co-worker before them is sitting in a separate office. In response, Gu Li didn't bother. After all, there was no juggling too well. After all, not in a company, even if then get along well. But a long time do not contact this friendship has gradually faded. On the contrary, in the college dormitory group, Old Duck and Fatty, and even Old Bull were quick to send messages. 1 or 2 were full of congratulations and were close to shouting Bosku. After casually chatting for a few moments, Gu Li also felt that it was almost time, and then rushed into work. After all, he had come over here to do his job. In next month's bidding, we must defeat Chen Huan Jichuang, so that Shen Linxi can remember his name properly. In this way, the next day or two, Gu Li was immersed in framework understanding, code analysis, and busy. And just in the midst of such busyness, Shen Linxi's side actually received news. May 25th, Wednesday afternoon. Shen Linxi was working when unexpectedly Lin Huaqing, who was in charge of technology, knocked on the door and walked in. At this time, she was concentrating on correcting documents, and after glancing at the fact that it was old Lin, she asked, "Old Lin, I was just about to look for you. How is the situation on your side?" Lin Huaqing, as the company's premier technical god, was in charge of the project 1 under Shen Linxi. The old Wu Jingshan, who had previously been scolded by Shen Linxi over the project, was the supervisor of the second department of the project. Facing Shen Linxi, a leader who was 10 years younger than him, Lin Huaqing did not have any contempt in his heart, but instead had great respect. After all, in Shen Linxi this although a little harsh, but treat subordinates is really good. Of course, it's for them, the employees who work hard and don't drag their feet. If it's the kind of work that's perfunctory and still has little ability, that's a different story. Mr. Shen, we've completed the initial optimization on our side, and we'll probably be able to complete the beta version this week. Lin Huaqing finished speaking, but he was a bit eager to speak. Seeing this, Shen Linxi immediately said, "That's not bad. It's been hard on your department these past few days. By the way, what else is going on? Just say it if you want to." Only then did Lin Huaqing open his mouth and said, "Mr. Shen, I've learned a piece of news. A new technical cowboy has been recruited over at Somersault Cloud. I heard that he is already fully in charge of the Haitong project. You see our side." Oh, upon hearing this, Shen Linxi immediately raised his head. What is the other party's origin? It had to be said that at such a critical moment, Tendon Cloud actually replaced Wang Tai, the technical director, which instantly caught Shen Linxi's attention. Nothing much, seems to have worked for a small company before, only worked for a few years, less than 30. So, then there's nothing to be concerned about. We just need to complete the optimization before the bidding, and it shouldn't be a big problem for the bidding to be successful by then. But, I heard that that person directly let Wang Tai directly willingly, and even have the ability to solve the defects of the Somersault Cloud system, so that its performance is even more advanced. What? Now, the relief on Shen Linxi's face disappeared. Originally, the 2 software companies' solution to Haitong this project, almost half a caddy, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. But if the somersault system becomes even better, then this result can be imagined. Regardless of whether the other party could accomplish this, then her side had to save for a rainy day and come up with more preparations in order to do so. Thinking of this, Shen Linxi immediately said, since this is the case, then we have to go all out as well. In this way, you lead a group of colleagues to work extra shifts these days to optimize the proposal again. At the same time, arrange for the third group to join in and construct the model mentioned last time again, so we can have one more card to play if we succeed. Hearing this, Lin Huaqing immediately nodded. Alright, I'll order it down immediately. This guy, what kind of person is he again? It actually boasted that it could enhance the performance of the Tendon Cloud platform. With regard to the competitor system, Shen Linxi had of course tried it out and learned how difficult it was to upgrade such a huge system. She stood up then, her sexy body burning in the sunlight. Somersault Cloud, what a formidable opponent. Looking in the direction of Block B, she couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, Guli was seemingly sensing something and looked over towards Block A. Hatchet! At this point, he actually sneezed because of the cold air. He rubbed his nose and burst out laughing. Could it be that someone is thinking of me again? In the latter days, Guli also fought with Shen Linxi. He's not off duty until the other guy is off duty. But sadly, despite living in a neighborhood and still being above a square, I'm surprised I haven't encountered it once. This luck, too, left Guli a bit speechless as well. But it's Friday, the day's work is done early, and the optimization plan has been worked out, so it's natural to want to go home early. In fact, the main thing is that I still have to come in and work overtime on the weekend, so it's better to go back and rest on this rare Friday. Truly, I have not been home until 11 or 12 o'clock every day for the past few days for the project. The next day he also arrived at the office before 9 o'clock, and even with his unusual physique, he was still a bit tired. Here again, he had to admire this guy Shen Linxi. The same overtime actually managed to stay so energetic and beautiful. Simply awesome. And so, about 8 o'clock, he pushed his Trek bike down the stairs. Needless to say, this car has also been in the spotlight for the past few days, and we all know how much he costs. It's only a little over $100,000, but who would part with that kind of money for a bike? With that kind of money, I'd rather spend millions on a luxury car. That way it's more favorable for both traveling and picking up girls. But it was this that was making more Somersault Cloud employees that were impressed with Guli. Rich, handsome, and consistent with exercise. Who wouldn't like a guy like that? This also led to as usual in the company. By a lot of girls like, take the opportunity to ask for WeChat is also quite a lot. Of course, at the same time, it has also gained a lot of envy and jealousy. Just about to become a single colleague public enemy. With that, he once pushed his car down the stairs and rode to the intersection of the plaza. To everyone's strange looks, and just as he was waiting for a stoplight, coincidentally, a Romeo pulled up next to him. The eye-catching four-leaf clover logo immediately surprised Guli. And just at that moment, Shen Linxi, who was in the driver's seat, also turned her head and saw Guli, who was riding a bicycle. At once, four eyes looked at each other and time stood still. Chapter 17 Stalker? How is this possible? At this time, Shen Linxi, in a fitted professional outfit, looked so valiant, especially that high and cold temperament, and that indifference that vaguely rejected people. One could not help but sigh. What an iceberg beauty. Seeing a man on a bicycle, just staring at her like that, Shen Linxi was instantly displeased. He let out a cold snort and directly skimmed his head, cursing in his heart. This guy, he's so unreasonable. Is there such a thing as staring at a girl like that? It's a little good looking, but that's no reason for you to look away. Guli sighed, however, took the rare opportunity to take advantage of this and enjoy it, staring with unblinking eyes. Truly, he wasn't the only one. Even the passers-by and takeout boys next to him, passing in front of Shen Linxi's car, couldn't help but look at it in surprise. And after one glance, there will be a second, even a third. Guli sighed, which was still considered very good yet, only looked at it. Abominable. Would love to take this guy's eyes and gouge them out. Just when Shen Linxi was going to be unable to stand it, the red light finally turned green, and Shen Linxi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Humph. Count your blessings. She glared hard at Guli, the denizen, before she gritted her teeth and slammed on the gas, taking off. Seeing this scene, Guli instantly smiled. I didn't realize that women look pretty good when they're angry. Immediately, he too took a deep breath, strapped on his helmet, and rumbled after him. Yes, just now Guli was wearing a helmet, and Shen Linxi's side naturally didn't recognize Guli as the lost man who bought a drink in Jiangbei that night. Of course, with how little she cared about Guli, she probably wouldn't have recognized him even if he wasn't wearing a helmet. As for why he wore a helmet, it was really because he was too fast. After all, don't underestimate the physical qualities of the system after the transformation. 2 days before, taking advantage of the relatively small number of people on the street late at night, Guli actually arrived at the neighborhood in 10 minutes under full speed riding. You know, The neighborhood is only 5 or 6 kilometers from the company, but it's a straight line distance. Whether you're driving or biking, it's almost always about 7 kilometers. According to the traffic congestion and more traffic lights, even a car would have to run almost 15 minutes to reach it. But Guli, on a bicycle, actually took just 10 minutes. That would be a bit fast. And with more rides, his skills are getting better. Looking at Shen Linxi's car in front of him, Guli also exerted all her strength and did her best to follow. In front of him, on the other hand, was the virtual screen that always displayed the system, on which the accumulated seconds of money kept growing. This means that the distance between the two, at all times, is within 500 meters. In this way, Shen Linxi and Guli, one after the other, arrived near the neighborhood 10 minutes later. It's a big intersection and the traffic light is a bit long, actually 90 seconds. And because of that measly minute and a half, Guli actually slowly caught up. However, this was about to catch up, and the red light turned green, causing Shen Linxi to make a smooth left turn. Holy shit, that was close to catching up. Looking at the red light in front of her, Guli could only stop and sighed helplessly. As expected, after a few dozen seconds, the money accumulated seconds stopped, and it was obvious that Shen Linxi had already exceeded his distance of 500 meters. It's fine. It's only 100 seconds or so. I can still afford to lose that amount of money. The green light was on, and Guli could only console himself by continuing to move forward. There seems to be a traffic jam ahead. It seems like there's been an accident. So God help me. However, after continuing to walk for a few hundred meters, Guli seemed to have discovered something and then laughed. Go for it. Punch it. Show you my speed. Guli then directly stomped his ankle chain up and flew toward Shen Linxi. And just as he was about to reach the intersection, Shen Linxi finally hit the right turn signal and smoothly passed through the congested intersection. However, just as he turned right, Shen Linxi suddenly realized that a bicycle was riding up quickly behind him. That speed, it felt like at least 40 or 50 kilometers. Also, the look of that car, and the helmeted biker, why did it look so familiar? Shen Linxi thought back while suddenly remembering, wasn't that the one he met at the intersection of Chuanqing Square? That guy, who was staring at him for half a minute at the time, was an abomination. But on second thought, how is this possible? You know, she was driving, so how could this biker have been following her? An illusion. Definitely an illusion. Shen Linxi was, the more he thought about it, the more impossible it was, and his colleague who was driving the car couldn't help but shake his head. I'm probably so tired I'm hallucinating. Shrugging it off, she hurriedly made up an excuse for herself. Seeing the neighborhood ahead of her, she said to herself again, it's been a really tiring week. I'd better get some rest. At this rate, how will this project be taken down next month? However, just as Shen Linxi was waiting for the last traffic light, a specially shaped bicycle suddenly stopped next to it. The same turn of the head, which seemed to have the same gaze in it, came toward her again. I swoon. It's really the same guy. Now, Shen Linxi was shocked, but before she could react, Guli directly rode his bike and turned right, heading towards the gate of the neighborhood. Instead, she was heading straight for the garage entrance at the back of the block. Just as Shen Linxi was thinking about whether or not she should follow and look, the car behind her honked directly, urging her to move forward. I really did meet a ghost today. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Seeing others urging, Shen Linxi could only start the car and hurriedly go straight. At the same time, she shook her head again, reassuring herself. Maybe she was overthinking it. How could anyone come to follow her? Guli didn't know that because of this encounter, Shen Linxi had so many associations. Otherwise, expect to laugh out loud. On the contrary, on the system side, there was a sudden prompt that made him directly speechless. Congratulations to the host. Because of this accidental chance encounter, which made Shen Linxi pay unexpected attention to him and thought he was some kind of stalker, he was given one additional chance to draw a prize. May I ask whether to start the lottery now? Upon hearing this voice, Guli's brain froze and he was completely confused. What's going on? How is it possible to actually think he's a stalker? Barely. He then stopped and just stopped in front of the neighborhood, not knowing what to say. Chapter 18, Soft food is good. Live like a treasure. Never mind. She didn't see me head on anyway, so it shouldn't matter. Guli thought about it, but there was nothing he could do about it. That no Shen Linxi's brain hole is so big it can only be said that bad luck. Immediately, I went home, took a shower, and then started the official lottery. This was the first time that a lottery opportunity had been obtained from Shen Linxi's side because of the progress of the relationship. Let's hope. Come out with a good one. He rose in secret anticipation. System, start the lottery. Alright, host, congratulations on receiving a fortune message for the coming month. The famous pharmaceutical company Shen Linxi Pharmaceutical is about to make a major breakthrough in the development of a new drug, which will be announced within the coming month. By that time, its share price will have skyrocketed by more than 10 times, and even more than 15 times at the peak of its share price. In the end, because of the asset reorganization and large financing, the final stock price is maintained at about 10 times the current stock price. Below is a graph of its stock price for the coming month of January, which the host can view by zooming in. I'm going to go. This one's a bullseye. Guli didn't expect the prize this time to be a wealth message, and was also shocked for a few seconds. The thought of the hundreds of thousands of dollars in his card immediately cheered him up. Now that's a good way to double your money a couple times and make a couple $1 million. Subsequently, Guli directly opened the computer. Check its Shen Linxi Pharmaceutical information. Actually found that this guy is actually listed in the Hong Kong stock market. The current share price is only $2 HK87, with a total market capitalization of $1.178 billion. Then I searched the information of this pharmaceutical company, only to find that people 3 years ago was also 7 or 8 billion market capitalization. However, because of the lack of results in the research of new drugs, and then there were unexpected circumstances, which led to the stock price fell all the way down, 80% of the market value in 3 years. But this is a good opportunity for him. New drug R&D results coupled with reorganization and financing, directly to play a turnaround achievement of tens of billions of market value. Guli is not greedy. As long as it doubles 10 times and earns a few million, it is almost enough. Looking at the remaining $600,000 in his card, he planned in his mind. Going by the stock price graph, the news won't be revealed until the 15th of next month, July 15th. Then Shen Linxi Pharmaceutical stock price began to soar, rising fivefold in 3 days, until a press conference was held on the 20th to announce the new drug and financing restructuring. A week after that, the share price soared again, reaching a high of more than 40 Hong Kong dollars a share. Eventually, at the end of the month, it fell back to about $30 and stabilized right across the board. This seemed to give him 20 days to get the money together. And anyway, the sure thing was that the principle was the more the better. After looking around, it's amazing that you still need certain conditions to buy Hong Kong stocks in China before you can do so, but this is not a problem for him at all. Reached the 10 million level of water flow directly one day to open. This is also thanks to the system side. After all, the daily earnings payout is now operated by borrowing from the stock market. Let him have the identity of a senior stockholder. Otherwise the opening of the Hong Kong Stock Connect mandatory 2 years of experience in stock speculation, but really cannot be dealt with. These days, the system money rewards added up to tens of thousands. Putting together the money inside several bank cards, it's only $680. 000 full. At once, Guli fell back into contemplation. Such a good opportunity. Not earning more is really not worth this reward from the system. Right. I can pull the 3 of them in this time, so they can earn some pocket money. I can also take the opportunity to take a cut and earn a bit of hard-earned money. With a flash of light in his mind, Guli remembered the envious look in Fatty and Old Duck's eyes when they looked at his stock account earlier. Though the two didn't say so, he still knew that the two guys must have really wanted to be taken for a ride by themselves. But this time the opportunity was Hong Kong stocks. Two guys who hadn't speculated in stocks before. Surely they couldn't play around. Then we'll just have to give him the funds and he'll help invest them. 7 years as a brother. He also knew the trio well, so he was willing to pull the trio along. After thinking about it, Guli asked directly in the group, Old Duck, Fatty, Old Bull, I want to go to the Hong Kong stock market this time to have some fun. Do you guys want to get involved? If you can, call me with your money and I'll take you guys to invest. At these words, the small group of 4 was abuzz. Holy shit, Old Goo, you finally remembered to bring your brothers to get rich. That must be involved. Looking at your stock account before, you've made a few $1 million in the past 2 days. It's just too good to be true. I've wanted to talk to you for a long time, but I can't pull my punches. What the hell? Old Goo is awesome at stock speculation? He. I'll give you that, old cow. Old Goo speculation thief is awesome. Simply the stock god. With the fat man's explanation, the old bull Niu Jingye was also excited. Such an opportunity. Not to participate in that is simply a little cute. Darn it. I have too little private money. Seeing this, Guli instantly laughed, but still gave a precautionary shot of persuasion. Don't be in such a hurry. Everyone, think about it. After all, the stock market has risks. Although I have 7 or 8% certainty, but also cannot guarantee foolproof. This is in case of the loss. That cannot be good, is not. Although there is not much money, but also affects the friendship of several of us, is not. However, this statement immediately caused a burst of contempt from the 3. Shit, Old Goo, what kind of words are these? If we pay for it, We pay for it. Can we still yell at you to pay for it? Right. When the old cow broke my tablet, I was all for it. It's a matter of paying for it. It is. That's it. Tell you what, I'll put in $50,000. No more. No less. Just right. Then I'll take 50,000 as well. That's all I have in the petty cash. Still, it's been hard to save up these past few years. Seeing Fatty and Old Ox pitching 50,000, Ghoulie did nod his head. These two guys after all, a little cautious, can come up with 50,000 has been very difficult. After all, to buy a house still have to pay the mortgage, but also life is not. I'll invest $500,000. However, Old Duck's investment instantly shocked all three of Ghoulie a bit. I'll go. You guys are for real. You're so fucking rich. At once, the Old Duck was surrounded by the fat man and the old cow. Ghoulie also asked, Old Duck, aren't you renovating? How come you have so much money? Old Duck replied at once, with a smug emoji. Hey, this time, met a big sister. I served well. Borrowing a few $100,000 is still no problem at all. Plus I saved $300,000. Borrow another $200,000. That's a breeze. This is not just a phone call. That side will call the money over. This statement instantly made the three of them a bit speechless as well. Ghoulie also had to sigh, soft rice is good. Live like a treasure. But by this time, his mind was alive. Although he can't borrow or take out a loan to speculate, he can borrow to upgrade. When we upgrade, that's when we'll be collecting 8,000 a day. There are still 20 days or so left to put in another 100,000 or so as well. That's an extra million in earnings if you double your earnings tenfold. Thinking of this, Ghoulie decided that he would buy and upgrade the system to level 4 as soon as possible. Chapter 19, System Screw Up, Second Encounter. Over here, while Ghoulie's side was still thinking about how to cash in on upgrading the system, the WeChat side received 3 transfers. Zhao Yishan and Niu Jingya each have 50,000 yuan. Plus Feng is 500,000 yuan. Just 600,000 yuan. It was a bit of a coincidence that these three also happened to have about the same amount of money as the $600,000 remaining on his card. He then transferred the $1.5 million, all of it, into his stock account and began to buy shares of Shen Linxi Pharmaceutical in batches. Although this amount of money can be said to have absolutely no impact on the huge stock base, still, just in case, he decided to be careful and spend a few days on the layout, trying not to attract the attention of anyone with an agenda. Over the next few days, while working intensely to optimize the Somersault cloud system aside, he was cashing out various platforms, finally getting 400,000 out. 2 credit cards, borrowing, WeChat, Tuan, Douyin, and several other major platforms, all of which he has gripped. Also finally got more than 300,000, plus white strips, flowers inside the order of 70,000 or 80,000. Finally is to meet the conditions of spending millions. This time, however, instead of buying something online, he took the time to go straight to the mall, ready for another good bloodbath. A Cartier rose gold 4-leaf clover necklace with diamonds, valued at $136,000, a small Chanel caviar cowhide bag worth $88,000, and a $160,000 Armani women's long embroidered dress. Although Shen Linxi didn't try it on, but according to the other party's sexy body and 1.7 m height, it was absolutely elegant and noble. As for why he bought these 3 things, naturally it was to give them to Shen Linxi as a gift later. After all, he had already spent more than $200,000 to get himself a few outfits before, so naturally there was no need to buy more. It was also the moment he finished paying that the system's prompt rang out again. Congratulations to the host. The upgrade experience has reached 106-3521-56, and the system has successfully reached level 4. At the same time, you have obtained a chance to draw a prize. Do you want to start the drawing now? Congratulations to the host. The current money reward is valid for a distance of 1 kilometer, and the gain per second is $0. 1. Upon hearing this news, Ghoulie instantly gave a heartfelt sigh of relief. With the upgrade of the system, the effective distance and revenue have been doubled. In this way, as long as he and Shen Linxi didn't separate too far, that daily monetary reward would reach $8,000. So, that's $240 a month. Making $240 a month and a whopping $3 million a year is just horrible. With an excited mood, he directly shouted, System, open the personal attribute panel. Alright, host, ___, host, Ghoulie, bound girlfriend, Shen Linxi. Current level, 4. Money bonus, the host is located within 1 kilometer of his girlfriend and receives a money bonus of $0. 1 every 1 second. Upgrading experience, 1. 063, 521, 56 out of 10, 000, 000, spending 1 yuan will accumulate 1 experience value. Accumulated seconds of money for the day, 14, 200 seconds. Number of draws, 1. System space, nothing. Note 1, Note 2, Note 3, Note 4. Looking at the virtual screen in front of him, Guli was instantly enlightened. As expected, the upgrade experience for the next level was raised tenfold, and one had to spend $10 million to reach it. So by that rule, it's not going to take 100 million to upgrade the system to level 6. Gee, this is getting scary. And now, in addition to the $600,000 he has invested in the stock market, he also borrowed $300,000 to $400,000, but there is no extra money to take to spend. It looks like there's no way to upgrade anytime soon. Hey, enjoy earning 8,000 a day for a while then. It was a bit of a shame though. He wasn't much disappointed. After all, as long as the stock investment is successful, the next month may again be in the millions, and then you can quickly upgrade again, is not it? Next, let's see what goodies we can get from this raffle. Guri thought expectantly, preferably some kind of black tech technology, or some kind of awesome drawing or something. That way, he could start a company and make a quick buck. After all, just by relying on the system's daily monetary rewards, this is still a bit less than what it takes to be rich and famous. After all, he didn't know what the situation was like at Shen Linxi's home. This would be a bit of a moot point if the future in-laws were some kind of business bigwigs who had to talk about door-to-door relationships. So, he still wants to be strong and have his own take on the business before he can do so. System, start the lottery. Okay, host, the lottery begins. Congratulations to the host, obtaining a rebate opportunity once. As long as you give your girlfriend Shen Linxi to spend once, after the other party accepts it, you will receive 1 rebate, with a random rebate multiplier. Seeing that it was such a prize, Guli was instantly dumbfounded. This what with what actually let him spend for Shen Linxi once. How is this possible? Right now, he and Shen Linxi hadn't even gotten to know each other yet, and could only be said to have had 2 one-sided encounters. He did know a little bit about the other party, but Shen Linxi could be said to know nothing about him. Without special circumstances, it was very difficult to get Shen Linxi to accept his consumption. After all, at a glance, the other party was not a woman who casually accepted gifts from others. Holy shit, this system is going to mess things up. At that moment, Guli also couldn't help but curse in his heart. After all, this was really a bit difficult. He didn't have much of a good chance to get close to Shen Linxi right now. After all, Shen Linxi definitely hated it when it came to suitors, and if she didn't plan properly, there was a good chance that she would botch it. And just as he was agonizing while carrying his things towards the outside of the mall, Shen Linxi was walking towards him with her best friend, Hu Lin, and at that moment, Guli was thinking about the prize, so naturally, he didn't notice at first. Just like that, when he realized that Shen Linxi was walking with a girl talking and laughing, the 2 parties were already less than 5 meters apart. At this point, Guli could only go hard. At the same time, he cursed in his heart, I'll go. This damn sure is the system messing with things. And at the same time, Shen Linxi also discovered Guli walking over in front of her and was slightly surprised in her heart. She also did not expect, actually will be so coincidentally encountered that day that shouted each other husband person. Suddenly heart also thumped. Hu Lin, who was her best friend, was also the first to notice the difference and get curious. When she saw Guli, she couldn't help but snicker. What? Interested in this handsome guy? Why don't I go get you a WeChat? Hearing this, Shen Linxi immediately had a reddened face and said without any good humor, what are you talking about? I just suddenly thought of something and froze for a moment. Chapter 20, take the initiative. Then leave in style. But such a pretense was not at all believable in Hulin's eyes. You know, the 2 have been friends for over 10 years, and it's not too much of a stretch to say they're childhood friends. She was familiar with Shen Linxi's nature. The situation at this moment, it made her extraordinarily curious. Could it be that her good girlfriend was still really a bit interested in that handsome man in front of her? But just as she was about to continue snarking and make good fun of Shen Linxi, Guli was walking straight over. Looking at the beautiful person in front of him, Guli also went out of his way. Besides, the system had given the task. If he didn't go on it, it would be too gutless not to. And he wasn't the same obsessed man who only had Yue in his eyes before. Plus with the system, this boldness was also a lot bigger. At that moment, he was ruthless and walked straight over, smiling and saying hello first. Missy, I didn't expect it to be so fateful that we meet again. When these words came out, Hulin was instantly surprised and looked towards her best friend suspiciously. Once Shen Linxi saw this, he also frowned and hurriedly explained. You mustn't think anything of it. this gentleman and we just met once the other night, by the river, said the man, with even more hatred in his heart. The truth was that if it wasn't for Hulin pulling a drink that day, she wouldn't have been able to interact with the guy in front of her otherwise, making it so that when she met now, she was embarrassed to death inside. If she hadn't been mentally fit, she might have had a telltale sign on her face. At that moment, he could only nod faintly towards Guli's side. Is quite a coincidence. Did you just finish shopping here? After saying this, Shen Linxi also looked at the bag in Guli's hand, but frowned slightly. Didn't this guy just fall out of love on 520? Why is he buying so many luxury items that girls like again? Sure enough, no man is good. That just fell out of love and hooked up with another one. Guli did not know Shen Linxi's inner thoughts, and immediately sighed and said rather helplessly, yeah, it's been a while since I've been in a bad mood, so I've had to numb myself with blood shopping. After all, relieving boredom by shopping isn't something you girls only do. Hearing this, Shen Linxi's heart immediately thumped. Could it be that she had guessed wrong? And how could she explain the one in the other's hand? Listening to the conversation between the two, Hulin, who was next to him, was a curious person. Could it be that the handsome man and his best friend in front of him are really up to something? Immediately, she asked towards Guli, this handsome man, are you out of love? Hey, it's not exactly a lost cause. Guli wouldn't let go of such an opportunity and directly feigned pity, revealing a look of deep affection. Isn't it 520 a few days ago? I once again confessed to the girl I've liked for 7 years, but I didn't expect to be rejected anyway. What's more disturbing is that the other party also got into someone else's car and took off. That can be 7 years. 7 years of true heart actually cannot withstand a person who knows less than a month. Tell me, you guys, who can stand this? Looking at Guli with an expression of heartache, regret, and resignation, Hulin couldn't help but nod her head at that moment as well. You're, indeed, a bit miserable. Shen Linxi, however, did not expect things to be like this, and in her heart, she sympathized with Guli, but the doubt within her couldn't help but make her ask, so this shopping, how do you buy some girl stuff? Guli instantly laughed bitterly. I don't lack anything in my life. Without a choice, I can only buy something randomly at the suggestion of the sales. Think of it as buying it for my future girlfriend. Hey, before I didn't have any money, people rejected me out of disgust. Now that I have some money, the person is gone. Maybe, this is God's joke on me. This reply immediately made Shen Linxi a bit speechless, thinking that this guy in front of him was really interesting. Just to ease the hurt inside, go to the mall and shop indiscriminately. Hulin, who was next to her, realized after some poking around that Guli didn't look like he didn't have any money. At that moment, he also shook his head. Such a handsome man with money and face. That girl actually couldn't look at it. She didn't know how high her vision was. She looked at her best friend next to her, and then turned towards Guli, and joked, handsome, there are thousands of good girls in the world, so why hang yourself on one tree? Look at my bestie, she's single too, why don't you guys try it? Before these words were finished, Shen Linxi just had a reddened face and said without any good humor, what are you talking about? Hulin laughed out loud. Isn't it my intention to introduce you and find a boyfriend early on to fuse and blend this piece of ice of yours? Otherwise, your overall cold and icy look is tiresome to look at. I really don't want to talk to you. Well, go away. When Shen Linxi saw her best friend getting more and more outrageous, she immediately became impatient and pulled her to leave. Guli at this time, for Shen Linxi's best friend is more and more looking at the eyes. This is really a good helper. At that moment, with a thought in his heart, he smiled. Of course Miss Sister is pretty. All men like it, but let's forget about it. I can't match it. Plus what happened before made it really hard for me to get up the courage again. It's better to focus on my work and get my career to the next level before I do. Hearing this, not only did Hulin freeze, even Shen Linxi was taken aback. Her gaze toward Guli was filled with a hint of doubt, her own face actually losing its appeal at this point. With these words, Hulin even more directly believed Guli's words. Feeling that the previous 7 years of liking had really knocked the handsome man for a loop, she was instantly encouraged. I don't know how to comfort you when you say that. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll find a better one in the future. Thanks. Well, I should get going too, so I won't keep you guys from shopping. Seeing that she had already demonstrated her persona, Guli immediately prepared to leave and finally smiled towards Shen Linxi. Missy, bye. By the way, thanks for the other night. As soon as he said this, he carried his things and left in style without looking back. Hey, Hulin wanted to ask something else on her side, but she was firmly grabbed by Shen Linxi and could only watch Guli leave. Immediately, she turned back towards her best friend and asked curiously, Cici, honestly, what exactly happened that night? I always felt there was something wrong with the little handsome man's last sentence. What's the problem? You're overthinking it. When Shen Linxi heard this, he immediately turned his head and walked towards the front. Hulin, however, would not let her go so easily and hurriedly chased after her, wrapping her arms around her and tickling her. You don't say, do you? Murphy wants a taste of my power. Ha ha. What are you doing in public? You crazy bitch. At once, Shen Linxi was tickled to laughter and couldn't help but run away directly. Chapter 21, Why don't you try calling me your husband? Fortunately, Hulin knew Shen Linxi's character, and after making a scene for a while, she stopped, and all of a sudden, she resumed her dignified and virtuous appearance. It had to be said that Hulin was also a complete beauty, but it was more lively and cute than Shen Linxi. He is also 2 or 3 years younger in age, and speaks with a big smile on his face from time to time. Shen Linxi, on the other hand, had a much sexier figure and rarely smiled on her face, completely in the state of an iceberg beauty. However, such a royalty is much more lethal in the eyes of many men. The two of them walked down the road, one cold and one lively character, and also gained a lot of stares. If this was in Taikuli, it might have been surrounded by those street photographers. After a while, the two made their way to a beauty spa on the 3rd floor. They are the regular customers here. When they are tired from work, they come to have a massage from time to time, and the whole body and mind can be relaxed. You can also do skincare maintenance to make the whole skin softer and smoother and keep a wave of youthful vitality. Of course, it's not cheap, and it must cost at least several $1,000s a time, and tens of thousands more in expensive cases. The average salaried hitman can't really afford to spend it all the time. Hey, by the way, is everything this handsome guy said true? But this just lay down, and Hulin asked curiously, with the look of a curious baby. Shen Linxi immediately blushed and sighed, and only said after a while, I say, why are you holding on to this? Is it annoying? We're here to relax, not to discuss a passerby. Hulin was certainly not satisfied with such an answer. As Shen Linxi's bosom friend for many years, she always had a feeling that there must be something else going on here. So seeing my best friend a little angry made me even more curious. A passerby? Judging from what just happened, there's more than just a passerby you meet by chance. Actually, this handsome guy is quite good. Although he looks tall and thin, his muscles are definitely good. Also, people actually didn't ask you for WeChat. It's really a bit surprising. You really think that all men who see a beautiful woman on the road are going to hit on her? Shen Linxi tilted her head and looked at the white ceiling, skimming her lips. Why did he, then, just say hello to you again? This was something that Hulin was a bit confused about, and it made her mind curious. After all, if you really don't care, just walk right past it. However, what just happened was very strange. Guli just said hello and then said a couple words, but actually did nothing else. And there's no WeChat. It's just not a street pickup routine. After all, after this, if they were unlucky in the future, they probably wouldn't meet this little handsome man again. In that case, what's the point of this today? Shen Linxi, that knew Guli's thoughts, was also a bit strange, and directly said without any good humor, if you ask me, how should I know? Geez, just tell me how you guys actually met that night. Hulin, at this time, couldn't help the curiosity in her heart and skimmed her head to pester her. Seeing this, Shen Linxi was also a bit helpless and could only say, in fact, there is nothing. It is his confession was rejected. In Jiangbei alone drinking. At that time, I just went back to have dinner with you, and my head was also a bit dizzy. Therefore, just chatted with him for a few words. Afterwards, I left. It's really nothing. Really? Hulin heard that was the case, but was still a bit unconvinced. Shen Linxi nodded. Of course it's true. Could it be that I'm still lying to you? Hulin immediately rolled her eyes and said with a smile, that's good. If that's all it is, then you make an oath. Then if you lie, you'll promise the family behind you that you'll listen to everything your uncle says when you get married in the future. How about that? As soon as these words came out, Shen Linxi immediately let out a cold snort. Her face was a bit angry, and she gave her a blank look. Good. You actually disbelieve me so much and make me take such an oath. This is simply pushing me into the fire pit. Hulin, however, argued, since that day was as simple as that, then surely the oath won't stand. What are you afraid of? Me. At that moment, Shen Linxi was also hard-pressed by Hulin's nonsense and couldn't help but be speechless. By this time, Hulin finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seems there's something in there that I don't know about, and you're just not telling the truth. Hey, can't stand you. At this moment, Shen Linxi didn't bother to continue pulling with Hulin and slowly told him what happened that day. After hearing that, Hulin was stunned. Holy shit, you actually called that little handsome guy your husband. This is too unbelievable. Hulin looked at Shen Linxi incredulously and teased directly. Ha ha, My little CCCC, why don't you call your husband? Let me hear it. TSK. You would actually call someone else your husband. If you hadn't said it yourself, I wouldn't have believed it to death. Roll. If you keep this up, I'm going to get really mad. Now. Shen Linxi was really embarrassed and couldn't wait to run straight out and away from this hateful guy. Besides, could I be like this if you hadn't had to drag me to drink that night? You still say that. It just pisses me off. Ha ha. However, the more furious Shen Linxi was, the happier Hu Lin on the other end was, and she directly laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten up. It took a while for her to slow down and finally start talking seriously. Okay, I'm not laughing anymore. By the way, I'm serious you ask. Did this guy really get rejected and get drunk on the river at night in 520? And then hit on you? It was only after hearing this that Shen Linxi recalled it and immediately nodded his head. Yeah, it's probably because he's drunk. Otherwise, according to today's situation, the other party doesn't seem to be that much of a casual pickup artist. I think so. Hulin stroked her chin in thought and asked again. So what do you think of this handsome little man? Shen Linxi was unsure. How about what? Don't play dumb. All I'm saying is, did it feel right? Hulin asked with a smile. Shen Linxi immediately changed his face and directly waved his hand. Don't get any bad ideas. I don't have the heart to talk about anything else right now. The projects over at the company are bugging me to death. So don't mess up the head. Hulin laughed. How is this adding to the chaos? You're about to be 29. Aren't you in the least bit anxious? Shen Linxi seemed to think of something, then his eyes darkened. I'm not in a hurry. It's fine if I don't get married in this life. It's a pity that certain people don't want to, and are always trying to force me. Upon hearing this, Hu Lin also sighed and comforted. CC, it's fine. Chapter 22, just the right amount of handshaking. And so, 2 hours later, the two finished relaxing. Then it was back upstairs to the delicious private dining room for a nice meal. However, because he still had to work when he went back, Shen Linxi directly refused to Hu Lin's proposal to have a little drink. Hulin instantly became a little displeased and shook her head. You just take your job too seriously. I'd like to advise you that a good career and a lot of money are not really as comfortable as a man. Put. Hearing these somewhat revealing words, Shen Linxi was also a bit unable to hold it in and almost laughed. She managed to suppress a smile at the corners of her mouth, finishing the meat and taking a sip of the old duck soup before she said slowly, I really don't know when you felt comfortable with men. As far as I know, you've had 3 or 4 boyfriends, but none of them have gotten to the final step. Have they? Who says no? I've known what it's like to be a man for a long time. Seeing the smile at the corner of Shen Linxi's mouth, Hu Lin directly weaseled her way up, not even wanting to lose her face. Hearing this, Shen Linxi did not spoil her, and immediately nodded cooperatively. Oh, then what is the flavor? Hulin was stunned. Ha ha. When Shen Linxi saw that her best friend was unable to refute her, the depression of being pressed step by step before was finally relieved a little. You guy, don't I know you? You're the king of the mouth. I'm not. Hu Lin instantly retorted. Maybe the next one will be my true love. At that time, when I'm going to get married and see that you still don't have a boyfriend, you must envy me to death. Shen Linxi was speechless. Oh, then I'll wait. They are all good friends for more than 10 years. If Hulin is really so easily moved, then she won't still be a yellow flower girl, since both of them can be good girlfriends. Naturally, neither of them is the kind that can be settled for. A future husband must be satisfied in every way. The important thing is to love them enough. The kind of love that only loves them. It is better to have nothing than nothing. On this side, Shen Linxi and Hu Lin were eating and chatting. On the other hand, Guli was also eating a large meal nearby after working out at the gym all afternoon. It was very pleasant to eat alone and enjoy the night view from the window. Even because of his handsome appearance and upright figure, he caused the 2 little sisters in the neighboring seats next to him to pay unusual attention. If it wasn't for his expression of being 1,000 miles away, he might have been accosted. It must also be said that since the system humanoid weapon after the transformation, his body shape is simply too good to be true. The entire body is toned and muscular, with an 8-pack abdomen that is naturally shaped even without exercise, coupled with a little handsome appearance, as well as decent dress. Walking in the street turnover rate is still quite high. A proper type of man. That was why Hulin, who was used to seeing handsome men, lit up at the first sight of him. Of course, this was felt to be a bit too good on Shen Linxi's end. In her subconscious, a lot of guys like that must have a pretty crappy kind of life. There was this preconceived notion that it was that much more obnoxious at the sight of him carrying a shopping bag that had obviously been bought as a gift for a girl. Although Guli then explained, Shen Linxi's side still held reservations. But even so, he was very happy about today's chance meeting. After all, if they did it again, and revealed their names, then the two would be considered to know each other. This takes the relationship one step further. By then, there will definitely be another chance to draw on the system's side. As for this day, it should not be far off, because, after a few days of overtime work, the optimization plan on the side of the somersault cloud system had been completed. Just waiting for next week to test it again so I can submit the solution directly to Haiton Logistics and start the real bidding. As for Chen Huanji Chuang's side, he also understood through Su Huaiyi's side. Although there was some progress, it was not a big threat. As long as there was no breakthrough, then the project of Haiton Logistics could definitely be taken by the side of Somersault Cloud. Maybe then, he could even meet Shen Linxi at the bidding meeting. I believe that when the time comes, the expression on the other party's face will be wonderful. He only hoped that after Shen Linxi lost, he mustn't be infuriated. Otherwise, if the two became enemies, then he would definitely regret it to death. With that thought, Guli ate this meal for a whole hour before he was ready to drive home. But I don't know if it was too much of a coincidence. But just as he had walked to the parking lot, Shen Linxi also drove out of the mall with Hulin. A few minutes later, they actually drove to the Jinjiang River one after the other, heading towards the Jingshan Huating neighborhood. Ouch! What's going on up ahead? I'm going. It looks like someone jumped off a building. Let's go. Go save them. Look, there's someone in the river. Just a minute later, though, they turned into a road at the same time, and also saw a sudden congestion at the bridge ahead. There was also a sudden clamor from the crowd in front of them, as if someone had jumped into the river. Guli also did not expect that he would actually encounter such a thing, and hurriedly stepped on the brakes, ready to bring down the speed. But perhaps because of the confusion, a man next to him suddenly leapt out and startled him. His hand, which had somehow shaken, actually slammed into the car in the next lane. At once, Guli couldn't care less and tried to hit the steering wheel. Holy shit, a four-leaf clover. And it just so happened that right at this moment, he actually saw that the car in front of him was actually Shen Linxi's Romeo, and the four-leaf clover logo was very eye-catching. In the afterglow of her eyes, Shen Linxi's beautiful figure was at the driver's side, and then she also froze when she saw Guli's car. Holy shit, this is too coincidental. I can't believe I'm going home. He just wanted to jerk the steering wheel, praying that he wouldn't graze Shen Linxi's car, but he didn't realize that the prize he had won earlier, a rebate opportunity, was ringing in his head. There was a moment of hesitation, but it was such a hesitation that Guli's car directly grazed Shen Linxi's cars but and drove a few meters before coming to a stop. This accident also directly made Shen Linxi dumbfounded. Instantly, he stuck his head out, ready to see what was going on. On Guli's side, he didn't bother to lock the car, and directly took off the shirt on his body, then jumped violently into the river. Before Shen Linxi could react or see the situation, he saw the guy who chased his tail and jumped directly into the river. What the hell is going on here? What's wrong? Creak. At this time, the co-pilot Hulin, as if she also felt that something had happened, hurriedly asked. Shen Linxi hurriedly said, I seem to have been rear-ended, but that driver actually opened the car door and jumped off the river. Oops, people, that's going to save people. When Hulin heard, he immediately slapped his thighs and said, and then he looked in the rearview mirror and directly got out of the car to go to see the fun. On Shen Linxi's side, he also reacted and then got out of the car to check it out. And when she arrived at Hulin's side, she saw a figure in the river swimming fast, speeding toward the woman below. Seeing Guli's divine speed and that wave-like swimming technique, those present couldn't help but be shocked. I'll go. This little brother is awesome. Swimming too fast. It's indeed awesome. That swimming position looks like professional level. I just saw it. Once this young man's clothes are off, he definitely has 8-pack abs. Moreover, it's still a little handsome boy. These words immediately caused some of the little girls who were watching to have a strange color in their eyes. However, Shen Linxi was a bit puzzled. It was really because just a moment ago, she suddenly felt that Guli's back looked a bit familiar. Chapter 23, If you don't want it, I want it. Guli, who swam towards the center of the river, was in a state of mind. It was really the strength of the humanoid weapon that still really shocked him. Not only was his physical strength super strong, but even his swimming skills, which were trash before, had been enhanced. But come to think of it, the strongest weapon on the surface of the earth felt like it had an inexhaustible force. Maybe with his current physical fitness, he would go into the sports world and be absolutely unrivaled. Unfortunately, he has no ambition to do so. After all, being a celebrity is too tiring and very unfreeing with all the constraints that come with it. Of course, he was more than satisfied with the aura he just had. As long as Shen Linxi lets him repair the vehicle, then he is certain to get this rebate. After all, he's the one who wiped the car, and there's always nothing wrong with that. If the other person doesn't accept it, he has to make her accept it. And so, right in front of the eyes of the eaters on the shore, in just less than half a minute, Guli swam to the side of the woman who was still flailing hard, then with one hand around the other's waist, he swam toward the shore. Seeing that this guy's hand was still clawing around, he immediately used a force in his hand, making the other party instantly awake. Calm down. I'll save you up there. If you keep yelling like that, we're all going to end up together. Afterwards, there was even a loud shout, causing the woman to fall silent and finally come back to her senses in a baffled gaze. Unexpectedly, he then took a sharp gulp of river water and coughed rapidly. Seeing this, he also just had to put some force in his hands and get the woman's head all the way to the surface again. At the same time, the left hand powers up, the waist is hard, and the legs stir the water to lunge faster. It took a few breaths of air before the woman finally slowed down. A minute later, the two finally reached the shore and, with the help of enthusiastic people, got the woman to shore. At this time, the police, 120 also arrived, rushed to the woman to do a resuscitation. Good job, young man. Wow, handsome guy, so handsome. Holy shit, nice looking abs, I really want to touch them. Handsome guy, why don't you add a WeChat? Thank you everyone. It's no big deal. Helping people is supposed to be our best tradition. Okay, I have things to do. Everyone, please move over. In the face of everyone's praise, Guli smiled and agreed, then hurriedly slipped out. At this time, Shen Linxi and Hu Lin in the crowd also saw clearly that the original rescuer was actually the little handsome boy encountered in the afternoon. Shen Linxi was even more surprised that this little handsome man even scratched his car. However, at this time, she had little anger towards Guli. After all, people were also careless in order to save others. Seeing Guli walk out, she and Hu Lin also walked straight over. Hu Lin, in particular, looked at Guli's well-proportioned muscles all over his body and directly marveled. Handsome guy, I didn't think we'd run into each other again, right? TSK. You're really good looking with all these muscles. As she said this, her gaze was even more colorful, and she couldn't wait to touch it. Seeing her best friend so flamboyant, Shen Linxi also shook her head breathlessly. Hated to skim his head, didn't want to say he knew this guy. It's still true that you can't walk when you see a handsome man. It's a disgrace. For Guli's righteous act of saving people in the dark of night, Shen Linxi was of course very impressed. After seeing him all wet, he was also a bit intolerant, and said in a hurry, "You'd better go back and change your clothes first, lest you catch a cold. As for the scrape from before, it's just a small injury, nothing serious, you don't have to be responsible for it." Hearing this, Guli looked at Shen Linxi in surprise, and instantly felt that this young lady's heart was also quite good. If I had met any other person, I would have probably hated to have to fix the car all over again to get rid of it, but that wasn't his intention, and immediately said, It's fine. Besides, it's not cold tonight, so consider it a cool shower. I have clothes in my car. I'll change right away, and then I'll accompany you guys to the forest store and take care of the car." Shen Linxi was also a bit surprised when he heard this. After all, she had said that she wouldn't let the other party pay for it, and Guli's side actually insisted on going to the store to fix it, and really refused to owe any favors at all. Of course, more than likely Ken is a stickler for principles. Therefore, towards Guli, he was also a little more favorable, and fell back on believing his words in the afternoon. Maybe people really do shop to relieve their boredom while buying something for their future girlfriends. It's really not necessary. You were also trying to save someone's life, and you didn't do it on purpose. If I let you fix the car again, wouldn't that chill the hero's heart? However, she really didn't want Guli to fix the car. After all, it was nighttime. She had to work late when she got back, and she didn't have a lot of time to spend on that. On Guli's side, seeing that Shen Linxi was so adamant, he immediately said, "Madam, I've already asked a forest store next door, and there is a staff member on duty there. It won't take us more than a few minutes to drive there. If you refuse again, it will be hard for me to be at peace. After all, if I don't fix it for you, it won't be good if you have problems driving in the future and blame it on me." Hearing Guli's words, Shen Linxi was speechless and smiled bitterly, not knowing how to answer. "Let's go. CC, people are so sincere. If we push back again, it will be our ungratefulness." Beside them, Hu Lin saw the argument between the two and directly advised them. Shen Linxi sniffed and also finally nodded. "Alright then. Okay, you guys follow my car." After saying that, Guli drove ahead and headed towards the forest store that had given him a car earlier. It didn't take more than a few minutes to get there. Then I saw the same after-sales person from before, enthusiastically approaching. Guli waved his hand and said, "Big brother, it's these two cars. I rubbed that lady up a bit. Fix them however you need to, and do a full car maintenance at the end. By the way, it will probably take a few days." Aftermarket sniffed and then saw the Romeo Clover in the back, and even more so, Shen Linxi and the others. In his heart, he was also surprised. Such a beautiful woman was really rare, but a good work ethic kept his face calm as he scrutinized the car. 2 minutes later, he said, Mr. Gu, the scuffing is not serious. It can be fully repaired in 2 days. Let's do this. Leave your phone numbers for now, and we'll contact you when the repairs are done and come over to pick up the car. Gu Li nodded. No problem. You have my number over there, so go ask the lady. That's it then. Leave the car here to be repaired. I'll leave you to it. After saying this, he then greeted Shen Linxi, then removed his things from the car and walked towards the outside. Okay. Shen Linxi also didn't expect Gu Li to be so dry and leave directly after the matter was finished. She couldn't help but wonder at once. This guy couldn't really be so hurt that he was afraid to fall in love. I can't believe that she didn't show any interest in her at all and just walked away. At this time, Hu Lin, who was next to him, also became suspicious and said towards Shen Linxi, Holy shit, could this handsome guy be a straight man? Originally I thought that the other party was trying to escape, and after insisting on repairing it, he definitely had to apologize and treat you to a meal. This didn't expect that, but actually left just like that. It's still really strange. What are you talking about? In this situation, surely it's better to go home and take a shower. When Shen Linxi heard this, he immediately agreed a little in his heart, but on his face he said another layer of meaning. What she didn't know was that without realizing it, she was also more than a little curious about Gu Li. This guy, what was going on in his mind? Chapter 24, A Thousandfold Strike. $10 million. Turning to the next day, a call came in from the 4S store about the cost. All repairs plus maintenance on both cars totaled $98,000. And as for Shen Linxi's side, the cost was $39,000. With less than $100,000 in the district, Gu Li said it was perfectly fine. On the contrary, the $39,000 spent for Shen Linxi made him even more expectant, and he didn't know how much he would be able to rebate at that time. I also don't know how much this multiplier, in fact, is randomized to. And so, with great anticipation, the 2 days passed quickly. It was also on June 1st that the after-sales service called directly and said the car was fixed and I could pick it up in the afternoon. Gu Li couldn't hold down his excitement and directly took a vacation, ate lunch at noon and came to the 4S store. Any car steps aside, he just swipes his card and pays when he arrives. At the same time, in my mind, I mumbled, System, use the rebate opportunity. Alright, host, rebate opportunity used successfully. Gained 1,000 times the storm. With a ding sound, the card was successfully swiped, and then the appreciation experience directly rose by 100,000, reaching 1,100,000. At the same time, the pleasant voice of the system came again, causing him to directly freeze. Congratulations to the host, who successfully spent 39,870 yuan for Shen Linxi, earning a blitz 1,000 times rebate, totaling 39,870,000 yuan. As that voice fell, the sound of a text message came from the other end of the phone. Gu Li opened it and saw that it was really a bank card arrival message, and the hand holding the cell phone couldn't help but tremble along with it. Dear customer, good morning. Your bank card with the tail number 1002, transferred income of 39,870,000 $0 at 13:04 and 44 seconds p.m., and the current balance on the account totals $445,815.41. Cosmic Bank. Together with the income from the monetary rewards in the past few days, his account had actually directly exceeded $40 million. Holy shit, I've actually been promoted directly to millionaire, and it's still $40 million. Looking at the balance in the card, Gu Li couldn't believe it was true for a bit. In just a few moments, he went from being hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt to being worth tens of millions of dollars. Just like a dream. Mr. Gu, what's wrong with you? Just then, seeing him freeze, the after-sales next to him asked directly. Gu Li instantly reacted, and his face regained its calmness as he smiled and snorted. It's okay, I just remembered something unexpected, so I'm a bit out of it. I'll be off then. Bye. Okay, Mr. Gu. Any problems with the vehicle back there? Feel free to call me. For Gu Li's character of not haggling, this after-sale is satisfied. Of course, is enthusiastic and extremely want to retain the stay. Okay. Gu Li waved his hand, then drove the car out of the 4S store. But after driving out, he didn't go straight back to the company. After all, the mood hasn't calmed down yet. He was previously just an ordinary laborer earning about $10,000 a month with less than $200,000 in savings. This all of a sudden, in less than half a month became a millionaire, and really a little bit did not adapt to it. And what's even more terrifying is that as long as this $30 million is invested in Shen Linxi Pharmaceutical stock again, by the end of the month then his assets will once again multiply several times. Gee, it's only been a month. Straight up billionaire. That's too soon. Sure enough, the divine hero system is just powerful. It would be nice if more draws get this kind of rebate opportunity later on. Thinking about this time, Guli was also looking forward to it. Guli then navigated directly to a nearby tea room and leisurely drank tea. At the same time, thinking about the road behind them, and what to do about it. Pursuing Shen Linxi, this is definitely a constant. But when it comes to the rest of his career, he is a bit undecided. Forget it, just stay in the somersault cloud for now. At the same time, we can also start with the software and see if we can get a product out, and start our own software company later. Thinking long and hard, he came to this decision. After all, he was not a particularly sociable person, and he was definitely lacking in the means of doing business. So even if you have the money, you need to be careful before starting a company. The software industry, on the other hand, is the one he knows best. Combined with his skills as a top-notch programmer, he'd still have no problem getting an awesome piece of software in this area. During this period of time, relying on his top-notch computer programming skills, his ability in IT was increasing day by day as he researched the somersault cloud system. It could be said that with his computer skills at this point in time, there were not many people in the country who could reach them. That's it on the career front. Everything will have to wait until after the stock market is over. When the time comes, with hundreds of millions of dollars, it's good to do anything. As for the rest, it was a matter of affection with Shen Linxi. Now the two had met a few times, but the other didn't know his name yet. Not really an acquaintance. Then it's time to look at the Haiton Logistics bidding session. When the time comes, hey, thinking of Shen Linxi's expression when she saw him then, Guli thought it must be hilarious and couldn't help but laugh. As for the rest, should we buy a suite downstairs at Shen Linxi? That way, it seems like you can get closer to each other and then enhance the relationship between the two. If she has the right house downstairs, it's worth a try. The large flat in the neighborhood is a 2-staircase, 2-family, and the elevator rooms are not separated. So it's the kind of thing where you can usually see your neighbors. If I could live across the street from Shen Linxi or upstairs or downstairs, this would definitely be more of an opportunity. After thinking about it, Guli decided that he could go to the agent first and ask if there was a suitable one he could start. After all, with $40 million at the bottom, he had a lot of confidence. The house in Shen Linxi's building was priced at around $5 to $10 million, so he could still afford it. Of course, even if he became a neighbor, there was no way he was going to be a lickspill. He was trying to do everything he could to be strong and rely on his charm to attract Shen Linxi, so that she would take the initiative to like him. That way, it's an accomplishment. Jingle bells. Just then, though, the cell phone rang. When Guli looked, it was actually a call from home, so he immediately picked it up. Dad, what's up? On the other end of the line, then came his dad Gu Mingyuan's thick voice. Your mom asked you if you'd come back for the Dragon Boat Festival? Guli thought about it, as if the Dragon Boat Festival would be in 2 days, and it had been half a year since he left home. With all the changes that had happened to him, he had to go back and take a shot at his parents as well. And then now that we have a car again, it's much easier to go back. So I immediately said I would go back. That's fine. Then I'll call Gu Chou to give you a ride all the way then. Gu Mingyuan was also very happy to hear that his son was going back. Guli smiled and said, okay, don't worry. I'll definitely bring Gu Chou home safely. When the time comes, I'll give you all a huge surprise. Gu Mingyuan instantly asked, what surprise? Did that Yu Wei promise you? Hearing this, Guli froze. That's not true. Hearing that it wasn't what he had guessed, Gu Mingyuan instantly had a bad tone. Then what other surprises are there? Anyway, you're still looking for a girlfriend early. Otherwise when you come home, your mom will definitely have to chant all day long. Upon hearing this, Guli thought about it and said, Dad, I've already given up on Yue, and I'm preparing to find someone else. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring my girlfriend back this year. It's not easy for me to find a girlfriend when I'm so handsome. Oh, that's not bad. Cheer up, son. Dad watches out for you. Hearing that his son had given up on the classmate he had liked for 7 years, Gu Mingyuan was immediately relieved and directly encouraged. Then wouldn't he be able to directly buy a house downstairs in Shen Linxi? And wouldn't it be even faster to enhance his feelings at that time? Well, it's definitely not a problem. Guli laughed, but in his heart, he was thinking about that young lady Shen Linxi. Shen Linxi, you can't get away. Chapter 25, done with Shen Linxi's best friend. By the way, the old family house should be renovated. The road leading to the cement road should also be repaired before it is ready. Guli continued to plan what needed to be done in the follow-up and even made a note in WeChat. He had made so much money, and whether he was running with the idea of improving his family's life or bringing his girlfriend back for convenience in the future, his side of the family needed to get a little bit. After all, his family's house, or 0 years his parents took a few tens of thousands of dollars to repair a small 3-story building. The area is quite wide. On the first floor were 3 main rooms of about the same size, a large living room in the center and one on the left used as a storage room for various things. To the right was a bedroom where the parents usually stayed without having to go upstairs to figure out the convenience. The second floor is a suite of 3 with a balcony layout, a large living room and 2 secondary bedrooms, which were previously occupied mainly by the sister-in-law. On her sister Gu Xinu's side, she is already married and the family lives in the county. As for her younger sister, Gu Cho, she will be a senior in the second half of the year. The balcony side was convenient for the restroom and drying clothes, and usually Gu Cho planted some flowers and plants. As for the third floor upstairs is a large bedroom, the area of more than 30 square feet, in addition to a bathroom, but also usually Guli go back to live in the house. Of course, the house was simply decorated. The walls were still plastered and the floor tiled. The rest of the furniture was relatively simple, and even the curtains were hung with wire, making them look rather Spartan. It's a good thing that the whole house had a foundation before, so it's kind of sturdy and stable, and you don't have to rebuild a cottage or anything. After all, even if it is repaired, in the future, apart from their parents, their 3 children will not live there often, and it is totally unnecessary. Even when you get married and have a baby later, your parents will definitely have to come over to bring up the baby, and then the house will be even more empty not. So, Guli's idea was to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars and renovate it properly. This old home will be used as a country house from now on, and it's pretty much the same when you go back to live there from time to time. As for the Rongqing side, he would definitely want to buy a big villa in the future. Right, that Gucho kid, he actually hasn't called me for so long. I don't know what he's busy with. After the planning was clear, Guli also remembered his parents' instructions, shouting that he would take his sister back with him at the Dragon Boat Festival, so he made a direct call. On the other hand, Shen Linxi also received a call from the 4S store in the afternoon, calling her to pick up the car. Then it was time to call Hulin and make a date to check it out later. After work, she first drove her Porsche Panamera, picked up Hulin and drove towards the 4S store. When she was in the car, Hulin asked, "Cici, was it that handsome Gu who called you?" Shen Linxi shook his head. "No, it was a direct hit from the 4S store." "Oh, it's still really strange." Upon hearing this, Hulin immediately stroked her chin and said curiously, "This guy is really strange. Did I guess wrong?" Shen Linxi was unsure. "What's so strange?" Hulington snapped his fingers and spoke. "Look, isn't it a bit strange that the other party is acting like they don't care at all when you're such a beautiful goddess? So far, in addition to the first Riverside drunken encounter, hit on you, the rest of the 2 times, actually did not show a little idea of recognition. At first I thought this guy was trying to get away, but this looks like it's not, and it's still really weird. If that guy is really that tolerant, then I really admire him." Hearing this set of words from her best friend, Shen Linxi but sighed, her face all tired. "What's so strange about that? I may be slightly prettier, but I can't be liked by everyone who sees me. Besides, didn't people say, the heart has been broken, and now it is that no beauty can enter the speech? Cut. I don't believe that." Hulin bristled and directly retorted, "Men are all equally horny. I don't believe that that little handsome guy is actually indifferent to you at all. It's just a bit of a strange approach. You've said you don't need to fix the car, and the other guy still insists on fixing it. What's the reason for that, anyway?" Seeing her best friend's puzzled expression, Shen Linxi was also a bit speechless at once and said directly, "I just don't think about it. Hurry up and help me drive the car back. I still have to go back to work overtime." You just know how to work overtime." At those words, Hulin couldn't help but sputter and shook her head in disbelief. Shen Linxi sighed, "My job is not as easy as yours. Recently that project had another problem, and the competitor's side is simply weighing down our department. If you lose it, you lose it. Seeing you work so much overtime is kind of heartbreaking. You say that so lightly. After all, it's my job." In no time at all, the 2 arrived at the store and saw the car without incident. Looking at the car mended like the original. At the same time the car has been fully maintained. Even the air conditioning fan was thoughtfully replaced. Shen Linxi suddenly felt a little overjoyed. After learning about it, he realized that Guli had picked up the car at noon. Thought about saying thank you, but didn't seem to have much of a chance. Shen Linxi suddenly had a trace of pity for no reason. This was the first time she had such feelings for a man. She almost couldn't help but ask the after-sales side if they could give her Guli's number for a moment. However, This thought only flickered. Shen Linxi thought about it. People don't mean anything special to them, so why should they come forward? Besides, with her condescending personality, she couldn't take the initiative to call a man to go, even for words of thanks. Just like that, the two of them drove a car each and returned directly to Shen Linxi's residence in Jingshang Huating. As soon as she entered the house, Hulin changed directly into her slippers, just as she did in her own home. Cece, it's been a long time since I've stayed at your house. Why don't we sleep together at night? You want to die? Get out. At home, Shen Linxi directly took off the cold exterior outside and became spirited, directly reprimanding her best friend without color. I'm not a hooligan. Hey, Hulin, however, laughed and said mysteriously, then don't regret it. Tonight, I'm going to hook up with that little handsome guy. Upon hearing this, Shen Linxi froze and immediately asked, what did you say? Hulin hemmed and hawed, mysteriously pulling out her cell phone and shaking it. Just now when you look at the car, I can get the handsome guy's WeChat. Later we'll add a good chat. Look at that guy. In the end, what is the meaning? I'm so convinced. Hearing this, Shen Linxi immediately slapped his head and became speechless. What are you adding him to WeChat for? Do you still want to chase people? Besides, they just fell out of love. So don't mess with them, okay? Ouch. You're still heartbroken here. Hulin saw her best friend's reaction and flirted. Shen Linxi hurriedly denied. What am I heartbroken about? I just think that the one surnamed Gu is a good person. That's all. Good man. You're a good man. Why does that sound so familiar? Hulin continued. Don't worry about it. I'll give you a check to see how the other person's character is. Seeing that Hulin was determined to add Gu Li's WeChat, Shen Linxi was too lazy to continue, and only shook his head helplessly, not bothering with this guy. On that end, Gu Li was a bit puzzled when he received an add friend alert, but when he realized it was Hulin, he exclaimed in delight. Not bad, not bad. As long as this BFF is taken care of, then Shen Linxi won't be far behind. Chapter 26, Shen Linxi's Curiosity, Relationship Progress. Handsome guy, so your last name is Gu. Moreover, the name Gu Li, it's also a good character. After saying this, Hulin felt that it wasn't enough, and immediately sent 2 handshake emojis over. I'm Hulin by the way. Nice to meet you. Stretching his hand. Since he was Shen Linxi's good BFF, Gu Li definitely had to deal with it properly. Operate well. Maybe you can develop the other party into your own inner circle. Then catching up with Shen Linxi will be more certain not. Of course, it was impossible for him to show interest in Shen Linxi. After all, the previous persona was already set. His last 7-year crush has left him dead in the water and he can't bring himself to be interested in a new relationship for the time being. This would be a bit of the opposite if he immediately showed interest in Shen Linxi. At that moment, he didn't say much, just sent the same handshake emoji and introduced himself. Hello, beautiful Hu. It's nice to meet you too. No more words were spoken after that, as if this greeting had been given and then disappeared afterward. Seeing this, Hulin on the other end only took the initiative to climb up. Ha ha, nice to meet you. By the way, my bestie asked me to say thank you. The car is all fixed up and it's exactly the same as it was before. Oh, it's fine. After all, I'm the one who grazed her car. It's only right to fix it. Gu Li's businesslike demeanor completely dumbfounded Hulin. She really didn't expect to be so enthusiastic while the other party acted like they were ignoring her. Instantly, he hated the phone and threw it away, not bothering with this Gu Li guy. But after thinking about it, he let it go and continued to pull it off with Gu Li. So there was this scene on WeChat. Hulin made an effort to find a topic of conversation, asking questions one by one, from age to work, then from hobbies to other things. On Gu Li's side, he replied casually, simple and clear without any extra words. At the same time, for Hulin's side, he didn't show the slightest interest. Chatting like this just drives Hulin a little crazy. Holy shit, this guy is just here to toss me off. Hulin didn't realize that talking to someone was so tiring, and she was about to be pissed off. What she didn't know was that such chats often happened between her and some of the boys who liked her. Only, a different character. But what made her even more speechless was that even if her own face was fine, her even more beautiful best friend actually couldn't attract Gu Li's interest. The two of them talked for half an hour, and Gu Li actually didn't mention Shen Linxi in the slightest. This man, he's an elm. Never mind. It's good to know something about the situation, so I feel okay about it. After understanding some basic information, Hulin hurriedly reported with Shen Linxi. Creaky, guess what that guy was like? Shen Linxi was working at the moment, and when she heard Hulin's words, she couldn't help but be curious and turned her head to ask, oh, could it be another rich kid? Che, rich kids aren't worth my surprise. Hulin then said, the other party seems to be 27 or 18, and we are almost the same. But people's hometown is the rural O, or start from scratch, have at least millions of family, or engaged in it, and you an industry. You say coincidence? It's a bit of a coincidence. But unfortunately, Shen Linxi's face wasn't too surprised. Instead he cooperated and nodded lightly, as if such a man was not worth her attention at all. Seeing this, Hulin immediately said without a trace of anger as if she had deflated, I say, Sister Ugh, can you just give some reaction? Blame me for still being all worried about you. Hearing this, Shen Linxi could only put down the mouse and said seriously, for me, the most important thing now is to get the project down as soon as possible. Everything else can only be put off. As for what you said about me, actually men are dispensable to me, right? I'm really convinced. Hulin looked at her best friend and finally sighed helplessly. Why do I feel like you two are alike? You're a career-oriented workaholic, and that Guli is also a straight man who doesn't understand flavor at all. When I met you two, I was really convinced. Unexpectedly hearing her words, a smile appeared on Shen Linxi's face instead. Oh, he was originally called Guli. Chang'an returned to his hometown, and the sun went west and east. But Hulin was a little confused by what she heard and screamed at once. Hey, what are you talking about? Guli is Guli, not that hometown of yours. Saying a name, why are you getting into poetry? Oh, you don't understand. Shen Linxi looked at Hulin, shook his head, and said nothing more. Hulin was speechless. This what with what is the university mixed to be so despised? Chang'an to your hometown? Could it be that Guli's parents came up with the name and studied poetry specifically? It had to be said that there were some things that she, a schoolboy, really didn't understand. On the contrary, on Shen Linxi's side, when she heard Guli's name, the poem suddenly appeared in her mind, and she fell into deep thought. 520 Night, a scene by the river. Guli is so disheveled. The can on the ground is a deep bite. The other day on the bridge, the figure that leapt off, knowing that it is dangerous to jump into the river at night. And again, as a man of righteousness, he is, quite literally, a special person. Chang'an returns to his hometown, and there is Chang'an in his hometown. Looking at the night outside the window, Shen Linxi didn't know what was going on and suddenly muttered. Guli, who was in the 18th building across the street, was reading a programming book at the moment, but he was not surprised when a voice suddenly appeared in his head. Congratulations to the host, who has officially met Shen Linxi and aroused her curiosity. You know her name, she knows your nickname. From now on, you have advanced from a few acquaintances to the friend stage, and you have been awarded one lucky draw opportunity. May I ask if we're drawing for a prize now? I'll be damned. It's only just been a while since I talked to Hulin, and this relationship has skyrocketed. Knowing that their relationship had just progressed, Guli couldn't help but clap his hands in celebration. Nice. Not bad. Hulin's line should be maintained properly. It's up to her if she can take Shen Linxi early. At once, he had a plan in mind. Along with his gaze, Guli also looked across to Shen Linxi's balcony, his face full of smiles. System, start the lottery. Okay, host, the lottery begins. Congratulations to the host, who has acquired top-notch automobile driving technology. Is it to be extracted now? Another useful skill. Not bad, not bad. It just so happens that I'll be driving back home in a couple of days, so this will come in handy. With this technology, it will be easier to drive on the wrong side of the country road. System, direct extraction. With the words, Guli was once again plunged into an illusion that seemed to drive for decades kind of thing. A few minutes later, he finally came back to his senses and hemmed and hawed. Now that's an old driver. But then he was curious and puzzled. What does the system mean by she knows my name? Chapter 27, The Struggling Shen Linxi. But after a long time, he didn't come up with anything. One could only guess that Murphy Hulin, Shen Linxi and the two of them, had given him some nickname, and the system had said so. Anyway, when you get familiar with it later, just ask around and you won't have to dwell on it for a while. After thinking for a long time, Guli still put his sight on the system, and at this time, the personal attributes panel had changed a bit. _____. Host, Guli. Bound girlfriend, Shen Linxi. Current level, 4. Money bonus, the host is located within 1 kilometer of his girlfriend and receives a money bonus of $0. 1 every 1 second. Upgrade experience, 1. 193, 865. 56 out of 10. 000. 000. Spending 1 yuan will accumulate 1 experience value. Accumulated seconds of money for the day, 8,714 seconds. Number of draws, 0. System space, nothing. Asset level, $10 million++. Skill list, humanoid weapons. Top computer programming skills, Top car skills. Note 1. Note 2. Note 3. Note 4. I can't believe there's an extra list of asset levels and skills. It's a bit of an eye-opener. For these changes, Guli just looked at them and didn't put his eyes on them. Having been familiar with the system for a long time, he knew that the one he had been given was relatively simple, and other than the daily monetary gain, the only other thing left to look forward to was the lottery. There was no other system inside the novel, what with the quests, system malls and so on. The main line was for him to quickly catch up with Shen Linxi and raise the system level as soon as possible or something. As for how many levels the system actually had, and what had changed after he had cultivated with Shen Linxi, he didn't know anything about it. Also, the system space without any items left him a bit helpless. Although I've been quite lucky in every lottery. It's been a few times now, and it's really a bit unlucky that I haven't drawn any of those awesome black tech items. What drawings, techniques, or even future black tech items that surpassed modern technology, he was looking forward to. After all, as a modern person, there is an inexplicable obsession with something sci-fi, everlasting life, Star Trek, and so on. Sounds like it would make your blood run cold. Unfortunately, he hadn't drawn any of these bulls for a while, so he could only think about it in his head. Turning to the next day, June 2nd, Guli took a half day off in the afternoon and was ready to go back early. After all, the next day was the Dragon Boat Festival and he didn't want to be on the road early in the morning. As for Gu Qiu's side, he also made a phone call and made an appointment to pick her up from school. After lunch, he first went to the Chuanqing Plaza supermarket and bought a bunch of things before driving towards Sichuan University. And at this time, Shen Linxi upstairs also received a call from Hulin. Cici, tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival. Are you going back to Yudu? Shen Linxi pondered for a long time before slowly saying, not going back. What? You want to go back? Hulin hemmed and hawed. Originally, my parents wanted me to go back, but I refused. It's no fun at home. It's better to stay with you in Rongcheng. Hearing this, Shen Linxi's heart suddenly warmed, but he still advised. It's a big holiday. You'd better go back. After all, it's been half a year since I left home, and auntie and uncle miss you very much. I'm not going back because I have to work overtime. Can't accompany you to go out to play? So you'd better go home better. My God, you have to work overtime on the Dragon Boat Festival. Don't be like this. Hulin on the other end was instantly a bit puzzled and persuaded as well. I really don't understand you. Is work really that important? Why should people like us, who have money and houses and cars, live so tired? Also, if you go on like this, I'm really afraid that you'll have health problems. The female owner of that what's-her-name Sea Lion group got cancer not too long ago. It's not like you don't know. Shen Linxi didn't know how to answer at this time, and suddenly fell silent. At that moment, she suddenly remembered how strict her parents had been to her since she was a child, and all the strangeness and disconnect she had felt growing up. Maybe she wouldn't be the person she is today if she wasn't in a family like that. Perhaps, there really is a lot of being in life. Suddenly, Shen Linxi in such a family-happy holiday before, but feel incomparably melancholy. There were times when she was genuinely envious of the kind of ordinary family that could be loved by their parents. It was a simple wish that the children would not grow up to be highly successful, but would only have a happy life in peace. What? Why don't you say something? Just as Shen Linxi froze, Hu Lin on the other end asked with concern. Shen Linxi hurriedly said, it's fine. I appreciate your kindness. Let's go out and have a good time when this project is finished. As for the body thing, I work out every day, but my body is much stronger than some people's. I'll be damned. You even laughed at me. Really? Hearing this, Hu Lin no longer insisted and laughed. Alright then, this is what you promised. When the time comes, you can call Guli. I suddenly think that guy is kinda fun. Hearing that Hu Lin was going to call on Guli, Shen Linxi immediately became a bit nervous and busily asked, didn't you two just add your friends? Why are you both asking to hang out together? Hey, you don't know that, do you? Only then did Hu Lin say, this person has a good character and is worth getting to know. In fact, I was thinking of not going back. When the festival about to play, I didn't realize that people have to go back to their hometowns, so I'll just have to do it next time. Hey, okay, you're still so full of yourself. Maybe they're just being polite. Shen Linxi could only sigh helplessly when she thought about her best friend's character. Instead, it was Hulin over there who advised. Really, I think Guli is good. So young to have this achievement, the future must be good. You can consider it. Buying a big G at such a young age, people's wealth is at least $10 million at the bottom. Don't you think so? Since it's good, why don't you think about it? Well, don't you worry about my personal matters. Hang up first, I have to work. Seeing that Hu Lin was talking nonsense again, Shen Linxi didn't dare to listen to it anymore and directly hung up the phone. Hey, I haven't said. Listening to her best friend's last words, Shen Linxi, who put down the phone, was a bit distracted. Hulin is right though. On the surface it looks like Guli is pretty good. But who knows the specifics of this? Besides, she's not a woman who moves at will. There are a lot of choices in life. And since she's chosen a career, she doesn't have much heart to spend on relationships. After all, some people had arranged her love life in a clear way. And her efforts at this point were nothing more than a struggle. Guli of course did not know Shen Linxi's despondency at this time. He had already received his sister. But what made him a bit speechless was that his sister, Gu Chou, actually brought a friend with her, who was said to be a hometown from Qianshui County, and a beautiful woman. Chapter 28, The Unexpectedly Beautiful College Student. At this moment, Gu Chou looked at the Mercedes-Benz Big G parked in front of him, and his heart was even more unbelievable. She wasn't someone who didn't know anything about luxury cars, so she naturally recognized it at a glance. It was a multi-million-dollar Mercedes-Benz Big G. I had thought that my brother had gotten rid of Yue and started thinking about himself after he figured it out. It's also just a matter of buying a normal walker. But I didn't expect it to be such a luxury car. Her first thought was, where did this guy get the money? However, due to the hometown friends next to him, Gu Chou could only bury his shock, suspicion and so on in the bottom of his heart, and wait to ask the hometown again after sending them off. Brother, come. I'll introduce you. Afterwards, she hurriedly suppressed the doubts in her heart, and directly pulled over the slim beauty standing next to her, and said with a smile, this is the old township I knew before. Yang Yixia, Sister Xia. By the way, she and you are alumni, also from the Polytechnic University. She's going back to Qishui this time as well, so it's okay for her to join us, right? Yang Yixia was wearing a white embroidered short sleeve and a pair of jeans underneath, making her slender legs look even straighter, especially the sweet smile on that face, like the first love face in school. It was so innocent to look at. Guli also couldn't help but admire the fact that these beautiful college students who hadn't graduated yet could really make people look twice. Of course, after seeing how pretty Shen Linxi was, he only had admiration for such a girl and didn't have many thoughts. Hearing Gu Chou's words, he immediately laughed. Ha ha, of course there's no problem. Let's go. Get in the car. Thanks, senpai. Yang Yixia also gave a warm greeting, and then she sat in the back row with Gu Chou. Then she didn't say anything, just like a good girl. But this gaze was often on Guli, who was driving. She had heard Gu Chou say before that Guli was just an ordinary programmer, although there is a salary of $10,000 or $20,000 per month. But how can you afford to drive this millions of dollars of luxury cars? Murphy, is this a rental? Regarding Gu Chou's meaning, Yang Yixia's heart was a bit of a guess. This time, when she was invited back together, naturally, it was to introduce her and Guli both to get to know each other and see if there were any feelings. She hadn't been expecting anything, but she hadn't realized that she had been given a huge surprise. Rather, it was Guli's somewhat cold attitude that disappointed her a bit. He had wanted to find a topic, but Guli had been concentrating on driving and hadn't found any breakthroughs. So, apart from chatting with Gu Chou one way or the other, the rest of the time, she was curiously checking out Guli and everything inside the car. Half an hour later, it turned out to be even more confusing for her, because from what Guli was wearing, and the interior of the car, it seemed like a car for his own use. But then, it was a bit of a far cry from what Gu Chou had introduced earlier. Unbidden, she was a bit of a godsend for the rest of the journey. On the other hand, because they didn't know what was going on Guli's side, Gu Chou's side didn't mention much. Just like that, 2 hours later, Guli smoothly got off the highway and came directly to the county. Then, under Yang Yixia's directions, she was successfully sent to the outside of the neighborhood. Gu Chou, brother Gu, thanks this time. Yang Yixia smiled and greeted the two before walking towards the neighborhood. Good, Ichika-san. Bye. Gu Chou nodded and then got into the car before he finally asked the words he was holding in his heart. Brother, what's going on with you? Why did you buy such a nice car? You're not going to do anything illegal, are you? Hearing this series of questions, Guli burst into tears a bit. Immediately, he said without a word of humor, what are you talking about? How could your brother me go and do bad things? You girl, can't you remember that your brother can be nice to me? Gu Chou thought about it, but said, of course I wish you well. The point is, you've changed too much, he said, and even slapped the leather seat under his ass and barked. Brother, that's over $2 million. Even if you work for 10 years, that's all you'll get. The point is, you've only been working for less than 4 years until now. Even if you don't eat or drink, you can't afford this car. Besides, a lot of money was spent out for that you way before. Don't think I don't know. Ha ha. Guli was also amused by Gu Chou's words and hurriedly explained. Sister, my salary is just that much. but I also have side businesses such as speculation in stocks, coins and so on. By the way, also before that, I was also taking projects outside and made some money. All these, you don't know, right? Sa, you have so many side projects? Hearing this, Gucho was a bit shocked. Guli hemmed and hawed. Or else. Only then did Gucho take a good look at her brother, but the more she looked, the stranger she felt. Feeling his sister's surprised expression, Guli couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Do I have flowers on my face?" "Gucho, you don't have flowers on your face. You seem to have become a bit more handsome." This was followed by another shake of the head and then a mumble. "It's not scientific. We even met on May 1st, and you didn't change this much then. Say, brother, is there something else you're not telling me? Or, as in the novel, you had a one-night stand with some rich white girl once before. I didn't realize that I was pregnant and now the other guy is coming to you with the baby?" Hearing this, Guli couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha, my sister you've read too many novels. How? Would you think so?" Gucho, however, spread his hands and was also a bit helpless. "Who told you to change so much? All of a sudden you don't like Yue anymore. And all of a sudden you even have a luxury car." Upon hearing this, Guli was also a bit speechless. It was really hard to explain this. Sure enough, it's the people closest to you who know best. He knew for sure that this homecoming would make everyone notice the change in him. Luckily, I had planned ahead and immediately made up a story without panicking. In fact, it also processed the break with Yue, advanced the 520 confession to May 1st, and then said a little bit about this month. It's nothing more than getting rejected for confessing your love on May 1st and then completely dying so you can pick yourself up and work out hard. I didn't realize that this because in order not to think about feelings and therefore work out to death, I became a type of man in a month. After that, perhaps the East does not come out of the West. Bright sake, did not expect in the stock market, actually made a large sum of money. That's the way things are. Now, you're satisfied. After hearing Guli's words, Gucho came to a realization. It turns out that Lao has been working so hard these past few years, not only speculating in stocks and coins, but also taking on outside projects. It's really hard on him, but it's also a bittersweet experience. Leaving that woman Yue and finding a good sister-in-law in the back would be perfect. Immediately, he asked, "Brother, just now, Sister Aisha, what do you think?" Hearing this, Guli instantly laughed. Ever since he'd seen that old-timer, he'd known what his sister had hit on. It was well-intentioned, but that wasn't really necessary, said the man at once. "Sister, don't worry about my business. I've come to realize that there is no grass at the end of the world. Don't worry, I'll find a girlfriend this year. I'm at least in the millions now, so it's not easy to find a girlfriend." With the doubts in her heart temporarily lifted, and with all the good news on Guli's side, Gucho also temporarily put aside the worries in her heart and was happy for each. Good, then I'll wait to be called sister-in-law. At that, she remembered something else and clapped her hands gleefully. "Brother, you've got a good show coming back this time. He. Tomorrow when Big Uncle and the others come over, their expressions will definitely be wonderful." Chapter 29, The Shock of $1 Million Annual Salary. Upon hearing this, Guli instantly asked, "What's the situation? Big Uncle and the others are coming over tomorrow?" "Right." Gucho raised her cell phone and laughed. "Our dad just notified in the group. Isn't tomorrow the Dragon Boat Festival? Inviting everyone to come as guests. Even transferred $1,000 over to Big Sister, saying that she should buy groceries back tomorrow morning. However, Big Sister has not received it until now." "Oh," Big Sister's husband replied, saying what's the point of dad being so polite and giving back the money? Now, the two are in the group discussing what groceries to buy tomorrow. "I'll go." Guli was a bit surprised now. "Dad, when did it get so high profile?" As if thinking of something, he turned his head towards his sister. Being stared at like this, Gucho immediately felt a bit bad and said pitifully at once, "That's because I just said in the group that you drove back in a $2 million limo." Upon hearing this, Guli instantly understood. Dare I say it was his father who thought he was now well off and was purposely trying to show off, but he really didn't want to be that high profile. As the world was like this, he also sighed in a good-natured manner. "Since you were a child, you're the one who can't hide things in your mouth. This has grown up, and you still haven't changed at all. Hey, brother, you can focus on driving." Unexpectedly just a turn, the car is too close to the side. Directly Gucho startled, hurriedly called out. Gucho, however, hemmed and hawed and turned back again, an unusually confident smile on his face. "Don't worry, I'm the god of autumn named Mountain Racing. This mountain road won't be hard for me at all. I haven't even gotten to my true level yet, so I'll let you experience the feeling of wind sprinting right away." However, Gucho didn't believe any of his brother's words. but she knew that the car was newly bought last month, and by all accounts Guli was a novice. Plus, although the county to the village is only about 20 kilometers, more than 10 of those kilometers can be mountain roads. It's not very steep, but it's all hilly and very hard to drive. At the same time, this road was only repaired more than a decade ago as a village road with a width of only 3.5 meters, making it impossible for two vehicles to pass at the same time. Although in the past few years, because more people have bought cars, there have been a lot of wrong-way lanes added to the road every few dozen meters. But for those who don't come back often, it's a pain in the ass when it comes to the wrong train. Usually, newbies can only drive slowly and have to beep the horn at every corner to make it work. Hearing Gu Li's words, Gu Chou was truly a bit stunned. At the same time, it is also a bit strange. The previous Gu Li is not so unreliable. How do you feel that the lost love, Rich become a bit flamboyant? At that moment, he directly shook his head, and his right hand also pulled on the handle above the door of the car and advised, "Brother, you might want to drive slowly. There's no rush." "Really? Ha ha. Sister, why don't you believe brother?" Gu Li sighed while her hands did not slow down at all, and she drove the car directly to the left and right as fast as she could. All of a sudden, it was driving up to 40 yards or so on this uphill, downhill mountain road. Feeling the unusual bumps, Gu Chou was speechless. "My good brother, you're getting back at me. I didn't realize that you've become so petty now." Gu Li laughed. "That's where you're wrong. I'm letting you experience how skilled I am at driving. Let you underestimate me. How childish," Gu Chou said without a trace of anger, his face rather helpless. But after a while, it was to realize that Gu Li's driving skills seemed to be really quite good. Apart from the beginning, because she was a bit scared, she also calmed down for the time being. After a bit more walking, and even a wrong way with a car in the opposite direction, a look of surprise finally appeared on her face. The road was so narrow just now. Gu Li actually moved to the side with a turn of the steering wheel and a swing of the body. The other guy was about to back up when he didn't realize that the car in front of him moved out of the way in 2 clicks, then happily passed and honked his horn in thanks. Such skill was actually a bit more impressive than the van masters she'd been in before who often ran this road. Now, Gu Chou was not only shocked, but also a bit puzzled. "Brother, when did you get so skilled? Hey, now you believe it. Really, to not trust your brother. Your brother, is he that unreliable?" Hearing the sarcasm in Gu Li's words, Gu Chou could only apologize and nod in agreement. It's my sister's fault. I shouldn't have questioned your skills." "Okay." Gu Li also laughed out loud. "Okay, then I'll be a grown-up and forgive you. By the way, I'm going to give Dad $1 million to renovate the house. When it's time to come back home, you have to help out. Understand?" Gu Chou was once again shocked when she heard Gu Li's grand gesture. "Brother, you're my own brother. You've given Dad $10,000, so can you lend me some money? I go. You are not treating me as your own brother. Still talking about borrowing or not borrowing. I'll transfer $10,000 to you later. Consider it a holiday bonus for you, and go buy whatever you want." Unbeknownst to her, Gu Li gave her 10,000 directly with a wave of his hand. "Now," Gu Chou exclaimed in delight, and hurriedly let go of his hand to come to the front, smiling and thanking him. "Brother, you're really nice. Mamma mia." Gu Li, however, had a scowl on his face. "What are you doing? Driving? Sit still." Upon hearing this, Gu Chou could only sit obediently, and the smugness on her face was even more restrained. $10,000, with her living expenses of $1,000 a month. This tops what she spends in a year. "I went to earn extra money before, but now it's nice to finally be able to splurge for a while." With that, the two of them talked and laughed, and in less than 20 minutes, they drove to the entrance of the village. And after the village entrance, it's another few hundred meters to the house via a path that's only 2 meters wide. The trail isn't concrete yet, it's paved with gravel. Gu Li's previous idea was that the house needed to be renovated, and the path that connected to this several hundred meters had to be made into a concrete path, because the only people who cross this road are their family and the 3 neighbors, so there is no need to repair too wide. Repair a 4-meter point on the line. Barely pass under 2 cars on the line. The house grew in number a few hundred meters down the road from the village entrance. There is a village elementary school, a village council office, and a village health center, and even a farmhouse and a large square. As soon as Gu Li's car drove over, it received a lot of attention. When everyone saw clearly that it was Gu Li, they couldn't help but be surprised, and the familiar ones even greeted them. "Yikes, this is Gu Li. Yeah, I didn't expect to actually buy a car. Doesn't look cheap. Hey, can you give that? This car label is a Mercedes-Benz. No hundreds of thousands of dollars. That cannot be taken down." At that moment, someone who knew the man immediately raised his voice. When these words came out, They shocked everyone in the room. Gu, this Guli can make a fortune. Only worked for 3 or 4 years. Can afford a few $100,000 of cars. That's people who work in computers in big cities make tens of thousands of dollars a month. Hearing this, Gucho couldn't help but be curious as well. Brother, are you working now? Guli nodded. I just found a company last month, and I've only been working for a week or two. Upsetting his somewhat stiff ass, Gucho once again came forward. Oh, that's pretty good. I remember you used to make $10,000 a month. So how much do you make a month now? Guli hemmed and hawed, saying it out loud. I'm afraid I'll scare you. Spread? Gucho froze. Just $1 million a year. Now. Gucho was truly shocked, and her mouth could put down a duck egg. Looking at Guli in front of her, she was a bit in disbelief for a moment. Was this really her own brother? How come I haven't seen you in a month and you've become a bit of a stranger? Chapter 30, Get another girlfriend and it'll be perfect. Guri really didn't blow it when he said he made $1 million a year. As soon as he started interviewing at Sinews, he set himself a goal of making $1 million a year. So after the interview, it's a straight shot at $100,000 a month. After discussing with his boss, Mr. Su actually gave a monthly salary of $100,000 directly without any discount. And there are other project bonuses. If you do the math, his salary should be more than $1 million. Sure, he reaches $1 million a year or even a bit less as a top computer programmer. But he didn't ask for more. He was too lazy to bother. After all, he didn't know how long he could stay in the somersault cloud. After all, it's destined to be as long as you start your own business. And it's just a transition on the somersault side. On the side of salary, he didn't value it that much. After all, the system's monetary rewards, there were 8,000 every day. That's $240,000 a month. That's real money going into a bank account. It's a lot better than a paycheck. Certainly not for the few days it took to get home. It also left him a bit helpless. When was the system going to remove the effective distance? Perhaps. One could only wait until after becoming a real couple with Shen Linxi to see if there were any changes in the system. Brother, you really are amazing. Not only is the side hustle great, but I even got such a good job. Mom and Dad would be so happy if they knew. They'd feel like raising their eyebrows. Now they finally won't have to worry about you not finding a daughter-in-law. On Gucho's side, he directly admired Guli as well, and his words even had a pleasing tone to them. Upon hearing this, Guli was also very happy in her heart. Thinking about his previous dog-licking behavior, he was also very regretful at this time. At that time really too naive. Actually did not realize that Yue is so a person. Actually has been taking him as a spare tire. When I think of him it's a dinner date, a shopping trip, and it's all at his expense. When he's not needed, he says he's busy at work, traveling, or whatever, and can't even shout. What's even more abominable is that every time before the confession, the gift received still pretend to be pitiful, saying that what temporarily do not want to be in a relationship. What a green tea. Such a woman, compared to Shen Linxi, was a world of difference. At this point, he was also glad that he had actually accosted Missy that day when he was drunk. Otherwise, this system probably wouldn't have descended on him yet. Perhaps, it is the time and the place. It takes less than 2 minutes to travel a few hundred meters. Guli directly honked the horn, then parked the car at the door and opened the door. Breathing in this fresh air at home, he felt instantly comfortable. It's still the air in the old country that's so good. It smells like nature. It smells so good. Hibiscus is nice, but it's just the air quality that sucks. There are exhaust fumes, dust and whatnot everywhere, and living in it is a daily ordeal. When you get old in the future, it's best to find a place like your hometown where you can retire most comfortably. At this moment, Guli didn't know how, but actually thought far away. Guli, is this car really worth $2 million? At this time, Guli's father, Gu Mingyuan, and mother, Tao Huizhi, had already heard the horn and came over with a smile. As soon as he saw him, Gu Mingyuan touched the Mercedes and asked a little shakily. Guli laughed. Dad, of course, the full price came down to $38 million. How's that for a good look? Gee, good looking. When Gu Mingyuan heard Guli say 380,000, his hands almost shook. Then he circled the car. This doesn't see anything special. Why does it cost more than $2 million? Enough to buy a suite in the city. Hearing this, Tao Huizhi next to her immediately asked. I say, you kid, earned money how not to buy a suite, how to think of buying a car. Buy a car even if, buy a 100,000 or so cannot, have to buy so expensive. I have to say that in the eyes of the older generation, it is still the house that is real. After all, with a house, this looking for a girlfriend are better. After all, the son is already 27. That's 28 in the second half of the year, which is a lot of age. Although it will only be 30 in 2 more years, it can be said that it is not a person who was running for 3. Hearing this, Guli also hurriedly explained. He didn't want to come back for 2 or 3 days and hear his mother's nagging every day. Mom, don't worry, I'm already looking at houses. When the time comes, I'll buy a large flat of 100 or 200 square feet, so it'll be convenient for you guys to go there when the time comes. As for what you're worried about, it doesn't exist at all. I still have money. It's still more than enough to buy a suite. Mom, brother is awesome now. At this time, Gucho also helped out on the side. He's working now, $100,000 a month. It's not just buying a house, it'll be done in a year or 2. What? Son, is this true? Right. Why did your salary go up so much? Wasn't it just over 10,000 a month before? Hearing their youngest daughter's words, Gu Mingyuan and Tao Huizhi couldn't help but be shocked as well. The expression on that face deepened the wrinkles a few layers. Hey, hasn't that company been idle before? So it's been privately taking on projects and learning the ropes. Guli instantly explained. Now that I've learned, and through a friend I knew before, I was introduced into this company. Naturally this salary went up. It's mostly the right experience and the coincidence of my side fitting the bill over there that makes it so much more. Hearing this, the smile on Gu Mingyuan's face grew even wider, patting Gu Li's shoulder and laughing, his face filled with pride and triumph. Nice. Not bad. I told you, you graduated from a prestigious university after all, so as long as you keep your feet on the ground, you'll definitely achieve something. Right. Now all that's missing is the house, and a girlfriend, then it'll be perfect. Tao Huizhi looked at her son, also with a face of happiness and anticipation. Hearing this, Guli immediately touched his nose, secretly thinking that his mom would probably focus on his girlfriend later. It seems that it is still necessary to catch up with Shen Linxi as soon as possible, so that the old mom can stop for a while. Next, Guli directly opened the trunk, instantly causing Gucho to yelp in surprise again. Wow, old man, you bought so many things. Guli smiled slightly. Just bought some clothes for mom and dad, and milk and stuff. Let's go and move back first. The doorway to the house was another 20 to 30 meters away, but luckily there were 4 of them and they were lifted in one trip. Back home, looking at the modeled walls, Guli also secretly shook his head. Although the house is a building, but basically not much decoration, which if Shen Linxi came, although it will not dislike anything, but certainly living is not very comfortable. After all, even when he came back, living there was a bit uncomfortable. Too many mosquitoes in the summer and no air conditioning, drafty windows in the winter, and unsealed windows in the bathroom, so it was cold enough to take a shower. The bed, in particular, is more than a decade old and not only creaks, but it's also particularly rotten. Guli directly carried her things up to the 3rd floor, then packed up her things, and downstairs Gu Mingyuan called for dinner. Come on, Dad, let's have some good wine today. With that, Guli directly took out a bottle of Mao Tai and poured a glass for both his parents. Gu Mingyuan wasn't polite, and just hemmed and hawed, his face full of relief. I can't imagine that I'll have a day when I'm drinking fly. You want to drink it? I'll bring you back a couple bottles from time to time in the future. That's better. It's too much of a waste of money to keep drinking this. Even though you're rich, you don't build it like this. Honoring your parents is not a waste. Ha ha. The family just had a good time drinking. Unfortunately, big sister Gu Crescent Moon didn't come back. An hour later, both father and son were a little tipsy. Guli directly took out her cell phone and transferred $1 million directly to Gu Mingyuan's side. Dad, I've transferred $1 million to you. When the time comes, please fix the house and that road at the entrance. What? Hearing $1 million, Gu Mingyuan stood up instantly, his wine sobering up at once. Chapter 31, For the sake of my daughter-in-law, I must engage in bashfulness. 1 million. Hearing his son's words, Gu Mingyuan couldn't help but reconfirm. Son, are you really talking about $1 million? Gu Li nodded. That's $1 million. If it's not enough, I'll just call you again. Don't save it. He still had a lot of faith in his dad's abilities. After all, after more than 20 years in the village as an accountant, village headman, etc., there must be no problem with this ability. He is too honest and doesn't know how to do anything, so he is still wandering around the village even after so many years. This is no longer a few years away from retirement and is idle at this time. There's still a position in the village for $1,000 a month, but it's just organizing information and doing logistics and stuff. It's laid back. After all, having a job on the line is much better than just farming. In fact, according to his idea, after the house was renovated, he was dried out and let it go at home in his old age. However, according to the personality of the 2 old men, I guess this should be done or done. Should be planted or planted. Gu Mingyuan was also taken aback by his son's generosity, directly, and didn't react for a long time. It was only when he heard that it was indeed $1 million, and not even enough to add to it, that he shook his head no. Enough. That's enough. Just to renovate the house and repair the road. That would cost $1 million. Hearing this, Guli hurriedly said, Dad, don't pretend to be too pie for me. I'm talking about furniture and appliances are all brand name goods for me to use comfortably and live comfortably. Anyway, it's not that bad, is it? Besides, I'm going to be looking for a girlfriend in the future here. When your daughter-in-law's grandchildren come back in the future, this condition can't be too bad. As he said that, Guli said as if he suddenly remembered something, pointing to the front door and the back of the house. Anyway, you fix up the house inside and out like a country house. Waterproof the roof and plant some flowers. All the roads in front of and behind the houses are also leveled and repaired. Cut down the big trees so that there won't be too many mosquitoes and rats in the summer. As for the place where you keep chickens at home, move them all to the back of the mountain. Lest there be chicken poop everywhere by then. It's annoying to look at. Next, Guli talked about the areas that needed to be fixed and listened to Gu Mingyuan. Finished, the other couldn't help but smile bitterly. According to what you said, this $1 million isn't necessarily enough. Guli also laughed. Dad, that's why I said I'll call you when I run out. You don't want your daughter-in-law and grandchildren to be reluctant to come to the countryside for fun in the future, do you? Alright, what you say is what you say. Don't worry, when you come back in the new year, I promise to let you see a different old home. Hearing this, Gu Mingyuan didn't say anything else. Anyway, someone was paying him, so he just made it work. Now that my son has made a name for himself, it's still okay for him to play a little bit. Of course, he had to make his home look like a villa in order for his future daughter-in-law and grandchildren to come back and visit often. It must have been a mess. Next, it's even more straightforward to pick up a pen and start taking notes, jotting down some important points. There were those who were not clear, and they even directly asked about Guli, asking him to speak more carefully. Guli didn't push back, but instead made it incredibly clear how it was going to be decorated and how it was going to be done. A moment later, Tao Huizhi and Gu Qiu, who came back from washing dishes, also came and talked about it. Gu Qiu wanted a room against the east, so that there would be sun in the morning and it wouldn't be too hot in the afternoon. Tao Huizhi, on the other hand, wants a laundry table to make it easier to do laundry when the time comes. So Guli directly asked his father to seal half of the balcony on the second floor and get a semi-open laundry room. When the time comes to add a washer and dryer, it will be convenient for both the laundry room and drying clothes. The night was silent, and early the next morning, Guli was called up by Gu Qiu. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. He and Gu Qiu went directly to the county to pick up his big sister Gu Crescent and his big sister's husband Lu Kai, as well as his lovely niece Lu Zishu. Gu Crescent is 5 years older than Guli, has been married for 10 years, and keeps a small supermarket in the county. As for his big sister's husband, Lu Kai, he is a truck driver for a big supermarket and goes out for a few days every month. My niece Lu Zishu is almost 8 years old and very cute. The two of them are doing okay, but they're not thinking about having a second child. They're just thinking about raising this baby. It can be said that these three sisters are the only daughters for the time being, and they are loved by the whole family. Everyone treated her like a treasure, especially on Guli's parents' side, simply spoiling that little Nini into naughtiness. Because of this, Tao Huizhi also pushed Guli's marriage matters, and every time he came home before, he said how he still did not find a girlfriend. Because of that big mouth of Gu Qiu, his previous unrequited love for Yue was also known to everyone. Although Gu Mingyuan didn't say anything, he was a bit hateful. You say you've been chasing a girl for 7 years and it hasn't worked out. Every time Guli came back and talked about this, he couldn't help but sigh. But now that it was better, Guli was so productive that it was only a matter of time before he found them a daughter-in-law. Along the way, Gu Qiu also chattered non-stop, even thought my brother transferred $10,000 and had to go to the county to get a new cell phone. In response, Guli directly said, anyway, the money is for you, so you can use it however you want. But what I'm going to tell you is to think about whether it's necessary beforehand. After all, Gu Qiu's phone was just bought last year, and it was indeed a bit of a waste to replace it before it had been used for a year. Hearing this, Gu Qiu thought about it and felt that it was true, so he also dismissed the idea of immediately changing cell phone stores. Then I'll use it for another year, and it's not too late to replace it when I get a job next year and get my first month's pay. That's not bad either. It's got ambition. After half an hour, Guli drove the car to the side of Big Sister's supermarket and found a parking space to stop. Auntie, uncle, you're here. No, the car just parked. Niece Lu Zishu heard the commotion and rushed out. Gu Li directly took out the cuddly bear he bought in Rongqing earlier and handed it over. Ha ha, shoo shoo, come, look at the gift uncle bought you, do you like it? Seeing the one-person high hugging bear, Lu Zishu instantly couldn't take his eyes off it and hurriedly hugged it. Love it. Thanks brother-in-law. Just come and buy something. At this time, big sister Gu Xin also walked out, but after seeing that Mercedes, she couldn't help but sigh. You kid, you finally gotten rich this time. The older sister was curious as to how her brother could afford a Mercedes, but she didn't ask too many questions, except that the smile on her face never stopped. Obviously, Gu Li's changes made her, as a big sister, more than pleased. Sis, happy holidays, I bought you a gift too. You mustn't be polite. You used to take care of me, Gu Li said, directly took out the jewelry box and shoved it hard into the other party's hand. Afterward, Gu Crescent Moon looked at the gold necklace in her hand and refused repeatedly. Brother, this is too expensive. Gu Li, however, simply walked away and fled with Gu Qiu. Sister, Gu Qiu and I went shopping. You hurry up and call your brother-in-law to come over and go back together later. Seeing Gu Li, who had disappeared in a puff of smoke, Gu Crescent Moon had no choice but to put the necklace away. This kid, it really didn't hurt for nothing. After saying this, she also smiled as she remembered how the eldest family acted that godly way every time. I don't know what kind of look my eldest aunt will have when she arrives later. Chapter 32, I'm really not trying to be high profile. In fact, Gu Li really didn't want to be so high profile. I just didn't expect that before he arrived home. His parents' side knew about Gu Li's purchase of the Big G, and then sent out invitations to relatives to come over for a reunion without even informing him. He had thought of driving home first and then getting together on the 4th of July. By the time the house is also repaired, maybe we can even bring Shen Linxi back with us. How dignified that would be. I just didn't realize that my parents were in such a hurry, and all of a sudden, they called out my uncle and great-uncle and others. It was so bad that he went home and said nothing. High profile is as high as it gets, and it's about time for the parents to raise their eyebrows on the side of the great-uncle's family. Anyway, of course, with the eldest uncle, Gu Mingfeng's family, it wasn't a deep hatred, it was mainly on the great-uncle's side, because she was from the city and her family had some money, so naturally she looked down on their poor relatives. The eldest was a complete rake, so naturally the relationship between the two families was much flatter. Of course, there's a connection to grandma's side of the family, she's just a character that resents the poor. So, ever since the oldest son got married, he's been so good to people over there. On the contrary, he was a bit unimpressed with his youngest son, Gu Li's father. It's the opposite of some families. Rather, that's why Gu Li's grandparents, now, didn't live with them, but in a new house on the other side of the mountain. The new house on the other side of the hill was a 4-roomed, small greenhouse that Gu Li's father, together with his eldest uncle, had spent tens of thousands of dollars to repair. It has all the appliances inside, plus grandpa and grandma are still in good health, so they don't need to be taken care of yet. No. Upon hearing the news that their grandson had returned in a luxury car, the two old men came to Gu Li's side in the morning, just after having breakfast. Along the way, the smile on grandpa's side of his face didn't stop when he heard the warm greetings from the village people. On grandma's side, she couldn't help but be surprised after confirming with many people. She really didn't expect that her average-looking grandson would actually buy a luxury car of over $2 million. This is a car that even his oldest son could not afford. Of course, it was no wonder she was surprised. It's really Gu Li's usual behavior that he's an introverted, nonverbal IT guy. When I get home I'm either reading a novel or swiping through a video, and I don't play cards with other people, making me downright out of touch. In addition, I have been studying outside since junior high school, and I don't have two familiar companions in the village, resulting in little presents whenever I go home. Even some of the elders, when they see it, can't name it. It's just a bit humiliating, coupled with the fact that there was nothing to show for her work, naturally in her eyes that was ordinary and normal. It was nowhere near as glamorous as when the oldest son had gone out to work some years earlier and then gone to the city as a contractor, and was now worth at least a few hundred or $10 million. At this time, Gu Li and Gu Qiu hadn't come back yet, so the two old men were sitting at the door, helping to pick vegetables and get things. This was in Tao Huizhi's eyes, but she couldn't help but shake her head and mutter to Gu Mingyuan in a low voice. How many years has it been and mom is still like this? I'm surprised she didn't go out to play cards this time and wait for dinner before we yell at her. TSK. Shoo, you keep your voice down. Gu Mingyuan of course knew the meaning of his wife's words, and immediately instructed her to keep her voice down so that the grandmother wouldn't hear her. If this is heard, maybe with her spitfire personality, she mustn't talk for half a day. After all, the grandmother's mouth was notorious in the village, and she couldn't argue. She's a bit of a snob. but you can't really reason with her. After all, sometimes people are unreasonable. Plus it's a grandmother, which inherently wins out. With that, the grandmother was home for an unprecedented 2 hours before Guli returned with her big sister, her husband, and others in tow. We all got out of the car together and subsequently carried in all the things we had bought. On Guli's side, he also saw his grandparents and then shouted, "Grandpa, Grandma, Happy Dragon Boat Festival." At this time, he would not be able to take anything from his grandmother. After all, it was his own grandmother not. It was only right for him to be generous as a grandson. Of course, it's not overly enthusiastic. After all, it's human nature. Guli, this is the car you bought? Grandma looked at the brand new Mercedes-Benz Big G and couldn't help but run her hands over it, and it felt smooth. Next to him, Lu Kai couldn't help but say, "Grandma, this is indeed a Mercedes-Benz, or one of the high-end models. With the full payment, it costs more than $2 million. To be honest, as a big truck driver, he was also very envious of the car. I can't wait to get up there and drive it myself, but thinking about such an expensive car, it wouldn't be good if I scratched it a little." Grandma didn't know what was so expensive about the car, but she couldn't help but smack her lips when she heard that it was over $2 million. Turning her head to look at Guli who had already walked in, she still couldn't help but smile. This kid, he's really come out on top. It goes without saying that she is very happy that her own grandson is making a difference. Just then, two cars drove by again outside the depression, catching her attention. Lu Kai twisted his head and realized that it was Guli's uncle and great-uncle's family, who had actually arrived together. Hearing the sound, Gu Mingyuan, Guli, and the others, also walked out. On his uncle Tao Qing's side, the relationship was not bad, and his aunt and uncle as well as his cousin and cousin came. As for the eldest uncle's side, eldest uncle Gu Mingfeng, eldest aunt Guan Haiwa, cousin Gu Zitao, cousin Gu Ziqing, the family also came with great honor. Before that, the great uncle and the cousin, they didn't always come. Seeing that the other party not only came, but also brought a lot of things, Gu Chou couldn't help but spit on Guli's side. "Brother, look, sure enough, this time is different from all the others. You, say less later, keep this mouth shut for a while, and don't keep your mouth shut." Hearing this, Guli couldn't help but scratch the other party's nose in reminder. The Guli family certainly had an understanding of the great-uncle's very snobbish character, but usually there were no major conflicts. That's not even mentioning anything to the extent of tit-for-tat and going to war. Normally, they look like they look down on each other, but if something really comes up, the other party should still not refuse. Guli, who was together before, felt that people looked down on their family, and he was too lazy to go to his eldest uncle's house. As a result, since working, he and his sister have been too lazy to go to every New Year's Eve, preferring to stay at home and swipe their cell phones rather than go to the city to pay their respects. After all, if you go over there, you're not as comfortable as you are in your own home. Because of the 200 family conditions, Cousin Gu Zito and Cousin Gu Ziqing always had nice clothes and fun toys. Not even in middle school yet and you have smart devices like cell phones. And what about him and his sister, both of whom were in college before they acquired actual cell phones? In the old days, it was a kid's watch in middle school and a used one from my parents in high school, which was laughed at by my classmates when I brought it to school. Gu Mingfeng, Guan Haiwa and the others, before they even got out of the car, saw the Mercedes-Benz Big G parked on the side of the road. After getting out of the car, it was even more difficult to resist looking around. Looking at the model over there, Gu Mingfeng couldn't help but exclaim at once, "It's really a Big G, or a high-end version. This kid, he's really gotten rich." When Guan Haiwa heard this, she immediately couldn't help but ask, "Old Gu, how many thousands of dollars does this car cost?" "Mom, this is the G500 model." Guli picked the highest grade. The full interior inside adds up to at least $2 million. At this time, Gu Zitao, who had circled around, also couldn't help but look at the information on top of his cell phone and speak up. Hearing this, Guan Haiwa couldn't help but exclaim, "This Guli, how come he has so much money again?" At this moment, Gu Ziqing, who was very close to Gu Qiu, hurriedly said, "I heard that my brother has been taking on projects and speculating in stocks and coins and stuff. I heard that he made a few $1,000,000 at once. I don't know the specifics." At those words, Guan Haiwa also couldn't help but smack her lips. When did that kid become so powerful? After being mediocre for a couple years before? This is such a big deal. Since he could afford such a luxury car, wouldn't that mean that the other party's wealth was at least in the tens of millions? Her husband has been a contractor for more than 20 years, and he is only worth $10 to $20 million. In an average year, it's just over $1 million, and on Guli's side, it's only been 2 or 3 years of light With this thought, she looked towards Gu Li, who was not far away and couldn't help but sigh in her heart, and really look away. Chapter 33, I had to set you up. I have to say, it's a different feeling when you're rich. Even the attitude of your relatives towards you has changed quite a bit. Although it seemed as if the eldest uncle's family hadn't intentionally changed anything, Gu Li could still feel the subtle differences. Luckily, he was also a generous person, and there was no big conflict of money not borrowing like in the novels. And the lunch afterward was naturally a happy one, especially on Gu Mingyuan's side. He had 2 more drinks than even before. The smile on his face didn't stop during that time, and he even glanced over to Gu Li's side from time to time, his eyes full of relief. This family gathering also called all the relatives of Gu Li's large family. It's only 2 tables full. Gu Li, Gu Mingyuan, Gu Mingfeng, Tao Cheng, Lu Kai, Grandpa, Gu Zitao, and other drinkers were naturally at a table. The rest of the grandmothers, Tao Huizhi, cousins, Gu Zicheng, Gu Chou, Gu Crescent Moon, and others, at another table, were also very lively. Of course, the one who received the most attention was naturally Lu Zishu, the little one. After all, she was the only person in the next generation. But we all know that it won't be 10 years before the table is filled with little ones. Cousin Gu Zitao was more than a year older than Gu Li and now had a girlfriend. If things go well, marriage is just a year or 2 behind. As for Gu Zicheng's side, it makes everyone very anxious, which looks to be 26 actually still do not have a boyfriend. My sister, Gu Chou, hasn't graduated yet, so I guess it's still a few years away. As for the cousin's side, one in college and one in high school, there's no need to rush. In addition to this, the neighboring third master also came with the third lady, but their sons and daughters were out of town and not in the village. There are 3 grandchildren, but they are also out of town. Subsequently, as this wine was being drunk, the eldest uncle's side was counting down Gu Zicheng. Xingqing, when are you going to bring a boyfriend back? Look at you. You're already 26. If you don't hurry up you'll be a leftover woman. As soon as she heard this, Gu Zicheng, who was next to her, said in a bad mood, Dad, I'm only 26. Look at brother, he's already 27. Why don't you rush him? Gu Li was speechless, eating his food and drinking his wine, and all of a sudden, he suffered an undeserved disaster. Looking at Gu Zicheng's smug expression, Gu Li instantly laughed, then provoked, Xingqing, I'm getting close here too. When the new year rolls around, I promise to bring a girlfriend back. Why don't we make a bet? Upon hearing this, Gu Zicheng was instantly curious. Brother, what kind of bet? Gu Li hemmed and hawed. Let's just bet on whether or not we can bring a date home for New Year's Eve by then. If we both bring them home, or neither of us brings them home, it's a draw. If whoever didn't bring one, they lose. How about it? Yeah, whoever loses is a puppy. Gu Zicheng thought about it and was still very confident in herself, so she immediately nodded her head in agreement. Gu Li also laughed when he heard this. What a puppy. This is really childish. However, that was not what he was betting on, and said at once, Tell you what, if I lose, I'll give you one of the latest cell phones. However, if you lose, when I get married, be my maid of honor. How about that? Gu Zicheng heard this, but suddenly thought of something and immediately asked, Brother, you don't have a girlfriend already, do you? You've already started choosing. It seems like you've got it all figured out. Gu Li hemmed and hawed. You don't have to worry about that. Anyway, okay? Good. Promise, even if I win, I'll be your maid of honor as long as I'm not married. Gu Zicheng didn't even think about it and directly agreed. Winning or losing wouldn't do her any harm anyway. Good. It's settled. Upon hearing this, Gu Li immediately nodded as well, thinking that this cousin was still good. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they saw that the two had completed their bet. But more than that, Gu Zicheng's question just now was also everyone's question, and Tao Huizhi's side over here asked about it. Gu Li had to say, this has a target for the time being, and has just been recognized. It's just a matter of seeing if we can catch up. Hearing this, everyone became curious and asked about each other. This is not convenient to disclose for now, but what can be said is that an absolutely great beauty. Gu Li still sold out, not ready to tell Shen Linxi's situation, and said it later when he caught up. After all, Gu Chou, a big mouth, might have revealed it in 2 days. He made a bet with Gu Zicheng at this time, but also to make Tao Huizhi stop, so that she wouldn't go and find him any blind dates. When people heard that it was a great beauty, they couldn't help but be curious and wanted to see the pictures, but Gu Li just wouldn't do it, leaving everyone really helpless. Looking at Gu Li, who had become the center of everyone's attention, Gu Zitao, who was sipping mulled wine next to him, was instantly a bit dumbfounded, thinking that his younger brother had really changed. The formerly stuffy bottle seems much more cheerful and talkative. Unable to help himself, he directly picked up a glass of wine and slammed it down, directly choking. The wine went down my throat and was spicy as hell, but the flavor was certainly strong enough. In the afternoon, when the adults went to bed after drinking too much, a few young men from Guli went to the pond to fish and enjoyed themselves. During that time, that Hulin guy actually sent a message asking Guli what he was doing. Guli directly sent the photo over and said, "I'm fishing in my hometown. What are you doing? Hey, it's too boring. Today's family gathering is to go to a restaurant to eat a meal. Then the elders drink tea and play cards. I'm all alone with nothing to do. I don't know what to do. No. I found a cafe and juggled my cell phone until it ran out of battery. You're still having fun back home and fishing." NV. JPG. Guri thought about it and replied, "The countryside is really more fun. Fishing, hiking, and even going to work on the farm were all great fun, especially when I was a child. I could go to the fields to fence the ditches and then splash water to catch fish. In winter, you could also go digging for loaches and eels in the rice paddies and have fun everywhere. It's also true that the air is better in the mountains. It's a pity. I wanted to go on a trip, but CC side actually has to work overtime for the holidays. It's really, I don't know how to say it." Seeing this, Guli was also a bit speechless. Can this Shen Linxi not be so desperate? This big holiday actually work overtime in the company. Oops. Still really a workaholic. But think about it, after all, everyone has their own choices. If the other party wasn't a strong woman, she probably wouldn't have been able to make him so interesting based on her beauty alone. Only, having beauty as well as talent can make someone so attractive. Haha, that friend of yours is really dedicated. Admire. JPG. Since Hulin took the initiative to bring up Shen Linxi, Guli naturally continued this conversation. And by the way, see if you can also inquire about some unknown information, such as habits, what kind of food you like, hobbies, and whatnot. Yeah, it's like a workaholic. Then you have to persuade her to do so. It's best to combine work and rest. There's really no point in this life when you're so focused on work. Career must be, life must also be, in order to live up to the years. Egu, you guys, you can know this talking sense, but also a set of things. You guys really should get to know each other. You persuade her properly, then forget it. You can't be persuaded by your best friend. I don't think I can. Hulin, on the other end of the phone, saw Guli's words and fell into deep thought. I'll go. Could it be that this guy really doesn't mean anything to Creek? I can't believe she's still indifferent after all this. Gee, couldn't it be that he's a straight man of steel? No, the more this happens, the more I have to set you up. Hulin, still don't believe it. This Guli guy really isn't a willow. Looking at her cell phone, Hulin thought with certainty. Chapter 34, Everything's looking up. Guli's side didn't know what Hulin was thinking, and if he did, he would probably laugh non-stop. After all, that was the effect he was hoping for. Several people fished and fooled around until 5 p.m. and then went home for dinner. At the dinner table, the eldest uncle Gu Mingfeng also knew about Guli's need to repair the house and the road, and immediately proposed that he could help. On her side, great uncle Guan Haiwa actually suggested it enthusiastically. Right, Guli, your eldest uncle has worked on construction sites before and knows quite a few people in the county. Let him help you find a foreman, and he'll definitely get the quality right for you. Okay, then, thank you, great uncle and great uncle. Guli readily accepted the olive branch thrown out by the other party. And it's also good to have an experienced foreman who can achieve exactly what he wants. As for Gu Mingyuan's side, he only needed to be in charge of finances, food and overseeing the quality of repairs. When Guan Haiwa heard Guli agree, she was immediately very happy, and her words became more and more polite. Family, don't say 2 words. You don't want to be polite to us or anything, do you? After saying this, and looking over to his son and daughter's side, you too, in the future, you should learn more from Guli. You know, at such a young age, you've achieved so much. In the future, is absolutely limitless. Got it, Mom. When Gu Zitao heard this, he was immediately a bit speechless in his heart, but on his face, he still said respectfully, he really didn't expect that this was really a change of time. This status reversal was a bit fast. Before even reacting, this brother of his was actually being rubbed on the ground by Guli. It's only been 3 years since he graduated, and Guli has earned millions of dollars. So he really can't compare. Sometimes people can't really be compared. If you compare them, the gap can call for despair and a complete loss of motivation to work hard. At this time, Gu Zitao only wished to take his girlfriend earlier and get married sooner. In that case, he has a beautiful wife in the system and might be able to get some FaceTime back. After dinner, all but my oldest sister's family drove home. But the fact that Guli had taken out millions to build the road in front of his house into a concrete road and then completely renovate the 3-story house also quickly spread throughout the village. Many people have exclaimed, "This is still really big." First there was the $2 million Mercedes Big G luxury car, and now he's taking out millions to fix his house without blinking an eye. It was still shocking enough for this ordinary little mountain village. After all, in the village, except for his eldest uncle Gu Mingfeng, who went out to work in his early years and then successfully found a good wife. Outside of being a contractor and making big money, I haven't really heard of anyone's family making more. Now the Gu family has not only produced Gu Mingfeng, but the younger generation has also produced Gu Li. And there are really people who say that Gu Li's family has good feng shui. And so it was. And there was a bit of a steady stream of people coming to the house for the next 2 days. It was nothing more than coming to get close and ask for information to see if they could find out why Gu Li was getting rich. But after hearing that Gu Li was all in the stock market, speculating in coins, taking on projects outside, and whatnot, they were a bit helpless. They can't get into all this technical stuff. Then I heard that Gu Li had bought stocks before and lost old money, so he could only hold them and wait for them to appreciate in value. Much of it was also luck that the company that owned that stock got bought out and that stock and stuff just skyrocketed up and made him a profit. People are more than a little freaked out, thinking that they can't even play with any of this stuff yet. It's too risky. Now, the village people had nothing but envy for Gu Li. Of course, all of this was put out by Gu Li, half-truths and half-falsehoods to dispel some of the unrealistic ideas people had. This has proven to be a very good strategy. There was also the fact that there was a target mentioned before, so Tao Huiji's side directly said that Gu Li already had a girlfriend. It also put off a lot of people who wanted to introduce him to their girlfriends, allowing him to clear his head for a while the next 2 days. Gu Mingfeng's side was still moving quickly. On the last day of the Dragon Boat Festival, June 5th, he brought a master over. After inquiring in detail about Guri's ideas, it was finally decided that construction would begin on June 6th, in an effort to get the road repaired while it was still in the month. To this, Gu Li was of course fine with it. After watching everything get on track and moving in a good direction, Gu Li then returned to Rongqing with Gu Qiu. When I went back, according to my sister's intention, I also took Yang Yixia back by the way. On the other hand, this time, the enthusiasm on his face was greatly reduced, and he didn't even say a few words on the way. Obviously a little pissed off because Gu Li didn't go to the county to play with her for 3 days of the festival. After all, as a beautiful woman, she was quite confident in her looks. But she had miscalculated this time, and Gu Qiu knew that her brother had a goal, so naturally she wouldn't be setting anything up. If others didn't care, Gu Li didn't bother to say anything. Just after arriving in Rongqing, he directly put the other party at the subway entrance on the grounds that he had something to do. Standing at the subway entrance, watching Gu Li sail away, simply no manners at all. Yang Yixia was simply furious. Not just a little stinking money. Humph. Stomping her foot hard before she walked into the subway entrance with indignation. Of all this, Gu Li naturally knew nothing, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care about anything. After all, from now on, it's not expected to cross paths again, so why care? As soon as she returned home, Gu Li realized that the number of accumulated seconds of money was rubbing up, proving that Shen Linxi was at home at the moment. He also couldn't help but sigh up. Really a career woman. This is really dedicated. There are good and bad things about marrying such a woman. The upside was that the satisfaction of watching a goddess who was usually in a high, cold place submit to herself must be very exciting. The downside is that such women are generally very strong and have always spoken their minds in life. Time quickly arrived at work, and Gu Li had just entered the company when he started asking about the project progress of the optimization of the Tendon cloud system. Xiang Qiwen, is the demo system tested? Xiang Qiwen nodded. Director, it was all set up last week. We also worked overtime to debug it during the 3 days of vacation, so there's no problem at all. Upon hearing this, Gu Li nodded. That's good. Then, cooperate with the Ministry of Commerce on your side and start submitting bidding proposals. I'll take another look at the system on my side to see if there are any loopholes. Okay, Superintendent. After Xiang Qiwen retreated, Gu Li opened the demo system and began to operate it. He was also using some unconventional means this time to test the performance of the system to see if it could meet expectations. Also look at what the highest threshold is and also demonstrate it with the client when the time comes. After a morning of testing, Gu Li was still very satisfied with the remodeling. Whether it's the core features, or interface optimization, it's done a great job of improving, and it's refreshing to see. At the same time, it also gives the entire Somersault cloud system a huge performance boost. After the optimization of his core algorithms and processes, the entire business can be shortened by at least 1/3 of the flow time, allowing for a significant increase in efficiency. Such results can definitely make the Haiton logistics side of the world shine. Not bad. Success or failure depends on Friday's bidding session. Chapter 35, Why is this guy here? In the following days, both Gu Li and Shen Linxi had been busy with the bidding and coincidentally chose to work overtime. The situation, however, is a little different. Shen Linxi is taking the initiative to work overtime and won't get off work until 10 o'clock every day. Gu Li, on the other hand, was passively working overtime, having to accompany Shen Linxi because he was thinking about accumulating money seconds. Of course, it was still a very substantial daily income, and it made him very excited. After all, an 8,000 plus daily income is enough to make many people prefer to leave work at 10 o'clock every day without complaining half a dozen times. The two of them had also encountered each other twice on the road during this period, making Shen Linxi particularly curious about this guy wearing a helmet and riding a bicycle. What kind of person rides a bike with a helmet on, anyway? And the other person lived, it seemed, in her neighborhood, which left her rather speechless. I wish I could lift the other guy's helmet and get a good look at this guy, what he really is, but as a more reserved woman, she wouldn't do something out of the ordinary like this, so Shen Linxi could only hold this curiosity in her heart. As a result, every time she encountered this Gu Li fellow, she was a bit depressed. This also led to her driving faster and faster, soon leaving Gu Li behind and only eating dust. And Gu Li was a bit teary-eyed as he watched Shen Linxi drive faster and faster day by day. Holy shit, this bitch is on fire. She's driving faster every day. On Thursday night, looking at Clover, who had once again disappeared into the night, Gu Li couldn't help but shake his head. Could it be that the success on the Somersault Cloud project had stimulated Shen Linxi? That's why I was in a bad mood and was bent on driving fast. That's it now. So when the bidding session is over tomorrow, it's not going to be a crying shame. While waiting for the stoplight, Gu Li couldn't help but look forward to it while thinking about the upcoming bidding meeting tomorrow. This could be considered his first official meeting with Shen Linxi, and there was no telling what kind of intense sparks would come out. Time is quickly approaching June 10th. Gu Li came to the company early in the morning and gave everyone a direct pep talk. Good morning everyone. Today is the day that will see us succeed for a few months, and it is important to get in the spirit and show our somersaults. He then went straight to the good news that as long as the project is successful, I'll treat everyone to dinner in the evening, but the cost will of course be reimbursed by the company. In addition, next Monday and Tuesday, everyone who wants to rest can transfer 2 days off. With the weekend, that's 4 days, so get some rest at home then. I know that some people worked 3 days of overtime last week for the holidays. For that, both the department and the company are very grateful. Again, on behalf of the department and the company, I'd like to say thank you. Hearing such humane words, the people present immediately clapped their hands, and their confidence instantly became even greater. After all, over this period of time, everyone had deeply realized what level the new director Gu really was. It could be said that it was more than one level more powerful than even Superintendent Wang Tai, who was nearly 40 years old. No matter how difficult the problem was, there was nothing that couldn't be solved when it came to Gu Li. At the beginning, there were a few older employees, who did not take him seriously because of their technical bull and seniority. But after that, he was repaired twice by Gu Li and became directly honest. What used to be a problem with no one in sight and procrastination in writing code disappeared in a flash. Along with that, the whole technical department is also more energetic, and the progress of this project has been improved at once. After only half a month, Gu Li had conquered these hundreds of people, which could be said to be nothing short of a miracle. In this way, he, a young executive, was also known throughout the company. Even the girls in personnel and administration have taken a lot of interest in him. When you meet them outside every day, they are simply the object of attention, making a bunch of other single dogs envious. Gu Li has a target, Shen Linxi. Naturally he can't look at these warblers in the company. This caused many girls to be very disappointed as well, and they all wondered if Gu Li, the handsome little man, didn't like women anymore. That's it. 10 a.m. Gu Li brought a few of his men in charge of technology, which included Xiang Qiwen and others, and Mr. Su, who was in charge of business negotiations, and his party to the park of Haiton Logistics. As one of the premier logistics companies in China, Haiton Logistics has a large campus in the suburbs. Therefore, the office building of the Southwest headquarters is also placed on this side, and this time, the ones who entered the final evaluation of the bidding meeting were Cinnabar Wisdom and Somersault Cloud Technology. It can be said that today's results, directly related to the direct ownership of this nearly 200 million project. Who can take that the second half of the day to be much better? Today's Gu Li, naturally, was dressed in a suit, and coupled with his handsome appearance, he simply made people look sideways. Although he didn't wear a tie like Mr. Su, The decent-fitting shirt combined with the well-proportioned and straight body made people feel stunning when they looked at him. On the Haiton logistics side, there is an evaluation team with dozens of people. In addition to the general manager of the southwest side of the company, there is also a director from the Pengcheng headquarters, as well as financial, legal and other related personnel. In addition to this, there are also notaries from the notary public's office. For a while, the entire headquarters building was filled with people, and the large conference room that could accommodate 300 people was even more lively. At the round table in the center, Guli, Mr. Su and others were seated one by one, and on the other side of them was clearly the seat of Tatsuan Jichuang. Among them, Shen Linxi's nameplate was listed, and it was still written with the title of vice president. After waiting less than a few minutes, the conference room hooted and hollered as more than a dozen people came in again. Guli twisted his head to look, and sure enough, he saw Shen Linxi walking in front of him, her tall figure practically unobstructed. It had to be said that with Shen Linxi's beauty, this appearance directly stole the limelight from Guli's previous appearance. In an instant, countless gazes went to her side. Guli even saw that a few of the company's employees couldn't even help but gulp. At that moment, he also smiled in his heart. The charm of a young lady is really powerful. Shen Linxi, at this time, was walking together with the leader over there, and then just walked in with a stare. She looked unbelievably at the Guli in front of her, and her heart set off a huge wave. What's this guy doing here? The people next to her seemed to feel her gaze as well, and at the same time, they looked towards Guli. On Guli's side, he also looked over with interest, a hint of admiration on his face, followed by a slight nod. Old Lin, who is that guy? Shen Linxi suppressed the shock in his heart and then asked curiously towards the side. When Lin Huaqing took a look, he immediately said, Mr. Shen, the other party is what I told you before. A mysterious technical bull that Somersault Cloud dug up. I didn't expect it to be so young. What? This Guli guy is the big tech guy of whatever. Getting this news, Shen Linxi's head didn't turn around for a while, and there was an incredible hint of bad premonition in his heart. Chapter 36. This is a real adversary. With the arrival of Chen Huanjichuang, together with the arrival of the personnel from the Haiton logistics side, the entire bidding conference officially began. The person in charge there first came to an opening statement, and finally a vice president of the headquarters over the speech, and finally began the formal bidding process. So, first of all, let's have the Cinnabar wisdom side. Make your bid presentation. As soon as the words fell, the conference room resounded with warm applause, and then everyone's eyes turned towards Shen Linxi. All present know that Shen Linxi is the person who is really responsible for the whole project technology at Shenhuan Jichuang, and the PPT is naturally spoken by her. Today's young lady has a white blouse on top and loose wide-legged pants on the bottom, with 5 centimeters high heels on her feet, completely dressed as a workplace beauty. At the same time, the slender figure is on display, and a competent short hair looks fresh and colorful. Looking at Shen Linxi, who walked forward in style, and the confident smile on her face, Guli couldn't help but look a little dumbfounded. Sure enough, a woman like that is more challenging to conquer. Thank you, leaders, for taking time out of your busy schedules to listen to a whole set of solutions given by us. Tatsuo Wisdom. Then, today, I will expound on. As the voice that sounded like a lark's, Shen Linxi's melodious explanation suddenly echoed in the conference room. Guli and the others, too, listened intently, and the person on Haiton Logistics' side even nodded slightly from time to time. Apparently, Shen Linxi's system, too, does fulfill their needs. However, in all things there is fear of comparison. Guli knew that if that was all there was to it, then the Somersault Cloud system was, in this round, bound to win. Of course, our system is not just about that either. We have made a series of optimizations on our side to address some of the pain points in the logistics industry. For example, regarding the accuracy of the path analysis and the fact that a part of the process was optimized to reduce the business flow time, Shen Linxi continued to explain and began to show some of the advantages of the system, as well as some of the improvements and optimizations made for the Haiton project. This aspect is also agreed by the Haiton side. After all, every industry has its particularities. Secondary development of the software is also necessary. As for the rest, we will continue to optimize. It wasn't until half an hour later that Shen Linxi's explanation came to an end, and then it was time for questions. For a while, the scene was just buzzing. On Haiton's side, in addition to the members of the evaluation team, there are also many project managers from the front line, senior engineers and so on. They know some of the pain points in the actual business and naturally mention them at this point. Shen Linxi was really worthy of being a business expert, answering all the questions raised by everyone and drawing huge applause. Seeing this moment, Guli couldn't help but nod his head. Shen Linxi is really powerful, really deserves to be a strong woman. even for some difficult problems, can quickly give a solution, not to fall into passive. This reflexes are nothing short of deserved. For a while, the other party's elegance also captivated Gu Li. Perhaps when she was before, Gu Li's favorable impression of her was mainly due to her super high face and body, plus the system. At the moment, however, he was kind of really taking a liking to the other man. It's really quite nice to have a girl like that. The only downside, perhaps, is the heavy career line. If this is really together in the future, then the two of them will definitely cause quite a few disagreements and even fights over this. For this, Gu Li was prepared. After all, a relationship between two people is all about bonding and eventually reaching a balance before it works. Shen Linxi, who was on stage, was also always paying attention to Gu Li's side. When she saw the guy's gaze, which was always on her, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of joy in her heart as well. The other person had shown such disdain for her in their previous meeting. In fact, Shen Linxi was still a bit upset. Now that he saw that he, too, could get this guy's attention so much, his heart was slightly balanced that much. And when Shen Linxi finished her explanation and walked back to her seat amidst the applause, she even gave Gu Li a slight smile. That seems to mean, it's up to you to perform next. In response to such an inadvertent provocation, Gu Li immediately reported a smile, and did not lose the slightest bit of momentum. So, next up, we have Tendon Tech on stage. With the host's voice, the gazes in the room instantly landed on Gu Li's side. Gu Li instantly smiled faintly at everyone, and with a calm and steady pace, he stepped into the spotlight. Ladies and gentlemen, and everyone at Haitong, what I have brought with me today is the latest version of the somersault cloud system. Our system, after many optimizations and improvements, is now an intelligent system. In the logistics industry, what restricts our efficiency is cost as well as failure. And if we can optimize through the coordination of software, then it is bound to greatly achieve the results of cost reduction and efficiency. Based on the above industry status quo, our somersault cloud system, which has been systematically optimized, has more than doubled the overall efficiency. When Gu Li explained this, it instantly caused those present to move. You know, it's virtually impossible to achieve a doubling of efficiency with such a mature system. However, Gu Li directly raised it, so it proved that they must have certainty. Seeing these advantages of the other party, Shen Linxi under the stage immediately felt a tightening in his heart, and his bad premonition grew stronger. She was also aware of the somersault cloud system, so she naturally knew how difficult it was. If the other party really did this in this short period of less than a month, then today's bidding, Tatsuo Huan Jichuan will definitely lose, and she, Shen Linxi, will also experience the biggest failure after starting her own business and entering Xinhuan Jichuan. You know, this is not a project of $1 or $2 million, plus hardware renovation and so on. This project of Haitong Logistics is close to 200 million. There aren't many projects like this in the software industry in a year's time. But with Gu Li's explanation and the demonstration system, everyone really realized somersault technologies still really coming up with something different. And that's when everyone learned. This major change was accomplished in less than a month by the young man in front of me. Such strength immediately shocked the crowd present. Young and strong and a real talent. Shen Linxi sighed. At this time his heart has reached the bottom. Looking at the eloquent Gu Li, as well as the gaze that inadvertently swept towards her, she instantly understood in her heart. It's a real rivalry. If Gu Li continues to be in the sinews, then Sinu's technology will see even more rapid growth. It is estimated that it won't take more than a year or two to surpass the old Xinhuan Jichuan and become the new leading software company in southwest China. At this moment, Shen Linxi's gaze towards Gu Li was finally different. And at the same moment, Gu Li's side had already finished his explanation and then looked at Shen Linxi. For a moment, the two men's gazes collided. Sparks were flying. Chapter 37, An angry woman is also quite pretty. It was only a glance, but Gu Li still knew the meaning in Shen Linxi's eyes. How could it be you? Obviously. For such an encounter on such an occasion, it still surprised the other very much. And with Gu Li's explanation, Shen Linxi's original heart that has 80% chance of winning the balance, also began to slowly tilt. She already had an ominous premonition in her heart that this bidding was won by the Tendon Cloud technology represented by Gu Li. Gu Li's side, of course, could not be suppressed in terms of momentum, and at that moment, he also smiled gently and nodded his head in a slight gesture. Why can't it be me? The implication is, why can't it be him? He's good too, okay? Otherwise, how did you get your own millions and millions of G's? After looking at each other, Shen Linxi also had a stare in his eyes, and in his heart, he began to think about the next countermeasures. After all, if you lose this big project, then you have to find the rest of the projects to pick up the slack. Otherwise the situation on the company's side can be a bit bad. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look over towards the company's president, Mr. Wang, who was next to her. At this time, Mr. Wang, his face was also slightly grave, apparently a little surprised by the unexpected rise of the somersault clouds. He hadn't worried too much about the previous time when Somersault Cloud had unexpectedly made it to the final part of the bidding. After all, with the strengthened brand of their Chen Huanji Chuang, there is still a great chance to take this project. What I just didn't expect was for the other side to make such a big breakthrough in the system. It's almost as if it came later and backfired on them. So it seems that the company is really outclassed when it comes to technology. Subsequently, it also saw Gu Li's wonderful performance, and even raised a lot of curiosity about him as well. Truly, Gu Li was too young. At such an age, it's rare to be able to do such a technical program and become the technical director of Tendon. If the other party helped Somersault Cloud realize the leap in technology, it would really be a competitor that could not be ignored for them. Chen Huanji Chuang. Thinking of this, he also looked at Shen Linxi and whispered, "The situation is not optimistic." "Yeah, I didn't realize that the opposing system had such a big boost." Shen Linxi also sighed, his tone thick with resignation. The two men looked at each other, and in their hearts, they were both worried about the outcome of the bidding in the afternoon. On the other hand, this side of the Somersault Cloud was a different story. Just as Gu Li came down, Mr. Su smiled and congratulated. "Congratulations, very good speech. It seems that we have a good chance of succeeding in the bidding. If the Haitong side isn't stupid, they should choose us." Gu Li also nodded. "After all, we have an advantage in technology, and we also have an advantage in the offer. The biggest advantage on the side of Chen Huanji Chuang is that the system is stable and strong, plus the brand name is a bit louder. Right, if the bid is successful this time, you can take the first credit." Thinking about the twists and turns of this bidding, Mr. Su is also sighing. After all, it took a personal pull on the boss's side to get them into the final part of the bidding. Originally there was only this 30 to 40% chance, but I didn't expect such a big shift to happen all of a sudden. It's really an unexpected blessing. Unable to help it, he looked at Gu Li next to him, the importance in his heart rising even higher. After thinking for a moment, he directly said towards Gu Li, "Don't worry, I've already applied to the boss on my side to give your technical department a bonus, in recognition of your hard work night and day to take down this big project." Hearing this, Gu Li was also very happy. "Then I'll take a bunch of my men and thank you, boss." He also knew that this was a favor from above to keep him well in the somersaults. However, it was what he deserved, so naturally he wouldn't refuse anything. But promises and all that, he wasn't going to make any flags for himself. Next, the bidding session went into a break, and the results were not due until the afternoon. On the Haiton logistics side, a rich buffet was provided for everyone, and after eating, you could go to the rest area to rest and wait for the final results in the afternoon. Gu Li and Shen Linxi didn't have a chance to communicate because of the company's co-workers being there. On the contrary, it was Su Wei's side that sent a message to Gu Li, asked what the hell was going on and how he had become the technical director of the somersaults. On Gu Li's side, she didn't explain too much, just say we'll get together this weekend and talk more about it then. Sure enough, at 2 p.m., the Haitong side announced the final result, and Tendon Cloud Technology was awarded the project. "Congratulations Mr. Su, and this director Gu. You did give us a great surprise this time." Facing the other party's enthusiasm, Gu Li smiled and said, "Wherever, in the future, we still need the support from Haitong's side in order to complete this project successfully." "Ha ha, that's for sure. Happy cooperation. Have fun working together." While watching the two sides being happy, the people on the side of Chen Huanji Chuang had a look of disappointment on their faces. Needless to say, the failure to bid on such a major project really gave them a head start. Shen Linxi in particular, even if she was a strong woman with a strong character, she would easily not show the slightest bit of emotionalism. At the moment the heart is also a little depressed. Really this blow is still a little big. After all, since she graduated, she has made tens of millions of dollars in business. Coupled with a series of successes after entering Tatsuo Huanji Chuang, she had long since gained enough confidence and pride in herself. This time, however, it was a hard fall for her, and it was simply fresh in her mind. Looking at the eloquent Gu Li over there, Shen Linxi was also a bit angry. What's the big deal? But in such a case, she could only say it in her heart, and on her face. Of course, she had a cold look on her face, but it was still more than a touch frosty compared to when I arrived in the morning. "Mr. Su, and this director Gu, congratulations." When he was leaving, Shen Linxi still pretended to be calm and came over to congratulate him in person. Hearing this, Gu Li immediately turned around, sized up Shen Linxi, and also smiled. "You're welcome, Mr. Shen." I've long heard that there's a very powerful woman in Chen Huanjichuang, and it's really worth the trip to see her today. At that, Shen Linxi was also quite surprised in his heart, thinking that this guy is still pretending to be quite like. Immediately, he smiled and nodded, politely saying, "Ha ha, Director Gu is polite. In that case, we'll see you later and look forward to our next meeting." Hearing this, Guli, who still couldn't hear the slightest hint of dissatisfaction within, immediately responded, "That's for sure. Since we're all in the same industry, we might be able to work together in the future. Ha ha, I also hope to have the opportunity to work with Director Gu. Bye. Cooperate your ass off." Shen Linxi muttered in his heart, but on his face, he smiled and nodded, but the corners of his mouth were slightly curved, and he really couldn't see anything without being careful. Watching his bound girlfriend step on her high heels and walk out of the conference room, still cold, Guli also nodded secretly. It was worthy of being the woman he had his eye on. Having suffered such a big blow, there was actually no emotion on her face at all. If it weren't for the slight curl of her mouth, he wouldn't have been able to detect the hidden displeasure. However, a somewhat angry Shen Linxi was another flavor. I have to say, angry women are pretty good looking, too. And just then, the familiar voice suddenly came to his mind. Congratulations to the host, and Shen Linxi formally met in life and work, aroused each other's curiosity and shock. The relationship was able to break through, and gained the chance of lucky draw once. May I ask if the raffle is now open? Chapter 38 is simply not like Witch Shen's style. In the car, Shen Linxi was still as icy as usual, but her heart was not as calm as her appearance. She didn't realize that after a few chance encounters, she and Guli had actually become rivals at this moment, and on top of that big program, she was actually beaten by her opponent. It was just a little hard for her to accept. The excellence and confidence she had always had made her really unwilling to just accept the result of her failure. But after thinking about it, there was nothing she could do. After all, the Haiton logistics side would not change the bidding results because of her thoughts. Hey, this is really kind of a marvelous encounter. A tense sigh showed how tangled Shen Linxi's heart was at this time. That stinky man, he really doesn't give any face at all. When she thought of the ghoulie who had drunkenly accosted her that night of 520, she also had trouble connecting with the image of the business elite today. Is this really a person? Unable to help it, she also became more and more curious about Guli. That guy, how on earth did he learn to be so skilled? Also, since that guy is so good, what kind of girl can't see this guy enough to let him get drunk by the river? Even now, I'm afraid to approach girls. I've got some kind of relationship phobia. Somehow, on this journey, Shen Linxi's mind was actually filled with Guli's figure. That guy, he's really mean and curious about him. In the end, Shen Linxi was forced to admit that Guli had really aroused her curiosity this time. There was even a hidden desire to win that rose in her heart, making her want to continue competing with Guli for a bit to see who would die in the later projects. An hour later, the group returned to Gunstar Square, all a bit lost in emotion. Shen Linxi also returned to his office without a word, silencing the people below even more. After all, everyone knew that this was still the first time which Shen had failed. Everyone who makes a mistake at this point is really hitting a brick wall. In this way, after another half an hour, Mr. Suicide called for her to go over. After Shen Linxi went over, she found that the boss was also there, and immediately laughed bitterly. Could it be that the top was still preparing to blame her? However, this was not the case, and instead of blaming it too much, Boss Joe's side targeted Guli. Little Shana, you shouldn't be too burdened by the reasons for the failure of this bidding. Boss Joe smiled and said, it's mainly because of the breakthroughs made in the system over there, which gave the Tendon Cloud system a very big boost. If we lose this project, we lose it. Let's just focus on the rest of the projects. But it also gives us a reminder that the company is lagging a bit on the technology front. In that case, you lead the technical department, and for the next 6 months you'll be responsible for revamping the system, and you must make a major breakthrough to do so. In addition, on the side of Sinu's Guli, we also need to make corresponding countermeasures. First, we should dig up someone online and dig up a top expert to come over, at least to separate ourselves from the other side. If that's not possible, then let's see if we can start with Guli and poach him. As for the treatment, it's definitely higher than what Sinu's gave. In this regard, you can consider it. Hearing this, Shen Linxi was also a bit dumbfounded. She didn't think that the big boss was actually thinking of digging Guli over for a trick. Boss, this might be a bit difficult. After all, the other party has only been on board for less than a month. It's unlikely that they'll jump ship right away. If he doesn't jump ship, it's because the conditions aren't good enough. As long as he is willing to come to our company, some conditions are good. Boss Joe, however, was non-committal, then turned his gaze to Shen Linxi and instructed in a serious tone. Little Shana, I believe in your ability, and I also believe that you won't let me down. No matter what, I hope that in the next year, the company's system will be able to surpass Somersault Cloud. As for how to reach the goal, I don't look at the process, only the final result. If you dig in and can't manage the conditions, just talk to old Sue directly. We fully support it. Upon hearing this, Shen Linxi no longer insisted on anything and immediately nodded. Okay, boss. A few more chats followed before she exited General Manager Sue's office, shaking her head slightly. This is really getting interesting. I didn't realize that the boss actually wanted to go digging for Gu Li. It's still really unknown if it'll work, but after thinking about it, she was not going to dig into Gu Li. After all, gutting someone when you lose is simply a sign that you can't afford to lose. This later on, when she meets Mr. Sue of the Somersault Clouds, then she really doesn't know how to face it. Of course, the other thing was that she felt sure that even if she went to dig, Gu Li wouldn't come. Although she didn't know Gu Li very well, she knew that if this was someone who could be easily poached, his character must not be great. Gu Li, obviously, is not such a person. Hey, it's better to look for headhunters in the circle and see if there are any suitable candidates before I say anything. Shen Linxi thought for half a day and finally settled on this strategy. Back at the office, really not in the mood to continue working, she then looked at the time and saw that it was almost 5 in the afternoon, so she was ready to leave work straight away. When his subordinates saw Shen Linxi actually leaving at less than 5 o'clock, they couldn't help but be surprised. Looks like the leaders are pretty irritated by this bid. She usually worked overtime, but this time she actually broke the rules and left without arriving. It's not like Wei Shen's style at all. And in another building in Gunstar Plaza, Gu Li returned to the company after leaving the business side of things to the other departments. When he announced the news of the successful bid, everyone cheered as well. After all, with this program, then for at least a year, Sinews would have a baseplate, a guarantee. Mr. Sue even waved his hand and said that the whole department will get together in the evening, and everyone will eat and drink well. This caused another round of cheers. Instead, Gu Li went straight back to his office and began to draw in anticipation. System, start the lottery. Okay, host, the lottery begins. Congratulations to the host, who has acquired the top Sichuan cuisine cooking skill. Since you're a godly man, you should also know how to enjoy food. Is the skill extracted? Seeing this prize, Gu Li was also a bit speechless. What do you mean you need to know how to enjoy your food? I'm afraid this system is drunk. He has average cooking skills, but he still has no problem at all getting by and treating himself to a meal. This all of a sudden came a top Sichuan cuisine skill, obviously for his girlfriend Shen Linxi, used to enhance the relationship between the two. And of course, the skill is good, at least better than that last top car skill. In the future, it would be a good experience to buy some top-notch ingredients and make top-notch delicacies. Immediately, he loaded up his skills and brought his Sichuan cooking to such a high level that it would be modest to say he was a top chef. Hey, let's try the results over the weekend. Gu Li instantly decided that she would ask Su Huai to come over for dinner on the weekend. And so, just after work in the afternoon, everyone flocked to the restaurant with him and celebrated with a drink. On Shen Linxi's side, a direct message was sent to Hu Lin. Come over for drinks tonight. I ordered hot pot takeout. Come over quickly from work. I'm in a bad mood. Inside the office building, Hulin was explaining things, and when she saw her best friend's message, she was incredulous. The sun was still beating down on the west side, actually taking the initiative to ask her out for a drink. Chapter 39, I'll do my job. Don't worry. So, Hulin didn't bother to wait for the end of the shift, hurriedly explained and left the office. Unlike Shen Linxi, who is a top executive at Chenhuan Jichuang, she has opened her own online store and is her own boss. Taobao, Jingdong, PDD above. There are corresponding stores. The annual turnover is also good. At least hundreds of millions is there. In addition to this, there is a flagship store offline that specializes in high-end clothing. In fact, according to Shen Linxi, her best friend Hulin is richer and freer than her, and one, too, that she particularly admired. After all, in the early years, Hulin was working even harder than she was now, literally to the point where she only slept 3 or 4 hours a day. It's been a hard struggle to get to where I am now. Once Hulin also said, want to join together to join in. The online store continued to grow bigger and stronger. However, Shen Linxi to professional not match to give a refusal. After all, she studied computer, but also has been in the IT industry, but also lazy to change. In WeChat, Shen Linxi also did not return the message, which made Hu Lin very anxious. So, she sped along, and after about half an hour, she finally arrived at the neighborhood. Knock, knock, knock. Anxious, she didn't even find the doorbell and just knocked. Luckily, Not a moment later, Shen Linxi opened the door. Creak. What's wrong? Hu Lin asked while sizing up. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with you here. I just called your phone and actually didn't answer. It really scared me to death. Seeing the concern on her best friend's face, a warmth welled up in Shen Linxi's heart and she forced a smile. Sorry. I was just taking a bath and didn't bring my cell phone in. Didn't hear it either since it was on silent the whole time. Oh, so what's going on? What's with the sudden urge to drink? Hearing this, Hu Lin was relieved and continued to ask. Only then did Shen Linxi sigh. Our company's bidding failed for the Haiton logistics project, and you definitely didn't expect it. Who was the other party? When Hu Lin heard this, she immediately sensed the point and asked, who is it? Guli. Shen Linxi sighed before speaking. He's actually the technical director of our competitor. It was also because of him that the other team made huge strides in software performance and eventually beat us. Hearing Guli's name, Hu Lin was also too shocked to speak, and it took a while for her to react. No way? You mean that Guli guy? He's actually the technical director? And on the competitor's side, making you lose your bid? Shen Linxi nodded, his face rather helpless. Okay, I kind of get it. Hu Lin was also a bit speechless at this time. He didn't expect it to be so coincidental. Self's best friend in Guli actually met at work. Even if you meet, you're actually opposite. She did know that her best friend was a proud person who had never failed in any of her previous projects. It's really a first for her to lose this bid. So, disappointment for sure. No wonder it was a little upsetting to call her over for a drink. After thinking about it, he comforted. It's fine. Cece. It's not like we didn't succeed in the bidding. We'll hold it successfully next time. After all, one can't guarantee that one will be successful all the time. Isn't it just drinking? I'll drink with you tonight. By the way, next time, let Guli treat you to dinner and make amends. This guy, he just knows how to bully my Cece. I'm dizzy. You don't go to people. However, when she heard this, Shen Linxi stopped it. It would have been a loss of face if I had lost. If you go to someone else, wouldn't that mean that I can't afford to lose? Hu Lin, however, hemmed and hawed. Of course I didn't say that. I just asked him if he should be invited to dinner after the project was successful. Hearing such a reason, Shen Linxi was speechless. Hu Lin, however, could see the end. And actually her best friend was so struck that she became interested in Guli, and immediately clapped her hands and assured her, don't worry, on his side, I'll go and probe first, and I'll definitely let you get your revenge. Shen Linxi was aware of Hu Lin's tactics, and immediately shook his head. Don't mess around. Hu Lin hemmed and hawed. You can rest assured that I'll do my job. Looking at Shen Linxi's face showing entanglement, Hu Lin's side of the heart was delighted. Sure enough, this chick has a bit of a problem with Guli, and I don't know if it's a good start. Since this was the case, why didn't she give a push in it? After all, she had also been very concerned about Shen Linxi's love life. This Guli has to be talented to have talent, and there is an industry with Shen Linxi, so that there is also a common language. Wouldn't this be a good thing if it ever came to fruition? Hey, while the two were drinking, Guli was also drinking. At a good-tasting hot pot restaurant, dozens of people from Sinu's technology were having a good time. Guli joined Wang Tai, Xiang Qiwen, and a few other mid-level leaders of the company as they chatted and drank. As the one who contributed the most this time, he naturally received the most enthusiasm from everyone. It hadn't been long since he'd been drinking, and each one of them toasted up to him, making Guli a bit too busy indeed. But it couldn't live up to everyone's enthusiasm, so it had to be taken one sip at a time as well. The good thing is that he only takes one sip, and everyone who comes to toast is a glass dry, and his physique was not the same as an ordinary person. Even if a dozen cups passed, his face did not change color. At this point, everyone can't help but sigh. This new superintendent, not only is he skilled, this drinker is even better, especially some of the good-looking girls. That look at Guli was even more different, but even if that was the case, in an hour, Guli would have to go and let off some steam. After getting comfortable, it was straight to standing in the hallway for a while, taking a break. He picked up his cell phone and saw a message from Hu Lin. Yeah, handsome boy, you're hiding pretty well. Seeing this, Guli knew that Shen Linxi had told the other party about today's events and immediately said, what do you mean hide it deep enough? I'm not hiding at all. Okay, it's just a coincidence that I ran into your bestie at work. You guys, surely you're drinking and celebrating at this point? Yeah, what's going on? Humph, you're spending your days drinking, but my best friend is depressed. No, desperately pulling me to drink, and now she's drunk. Seeing this, Guli instantly sobered up and asked, it can't be. This little failure, Mr. Shen can actually take it to heart. This can't be. Today's MS. Shen is a magnificent career woman. Cut. What's impossible about that? Even a strong woman has a fragile heart. Needing a man to take care of it isn't. Put. Seeing Hu Lin's somewhat borderline words, Guli was also a bit speechless and almost spat out a mouthful of salt vapor. Thinking about the other man's words, his mind came alive. Murphy. The other was hinting at something. Chapter 40, handing over the information and getting a beautiful woman soon. Guli then pondered. Could it be that this best friend of Shen Linxi's was interested in setting up the two of them? If that's true, that's good. After thinking about it, he felt that this guess was quite possible, and immediately planned for it as well. If you come back later and ask to meet him, you can say yes and then try again. Besides her, on Su Huai's side, we have to keep talking. Thinking of this, Guli went on WeChat and made an appointment with the other party. So the two of them made a date to have a meal at noon tomorrow, and the venue would be Guli's home, where he would cook himself. In this way, it is more likely to show one's sincerity and bring the two of them closer together. It's also much more logical to let the other person help out when the time comes. It was also right after his appointment with Su Huai that Hu Lin on the other end actually sent a direct message over. Biggie, do you have time this weekend? Let's have dinner together. However, instead of replying right away, he went back to the table and continued for a while, waiting until the show had dispersed before agreeing. Sorry, was just drinking, but your invitation was a bit sudden. It made me wonder if I should say yes. What? A beautiful woman invites you to dinner and you actually hesitate. Are you a man? If you are, then be painful. Seeing this tone, Guli instantly knew this Hu Lin's character. Quite brash and spirited. Such a person when Shen Linxi bosom friend is quite good. After all, righteousness. Okay, how about tomorrow night then? For a hot pot? Since you're the one who sent the invitation, it's only okay if it's my treat. After replying, Guli waited for a reply from there. Within a few seconds, Hu Lin agreed. Okay, a handsome man invites me to dinner. Of course I'm begging for it. Seeing this, Guli immediately nodded. Okay, good. The time quickly came to the next day. Guli bought groceries on his way home from his morning workout, then did his chores in the morning before taking a good rest in the afternoon. On Su Huai's side, he arrived at the neighborhood before 11 o'clock, and was then welcomed into the house by Guli. Looking at Guli's set, the other party was instantly a bit envious. Guli immediately laughed. I'm renting this, living alone, it's okay. Su Huai asked at once. This house, it's going to be several thousand a month, right? 7 or 8,000, I think. Plus, I'm already preparing to buy a house, and I'm guessing it'll be in this neighborhood. Guli nodded and smiled. Upon hearing this, Su Huai also chimed in. This neighborhood is quite good, especially those large flat buildings, typical improved housing, with a wide view, right in the middle of the atrium, and a lot of space. It must be very comfortable to live in. That's true. Guli nodded. His face was a bit modest, but it's also expensive. The cheapest ones are $5 to $6 million, and the expensive ones can be tens of millions. I'd have to take out a couple $1 million in loans to buy it. That's stressful. Still a bit. Listen, is this human language? The stress of purchasing a multi-million-dollar home is just a little bit. Upon hearing this, Su Huai also couldn't help but be a bit speechless. How I wish he was just a bit stressed even when facing such a house. But unfortunately, even with the $1 million house that he bought before, the mortgage payment of over $3,000 a month made him Alexandrian. Luckily, in front of Guli, he definitely didn't show his inner thoughts and even complimented them. Mr. Gu is joking. This is for you. There really isn't much pressure yet. It's only a matter of 2 or 3 years. Ha ha. You're flattering me. I'm a little embarrassed. Guli instantly smiled back, then hurriedly greeted. Come, sit down and eat. We'll have a drink today too. Okay, just a drink. Su Huai came to the table and when he saw the Mao Tai that Guli took out, his heart sighed again. As expected, it is worthy of being a person who earns $1 million a year, and this usually drinks Mao Tai, but it is really rich. Of course, when you get good wine delivered to your door, then you have to drink more. So, with Guli's enthusiasm, the two of them drank one glass at a time, the wine to the middle. The two people's friendship has gradually deepened, talked about a lot of college life, as well as work above the interesting things. Right, Guli, why did you inquire about Mr. Shen before? What Guli didn't expect was that before he even opened his mouth, Su Huai asked first. Seeing that the time was almost up, he immediately said, I won't hide this from you. I really do have a purpose. By the way, Ms. Shen doesn't have a boyfriend, right? Ha? Su Huai immediately froze, then pointed at Guli and laughed. Ha ha, I told you. Why did you suddenly inquire about Mr. Shen? It turns out that you want to chase her. Guli didn't hide it at this point and simply nodded and took a sip of wine. A woman like that? That man doesn't have a heart. You say that? No offense. Su Huai also knew the purpose of Gu Li's search for him for dinner at this time, and immediately raised his cup and said, "Don't worry. Whatever news you want, just look for me. As long as I can inquire, I promise to do my best." Ha ha. In that case, thank you, Senior. Gu Li also raised his cup and smiled. Come on. Cheers. Cheers. I wish you success and a beautiful woman at an early date. Ha ha. Thanks for the kind words. Seeing that he had reached his goal so easily, Gu Li was also very happy. With Su Huai as an insider, he would be able to quickly grasp Shen Linxi's situation in the future. Of course, he wouldn't take this to pry into people's privacy or anything. After all, even if he wanted to, Su Huai wouldn't agree. This move was also to better understand Shen Linxi's situation and facilitate his pursuit. After this one, the next one is Hu Lin, Shen Linxi's best friend. In the afternoon, after Su Huai left, he first rested for an hour. Then he started buying up shares of Shenling Pharmaceuticals again, and it wasn't until he had spent all $35 million that he finally completed the layout. Now, just wait until the stock price takes off. He was also excited when he thought that there were still 2 days to go before the news of the successful development of Shenling Pharmaceuticals' new drug would be released. You know, that's a gain of at least several times. It would be impossible not to be excited about this. Next, Gu Li continued to rest for a while before taking a taxi to his destination at 6 in the evening. When he came to this side of Wanda Square and waited a little, he saw Hulin walking over from afar. It must be said that Hulin is also a complete beauty, no less than Yue, whom she had been chasing for 7 years before, and even better. The other party was wearing shorts and a black halter top, revealing a large expanse of snowy whiteness that hurt her eyes. Seeing this, he also couldn't help but shake his head. This guy, dressed so cool, won't he feel cold? Hello, handsome. It's not easy to ask you out. What do you want to buy me today? As soon as they met, Hulin joked about herself. Gu Li laughed. You're the guest. You pick the place. I'll just pay. Okay. The 3 sheep hot pot upstairs. I've had it before. It's very good. Hu Lin wasn't polite either, and directly led Gu Li towards the upper floors. Gu Li immediately followed, and smiled in his heart. As long as we take care of this Shen Linxi's best friend, plus Su Huai. At that time, both of them were his people. Let's see how Shen Linxi, could escape from his palm. Chapter 41, Heartbeat doesn't require action. Looking at Hu Lin's familiar appearance, Gu Li knew that the other party was a regular visitor, coupled with its cheerful personality. Compared to Shen Linxi, the appearance presents simply 2 models, and if you just look at the appearance, you can't tell the age of the other person because they are well maintained. But Gu Li felt that it should be a bit older than him, about the same as Shen Linxi. He also couldn't help but wonder how Hu Lin and Shen Linxi became bosom friends. Okay, why don't you see what else you need to order? Hulin ordered something and casually handed over the tablet. I'll just add some lasagna tripe, bloody pork, bean skin, and bamboo shoots. Gu Li looked at the menu. Hulin ordered quite a lot, so he added a few of his usual favorites at random. Thank you, please hurry up with the food. Watching the waiter bring the drinks, Hulin reminded again and then asked towards Gu Li. I say, Gu da handsome, you can kind of really make me look at you. Hearing this, Gu Li froze, then laughed. Oh, that's a bit confusing for me to hear, too, when you ask that. At this moment, Hulin took out a wet tissue and wiped her hands while saying, since we've met a few times, we can be considered friends, right? Sort of. Gu Li nodded, but he didn't know exactly what the other party meant, then just calmly looked at Hulin. He wanted to see what this guy had in his gourd today. In that case, what do you think of my best friend? That is, Shen Linxi? This, after thinking about it, Gu Li honestly said, it's very good. To have a body with a body, to have a face with a face, and a strong woman. In that case, you didn't have a heartbeat. You didn't think about chasing her or anything? Hearing this, Hu Lin instantly asked, her face full of anticipation. Gu Li was still taken aback by Hulin's directness and smiled helplessly and bitterly. Don't you laugh. I'm serious. You answer properly. Thinking that Gu Li misunderstood that she was joking, Hulin hurriedly explained in a serious manner. At this point, Gu Li was also slightly aware of what Hu Lin meant. It really didn't occur to me that Hulin was so attached to her best friend's love life. Is there something hidden in it? And it's a question that can be answered properly, never letting the other guy know what he's really thinking. Otherwise, it would not be easy to carry out this later plan. After careful thought, he smiled and nodded in affirmation. Since you want to hear the truth, then I'll tell you. As a man, for a beautiful, capable woman like Shen Linxi, it would be a lie to say that he's not moved. But it's not like the heart has to act. If you want me to chase after her, that's not going to happen. Hearing these words reversed back and forth in 2 levels, Hu Lin was instantly puzzled. If your heart is in it, then why don't you go after it? With Gu Li's qualifications, putting aside the family aspect, she is also perfectly worthy of her best friend. Looking at Gu Li, Hu Lin was instantly a bit confused. At that exact moment, the bottom of the pot and the ordered dishes were served. Seeing Hu Lin's look of desire to speak, Gu Li instantly picked up his chopsticks and called out, "There's no rush. Let's eat and talk slowly." Looking at his nonchalant appearance, Hu Lin was also a bit speechless, but also hold back the questions in your mind and eat first. Ha ha. Aren't you a little skeptical about my saying the heart doesn't have to act? After eating a few bites of food and taking a sip of his only, Gu Li put down his chopsticks and asked. Hu Lin nodded her head as she ate the meat. Yes, since your heart is moved, you have to be brave and go after it. With your strength, what are you afraid of? Gu Li, however, sighed tersely, with some depression in his tone. If only chasing girls was that easy. As soon as Hu Lin heard it, she knew that Gu Li was talking about what happened in the previous 7 years of confession, and immediately said without a trace of anger, "It's only 7 years, that's what the other side missed. You can't dwell on the past forever and not be able to pull yourself out of it. I'm not condoning you chasing after my best friend either, it's because I do think you're good. Think you can give it a try. After all, she's going to be 29 soon, and she's not too young either." Gu Li, however, shook his head and held out 4 fingers, gesturing. "First, I'm just a little bit awestruck by her, nowhere near heartbroken enough to pursue. Secondly, a strong woman like her must be strong in character and work-oriented. In fact, I still like to be gentle and virtuous. Thirdly, I think she must not be from a normal family. Right, and the other parents might want to find a door-to-door match, which would be a hassle. Fourth, as opposed to pursuing her, wouldn't I get along better if I could find an equally good girl, similar in terms of family?" Finishing line by line, Gu Li finally concluded, "Based on the above 4 points, that's why I say that the heart doesn't necessarily have to act." Hearing Gu Li's well-organized few reasons, even Hu Lin couldn't help but smack her lips. What the hell is this guy talking about? Actually making the pursuit of a girl look like a project. This is this necessary? But it was those same reasons that made her powerless to refute them as well. Yeah, as Gu Li said, so what if it's heartfelt? After all, it is certainly not only once in a person's life that he meets a girl whose heart is in the right place. By the conditions in the care, why not find an equally good and gentle girl with a similar family and a similar background? That way, it won't get past Shen Linxi's parents. After thinking about it, Hu Lin couldn't help but admire Gu Li. This guy deserved to be a white-knuckle winner. It's kind of impressive to have millions of dollars at such a young age. Okay. I can't actually argue with what you said. In the end, Hu Lin could only sigh. Maybe, this is what the internet says about having a destiny. Hearing this, Gu Li immediately laughed as well. You're quite good to Shen Linxi, worthy of being a bosom friend. To actually worry so much about her, it's almost as if the emperor isn't in a hurry. Che, what do you know about that? Upon hearing this, Hu Lin immediately explained. Actually, there is a reason for this. Gu Li was instantly interested and asked. Oh, don't mind, tell me about it. After thinking about it, Hu Lin did think that she could talk to Gu Li, and it wouldn't do any harm anyway. You guessed right. Cece's family really isn't an ordinary family. Her father has always wanted her to find a suitable family. But then, Cece is very disgusted by this. That's why she's working hard to make a career and wants to make her own decisions about her marriage. Holy shit, there are fathers like that now, and the concept is so old. Hearing this, Gu Li also sympathized with Shen Linxi and couldn't help but sigh. Hu Lin nodded. Who says otherwise? However, Cece is the only daughter in her family, so her father's side naturally has other considerations, right? Gu Li thought about it and thought it was right. After all, people have big families and have to consider every aspect. Don't want a small family like his. Just think about getting by and finding a girlfriend to get married and have kids for the rest of your life. So the rich have their troubles. He preferred a simpler life than that. However, the meeting with Hu Lin was quite effective. Not only did he take the opportunity to formally become friends with the other party, but he also inquired about a lot of news about Shen Linxi. It's simply a fruitful double whammy. Thinking of this, Gu Li just hemmed and hawed, his face showing amusement. Unexpectedly, this scene was seen by Hu Lin, who immediately asked, "You guy, what are you laughing at?" "Oh, nothing. Thought of something and got carried away." Gu Li hurriedly snorted to cover it up. Chapter 42, Shen Linxi, who was determined to take revenge. However, Gu Li's words didn't muddle through, but instead made Hu Lin feel that there was a problem. She immediately asked, "No, you must be secretly thinking about something. By the way, isn't it that you kind of want to chase after Cece again?" You're really overthinking it. At those words, Guli firmly shook her head. He knew that he absolutely couldn't show that he was interested in Shen Linxi, or else it wouldn't match his previous persona. And hurry cannot eat hot tofu. Chasing Shen Linxi, strong women have to take their time to do it. Relying on excessive care, similar to licking a dog, won't work. You have to make the other person curious and then slowly feel that he is a deliverable. After all, this isn't a novel. It's not possible that just because you're rich and handsome, Shen Linxi can fall in love with you mindlessly. That's impossible. If you are too strong and too anxious, what's the difference between that and the rich, elite men who were courting before? Therefore, although he had a little bit of heart at this time, but also not to the point of Shen Linxi must marry. After all, with the return of hundreds of millions from this investment in stocks, even if he married another woman, he would be able to live very well for the rest of his life. Of course, this outcome is the worst possible outcome. Unless something irreparable happened between him and Shen Linxi, he could not give up. As he chatted casually with Hulin while planning for the future, this mealtime passed quickly. The two of them had been eating for about an hour and a half and had talked about it. During the period, there was more chatting, and most of the topics were naturally on Shen Linxi's side, along with the situation on Hulin's side. Guli did not expect that the one in front of him was also a strong woman, and even a multifaceted person. But because of their personalities, the two are very different styles. Shen Linxi is a typical workplace beauty, corporate executive, social elite persona, walking with the wind, showing a different kind of feminine charm. And for those who are unfamiliar, there is always an icy expression, a high-flying imperial lady. As for Hulin, although she looks big-headed, she is thoughtful and sincere, giving off a warm-hearted jungle vibe. Of course, as an online store entrepreneur with millions of dollars at a young age, the other person is not a simple person. And from today's conversation, Guli also guessed that Hulin was a rich second generation just like Shen Linxi. Going through these situations gave him a somewhat clearer grasp of the situation going forward. Then there are some plans that will have to be changed appropriately to make it work. On the other side, Hulin was on her way back and directly talked to Shen Linxi. What was said was naturally about today's meeting with Guli, and this was indeed something Guli hadn't expected. When they met before, he thought that Hulin was hiding Shen Linxi from meeting with him. I just didn't expect that girlfriends are really girlfriends. Actually, even this matter, Hulin told Shen Linxi. See, it's true that when one reaches 30, this attraction decreases sharply. Unexpectedly, Hulin opened a sentence, directly let Shen Linxi a little broken defense. If she hadn't been so good-tempered, she would have cussed up a storm without a care in the world. And besides, it wasn't like she had any control over this growing age day by day. Rather, Shen Linxi didn't have much of a good tone. You're such a pot calling the kettle black. If that's all it is, then I'll hang up. Hey, okay, listen, Guli doesn't really have anything in mind for you. Only then did Hulin say, but the next words do hurt a bit, so don't be offended. Shen Linxi on the other end of the video suddenly froze, and then said with feigned indifference, he and I aren't even friends, so what's there to be angry about? Besides, when have you ever seen me angry over a man? This was said in such a way that Hulin was stunned to hear it. Shen Linxi is still Shen Linxi. This heart is still as strong as ever. Immediately, she repeated Guli's words, and then quietly watched her best friend's reaction. When Shen Linxi heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly, and then he actually nodded, expressing a high degree of agreement with Guli's words. Guli is right. Pursuing me really isn't a good choice. A man like him must be very chauvinistic, and would surely want to find a small family man with a lesser career than his own and a gentler personality. I'm too strong like that, and with a whole lot of trouble at home. It's just not ideal. Well, since you think so, I'm relieved. But, Hulin looked at Shen Linxi, but she paused. Don't you feel a little disappointed? Shen Linxi immediately snorted. What am I disappointed about? What am I disappointed about? Powerful women never care what men think. Okay, I'm hanging up. I've got things on my side, so I'll talk to you later. Bye. After saying that, without waiting for Hulin's side to react, that side hung up the video. Hulin was also dumbfounded and didn't seem to have reacted yet. Could it be that this guy really doesn't care at all? Thinking of Shen Linxi's expression just now, she was the one who felt that things were not that simple. The truth was also true. Shen Linxi, who had hung up the phone, had by now thrown the phone directly onto the sofa, and on her face, there was a look of displeasure. Although she was a strong woman, and although she could care less about what many people thought, Guli's disdain for her still made her a little uncomfortable. Also, this guy had cut off what was originally her project without a second thought, and the new grudge added up to even more anger. This guy, it's kinda looking down on people. The words were nothing more than that she was too strong and unhygienic and had a complicated family to be more than an ideal candidate for a union. Oh, love is not supposed to be mixed with anything else. It wouldn't be pure then. She, Shen Linxi, also hoped for a pure and innocent love. Unfortunately, after all these years, it's just a distant vision. Dreams eventually lost out to reality, and she actually stopped wishing. Since that guy was so unimpressed with her, she was inclined to impress the other guy. Unconvinced character. Directly let Shen Linxi rise a wave of ambition. Must let Guli take a good look. Chapter 43, suddenly feeling a little heartbroken. Then, Shen Linxi's mind began to ponder, and his face even showed an unusually focused expression. A few minutes later, her eyes lit up and she directly picked up the phone to call her subordinate Lin Huaqing. Hey, old Lin, don't you have connections on the somersault cloud side? Right. Always keep an eye on the next project on Guli's side. If it's possible, we'll snatch it up as well. Since that side stole our project, we have to get it back as well. When Lin Huaqing on the other end of the phone heard Shen Linxi's command, he instantly also cried and laughed a little. He couldn't help but secretly think, it seems that our general manager Shen really does hold a grudge. Somersault had robbed her of a project, and she had to grab one back. It's a little bit that, but following a leader like that is the only way to get projects done and meat on the table. Otherwise, following a leader who doesn't act will be like drinking thin gruel. Immediately, he said seriously, okay, Mr. Shen, this matter, I promise to complete the task. Okay, I'll leave it up to you. After putting the phone down, she thought for a moment and dialed another number. This time, however, it was a woman's voice that came from over there. Hey, Mr. Shen, long time no see. Mr. Zhou, I have a big order here. Will you take it? Of course I want it. I'm looking forward to Mr. Shen's big order. That's good. Our company needs to dig up a technical god, and especially top-notch kind. Brush and select a few out on your side, and it's best to give me the information next week. That. No problem. Just send the requirements directly to me later. Good. I'll send it right away. Hanging up the phone again, Shen Linxi then opened the computer and prepared to send the demand for talents. Yes, just now on the other end of the phone is an industry veteran headhunting consultant. The name is Zhou Yun. Since Shen Linxi wanted to counterattack, he naturally had to do it on two fronts. On the one hand, it was to grab Guli's project, and on the other hand, it was to dig a big shot not weaker than Guli into the company to help optimize the company's system. This is how you can cope with the rise of sinews in every way. She still didn't believe that with the powerful underpinnings of Chen Huan Jichuang, she couldn't do anything about the tiny somersault clouds. On Guli's side, of course, he didn't know this for the time being, because he was paying attention to the Shangjiang stock market at this time, especially the share price of Shenling Pharmaceutical. From the middle of June is only 2 or 3 days. Do not know where to come from the gossip. This Godrich Pharmaceutical share price has actually gone up 2 times. It also made him buy less stock than he had previously predicted. That makes this final gain a whole lot worse. He would have ended up making at least 10 times that at less than $3, but at the current average price of about $5, he'll end up making only 6 or 7 times that estimate. Hey, forget it. $30 million can be doubled a few times, and it's about $200 million. To be a human being, be content. After thinking about it, Guli could only persuade himself not to be too greedy. After all, with the system in place, why worry about not making money? After he thought about it, his mind was cleared for a moment, and he slapped his chest in a moment of fear. Fortunately, I woke up in time. Otherwise, I would have gotten into the money. He then took a shower and fell into a deep sleep. When he got up early the next morning, it was to find something that he found interesting. It turned out that when he opened the window and looked into the neighborhood, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Yes, that would be Shen Linxi, or Shen Linxi running in shorts and short sleeves. Those long legs, that snow-white skin, and that absolutely beautiful face with a slight swoon from running simply made one's mouth go dry. Especially since it's still morning, when natural male phenomena are at their worst. At this moment, Guli couldn't help but stare at it. At the same time, he was also wondering up. Before Shen Linxi didn't seem to get up so early to run. After all, a woman like this in a neighborhood like this is just a bit of a bee magnet. Could it be that it's been stimulated by something? Thinking of the party with Hulin last night, Guli instantly guessed. Or is it because Shen Linxi wants to vent because of what happened in the previous bidding? Just like that, Guli looked at the stunning scenery while thinking, and 10 minutes passed. Seeing that Shen Linxi still ran on and on, he also had to sigh. Such a woman is still really strong inside to the core. Self-discipline is, indeed, a powerful tool for success in life. And people like Shen Linxi are naturally not exactly heading towards weight loss. because she doesn't need to lose weight. Running, or even other workouts, are just a way to stay healthy and in good shape. Confidence, beauty, and strength all take a lot of work. Watching the other party run lap after lap, Guli couldn't help but admire Shen Linxi even more. Thinking about how he was before he acquired the system, he laughed to himself. If you had this kind of self-discipline when you were in college, you probably wouldn't have joined a small company after graduation, following that led to an eventual layoff after a few years of retirement there. I guess I'll be like a few other students and go straight to a big factory because of my excellent grades and computer programming skills. It's also hard work, but people are making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year at this point. Without the system, he would never have been able to catch up in his life. Therefore, for Shen Linxi to be able to achieve such an accomplishment at such an age, it was truly admirable from the bottom of one's heart. Such a woman is also worth his efforts to pursue. Why isn't this guy stopping? What followed, however, was a bit of a surprise to him, because Guli had washed up and had breakfast again. Shen Linxi was actually still running, based on the fact that he had been running since before he woke up. The other man had been running for at least an hour. Looking at how Shen Linxi was still holding on even though her speed had slowed down a lot, Guli, suddenly a little heartbroken. This woman, she's too strong. At this moment, he really wanted to rush down and shout at Shen Linxi to stop and take a break, but Guli thought about it. For the time being, he didn't want to let the other party know that he was also inside this neighborhood. In that case, I'll run with you. Looking at that persistent figure, Guli also came to the treadmill and started running. It had to be said that Shen Linxi did irritate him a bit. It feels like, this is how life should be. Chapter 44, One good news, one bad news. There is more to life than meets the eye. There is hope and perseverance. Even if life is tough, living a more optimistic life will always light up the road ahead. Before that, it was the arrival of the system that made his life go to another avenue, even more full of sunshine. At this time, Shen Linxi's persistence also elevated his spirit. Let him know that although there are a lot of troubles in life, as long as you work hard to face them, every day is a sunny day of optimism and cheerfulness. He suddenly remembered what Hulin had said last night about Shen Linxi's family. I realized how hard it was for the other person to be so good because I didn't want to be bound by my family and wanted to live out my own life. This woman, she's really something to be pitied. Unable to help it, Guli felt a twinge of a different feeling towards Shen Linxi. Finally, after running for another half hour, Shen Linxi finally couldn't hold on and slowed down. She didn't stop right away though. Instead she walked slowly around one more time before she began to do stretches to ease the soreness of her muscles. I'm sure it's a regular exerciser who does a great job of pulling up after a run. Guli looked on and nodded secretly. No wonder the figure is so good. It turns out to have a systematic way of exercise, but also special adherence. With that kind of self-discipline, it's no wonder you're so successful in your career. A wave of admiration rose languidly in Guli's mind. It wasn't until he watched the other party go home that Guli's side stopped. He wiped the sweat from his head, and he couldn't help but smile. It does all feel different after exercise. It had to be said that because he had been transformed by the system, his physical qualities had far exceeded those of normal people. So I haven't really cared much in terms of exercise, and lately I haven't been exercising other than commuting to work on my bike. But now that I think about it, it was a mistake. Even if he is physically very powerful, but often do not exercise, but also eat and drink a lot of food, there is no guarantee that the physical quality will not be reduced, is not. So, you can't neglect your workouts just because you're in a good position to do so. Since this was the case, he would have to strengthen his exercise in the future, so that he would get sick less often to ensure that he would live longer in the future. The phone's ringing. At 9 in the morning, Guli was about to go to an awesome forum and study the computer puzzles in it, but unexpectedly, the real estate agent side suddenly brought him a good news. What did you say? There's actually a house for sale on the 9th floor of the 9th building. Hearing Wang's words, Guli also cheered up and asked in a high, confirming voice, yes, Mr. Gu, that landlord just came to us and gave us the listing. I haven't even uploaded the listing information on my side yet, so I'm calling you directly to inform you. Alright, I'll be right there. It was actually the house one floor below Shen Linxi that was for sale. Guli was so happy. This luck, too, is simply no one's. A few minutes later, Guli arrived at the agent near the neighborhood and directly asked about the listings. It turned out that the house was originally the owner's wedding house for his son, and the decoration and everything was very nice. The house has 5 bedrooms and 3 baths, 2 master bedrooms with ensuite bathrooms, and a den, plus large balconies in the kitchen, living room, and master bedroom. The total area is 208 square feet in total, plus the bonus whatever the interior area is directly around 190 square feet. It is quite spacious for a family of 3 to live in, but it's also more expensive because it's luxuriously decorated with brand-name furniture and appliances, and it's not even lived in. The asking price there is $8, 5 million, and if you take 208 square meters, the price is over $40, 000 plus. Hearing this price, Guli instantly frowned. This price, isn't it a bit on the high side? You know, he had checked the prices over here before, and the big flat floors over there were all listed between $35,000 and $40,000. Even if it's nicely decorated, it can't be more than $40,000. In order to pursue Shen Linxi, although he didn't care about this amount of money, he couldn't be an ingrate either, could he? When that Wang brother who rented the house before heard this, he immediately nodded as well. Mr. Gu, I've also asked about this matter. It's mainly because that side isn't short on money and isn't in a hurry to sell this house, so it's listed at a high price. So, when Guli heard this, he immediately also felt a bit difficult to handle, and immediately said, then let's go check out the house first. Okay, no problem. Let's see the house first and talk when we're satisfied. When Wang heard this, he immediately nodded as well. Half an hour later, Guli finished looking at the house and did think it was nice. He thought about it and said directly, the house is nice, but the price is too high. I can only offer up to 8 million. You can talk to that side. If not, forget it. Explaining what he wanted, he too returned home. In fact, in Guli's opinion, the price was appropriate. After all, customers who could afford such a large home were still relatively few. It's pretty good to have him so sincere so soon. Next, it's just a matter of waiting for the news. However, before Guli could finish digesting this good news about the house just now, Hu Lin's side gave him bad news. Hu Lin directly said the situation. That is, Shen Linxi went to the company to work overtime again on the weekend, and even her appointment was not fulfilled. In response, Guli but said, with her character, isn't that normal? Hu Lin, however, said, this is really not normal. That project was robbed by you. The next project on the company's side hasn't opened yet, so how can she be so busy? I rather think that yesterday's words irritated her. That's why she's like this. What? Hearing this, Guli was also dumbfounded. You told Shen Linxi everything I said? Hu Lin nodded. Yeah, I'll just irritate her so she doesn't get too noble. See, the man can't even look at her. Holy shit, are you pig-headed? At this point, Guli was also speechless, not realizing that Hu Lin actually thought this way. Even if Shen Linxi was generous, he couldn't not react at all. Hearing Guli talk about her like that and not having any heart for her at all must have been a bit upsetting in his heart as well. Since I'm not happy, I'm sure I'll let my work paralyze me. No wonder. It took so long to run in the morning, so I came to vent. At once, Guli also felt that the situation was a bit tricky. After all, this emotion always needs to be cathartic. Always letting work paralyze you. This is definitely going to be a problem in the long run. Chapter 45, Deja Vu all over again. Now then, what to do? It doesn't seem like it's going to work even if I try to persuade her. But you don't know that Cece really regards work as her life. Thinking of some of the things that had happened, Hu Lin's tone was also even more helpless. I've picked up on this several times before. It's not the first or second time you play and suddenly have to go back to work overtime. Seriously, Hu Lin was really afraid that telling Shen Linxi about Guli's opinion would cause her to work even harder. If she turns into a workaholic, she'll ruin all the good years she's had. Only work, no life, no feelings. How regrettable this must be later. There are many examples of this in reality, and there are many strong women who are still unmarried in their 30s or even 40s. Even if you get married by chance, the marriage may not last more than a few years because of a poor choice of person, or job, or other reasons, whether it's a study or a variety of evidence. Strong career line women marry at an older age than average and have a larger divorce rate. And, Hu Lin had a kind of worry. That is, if Shen Linxi didn't find a suitable one on her own, she might follow her father's advice in the future and find a suitable, but emotionally unavailable one to marry. But if that's the case, then according to Shen Linxi's character, he must be maintaining a de facto marriage without a real married life. That would really ruin this life. And that's not what she, her best friend, wants to see. Guli on the other end of the phone, naturally, could guess all of this, and couldn't help but be touched by the fact that Shen Linxi had a best friend like Hu Lin. But this was something for which he didn't really know how to help. He and Shen Linxi hadn't even formally met yet, and it was impossible to hastily ask out to enlighten. After thinking about it, Guli then comforted. That Hu Lin, there's nothing I can do about this. This kind of thing, it's best if she figures it out on her own. But I believe Shen Linxi, with her inner strength, should not have any problems for the time being. If you're not sure, you can just give her a little more guidance. Tell you what, if there's a chance, I'll get you guys to hang out. Like an outing or something. We'll relax then, and we'll open up a little bit sideways. What do you say? Hulin, however, bristled in displeasure. If it was that easy to enlighten, I wouldn't be on the phone with you. I don't know her well, so what do you want me to do? Guli didn't mind Hulin's attitude, and only said helplessly, let's do it this way. Let's wait a few days until her anger subsides. Hulin also knows this reality. After thinking about it, she can only nod. Hey, it can only be like this. Well, there's something to talk about. Hanging up the phone, Guli looked across the street at the 9 buildings, but felt that Hulin was making a bit of a fuss. A strong woman like Shen Linxi was not so easily defeated. By running in the morning, you can find out the other person's ability to self-regulate. That's very strong. Maybe Shen Linxi's side is that the more he works, the stronger he gets inside. And at the same time, it's also a way of releasing pressure. As for the exaggeration within the conversation with Hulin just now, he also had his own considerations. How can Hulin worry about Shen Linxi without exaggerating a bit? Only in this way could he pass this dark move of Hulin as soon as possible and truly become friends with Shen Linxi. After all, he was now with the other party. Not really a friend, not even a WeChat friend. Although Shen Linxi went to work overtime at the company soon after she went home to rest, Guli didn't chase her to the company. After all, with the money earned from stocks, the monetary reward of 8,000 per day is much less attractive. Therefore, Guli did not force the issue and must try to be within 1,000 meters of Shen Linxi every day. Before you know it, the day has passed and it's Monday at work. Not long after Guli arrived at the company, he was called over by Mr. Su to meet the real boss of the company, Mr. Lin. The owner's name is Lin, less than 40 years old, and I heard that he is a second-generation rich man with a very wealthy family. In addition to Somersault Technologies, there are other companies under its name, so it's often not over here. This time, the company took the big project of Haiton Logistics, plus Guli, before coming over to meet. In addition to drawing a big pie with Guli, he also generously gave a 500,000 bonus, and let Guli decide how to distribute it. The other thing is, Mr. Lin also said the general situation of the next project. Party A is Thousand Machines Technology, which specializes in selling cell phones and various accessories, as well as providing repair services. The other party urgently needs an intelligent middle office system to open up the whole business link between online and offline, and to improve efficiency and reduce costs. After understanding that, Guli immediately also responded, stating that he would start preparing next. It was a real coincidence that the last company had a center desk, so he knew quite a bit about it. As for the Haiton Logistics project, it is still at the signing stage, and it is estimated that the formal development will only start next month, but it didn't require much of his involvement. Mainly just taking care of the general direction and solving problems that people couldn't solve. Overall, it was pretty easy and not busy at all. When he came back, Guli directly divided the $500,000 bonus to the following according to the project participation and overtime work, while he only took a symbolic $1,000. Such an atmosphere has also directly earned everyone's respect. Work things, directly into the track. After dealing with things, he logged into the Hidden Dead Corner website, began to study the problem. This site, arguably the top computer forum, has many great gods and cowboys in it. There are also computer puzzles that have been discovered that have not been well solved so far, and Guri is thinking of challenging them. At the same time, a lot of knowledge, solutions, and ideas in it are worth thinking about and subsequently improving his computer skills. But just as he was caught up in solving the problem and was about to get a brainstorm, the message came. When I opened my cell phone, it was actually Hulin who sent a message. In or out? I'm at Gunstar Plaza now. Seeing that, Guli was a bit puzzled as to what this guy was doing over here. Yeah, what's up? Looking for you to talk? Come on ha. I'll be waiting for you at the Chiaki Cafe in the plaza. Don't see me there. Don't stand me up. Holy shit, what the hell is Hulin up to? For a while, Guli was also a bit fretful as to whether he should go or not. Could it be about Shen Linxi? That was probably the only topic of conversation between the two. After thinking about it, Guli decided to go and take a look. After all, the system was upgrading rather slowly right now, so if he wanted to continue to get lottery chances, he would have to come from Shen Linxi's side. Of course, he also wanted to hold the beauty sooner and start enjoying a happy life, because the more he got to know Shen Linxi, the more he also felt for her. The feeling wasn't love at first sight, it was an attraction. Of course, maybe it's also possessive. So after packing up, he headed out of the office and towards that cafe. After a few minutes, it too finally walked into the cafe and glanced towards the inside. At this point in the cafe, there were very few people sitting alone, and it just so happened that there was exactly one person sitting by the window on the right. But after he walked over, he realized how that figure looked so familiar. And when Gu Li got closer, it was a sudden realization that it wasn't Hu Lin at all, but Shen Linxi. Perhaps sensing someone approaching, Shen Linxi also turned his head at this time. For a moment, less than a few meters apart, the two men just looked at each other in all directions. You look at me, I look at you. Gu Li seemed to have returned to the night of 520, and the young lady in the distance slowly stood up, causing him to be jolted. This scene of déjà vu actually appeared again. Shen Linxi frowned lightly and was quite surprised by Gu Li's arrival. Chapter 46: A Crossing of Words. Old Man Shudao Mountain. When Gu Li saw this, he instantly realized in his heart that it seemed that Shen Linxi had also been tricked by Hu Lin. This guy, what's going on here? At this moment, he was also quite speechless, kind of blaming Hu Lin. Can't you say hello in advance for anything? How passive he'd be if this came out of nowhere. At this time, Shen Linxi, who had returned to her senses, naturally guessed why Gu Li had come and Hu Lin hadn't. In her heart, like Gu Li, she was instantly very speechless towards Hu Lin, her best friend. That guy really is. To set her up with Gu Li, he was just fooling around. There was no consideration for her feelings at all, and this sudden meeting was making her quite passive. After all, she and Gu Li were not on speaking terms with each other in the first place, and it was indeed awkward to the extreme to have both of them asked out together in a different way. Shen Linxi also blushed and took a deep breath, but he didn't know what to say for a while. You want to get mad? The Gu Li in front of him was obviously also wrong to come here, and it seemed like he couldn't be blamed for it, but it seemed to seem more awkward to continue to stay like that. Just after the two of them looked at each other for a few seconds, Gu Li was still the first to walk up and sit down nonchalantly. Looking across the room at the beautiful person who wanted to leave but didn't, he spoke up to break the ice. Mr. Shen, was it also Hu Lin who tricked you into coming here? Shen Linxi's body moved a little toward the window, but her eyes were looking out, and she replied in a good-natured manner. Aren't you? Hearing this, Gu Li instantly laughed. Ouch, that still got a temper. But, alas, he wouldn't spoil the beauty in front of him, even if he wanted to chase her in his heart. After all, the experience of 7 years of confessions made Gu Li understand one thing. Chasing a woman just by licking is not always useful. The only way to open up properly is to be strong yourself and actively draw others to you. Of course, it would be nice if the two were attracted to each other. Only Gu Li smiled slightly and nodded. Of course it is. Asking you was just a conversation starter. After all, you've come all this way for afternoon tea. Hearing this, Shen Linxi's heart became a bit unpleasant, and he couldn't help but snicker. Yeah, Director Gu has obtained such a big project, so naturally he's in the mood for afternoon tea. It's a pity that I'm in a miserable state. I still have to go back to work overtime. Then take your time to drink. I won't accompany you. After saying this, Shen Linxi even made a gesture to leave, making a look of impatience. From the last few contacts with Gu Li, Shen Linxi did feel that this guy was quite special. It always felt like the other person was treating her quite contemptuously, just like any other ordinary girl. On Gu Li, Shen Linxi always felt less of a sense of superiority that she had felt before other men. She sometimes wondered if Gu Li was pretending to be like this so as to get her attention. Thinking about it though, I don't think so. After all, there is too much serendipity in the encounter between the two, and the previous explanation was reasonable enough that she couldn't find any doubt. Gu Li sized her up while her afterglow stayed on the other party, and she kept analyzing it even more in her mind. For a while, the two sat opposite each other, so to speak. Shen Linxi's words were barbed and unrelentingly sarcastic, and it also directly made Gu Li unable to hold back a laugh. He looked at Shen Linxi and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. I didn't realize that this woman, sarcastic as she was, really wasn't subtle at all. Sure enough, what a royalty. But in this way, he also came to more interest. Since he came, why not? And Shen Linxi could talk it. Immediately, Gu Li stopped Shen Linxi, who was about to stand up, and flirted with him with a smile. Mr. Shen, since we're here, why don't we talk more? Besides, we're quite destined to be together, aren't we? Thinking about it, we even loved each other for a while. Even if we end up breaking up, we don't have to be strangers. If you really want to count, we're still considered ex-boyfriend and ex-girlfriend. Don't you think so? You. Hearing this, Shen Linxi's head seemed to be smothered with a boom, and she felt like she couldn't even turn a corner. She didn't expect that Gu Li would be so thick-skinned as to bring up ex-girlfriends. Simply speechless, looking at the other woman's smirking eyes made her angry. She couldn't let go of that husband at first. It was so humiliating. Mentioned by Gu Li at this moment, Shen Linxi really wanted to find a place to drill in, and her cheeks got even hotter. But on second thought, she immediately calmed down, not wanting to be made a joke by Gu Li. Who is she? She was Shen Linxi, the project director of Chen Huanji Chuang, and would not be scared by Gu Li's words in the district to turn her head and walk away. Immediately, he sat down directly, set up his posture and took out his aura, and coldly said, "I can't imagine that Mr. Gu has such a thick skin. It's really breathtaking. Thanks for the compliment. It's my honor to be remembered by Miss Shen." Gu Li laughed, displaying an attitude that was not ashamed but honored. "That's the way it is with chasing women. You fall short by acting like you're totally pleasing. A gangster style. Thick skin may instead get strange results, so that the other side can remember more. That's why many girls like bad boys and are instead indifferent to those who are honest and serious." Shen Linxi shrugged his shoulders, non-committal, and then took a sip of his coffee before saying in a nice manner, "I remembered you a long time ago. After all, you were the one who gave me my first taste of failure, and I really have you to thank for it." Sui said with both hands and a rather helpless face. I didn't mean to do it. After all, who would have thought that you're actually someone from the side of Chen Huanjichuang, and in charge of this project?" Shen Linxi sized up the man in front of her, and her face regained its calmness at work, but in her heart, she was thinking about the purpose of Hu Lin's appointment for the two to come over. "That item is off the table. It's not like I'm a sore loser, but I was wondering, did you and Hulin get to that point in your conversation?" "What that point?" Hearing this question, Gu Li was also a bit confused. Shen Linxi reminded, "That guy, is he trying to introduce me to you so you can chase me?" This is true." Gu Li didn't hide it, and paused for a moment before saying, "However, I refused." "No." Shen Linxi nodded, his face still calm. "Your 4 points are very well analyzed. There are thousands of beautiful and capable women in the world, so why bother looking for me? I wouldn't choose myself if I were you. After all, there's a saying that it's better to choose someone I love than someone who loves me. Isn't that right?" When Gu Li heard Shen Linxi say this, she felt in her heart that the other party was open-minded and really strong inside. Immediately, she apologized. "I didn't think that she would tell you about this as well." "Really? I'm a bit sorry." Shen Linxi laughed. "It's nothing. I'm slightly prettier, but I'm also self-aware." "Right. Since you said chat, then how about talking about my ideal person?" At that, Gu Li also stared at what kind of question that was. Shen Linxi immediately snickered. "What? You analyzed it well before. Could it be that I can't analyze it anymore?" "That's not true," Gu Li hurriedly said. "After all, I don't know you well either, so naturally I can't analyze it correctly." "It's okay, just say whatever you want." After hearing this, Shen Linxi remained unforgiving, which made Gu Li a bit speechless as well, so he just had to meditate and then analyze it. Shen, in fact, for a strong woman like you, it's really not good to find a date, both to find a sincere, why not in the industry to find one? For example, the code farmer is good, honest and shy down-to-earth can do the kind. The rakiers of Kawasaki province, I feel would be a better fit for you. What do you think? You still really make me laugh. Hearing Gu Li's analysis, Shen Linxi was also a bit speechless, and finally couldn't help but laugh lightly. But after she thought about it, she also thought there was some truth in it. Her personality is indeed of the old man Shudo Mountain kind, and I guess only a rakier can tolerate her temper. In fact, internally, she could try to experiment with the gentler types as well. Of course, that was when she, Shen Linxi, really liked someone. Seeing Shen Linxi smile, Gu Li was instantly relieved. "Look, we're chatting like this, and it's quite cordial." Chapter 47, Girlfriends in Conflict. Inexplicably lying. Hearing this, Shen Linxi instantly blanked Gu Li, then instantly put away her smile. This time, the serious-faced, cold goddess switched back. Looking at the other party's speed of change, Gu Li couldn't help but smack his lips. "It's really powerful. Just like the classroom teacher inside the school." "Well, count yourself out," Shen Linxi faintly said, then looked at the time. "All right, I should go back. There's still a lot of work to be done." "That's just as well. I have to get back too." Upon hearing this, Gu Li also stood up and didn't hold back again. In his opinion, it had been a relatively good start to the day to talk for a while. Stopping any more would be a bit much. He was trying to give Shen Linxi a kind of, if anything, a look of love and disregard. Women, especially women like this, must not see people ignoring him. That makes you more and more curious. And once you're curious, that kind of can be addictive. Recently, after reading some posts on relationships, Gu Li also felt that relationships have to be strategic as well. Of course, this was on top of the foundation that he was also very good and really wanted to chase Shen Linxi. If you want to be a scumbag, it's better not to wreak havoc on women like that. Gu Li didn't send the other party downstairs in a gentlemanly manner. Instead, he parted ways with Shen Linxi after exiting the cafe and left alone. But this didn't seem like a big deal to Shen Linxi. Instead, it gave her a different feeling. Compared to some of the people I met before, who were so solicitous at this site, this was rather more comfortable to get along with. Unable to help it, Shen Linxi's outlook on Gu Li was also much better. Regardless of how much of Gu Li's heartbeat doesn't necessarily mean action is a lie. In her opinion, Gu Li is not a bad person. We'll have to keep in touch to find out just how good it is. Standing on the escalator, Shen Linxi thought about the previous chat and also got thoughtful. But after thinking about it, it felt as if nothing had happened. We chatted for a while and didn't even say bye-bye when we left. Humph. What a graceless man. Looking at the direction Gu Li left, Shen Linxi also shook her head. The thought of this man gave her a momentary feeling of tears and laughter. It's a really strange feeling. Shen Linxi was also a bit confused, and immediately frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. By the way, there's that Hulin guy. He's really pissed off. It's an abomination to make such a setup without saying anything in advance. You know, when they just met, she was actually a bit nervous in her heart even though she was coping well. Afterward, Shen Linxi, who had returned to the office, made a call to Hulin after sitting down. Who knew that after 2 calls, there was no answer on the other side? Now, Shen Linxi was also speechless. Humph, still not answering the phone, so don't even answer it in the future. After thinking about it, Shen Linxi also came to a temper and directly sent a message over. What? Don't dare to answer my call. If you don't answer it again, then don't come to me in the future. Sure enough, not many seconds after this message was sent, Hulin sent the video over. Creak. I really didn't mean it. Seeing her best friend's pretense of pity, Shen Linxi became angry and snorted coldly. Okay, Hulin, since you guys think Gu Li is good, why don't you just find him as a boyfriend? Why bother trying to set the two of us up? It's really speechless. Seeing that Shen Linxi looked angry, Hulin hurriedly explained and made a gesture to beg for forgiveness. Cici, I'm just trying to be nice. Gu Li is nice, but he's not my type. Don't be angry, okay? Saying this, Hulin even made a pouty expression, which was very cute. But this was so comical in the eyes of Shen Linxi, who hadn't lost his temper. Immediately, his tone intensified a bit more, then questioned. It's not like you don't know that I don't want to fall in love. In the future, you'd better mind your own business and stay out of my business. By the way, you don't even have a boyfriend, so why bother with me? You say that, don't you? Next, in order to seize the project on the side of the somersault cloud, Shen Linxi's side must be very busy. Therefore, certainly do not want to Hulin's side, and then give her some muffs. Get in a bad mood. Work is not good. So this was said a bit more heavily, but it caused Hulin across the table to freeze for a moment. When had Shen Linxi ever said such heavy words to her? Hulin was also a bit unable to accept this fire for a while. Okay, I don't care about your business from now on. You can work overtime if you like, and be an old woman for the rest of your life. Or just accept uncle's arrangement and find a rich kid to marry. There's something I've been wanting to say for a long time. In fact, in my opinion, no matter how hard you work, you'll never be able to surpass your dad. What's the point of working so hard? Forget it, it's me being nosy. Hang up and don't contact me again. Buzz. The Hulin on the other end finished and also hung up the video directly when she said she would. This side of Shen Linxi, not yet from the girlfriend's harsh words to react. See the words, call has ended. A heartache that instantly struck the heart. How can she talk about me like that? Shen Linxi immediately sat down disheveledly on the chair, and his cell phone snapped and fell to the ground. She is not just a little heavy words. How the contrary is Hulin also angry, but also directly hung up the phone. It was her fault in the first place, having to trick her into meeting Gu Li. A good while passed, and Shen Linxi couldn't even understand or accept it. How things got to be like this. She wanted to call back and ask nicely, but unfortunately after picking up her cell phone, she was slow to press it, and so the time passed, minute by minute. Mr. Shen, are you there? Just then, a knock came from Lin watching at the door. Upon hearing this, Shen Linxi hurriedly took a deep breath, tried hard to squeeze out a smile, and shouted towards the outside, please come in. Lin watching then took a document and walked over to the desk. Mr. Shen, news came from Qinglin Kaiyuan's side. It says that the system we made before has major problems, and shouts for us to fix it urgently. Upon hearing this, Shen Linxi was startled, then hurry up and arrange the personnel. What are you waiting for? Only then did Lin Huaqing smile bitterly. The employee who was in charge before left, and the person who took over the project now is not too familiar with the code. Therefore, it may take some time to fix it. Upon hearing this, Shen Linxi was immediately also a bit speechless. Gu Li, it's all your fault. On the other hand, in Tendon Cloud Technology, Gu Li was knocking out code at the moment, but was startled by Hu Lin's message. He was also a bit puzzled, and immediately asked, what's wrong again? I haven't blamed you for tricking me into going to the cafe. What's with the tantrum? A few seconds later, Hulin's reply came. It's because of this that I had a fight with Shen Linxi. Now I'm in a very upset mood. You have to treat me to dinner and drink with me. Seeing this, Guli was also shocked. Unexpectedly, Hulin and Shen Linxi actually quarreled because of this matter today. It was all Hulin's doing, so how come he's blaming it on his side? Guli couldn't help but laugh bitterly, always having the feeling that he was inexplicably lying down. So what to do about this? It didn't seem like he could do much to help as an outsider. Did he? Coming or not? Give me a quick word. Seeing that Guli didn't reply, Hulin on the other end directly prodded. Guli was suddenly in deep thought. Should this go or not? Chapter 48, Shen Linxi, Guli, let's add a WeChat. Forget it, go ahead. After all, Hulin had also quarreled with Shen Linxi because of what happened to him. As a matter of course, he should have stepped in to comfort and inquire about what was going on in the meantime. The two of them were bosom friends. Even if they had a disagreement over the noon thing, that shouldn't be enough to fight. So it's still a good idea to go and figure it out. Guli looked at his watch. It was just under 4 o'clock, so he greeted Wang Tai and hurriedly drove over. This chick, Hu Lin, was actually the same as Shen Linxi, and her personality wasn't the gentle type. Half an hour later, Guli arrived at his destination, which seemed to be a small tavern. Looking at the empty tavern, there was only Hulin alone, sitting in a window seat and drinking mulled wine. He hurried over and asked directly before he even sat down. What the hell? Aren't you two best friends? Why are you fighting? Hulin raised her head and sent a blank stare directly to Guli, giving a sarcastic laugh. Who says good girlfriends can't fight? With this dislike, Guli didn't even know how to reply. After all, he didn't have a BFF, so naturally he wasn't aware of the inner workings. We've had a few fights over the years, and I don't know what it was about this time. It was weird. Seeing that Guli didn't say anything, Hulin spoke to herself. Like last time, it was going out for a good time. She had to get on a plane and come back to work overtime. It's really pissing me off. It made me stay alone in the Maldives and I didn't have fun for a few days back there. And last time, I introduced her to a friend. She didn't appreciate it, and even said that her diploma was fake. Sometimes, I really have to be pissed off by her. Guli, tell me, isn't this guy too breathless? Listening to these tirades, Guli instantly cried and laughed a little. When faced with the fox's question, he was even more unsure of how to answer. Saying yes or no feels like a giveaway. So, having to change the subject, he picked up the glass next to him, poured a glass of wine and raised it. Since I'm in a bad mood, I'll drink with you. However, drink and go back to rest early. Maybe, tomorrow will be better. Hearing this, Hulin was instantly excited and happily clinked glasses with Guli. Dry. No drunkenness. Afterwards, it didn't matter. He just drank it all in one go and then poured another glass. Seeing this stance, Guli's heart instantly beat a bit too. It looks like Hulin is a very good drinker. Definitely a wine-tested person. Fine. You can drink it if you want. Guli didn't bother to persuade him at this point, since the other party wanted to get drunk. So let's drink. As far as drinking is concerned, he's still a bit of a drinker. However, he didn't forget the purpose of his visit, and immediately took advantage of the alcohol to chat. I didn't expect to be able to find out a lot of things from him, such as the reason for this fight, as well as how the two of them, Hulin and Shen Linxi, met and how they became good BFFs. It turned out that both were from Yudu, and their families were also rich, living in the same villa area as children. As a result, the two have known each other since childhood, but only as casual friends. Elementary and middle school did not go to the same school, but high school was accidentally assigned to a class and became high school classmates. That's how the two became best friends during their 3 years of high school. Because Shen Linxi was a school teacher, he got into a prestigious university and eventually went to graduate school. Hulin, however, was a school dud and went to a specialized school to get by. But she was smarter and took the startup money her parents gave her in college and started a clothing store. Nowadays, it is growing very well and has its own online store on several big platforms. There is also a brick-and-mortar store offline, and even more so, designing their own clothing, with a good reputation and annual sales revenue of at least $100 million. Well, Hulin tilted her head, proudly picked up the bottle of wine, and asked towards Guli, do you think I'm even better than Cece? Upon hearing this, Guli immediately nodded. Yes, you're much better than her. Okay, needless to say, the two are great BFFs, but at heart they are probably still a bit competitive. It's a good thing that the two developed in different ways, as if one was a regular from a science class and the other was a wildcard. In terms of how much money they make, it seems like Hulin is slightly better, but from the other party's words, Guli could also guess. Hulin, whether in the early days, or now, is presumed to have had recourse to her family's situation, which is naturally another slight discount. On the other hand, on Shen Linxi's side, no matter whether she started her own business or became an executive of Chen Huanji Chuang, it could all be her efforts alone. Of course, both are very nice girls, and it's a blessing to know both. Time passed quickly, and the people in the tavern gradually increased, and Hulin was really giddy from drinking, and directly slumped on the table. Seeing this, Guli was also in trouble, not knowing how to arrange the other party. Shout out to this guy and ask her where she lives and she can't even tell me. After a while, he had no choice but to pick up the cell phone on Hulin's desk. Then he shook Hulin up as hard as he could and hurriedly unlocked his phone while his eyes were open for a few seconds. Finding Shen Linxi's phone number, he directly called it. You guys? Finally calling me. Still mad at me? On the other end, Shen Linxi's voice immediately came. Guli immediately said, Mr. Shen, I'm Guli. Your BFF is drunk and at the Yulin Tavern. Why don't you come and pick her up? As soon as he heard this, Shen Linxi on the other end became anxious and quickly said, Okay, I'll come over right away. Before Guli could even say the exact location, the other end hung up the phone. He instantly also shook his head. Shen Linxi was really in a hurry. It seemed that he did regret a bit about the afternoon quarrel. Afterwards, he looked at Hulin's WeChat, only to realize that Shen Linxi had sent a lot of messages over in the previous few hours. An apology was said during this time, but Hulin was drinking and never saw it. In that case, then it should be fine. As long as Shen Linxi gets Hulin back at night, and the two of them have a good talk tomorrow, these two girlfriends will definitely make up. Guli then sent the positioning to Shen Linxi through Hulin WeChat. Roger. 30 minutes. 26 minutes later, Shen Linxi arrived all the way to the dusty area, the anxiety and worry on his face obvious. Seeing that the other party had arrived, Guli helped her get Hulin into the car before she clapped her hands and said, All right, I'll be off then. Hearing this, Shen Linxi, however, said, Tonight, thank you. By the way, where do you live? Why don't you take my car and I'll send you back? Guli did not want Shen Linxi to know that the two of them were in a single neighborhood for the time being, and immediately politely declined. No, I have other things. You hurry up and get Hulin back and get some early rest. Upon hearing this, Shen Linxi did not say anything more and only nodded. Okay, I'm really thankful for today. Guli waved his hand and laughed. It's fine. Hulin and I are sort of friends anyway, so this is nothing. Rather, it's you guys, there's no need to fight because of me. It's making me a bit over the top. Shen Linxi was stunned and didn't know what to say. But it was also true that the most direct reason for this today was really because of Guli. Of course, the deeper level might be caused by Hulin acting a little too anxious about Shen Linxi's feelings. Watching Shen Linxi get into the car, Guli also directly placed an order, ready to find a chauffeur to drive the car home. Dropping, but he had also just taken out his cell phone when Shen Linxi shouted towards him, Guli, let's add a WeChat. Chapter 49, Speculation brought about by WeChat nicknames. Hearing this, Guli immediately also froze. Shen Linxi, this is to add him to WeChat? Looking at Shen Linxi in the shadow of the driver's seat in the car, his expression was not very visible, but it was a little unusual, and at this time, seeing that Guli didn't seem to react, Shen Linxi seemed to feel that her cheeks, too, were a little hot. Just now, she didn't know how, but she couldn't help but scream when she looked at Guli in the spotlight. It wasn't until after the words were out of his mouth that he was inexplicably a little nervous in hindsight. Don't think too much of it. I'm just afraid that if it happens again, you'll be the first to contact me when the time comes. Looking at Guli just staring blankly at himself, Shen Linxi hurriedly explained. However, this always sounded a bit drawn out to Guli's ears. Guli also came back to his senses at this time, suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, directly took out his cell phone, opened WeChat and swept over. Oh, okay, no problem. Standing outside the car, looking at Shen Linxi's somewhat rushed expression from a close distance. In fact, he was also pretending to be calm. With a swish sound, the two added each other to WeChat. Since then, there has been a mutual connection. So, then I'm off. After passing Guli's friend request, Shen Linxi hurriedly said hello and rushed out with a kick of the gas. Guli's side hadn't reacted yet, and could only watch the car instantly go away. In his heart, though, he was quite happy. There was also Shen Linxi just now, who actually acted a bit nervous. Was this still the strong woman he knew? He didn't expect that the hallowed general manager Shen would actually have stage fright and practically run away. Not bad. Not bad. He hadn't really expected that this drink with Hulin would be so rewarding. Thinking of this, Guli decided that he would definitely repay the other party next time. In the front, he had set up the two of them, Shen Linxi, and in the back, he had practically enhanced their relationship, which was simply the strongest wingman. Hu Lin, who could be said to be the best link between him and Shen Linxi, absolutely had to be properly provided for. While thinking, Guli also looked at Shen Linxi's WeChat and froze. Chang'an to your hometown? Seeing this nickname, he directly wondered, Shen Linxi, how this WeChat nickname is so familiar. Hometown? Doesn't that resonate with his name? I'll go. What the hell does this mean? Does Shen Linxi like me? For a while, Guli was also a bit confused about what was going on. Why is Shen Linxi's WeChat nickname Chang'an returns to his hometown? After all, his name is Guli. Is there any connection between the two? Or, is it just a verse that has no semblance of relevance to you? At this moment, Guli was in a state of confusion for a while and directly forgot about finding a chauffeur. Afterward, he just stood in front of the door of the tavern and flipped up Shen Linxi's WeChat friend circle. But unfortunately, the other party set it to be visible for 3 months. And in 3 months, Shen Linxi did not send a single friend circle. TSK is really a workaholic. The circle of friends is as white flour, spotlessly white. Unable to find a bit of useful information, Guli was also a bit disappointed. He wanted to ask Hulin about it, but unfortunately there was nothing he could do about it now. Hey, forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow. Anyway, now that WeChat is added, it's a huge step forward. He then went straight to a chauffeur, and in no time at all he was heading towards home. And on the way, Guli was a bit puzzled. It's also a little speechless that there's actually nothing on the system's end for such a major emotional advance. However, at this moment, he suddenly remembered that the last time the system hinted at the progress of the relationship, there seemed to be something like, she knows my name. I'll go. Could it be that Shen Linxi's WeChat nickname is still really a bit related to me not? Now, Guli went straight into ecstasy. If Shen Linxi really had that much affection for herself, then the difficulty of this pursuit would be greatly reduced. Needless to say, the Twitter nickname really did reveal some good news. Much to someone's delight, Guli immediately planned in his mind. The circle of friends is a very good platform. After all, it can let Shen Linxi see something. It seems that in the future, this circle of friends of his can't be so barren. He also has to put something from time to time. That would attract Shen Linxi's attention and allow the two to begin to formally familiarize themselves. Guri thought darkly. A few days passed. The next day, Hulin called and thanked him for last night. At the same time, it also talked about the matter with Shen Linxi. After getting up in the morning, the two made up under the covers, both apologizing to each other, and both forgiving each other for being the same good girlfriends they were. This result, Guli had already known in his heart, but he still expressed his congratulations. In addition, although he and Shen Linxi had added WeChat, they hadn't said a word. In his opinion, this was adding WeChat, but the relationship was still that of an ordinary friend, without much change. Also, it has to be left to dry for a few days, otherwise it also shows too much haste. Shen Linxi, the workaholic, seemed to be immersed in his work as well, and was once again busy. Listening to Su Huai's side, it seems to be busy interviewing and recruiting people, and it is still a headhunter recommended computer god. Gu, this Chen Huanji Chuan was stimulated by me. It's actually thinking of finding a great god to completely optimize the system. Getting this news, Guli wasn't much surprised. After all, in the previous Haitong project, just because of technical problems, the other side suffered a big defeat. If this does not think of making up for the system defects and getting back the honor, it would not be the old software company of Tatsuo Huanji Chuang. If the following continues to be overtaken by the somersault clouds, wouldn't it not be far behind to be overtaken by the ride? Therefore, both the side of the boss of Chen Huanji Chuang and Shen Linxi were holding their breath, hoping to fight a turnaround in the following project. As long as they took a big project comparable to Haitong Logistics, then the face from last time would definitely be recovered. However, Guli was very confident in his skills. No matter what kind of great god the other party had brought in, he was capable of fighting. Moreover, in recent days, he has completed a lot of problems in the Hidden Dead End website, directly upgraded the level to the top certification. As for further up, there were dozens of god-level programmers, and several legend-level experts. Of course, this is just a set of certifications that the site has for registered users, and it's still a bit different from what the programmers are really good at. In his opinion, the top certification of the Hidden Dead End is just equivalent to some advanced programmers. He has a systematic skill set of top programmers, all of whom are at least lore-certified masters. Just wait until he solves the top 10 problems in there, and maybe he'll give it a try by opening a software company and starting a business along the way. Aside from these, the stock of Xinling Pharmaceutical, which Guli is following, is having the most exciting time. June 16th, the other side directly released a statement. That is, The development of a special drug for heart disease is successful and will be marketed in the next 2 years. This has been a tremendous boon to many patients. All of a sudden, the stocks above the Hong Kong stock market directly came to a surge. In a day's time soared 5 times. Meanwhile, another message came through. That is, in addition to the new drugs, Shen Linxi Pharmaceutical also ushered in a reorganization. All of a sudden obtained hundreds of millions of dollars of financing. The financial difficulties all of a sudden no longer exist. Guli believed that with the confirmation of this news, its stock price would surely take another wild ride, and his side of the layout has long been completed a few days ago, just waiting for the stock price to reach a certain stage. Just sell off directly. A rough calculation shows that he could have at least doubled it a couple of times, thinking that by the end of the month, he would be able to leap into a billionaire. Guli was very happy. Along with the progress of the relationship with Shen Linxi, the stock price also followed a wild ride. It looks like it's almost the weekend, but Hulin's side sent a few messages in a row. Handsome, let's have dinner this weekend. I'm not alone this time. There's also Creek O. Thanks for drinking with me the other day, and as a thank you for your help, treat yourself to a great meal. Holy shit, it's taken this long to get back. You're not going to say no, are you? Chapter 50, Love begins with curiosity. Seeing this news, Guli felt pity. Although he was tempted to agree to it and take the opportunity to deepen his friendship with Shen Linxi, there was still something really going on this week. The weekend happened to be Father's Day, which came over from the west, and he was going to take a trip back home to celebrate his dad properly. And having just talked to Gu Qiu on the phone earlier, both of them had agreed to go back on Saturday morning. Guli then dialed Hulin directly and politely declined. Hulin, sorry about that, haha. My sister and I are going back home for Father's Day weekend. Look, why don't we come back next week? Hulin, on the other end of the phone, was instantly surprised. It's still Father's Day this week, right? Guli nodded. Although it's a foreign holiday, it's also deeply rooted in people's hearts now. Not to mention those merchants on the internet. Even teachers have assigned relevant homework. I, as a son, definitely need to go back to honor my filial piety. Also, my old family house is being renovated and I want to go back to see the progress. Oh, well, in that case, it's next week. Since there was indeed business, Hulin's side didn't say anything, but was just a bit regretful. However, she was quite interested in what Guli said about the renovation of the old family house, so she casually asked, "That's okay with you? Returning home with your clothes on and not forgetting your parents. This is to build a small villa." "Ha, you're guessing wrong on that one," Guli explained up. "It's a renovation, not redoing the house. The small 3-story building that my dad had previously repaired hadn't been renovated much at all. Now that you have the money, you should modernize the whole building, new appliances and furniture. After all, the back may often go back. It's better to make the old family house more comfortable. That way, going back to live is also comfortable, isn't it?" "Oh, so that's it." Upon hearing this, Hulin also smiled. "I saw you go back for the Dragon Boat Festival before, and you even went fishing and climbing mountains, so isn't it quite fun over there in your hometown?" Guli thought about the big mountains behind his old home and nodded instead. "It's not bad. You can go hiking and fishing. In particular, the mountain behind is quite high, and the top is a big bare rock, so flying a kite is quite nice. There's also a large canyon in the surrounding area, which is also quite fun." Hearing Guli say this, Hulin was instantly interested. "That's fine. When there's a chance, I'll definitely go over to your old hometown to have some fun, and I'll stay at your house then." "Ha ha, no problem, but it has to wait until my house is finished renovating. It can be too humble now, and you guys will definitely not be well entertained when you come." Guli didn't even think about it and agreed straight away. After all, if Hulin went, then Shen Linxi could still run away, but that's something that's going to have to wait a while. After all, 1. The house hadn't been renovated yet, and 2. His relationship with Shen Linxi hadn't reached that point yet, but it was something he had put in the back of his mind, and would remind Hulin of it when the opportunity was ripe. Just like that, the time quickly came to Saturday, and Guli directly drove to pick up Gu Qiu, and then headed towards his old home. Gu Mingyuan was of course very happy to hear that his son and daughter had returned. The chickens were killed and fished in the morning, and a good meal was made, waiting for the two men to join them for their noon meal. On the other side, Shen Linxi was not as busy as Zhou and Ei. However, Zhou Yun's side recommended 2 more people to come over, so an interview was scheduled for Saturday. This situation made Hulin and Shen Linxi's plans for an outing once again fizzle out, which made Hulin especially speechless. Shen Linxi had to promise that he would find time to travel next month, or else he would have to admit that he was a big stupid pig. And you have to yell "I'm a big dummy" 3 times in front of everyone when you're eating out. Originally, Shen Linxi did not want to make such a bet, but nay, this time he let Hu Lin pigeon again, and really could not find a reason to pray for forgiveness. After all, it was only earlier that the two had fallen out, so she didn't dare continue to make Hu Lin angry. Still, the interview on Saturday was a bit of a disappointment for her. Theoretically, they talked a good game, but when it came to the one-world system, the two of them didn't have much to say other than pointing out some not-so-small problems. There are even some optimization ideas that are known to Shen Linxi. However, it was discarded by Lin Huaqing and others because it could not reach the optimization goal, and the scheme was complicated and too costly. If that's really all the level is, it's not really up to her standards. As a result, the two subsequent interviewees were both high-level talents with very good programming skills, but still a bit far from Shen Linxi's expectations. At night, Shen Linxi let out a sigh of relief while looking at the people Zhou Yun continued to recommend over there. Hey, it looks like we can only continue with the interview. I don't know why that guy is so good at computer skills at such a young age. She had to say that through these days of interviews, she was really a bit impressed with Gu Li's skills. It was actually possible to take the performance of the somersault cloud system and optimize it up a notch in such a short period of time. It is important to realize that the larger the system, the more complex the performance enhancements become. And when the program is developed, the overall function must also be considered, so that optimization does not affect the use of other functions. It must be functionally stable and performance enhancing, both at the same time. Gu Li, on the other hand, came up with a practical optimization plan just a week after joining Sinu's technology. Such technical prowess is simply terrifying, and by all accounts, Gu Li was a little younger than her, and it was impossible for him to do this to this extent. But the fact is, the other party has really done what even that previous technical director Wang Tai could not do. You should know that Wang Tai is a top programmer around 40 years old, and Somersault Cloud was developed from small to large from his hands. From there, it's clear that Gu Li is awesome, but the greater this expectation, the greater this disappointment just is. This had been several interviews, and still hadn't found a suitable person, making Shen Linxi more and more anxious. In this regard, the headhunter Zhou Yun cannot help. After all, the more top talent is more difficult to find. Moreover, top talents like this are now the core executives of large companies, which are usually not easy to poach. That's why it was said that one wanted to quickly find someone who could rival Gu Li and double the performance of Cinnabar Wisdom's Huanyu system. It's still really kind of hard. Hey, I wonder what that guy is doing. While looking at the resume in the mailbox, Shen Linxi could not help but flash Gu Li's name in his mind. I don't know why, but ever since I called Gu Li husband, it seems that there are more and more interactions between the two of them. Could it be that this is destiny? Thinking of this, Shen Linxi was also in deep thought for a while. Hey, why am I curious about him coming? However, in a whirlwind, Shen Linxi reacted, a little puzzled by his own reaction. Little did she know that there is a saying that all likes begin with curiosity. Time, quickly, came to Sunday night. The weekend passed quickly, although the two were not able to go on an outing because of Shen Linxi's interview, but Shen Linxi sighed. In order to compensate, Hu Lin directly invited her to a big meal. How is it? The food here tastes okay, right? Sitting in the ancient restaurant, Shen Linxi looked at Hu Lin, who was feasting, and smiled, eating the smooth and refreshing fiery fat intestines. Hu Lin instantly couldn't stop nodding. Aha! The food at this place is really great in flavor. I can say that it's one of the best Sichuan dishes I've ever had. Seeing that her best friend was satisfied, Shen Linxi was also relieved and laughed. It's good that you're happy. You're treating Gu Li to dinner next week, but consider this place. Next time. Hu Lin first but shook his head, mysteriously, and said, I now want to try Gu Li's cooking. I want to invite him to cook at my house. What do you think? Hearing this, Shen Linxi's face froze. Why did you invite her to cook at home? Could it be that he cooks well? You don't know? Hu Lin was stunned and asked, didn't you add him on WeChat? Didn't you look at his friend's circle? Chapter 51, A Different Kind of Man. Shen Linxi immediately gave Hu Lin a blank look, her face rather helpless. Plus is plus, but I'd been so busy during the day that I didn't even have time to pay attention. What does this have to do with whether Gu Li can cook or not? Hearing this, Hu Lin was speechless, shaking her head and sighing. I don't even bother talking about you. Really don't care about anything other than work. Didn't Gu Li go back home this week? Shen Linxi was still uncertain. Right. This guy personally went to the pond today to fish, and also killed chickens and ducks, and picked vegetables from the vegetable patch. Then he personally cooked a big table of delicious food. Hu Lin put down her chopsticks and continued. TSK. That cooking technique is simply flowing. If I hadn't known he was in IT, otherwise I would have thought he was a chef. This came out so well that just looking at the pictures makes me drool. I was a little skeptical that this guy was putting on a show, The colors look good, the taste isn't great. Who knows? He sent me a picture directly. At once, I was directly speechless. As she said that, Hu Lin even handed her cell phone over, letting Shen Linxi take a look at the chat records between her and Guli. Not only are there photos in there, but there are also a couple videos of Guli stir-frying, which really is comparable to a chef. The finished product also looks appetizing and colorful. Lastly, on top of a round table, several large pots had actually become naked, with only some soup left. So many big pots of food, and they were actually all eaten. Seeing this, she couldn't help but be shocked. This guy, he's actually so good at cooking. Hu Lin also nodded, her face filled with curiosity. Right. I thought before that he's good at programming and usually spends his time studying, so he's an average cook. I didn't realize that not only could he cook, but his knife skills were even better, slicing the fish thinner than a food market. What a hell? Is he really a programmer? This guy, he's quite filial, dedicated to driving 200 kilometers, went back to his father for Father's Day and personally made a table of delicious food. Besides, that guy is so rich that he doesn't mind getting dirty and going down to do farm work. I even used the big G to help move corn around the house yesterday, and really didn't mind that limo at all. As she spoke, Hu Lin sighed even more. I have to say, Guli is different from all those elites and rich kids I knew before. Hearing Hu Lin say this, Shen Linxi immediately subconsciously nodded and thought in his heart, this Guli, what a different man. If you think about it, it's true that there seems to be a lot of good things about the other person. Over 5 feet 8 inches tall and a little bit handsome, he was in even better shape, indicating a regular exerciser. He's young, worth millions of dollars, a technical director, makes over $1 million a year, and has a very good career. Although the old family is from a rural area, the family is harmonious and also a filial piety to parents. A man like that would be a golden son-in-law, wouldn't he? For many women, it's totally a perfect match for marriage. Thinking about it, Shen Linxi was more and more interested in Guli, and then opened his circle of friends and looked through it. Though both of them had been on WeChat for a week now, she had been too busy to check it before. Of course, it had to do with personal habits. After all, the rest of her friends' circle of friends, she rarely read. She saw Guli, not afraid of getting dirty or tired, working with her father at the fish pond pulling fish through the nets, from which they leapt up and then escaped. There were also 2 people working together to catch a big snow-white chub. The whole fish was actually as wide as Guli's father's chest. The big fish then broke free, and Guli and his father scrambled to catch it. Although I didn't catch it in the end and let all the fish in my hand escape, I had a happy smile on my face. Seeing these photos, Shen Linxi also froze for a moment and vaguely envied them in her heart. Perhaps such a life of family harmony was what she had hoped for. When she thought of her childhood, her parents' strictness towards her, and the childhood times in her life when she had very little parental companionship, Shen Linxi had a deep sigh. Work, always the most important thing on the parents' side, and all that was there for her growing up, besides her mother's occasional weekends, was the family nanny. As for my father, he was either at the office or on his way to a business trip every day. Other people's parents go to zoos and amusement parks with their children all the time, and it seems like a luxury to her. There is only endless homework to do every day, endless lessons in dance, piano, hosting, and so on. It wasn't until she grew up and went to college that she was unusually nostalgic for that kind of ordinary human affection. But alas, this generation gap is getting worse as the man gets bigger. What door-to-door? What early marriage? There's even some kind of doll marriage, which is just breathtaking. After all, what a time it is. The second son of the Tang family is back from his studies. I heard he's very nice. Do you want to go and meet him first? Some family's daughter and some family's son got married. It's a perfect match and a strong union. What his father said did make Shen Linxi feel unusually strange. Every time he went home and met with his father, it was a torment for Shen Linxi. And once a person is disconnected from their family, that's when they want to escape and go back to their own little nest. Even without the company of other friends, being alone is more comfortable than being at home. After all, the only way to feel free is to be in your own house. So since graduation, she rarely goes home, just as she did when she was a student, only once a year. So after seeing these ordinary and mundane lives of Guli, Shen Linxi's heart welled up with a gush of envy. Creak! What's wrong? Across the room, Hu Lin saw her looking at her cell phone and actually didn't respond for 2 minutes, so she immediately asked, "Ha?" Only then did Shen Linxi come back to her senses and forced to smile. "It's fine. I was just shocked by Guli's talent. He really is different from others. So, what do you think? If you call him over to cook next week, will the guy say yes?" Hu Lin asked. Shen Linxi thought about it and guessed. It should be agreed. After all, it's an invitation from a great beauty like you. This face will definitely be given. Besides, He's turned you down once, surely he can't bear to do it again. Hu Lin nodded at once. Right. Then it's settled. Come to my house for dinner next week. You must come. If you break the appointment again, I will really ignore you. Okay, I promise. Shen Linxi smiled and nodded, and in her heart, she was also very excited about Gu Li's cooking skills. That guy, I really don't know what else he won't do. 2 hours later, the two ate before driving back to their respective homes. However, Shen Linxi, who returned home, picked up his cell phone but fell into deep thought. The thought of it being Father's Day was also nagging at her. Even though her father was hard on her and the two had a lot of disconnect, he had also raised her for over 20 years after all. This blood is thicker than water, but how can not be erased? Thinking of the pictures of Gu Li and his father fishing together and laughing happily, Shen Linxi had a hint of extra anticipation for no reason. I don't know how long it took, but she found the familiar micro-signal and edited it. But, after typing Dad, he didn't know what to say, and so she typed and deleted and typed again. It went back and forth a dozen times and still no message was sent. At the moment, the strong woman who was thunderous in her career is hesitant to get up above her affection. Time passed and she finally typed a few words before hitting the send button with a vengeance. Watching that the text was finally sent out, Shen Linxi also finally breathed a sigh of relief. Amount. It looks like it can be undone in 2 minutes. Want it? However, just as Shen Linxi's hand was placed on it, he couldn't help but retract it, and then collapsed onto the sofa as if he was resigned to his fate. Seductive body, like a sleeping beauty. Chapter 52. It's better to die. You do. A villa area of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains located on the banks of the Jialing River. A middle-aged man in his 50s who was well-maintained and bore a slight resemblance to Shen Linxi had just entered the house at this moment. On the sofa in the living room, there was a woman in her 40s or 50s with an elegant temperament, with a mask on her face, watching the TV program in front of her. Yes, the two were Shen Linxi's father, Shen Tianchen, and his mother, Lin Jiqiu. Why are you back so early today? Seeing her husband return, Lin Jiqiu looked at the time on the TV and asked. Shen Tianchen sat down on the sofa with his butt, the fatigue on his face flickering away. It's almost 10 o'clock. Still early? Compared to 12 o'clock before? Or a night out? This coming back before 10 is not early? Lin Jiqiu laughed and disliked it without any goodwill. Too lazy to talk to you. Shen Tianchen also knew that his wife had anger in her heart, and was too lazy to theorize at that moment. Then he was ready to go take a bath and get a massage before he said anything. He was tired from working all day. It's really tiring to have to listen to your wife and mother's rants when you get back. But this was just about to put down the phone when he saw a WeChat message displayed on the screen. Received a Weibo message from Creek. Seeing this, Shen Tianchen froze. You know, my daughter hasn't sent a single message in months. Remembering the last time, it was the first day of the year, he received a New Year's greeting on the airplane. And, it's still a group post. Knowing his daughter is like a father, but he knows that Shen Linxi usually does not send messages, and this one message can be a big deal. After all, the disconnect from his childhood had made it difficult for him and his daughter to communicate with each other. What's going on here? Surely I'll talk to Mom's side first as well. Now that he had found him, could it be that something of great importance, or danger, had arisen? Although he had always complained about Shen Linxi's stubbornness, his love for him had not diminished at all. It immediately opened WeChat, and there was even a burst of worry on his face. However, when he saw the message sent by Shen Linxi, he froze. That's it? Happy Father's Day, Dad. For a moment, Shen Tianchen froze on the spot, and the matter of taking a bath had long since run into the sky. Lin Jiqiu, who was beside him, saw that something was wrong with him and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Take a look. What's going on with my daughter?" Being called out like this, Shen Tianchen also came back to his senses and handed over his cell phone. Lin Jiqiu also picked it up curiously, and at first glance, it was also a bit strange. This Father's Day, she did know. Could it be that it's the end of this week? Which is today? Immediately, I pulled out my cell phone calendar and looked at it, and realized it was true. Seeing that her husband still had a puzzled look on his face, Lin Jiqiu instantly said without any good humor, "Can't you figure this out? My daughter is wishing you a happy Father's Day. You should be happy." Shen Tianchen nodded, but shook his head. "I do feel a bit strange. This blessing came a bit inexplicably. By the way, when have you ever seen your daughter care about any Father's Day? She only knows how to work all day long. She can't even care about resting people." Thinking about this daughter who was stubborn and dedicated to her career and only wants to make something of herself, Shen Tianchen also sighed helplessly, really not obedient at all. According to his idea, it would be good to find a suitable marriage earlier and then raise children at home. No need to run around and work overtime every day. Although it is not as good as those who are rich and powerful, but there is nothing to worry about. It's a pity. This daughter has been a rebel since she was a child and never speaks her mind to them. Therefore the gap between these two sides, in turn, became deeper and deeper. Lin Jiqiu thought about it, and it seemed to be true. Even for the Dragon Boat Festival and Mid-Autumn Festival, my daughter didn't bother to come home. And even more so, she didn't send any text messages. It's really kind of counterintuitive to have such a text message come out of nowhere on this. What with Father's Day? Thus, Lin Jiqiu was also skeptical. Then, do you think something has happened on Cece's side? Shen Tianchen nodded. It's possible. Then ask. Lin Jiqiu prodded as she directly handed over her cell phone. In her mind, since her daughter sent the text, it signaled a desire to ease the tension with her husband. At this time, Shen Tianchen would have a good chat again, and it might have a miraculous effect on the relationship between the two. After Shen Tianchen thought about it, he could only pick up the phone and directly dial the call. The call went through right away, but there was no sound on the other side. Shen Tianchen's face changed and he hurriedly asked, "Daughter, are you there?" Fortunately, Shen Linxi's voice immediately came from the other end. "Dad, I'm here." Shen Tianchen hurriedly asked, "I saw the news. Nothing happened on your side, right?" Shen Linxi's tone was unusually calm, but there were only 2 words. "No." Upon hearing this, Shen Tianchen was also a bit speechless, and immediately said, "Then when will you make a trip home?" "At that time, I'll have that person come and sit at home, so you guys can get to know each other." However, these words caused Shen Linxi's originally calm tone to suddenly intensify. "Oh, is it possible that Dad, in your eyes, is so eager to sell your daughter out early? Besides this, there is nothing else to say?" The tone contained a hint of anger, and then without waiting for Shen Tianchen to answer, he directly hung up the phone. This kid is still so angry. Listening to the busy tone inside the cell phone, Shen Tianchen immediately changed his face and let out a cold snort. "Okay, can't you two talk properly? Every time you can't say 2 sentences, you have to throw your faces. I'm not talking about you. It's your fault for bringing that up." Lin Jiqiu, who was next to him, was also quite speechless, and directly pushed him a little. "Never mind. You go take a bath. I'll go talk to Creek." "Really? Row. Shen Tianchen remembered his daughter, and also had a belly full of fire. Directly threw this down and went to the bathroom. On the other hand, on the Rongqing side, Shen Linxi was also a bit at a loss for words, and after hanging up the phone, she lay on her back on the sofa, looking at the clean white ceiling and fuming. "I don't know when it started, but I don't know when myself and my father became like this. Hey!" A sigh that resounded in this empty house. Shen Linxi felt a trace of loneliness for no reason. This unusual feeling was something she hadn't even thought of before. The video rang again, and when she saw that it was Lin Jiqiu calling, she hurriedly wiped her eyes and sat up. "Mom, why are you calling the video?" Lin Jiqiu looked at her beautiful daughter and immediately laughed. "What? I can't call you a video? I didn't say that. Just a little curious. Aren't you working out at this time of year?" "I'm all done working out today and now I'm putting on a mask." Lin Jiqiu thought for a moment, then said, "You shouldn't blame your father for not communicating well. He's just this character. It's not like you don't know. When he saw your news today, he was happy for a while, but you never sent a text like that. Thought something happened on your end. Just rushed to call. That was actually concerned about you." Only after hearing this did Shen Linxi feel better in her heart, and she immediately nodded. "I know, Mom. Actually, your father has always been quite concerned about you. When that startup of yours was in financial trouble, it was still him who asked someone to bring in an investment." Hearing these words, Shen Linxi suddenly froze, and his long memories gradually became clear. She didn't realize that when she started the business, the company's lack of capital got her into trouble, and several of their founders went into debt. Someone wants to take it over, but is keeping the price low and wants 80% of the equity. A few people wouldn't even be able to recover the cost if they went with the offer given by the other side. And just as they were about to despair, a company actually looked at that project and directly invested $8 million to help them get through the hard times. And it was because of that $8 million that their project was ultimately successful and ended up being acquired without incident. This has allowed several of them, each of them, to make significant gains and achieve financial freedom. And when that most critical $8 million investment, actually Shen Tianchen found someone to help them. It turned out that her father had always cared for her. Thinking of this, Shen Linxi suddenly didn't know what to say, tears directly in her eyes. But then, why was he so cruel that he had to make her marry someone she didn't like? For a while, Shen Linxi didn't know exactly what attitude to use towards his father. Well, Creek, what knot can't be untied between father and daughter? Watching her daughter fall into deep thought, Lin Jiqiu hurried to strike while the iron was hot and advised that, You take the time to come back that day and talk to your dad. In fact, he's doing everything for your own good. However, these words, in Shen Linxi's ears, were a bit counterproductive. She only saw her expression freeze, then wiped the corner of her eyes directly before saying firmly, "Mom, my daughter is also old enough to have her own judgment. If Dad still wants me to marry Tang Wenhwa, then he'd better die." Chapter 53, Here's your chance. Hearing these words and seeing the determination on her daughter's face, Lin Jiqiu was speechless and sighed even more deeply. Gotta. Coincidentally, my daughter remembered it again. It seems that what I just said was all for nothing. This daughter of my own family, this character is getting more and more stubborn. Of course, her daughter pursued the freedom of love, and Lin Jiqiu didn't think there was anything right or wrong with that. But on the side of her husband, Shen Tianchen, that old codger, it was not so. In the name of his daughter's future life, he had to be with the old man of the Tang family. Set up a doll's marriage. There you go. That's what caused the father-daughter relationship to be incredibly strained. Hey, this is really a difficult lesson for every family. Thinking about this, Lin Jiqiu also sighed for no reason. Even the mask on her face was spent. For this matter, caught in the middle of it, she also found it difficult. Because, on both sides, they are stubborn, headstrong people, one old codger and one little rebel. Just when Shen Linxi took the initiative to send a greeting message to her father, who was not on good terms, because of her circle of friends, Gu Li was, at this time, already on his way back to Rongqing with Gu Qiu. Since it was the first half of the year, it got dark late, so the two had an early dinner before moving on. So it was particularly nice to see this almost to the outskirts of the city, with a blood-colored sunset roiling the sky to the west. Gu Qiu, the little ninny, took her new cell phone and opened the window to take pictures. In the end, Gu Li's persuasion failed. Gu Qiu, who got $10,000, still didn't restrain his vanity and went to get a new cell phone. There was nothing he could do about it, and he had to let her be. Anyway, this is soon to be my senior year of college, so I should be better off with a new cell phone, whether I'm going to an internship, or looking for a job. An hour later, Gu Li finished dropping off his sister, and then smoothly arrived at the neighborhood. Just as he entered his home, he changed into his loungewear and then lay down on top of the massage chair, ready to relax. Massage chair is before spent almost 80,000 yuan to buy, usually tired to lie down, or quite comfortable. While massaging, he had a chance to pick up his cell phone at that moment and read the previous message. Gu Li, come to my house to cook on Saturday night. I'm craving for your cooking. Looking forward to you showing off your skills. The first one. It was sent by Hulin. Seeing that the other party actually invited him to be a guest in his home was a bit of a surprise, but this opportunity did not come. But thinking about the pictures and videos he'd sent back home, it was clear to him why Hulin wanted to eat his cooking so badly. Hey, nice, top-notch Szechuan cooking skills that will finally come in handy. This having eaten his first cooking, the second time is not far off, is it? Immediately, he replied, no problem, I'll be there Saturday night on time with the dishes. You guys just need to prepare your mouths. That's all. Ha, it's a deal then. We won't see each other. By the way, what kind of wine do you want to drink? I'll buy it in advance. It didn't take long for Hulin to reply to the message. Seeing this, Gu Li instantly laughed and thought but said, and drinking? Ha, this is in case if I get drunk and I go crazy. You two girls, you're no match for me. Cut. Just you. Unexpectedly, Gu Li's joke was despised by Hulin. I can tell you that Cici and I have also participated in 3 months of special combat training before. Although your physique is still good, you won't necessarily be able to beat us teaming up. I'll go. And these two women went to Qumite? Really? Gu Li was a bit unconvinced that 2 weak women could endure that kind of suffering. After thinking about it, he immediately questioned, are you kidding? You guys would go and practice that kind of thing? Why don't you try it next time you have a chance? Just try it. Am I afraid of you? Haha. Fist. JPG. Unexpectedly, Gu Li's disbelief directly made Hulin think that she was looking down on her and directly sent a fist emoji. Ouch. That's a bit of a self-indulgence. Thinking about the strength of his humanoid weapon, Gu Li shook his head and laughed lightly. Forget it, don't get into it with this Neen. Dropping. Just at this moment, the previous group of college classmates came directly to the prompt message. Gu Li opened it and his eyes froze. At Gu Li, you rented that big G, right? That's hilarious. Renting a limo to haul corn back home in order to pretend pen. Ha. Zhong Hongfu, don't talk nonsense. What if the other Gu Li is buying it? But, can you believe it? That's over $2 million. Not 20,000. I heard that Gu Li was just laid off by the company a while ago, so maybe he took a lot of compensation. Cut. I've inquired about it all. That company only compensated N+1 at a salary of about 10,000 in the care, 30,000 or 40,000 dollars at the most. It turned out that Guli posted a circle of friends of Big G pulling corn, and was instantly discovered by his classmates and then discussed to the group. This Zhong Hongfu, in particular, had a bit of a problem with Guli back in college, and had a previous beef over a time when he took the wrong bottle of boiling water. After that, Guli looked at that guy with a bad taste in his mouth and didn't say a word for the next 2 years of college. Of course, this guy was less than 5 feet 7 inches, black and hateful. So naturally, he was also a little jealous of Guli, the little handsome guy. There were few girls in the computer class to begin with, and one of them was particularly fond of Guli, and this guy liked that girl. But Guli was secretly in love with Yue at the time, so naturally she turned a blind eye to the other girls. As a result, Zhong Hongfu was envious and jealous of Guli, and ended up hating him outright because of the open water bottle incident. Originally, after graduation, no one had much interaction, and Guli rarely spoke in it, but he did not expect to send a friend circle, and then this guy saw it, and then felt that he caught the opportunity, and was ready to humiliate him. Guli was also a bit irritated at this point, but he didn't bother with the other party. After all, this level is not the same. This is a bit unpromising if you still go down to the field to swear at each other. But he was just about to ignore it when there was actually another movement in the group. At Zhong Hongfu, you're the one with a lot of shit to worry about. Why don't we make a bet? If Guli bought it, you'll go run around naked outside the school for a while. Dare you? At Zhong Hongfu. Right. Dare you? At Zhong Hongfu. Dare you? Ha ha. These three guys, they actually all got blown out. Seeing that Zhong Hongfu was squeezed into silence, Guli also laughed. Everyone, don't worry, I have proof. Proof that this car was indeed bought by Guli. See the picture below. Screenshot 1, JGP. Screenshot 2, JPG. However, at this time, Zhao Jun, who usually had little presence, was bubbling up, finishing a sentence and then sending out 2 pictures. One was a presentation on the official website of the Sinus company, which happened to be a statement of Guli's appointment. As it turns out, Guli was promoted to Director of Technology by his boss last week, and Wang Tai became the CTO directly. As for the other photo, it was of Guli driving the Big G in the underground parking lot of Gunstar Plaza. Everyone was shocked when they saw the 2 clear photos. ____. Hey, know about Guli from class 1? I'm actually in the same company as him now. You'd never guess how awesome people are now. Technical Director of Tendon Cloud Company, the top level of the company that manages 200 to 300 people. Annual salary is heard to be at least $1.5 million. The car is a Mercedes-Benz Big G. Too damn envious. The same major, the same graduation, less than 4 years. But people have been mixed into a technical director. Annual salary of 1 or 2 million, but also drive a luxury car. Yeah, even the ones at Ali and Penguin don't seem to make $1 million a year. Do they? $1 million? How is that possible? I just talked to Zhang Yuashan a few days ago, and he's only getting 40,000 a month. You know, he's one of the best at mixing it up, in several of our classes. Of course, a certain few rich second generation don't count. Next, the student even retweeted a snippet of the chat, which silenced the entire group for a moment. The sudden silence in the group made those students who weren't prepared to open the group chat record, couldn't help but be curious and click in. Chapter 54 Trillium Twilight Cloud turned on friend verification. You are not her friend yet. And at the same time, a neighborhood in the southern part of the city of Rongqing. Yue was also sitting on the sofa watching TV at this time, and kept swiping small videos on her cell phone. As for the university WeChat group, she was too lazy to bother with it, and had directly set the message to be undisturbed before. So, despite all the chatter inside, she was oblivious to the red dot on the group. For her, after graduating from college and pursuing quality of life, she wouldn't waste her time in this boring chatting and eating melons. At this time, the anchor recommended a good skincare products, and the price is cheaper than the official website for hundreds of dollars, suddenly let her have the desire to buy. When she was about to place an order, WeChat side came drip sound, instantly attracted her attention. There are already fewer girls in computer classes in college, and even fewer as far as pretty girls are concerned, and girls like Yue, who were comparable to departmental flowers, were even more rare. As a result, Yue had always gotten a lot of attention among the few girls in Guli's class because of her face value. She is also a maverick in life and can't get along with the rest of the girls. Only the same dormitory Wang Yue and her closer, after graduation is because to go to the same company, became a good girlfriend. Seeing that it was a message from Wang Yue, she hurriedly clicked in as well. Yue, didn't you read the message in the group? Hurry up and go read it. But you have to be calm. What do you mean? Seeing this message, Yue was also puzzled. Her best friend even told her to calm down. What's going on here? So with curiosity, she hurriedly clicked on the college group of classmates, and then pulled the messages to the first few dozen. Then she was shocked. Guli, a classmate, became the technical director of a company with an annual salary of up to $1.5 million. The usual driver is actually a Mercedes-Benz Big G worth more than $2 million. What? How is this possible? The first thing Yue thought when he saw these messages was that this wasn't true. If it's a case of other students, she may not be very aware of it. But for Guli, who had liked her for 7 whole years and confessed more than a dozen times, she could know more than anyone else. The salary is $12,000 a month, or just increased at the end of last year. $13,000 a month rent for a 10-year-old house. Not only is the neighborhood poor and chaotic with residents, but there is no elevator. She'd been there once and hadn't dared to go back after that. Guli goes to work every day, first riding a shared bicycle for a few minutes to the subway entrance, then transferring to 2 subway lines and arriving at the office in 40 minutes. Oh, no. In April, Guri was laid off and became unemployed. But what's happening now? And what was learned is vastly different. It hadn't even been 2 months since she'd refused again, and she'd actually made a magnificent turnaround. Not only did he become the technical director of a large company, with an annual salary of more than $1 million, he even drove a $2 million luxury car. It's a pipe dream. It wasn't like she hadn't learned about Guli's family conditions. She was definitely not a rich second generation. This is a bizarre situation that even novels wouldn't dare to write like this, right? When she thought about it, she wanted to question the group about what Guli was up to, but before he could act, he was surprised by the message inside. TSK TSK. Guli is getting more and more handsome. Have you guys noticed? This one of his, it's worth a lot of money. It turns out that the knowledgeable students have already discovered from the photos that Guli is also wearing something unusual, worth at least tens of thousands of dollars. Especially the watch on his wrist was also recognized as Vacheron Constantin, a luxury watch of at least several $100,000. Now, people no longer suspected that Guli's car was rented. After all, it had been almost a month since he drove the Big G to work every day. There was also the outfit, which clearly could not have been rented. Then, there are only 3 possibilities for Guli to directly rock the boat and become a diamond king. Maybe it's a rich kid, or maybe a sudden large fortune. It's also possible that Guli has been laying low and is only now showing his true strength. But whichever is possible, the classmate who was once similar to everyone else is at this point a huge difference from everyone else. This huge discrepancy, at once, also shook everyone quite a bit. Then, inevitably, the conversation also came to Yue's side, while a few other regular girls were even more talkative. Right, it's a shame. Some people might have to cry their eyes out. Who says it isn't? I heard that I made an outie boyfriend. But now it looks like I've really picked up the pieces and lost the pieces. Gee. Looking at the group's finger pointing, Yue instantly hated to return a few words. But after thinking about it, she didn't dare to send out a few dislikes after a long tussle. Now in this situation, wouldn't it be lowering yourself to argue in a group, asking for trouble, and being ridiculed by everyone for having no eyes? However, the doubt Yue had just became more and more uncertain as everyone discussed it. Could it be that all of Guli's changes are true? But then what happened before that? Right. It must be to test me. Yue thought about it and directly brainstormed the reason for all of Guli's previous behavior, and was instantly happy. Afterwards, she directly found Guli's WeChat and prepared to say hello first. _____. Guli, still mad at me? Thousands of miles of twilight clouds turned on friend verification. You're not her friend yet. Pissed off. I can't believe he deleted all my WeChat messages. Damn it. In this situation, Yue directly freaked out and immediately found Guli's phone number and dialed it. Unexpectedly, a busy signal came from the other end, and it kept showing that it couldn't be reached. Holy shit, this guy, he won't phone me back too. Thinking of this kind of result, Yue directly exploded with anger, and even cursed loudly. It's an abomination. Didn't I just reject you? What? You can't even be friends anymore. Humph. I'd like to see, you guy, just how deep are you hiding? After thinking about it, he directly took the small number and dialed it to Guli. Luckily, the other side picked up directly, followed by Guli's familiar voice. Who is it? Guli, it's me. I heard you've been doing quite well lately. Oh, that's for sure. If I had realized that life was 10 times better without you, I would have left you alone a long time ago. But it's not too late now, do you think? Yue did not expect that this opening first sentence Guli disliked her, and the anger in her chest instantly came up. But thinking about what the other party has accomplished now, plus the fact that they did go a little too far before, A little bit of resentment seems to be quite normal. So Yue told herself to be calm and that everything would be fine as long as she could start over. After taking a deep breath, she said directly in a more gentle tone, I know, there were some things before, and it was really my bad. Guli, don't be angry, okay? I did it to test you in the first place, but I actually still have you in my heart. Why don't we have a dinner together tomorrow night? Dodo, good guy. Yue is still brewing emotions while selling her performance. Guli's end directly hung up the phone, listening to the blind tone inside the phone. Yue was directly dumbfounded for a while before coming back to her senses. No, I can't give up. Once again, she took a deep breath and dialed the number again. But the message on the other end was unavailable. This guy, he's blackballed me again. Yue didn't expect Guli to be so desperate. WeChat, phone pull black, and never crossed paths again. There was no excuse for such a thing, but she felt that Guli had gone too far and was doing it specifically for her. As the prettiest girl in the class, she was always complimented by others, and He Cheng had suffered such an indignity, being ignored so much by Guli. Yue also really couldn't swallow this breath. After thinking about it, it actually made a decision that left people a little speechless. Chapter 55, Nervous and Tense. Actually running into Shen Linxi again. Yue's odd idea. That is to go to Sinu's technology tomorrow to directly find Guli and have a good chat face to face. She still couldn't believe that Guli really didn't have any feelings for her at all. 7 years of liking. How can you give it up all at once? If I could forget all about it at once, I wouldn't have waited 7 years so long. In this regard, Yue, who could be considered the flower of the computer science department, still had great confidence and strength. With this in mind and in an agitated mood, she didn't even fall asleep until the early hours of the morning. So much so that when I got up in the morning, I was a little sleepy. So, in order to let Guli see her most beautiful self, Yue directly took a day off. I went to get my hair done in the morning, and even went to the salon to relax before schlepping over to Gunstar Plaza and to Tendon Tech. But the truth was, she couldn't even get into the somersault cloud without a doorstop. It took a lot of persuasion to convince the receptionist to inform her, and Guli didn't want to see her at all, and had her invited out. After waiting in the elevator room for a while, Yue could only get off the elevator helplessly. Instead, he didn't go at all, but instead, after strolling around Gunstar Plaza, he headed towards the underground garage. Inside the office, Guli didn't expect Yue to actually look up, and was instantly a bit speechless. So after staying for 2 hours in the afternoon, I decided to go home from work first, and then carefully took the elevator to the parking lot, lest they run into that annoying guy Yue later and cause unnecessary trouble. Unfortunately, he still underestimated Yue's difficulty. He really didn't expect the other party to wait directly next to the big G. Looking at the huge garage and so many cars, Guli couldn't help but sigh. A woman like Yue is really scary. I can't believe he knew to find his car ahead of time by typing in his license plate and then ambushing him, and even waited here for an hour or two. With this kind of obsession, if you put it in your job, you wouldn't have to keep trying to take shortcuts to evening out rich people. This woman, her heart was simply deep, and she had actually thought that the other party was simple before. Looking at the familiar figure, Guli was also quite helpless. Guli, I was wrong before. Let's start over, okay? When she saw Guli walk over, Yue directly walked up and pulled him and started pampering him. Stop, stop, stop. Guli's face changed as he pushed the other party away and hurriedly took a few steps back. Yue, there is no involvement between us other than an ordinary classmate relationship. If you still want to meet in the future without too much embarrassment, you should not say anything. Upon hearing this, Yue's heart immediately tightened and her face showed pity. Do you really want to be so desperate? Oh, desperate. Guli gazed coldly at the other party, a snort escaping the corners of his mouth as he endured the mockery. You don't deserve to say those 2 words. Well, I'm going home and I don't have time to nag you here. Looking at less than 2 months, before and after the judgment of the two Guli, Yue heart simply shocked do not know what to say. Immediately, he couldn't help but question loudly. Guli, I know, you must still be angry with me, right? 7 years of liking, how can you say no? Looking at Guli with an icy face, Yue's confidence from last night fell to the bottom. She didn't expect that the other party would be so cruel even after she had prayed for forgiveness in such a brazen manner. Could it be that the previous 7 years of liking were all a lie? But how could that be? How could a man love her for years without liking it? Even when she was rejected over and over again, she was still the first to come to heel if she called out. But the fact was that the man who had loved her for 7 years stood before her eyes at the moment with a face of endless disgust. Although it was tempting to just walk away from this anger, but thinking of Guli's current cushy capital, Yue still wanted to make a last-ditch effort. Guli, stop it, okay? Who's messing with you? that lickspittle of old is dead, and if you want to go down to him, you can go burn paper. Looking at the somewhat crazy Yue, Guli also directly disliked her. Such a woman. He felt no need to be polite at all. Yue, at this time, was also disliked by Guli and didn't know how to retort for a while. She even didn't expect Guli to treat him so badly. Looking at this boy who had tried to surround her all day long in the beginning, Yue felt a pang of regret in her heart, more disbelief, and anger. But just then, a sound of high heels came from the other side of the garage, causing Gugu to freeze. He didn't want the scene of entanglement with Yue to be seen by his colleagues in the company, so he turned his head slightly and glanced with his afterglow, and was startled. It was actually Shen Linxi. Seeing that it was this person who was least expected to show up here, Gugu hurriedly turned back, his heart wondering to the extreme. It's just under 4 p.m. What is Shen Linxi doing in the garage at this time? Did it also leave work early? But that's too much of a coincidence. Coincidence is coincidence. And what's even more breathless is that it actually happened to run into Yue's shameless pestering. At this moment, he no longer had time to think about why Shen Linxi had come over to Block B, because exactly how to deal with Yue properly next, so as not to cause misunderstanding from the other side, was the top priority. A few seconds later, the sound of Shen Linxi's high heels actually disappeared. At this moment, Guli didn't even dare to turn her head to look. Naturally, he did not know whether Shen Linxi had left, or stopped not far away and quietly watched him. He thought about it and deliberately walked towards the car while giving an ultimatum. Yue, there is nothing to say between us. I confessed to you a dozen times before, but you didn't accept it. Instead you hung on to me like a spare tire. Do you know how I spent those 7 years? Now that my career is looking up, you're begging me for forgiveness. It's not that cheap. Why do you have to embarrass yourself? Don't you think? From now on, we're just ordinary college classmates, nothing else. One last word of caution. If you have to dwell on it, then there's no point in being classmates in the future. Think about it yourself. I'm leaving first. Finishing what needed to be said in one fell swoop, with a heavy threatening undertone that Guli was sure the other party would be able to understand. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to the shocked Yue and was directly about to open the car door and leave. Seeing that he was going to leave, Yue was furious and stopped directly in front of the car. Guli, why are you so desperate? Couldn't you even give me another chance? Hearing that the other party actually wanted him to give it a chance, Guli also laughed outright. Oh, opportunity is like a hair on a bald man's head. You catch it and you catch it. You can't catch it and you can't catch anything anymore. Okay, that's it. I'm outta here. If you don't get out of my way, I'm calling security. As soon as the words left his mouth, Guli directly picked up his cell phone and threatened. He didn't want Yue to come back to haunt him in the future, so it was best to make the other party afraid today and not dare to come to him later. It was a good thing that his ferocious expression directly startled the other party, and then he unconsciously took 2 steps back. Seeing this, Guli snorted coldly, opened the door to the car and started it. With things having come to this, Yue seemed to know that Guli wouldn't give her any more chances. Immediately, he also broke into a wildly sarcastic conversation. Guli, do you like someone else? Otherwise, how could you suddenly ignore me? Ha! At this time, Guli, however, looked at WeChat and did not know how to reply. Because, Shen Linxi, who was hidden in the dark, actually sent a message over. Guli, that's the source that got you drunk on the river? Chapter 56, Shen Linxi's troublesome operation. Seeing this news, Guli was able to think of Shen Linxi's gloating at this moment, and his face must have cracked up with laughter. She must be hiding behind a pillar somewhere nearby, eating melon and messaging him at the same time. After all, Shen Linxi had a lot of grudges against him since he stole her project last time. Looking up at Yue next to him, who actually still wasn't leaving, Guli was quite helpless. But after thinking about it, since Shen Linxi was beside him and even took the initiative to send a message, was it possible to trouble the other party? With that, Guli felt it was feasible and sent a message over. Holy shit, you were actually in the neighborhood. When did you get here? Haven't you seen this woman in so much trouble? Why don't you come and help? After the message was sent, Shen Linxi side instantly replied in seconds. Help? I can't help with this kind of thing. Seeing this, Guli directly complimented. Of course I can help. This woman probably still has fantasies about me, and I'm willing to not want to be pestered by her in the future. Why don't you come out and help me out a bit? Drive her away completely. And don't dare to hit on me in the future. Count me as begging you. My Mr. Shen. Thief. Is this still our director Gu who has always been able to strategize? How come he can't even handle a tiny woman? Ha ha. Seeing this, Guli was simply speechless. This Shen Linxi was really quite vindictive. I can't believe he wouldn't help after all that. After thinking about it, He just let out his big move and continued to beg with emotion and reason. Mr. Shen, you really overestimate me. I'm very good at technical things. But in this situation now, I really don't have any good solutions. As much as I'd like to beat each other up, you know that's not going to happen. If I just walk away, I guess this woman will still miss me. It would be a nuisance to find her again later. In that case, feel free to make any conditions you want, as long as I can fulfill them. Do me a favor, Mr. Shen. After all, the two of us still have a period of destiny. You say, is not it? Okay. Promise me one thing back there and I'll help you today. Okay. Be sure to perform with me later. That's all. After waiting for 2 seconds, Shen Linxi's side actually agreed, which made Gu Li's heart rejoice. Not bad. Not bad. Although Shen Linxi said that she wanted him to agree to a condition, then it was very normal for Gu Li to treat her to dinner afterwards to show his appreciation. Or maybe another gift or something. Aren't these two just getting closer? Putting down her cell phone and looking at Yue, who hadn't left yet outside, Gu Li was instantly in a much better mood. I guess Yue couldn't have imagined that she didn't get anything out of this visit, but instead gave him the benefit of the doubt. Yue at this time, looking at Gu Li, did not leave at the first time, and thought that he returned to his heart. He also had a happy face and was about to say something again, but right at this moment, a sound of high heels immediately came over. That clanging sound instantly attracted the two men's gazes towards that end, only to see under the bright light, Shen Linxi, who was dressed in a professional outfit, came with a clear and small step. That sexy body, the confidence on her face, and her domineering temperament directly pressed Yue, who was already dressed up, more than ahead. Gu Li also looked at Shen Linxi expectantly to see how exactly he was going to perform. Shen Linxi walked directly to the front of the car, looked suspiciously at Yue next to the co-pilot, and then whirled to ask. The sound was as crisp and clear as a lark singing. Gu Li, who is this? Gu Li snorted and said with a forced smile, oh, don't recognize. Oh. Shen Linxi heard this and didn't say anything more, opened the passenger seat straight away and sat directly on it. This scene, directly by the side of the Yue, looked dumbfounded. She is not clear, this beautiful woman. And Gu Li in the end, what relationship? Right. How does it feel to drive this big Mercedes G for so long? Shen Linxi glanced at Yue. Her gaze then turned to Gu Li and asked, if you don't like it, get another Range Rover for the weekend. Or if you want to keep a low profile, get a VW Phaeton. What do you think? Hearing this, Gu Li instantly understood what Shen Linxi meant, and was instantly a bit speechless in his heart. This chick, she's really quite good at it. Still, he tried to play along, a happy expression on his face, and shook his head. This car is very good. No need to change. After all, I only bought it a short time ago, so I'll drive it for a year and then try another luxury car later. After all, I never thought before that I would be able to drive such a nice luxury car in my life. Don't you think so? Shen Linxi immediately nodded as well. Alright, since you insist, that's how it will be for now. When the time comes, I'll buy you a better sports car when you come home to meet my parents to discuss getting a license. It's only a $2 million car, totally unworthy of my future husband, isn't it? Gu Li instantly nodded cooperatively. These you just make the decision. I can do it all. Oops. Shen Linxi, however, blanked him. As my husband, you have to have a bit of an idea of your own. Okay, let's go. Didn't we agree to check out that villa in East Lake this afternoon? And it's getting to be dinner time. Okay, here goes. Gu Li said and directly started the car, then looked at Yue next to her. At this time, Yue's heart was overwhelmed with shock. She didn't realize that it wasn't Gu Li who had gotten rich, but rather, she had fallen for a rich white woman. Just look at his coyness in front of this beautiful woman. You can tell he's definitely a softie, with literally no bottom. Shit. Thanks to her. She thought Gu Li was either hiding quite a bit or had suddenly gotten rich, but I didn't realize that it turned out to be neither. Really bad luck. Thanks to the fact that she just had a dead face and prayed for forgiveness for a while. Now, Yue's heart was directly filled with anger. Gu Li, I didn't expect that you were actually such a person. Count me as wrong. Poof. Although she was angry in her heart, facing Shen Linxi, a woman whose aura crushed her, Yue chose to just walk away. After cursing this, she stomped hard on her heels and snapped away. Just 2 steps away, she heard Shen Linxi's questioning voice from behind. Gu Li, who is this person? Tell me clearly. At once, Yue's heart was bursting with relief, and her previous suffocation turned into ashes all of a sudden. Full of pain. Now that's a soft meal for you to eat. A few seconds later, after watching Yue walk away, Gu Li was relieved. Okay, it's already far away, so you can stop cursing. If someone from our company sees it, I won't even be able to explain. Hearing these words, Shen Linxi immediately turned the corner of his mouth and let out a sneer. What? If I did adopt you, would I be condescending to you? Guli was stunned, then smiled bitterly, butt and mouth still complimented. Of course General Manager Shen is a heavenly beauty. If I could have the honor of kissing her, it would definitely be a blessing I've cultivated in my 8 lives. You guys? What nonsense. Unexpectedly, when Shen Linxi heard this, her heart also tightened for no reason and hurriedly urged Guli to drive. In fact, she was really afraid of being seen by the people in the somersault cloud, or else she wouldn't be able to explain it. You did me such a big favor today. Why don't I buy you dinner? Guli drove straight out of the garage, then asked, what do you want to eat? Just pick anything. Shen Linxi laughed. What? You want to get rid of me with a meal? That's certainly not true. The previous conditions still count. Such a good opportunity. Guli had to grasp it, and immediately said generously, in addition to this meal, I'll also give you a gift some other day. How about it? Satisfied? At that moment, Shen Linxi also brightened up and nodded his head immediately. That's more like it. However, next time you have to do me a favor too. You can't back out of it. Guli laughed. No problem. Even if it's a mountain of daggers, I promise you. A man. A great man. A mouthful of spittle. Don't worry. Listening to the man next to him patting his chest with promises, Shen Linxi's heart, too, was soothed. After all, so it seemed, her charm was still there, wasn't it? Chapter 57, This Damned Desire to Win or Lose. Shen Linxi recommends a Western restaurant, located in the broad and narrow alley. Guli found a place outside to park his car, then followed Shen Linxi through the crowd, drilled into a small hut then entered a courtyard. Looking at the small store with the name Beef on Wide Clouds and Narrow Rain, Guli was slightly surprised. The quaint decor and quiet environment, looking up at the patio, instantly makes you feel the slightest bit of elegance and quiet coziness. It's also a really nice restaurant, great for business dinners and love talks. Guli didn't have much research on Western food, much less any taboos, so naturally everything was arranged by Shen Linxi. Shen Linxi directly ordered a 1688 set menu with a bottle of fine red wine. The price didn't seem expensive at all to Guli. At the same time, his view of Shen Linxi has also improved a lot. Knows how to divide and know how to advance and retreat. And the two people's meals are arranged in a very reasonable way. Any other materialistic girl would probably have to be slaughtered. Starting with a bottle of 82-year-old mouthwash straight away. And the place Shen Linxi chose was not expensive or cheap. Just right for the two. Quietly in the private room, the two men sat opposite each other. The opposite beauty through a quiet elegance. Looking at Shen Linxi at this moment, Guli really could not imagine that the person in front of her and the person inside the garage before were actually the same person. I have to say, the persona switch was a little too complete. Seeing Guli keep staring at her, Shen Linxi was also slightly unnatural, but she quickly adjusted. After all, there was also a handsome guy across the street, and his face was kinda on par with hers. I have to say, she didn't expect that she would actually come to dinner with Guli alone. It felt just like a date. Well, it's a nice store, isn't it? Seeing that it was a bit cold, she hurriedly found a topic and asked. Guli took a sip of water, then nodded. Not bad. Such a secluded and cozy restaurant. How did you find it? Shen Linxi straightened the hem of his coat and laughed. Did you think that I'm usually too busy to come out for dinner? This one. Ha, there is such a guess. Guri nodded slightly, then asked, curiously. I heard from Hulin that you're usually very busy at work and often work overtime. Since that's the case, you're probably at home on weekends. Guess there's not much time to come out and visit stores and all that, right? And your guess is indeed correct. I don't have that kind of time to come out and eat good food, Shen Linxi said. All these places were brought to me by Hulin to eat. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to find these delicious ones. By the way, the pre-dinner bread in this place is good as well as the beef tongue. Oh, then I'll have to taste it later before I do, Guri said, and his face rose in anticipation. And then the words changed. But I don't know much about Western food, so don't you ask me later how good it is or why it's good or anything. Because, if it's really good, I'll say it's good and put my head down and keep eating. Ha ha. Hearing Guli's words, Shen Linxi burst out laughing, but then she thought that she might have laughed so hard that she forgot to smile without showing her teeth, and hurriedly switched to a light laugh. This was also quite interesting in Guli's opinion. After all, if it had been the cold Shen Linxi, that would have been a bit too much. Whether it is life, or work, should be full of sunshine. Smile more often, but the benefits are many. You can laugh if you want. I'm not a refined person anyway, and I don't usually eat Western food. Guli spread both hands and said very frankly, I do think that being a vulgar person is quite real. Hearing this, Shen Linxi was quite surprised and looked at Guli, then smiled. Guli, you are quite a special person. At those words, Guli was also interested. Oh, What's so special about me? Shen Linxi said. It's really hard to imagine that you actually liked that girl for 7 whole years before confessed so many times were rejected, actually did not give up. Then why did you finally give up completely that 529 again? It stands to reason that since you've been in love for 7 years, you wouldn't give up so easily, right? Maybe, it's just the fact that you've been rejected so many times before that it eventually adds up to outright despair. Guli thought for a moment and said, mourning is not as bad as dying. I guess that's what it says. As if, it's such a thing. Shen Linxi listened and nodded as if in sympathy. What about you? Ever been in love? Seeing that the conversation was about relationships, Guli seized the opportunity and casually asked. Hearing this question, Shen Linxi was hesitant before saying, if I were to say that I haven't talked once and I don't have a favorite, would you believe me? Faith. Guli nodded. A president-type goddess like you probably has quite a lot of people chasing after you, but it's quite normal that you haven't talked about it for various reasons. What goddesses? They're all old and going on 3. Shen Linxi sighed at once, but this heart was quite happy. After all, even more beautiful itself, but also have to be complimented. In order to truly reflect the value of beauty is not. Listening to Shen Linxi's self-hating words, Guli instantly laughed. That's just not true of you. If you hadn't said you were almost 3, I would have thought you were just a 22-year-old flower girl. Oh, then why aren't you half interested in me? I'm at least a 21 2-year-old flower girl, aren't I? Which knew that Shen Linxi looked at Guli and praised him more and more. So he joked. At those words, Guli also froze, then smiled bitterly. Didn't I say that? A heartbeat doesn't necessarily require action. Besides, a goddess like you can be a lot of work to chase after. How do you know it's a lot of work if you haven't even tried it? And what if? Well, it's easy. Shen Linxi looked at Guli, but in her heart, she felt more and more interesting. She wanted to see how the other side would answer that question. Guli's reply, however, was a bit unexpected. Was it easy? Is it like the night of 520? When in just a few seconds we went from meeting, to falling in love, to falling out of love? Guli sighed and sighed even more. This thing called love, meeting the right person is really quite difficult. If you do meet one, then I guess all the good luck in this life will be used up. Hey! Looking at the despondency on Guli's face, Shen Linxi immediately apologized. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have evoked this sadness in you. It's okay, it's okay. Guli waved her hand. I also have to thank you for relieving me today. Thank you, Mr. Shen. What? Still calling me Mr. Shen. How out of touch are you with me? Hearing this, Shen Linxi, however, said with a face that was a bit displeased. Guli instantly understood, and immediately said, my fault. I'll punish myself with a cup later. In this way, we are also considered to know each other and are friends, aren't we? In that case, I'll call you Sister Shi. Today, I thank Sister Shi for her help, but in the future, if I have any errands to perform, I will definitely help out and will never regret it. Shen Linxi, and Sister Shi, isn't that saying I'm older than you? Looking at Guli in front of her, Shen Linxi was neither agreeing nor not agreeing. Sometimes, she thought the guy was really a straight man of steel. It was so frustrating. At that exact moment, the waiter brought over the dishes, easing Shen Linxi's embarrassment. The atmosphere was much more cordial afterward, and the two of them chatted as they ate their food. During this time, Shen Linxi also lifted the previous misunderstanding in the Haitong project, and the two of them used a glass of wine to erase their former enmity. Guli was also very happy about this, and this meal could be considered a milestone in the normalization of their relationship, which was very much appreciated. But what made him a bit speechless was that there was actually nothing prompting him on the system side. However, don't think that Shen Linxi just conceded defeat. Guli, what happened before is in the past. However, it's hard to say who will win and who will lose in the next program. Shen Linxi picked up his wine cup, his eyes full of desire for victory. Hearing this, Guli couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This damned desire to win. Ah, spread such a woman. Really kind of speechless. Chapter 58. This chick, she's really getting on his nerves. Ha, I didn't think it would be a big deal so soon. 2 hours later, Guli had just finished settling the bill when he saw a message from the university WeChat group. What's wrong? Shen Linxi, who was next to him, seemed to perceive something and asked curiously. Guli picked up her cell phone and smiled. Oh, what happened this afternoon was poked into the university group by that one. Now it's good. Everyone knows that I've been adopted by a pretty rich woman. Ha ha. It seems that one does, indeed, hold a bit of a grudge against you. Hearing that it was such a thing, Shen Linxi couldn't help but giggle. It took a moment for her to stop laughing and ask, so what are you going to do next? Is it a clarification? Or, clarify what? Guli, however, revealed an unimpressed demeanor and spilled out that, those who don't believe it, No matter how it's slandered, certainly won't believe it. As for those who are eating and watching, what do I care so much? They'd rather believe I'm being adopted. It doesn't really affect me. Besides, soft food is king in this world nowadays. Perhaps this has made those people even more disgruntled, and they are envious and jealous of me, and certain people even hate to take my place. But Shen Linxi was amused once again by Gu Li's words. You guy, how come bad things become so new to you? She tilted her head as if she wanted to see what kind of person Gu Li really was. I have to say that Gu Li's words, although the brain circuits clear the stream, but the reasoning is really like this. In this life, if you care too much about other people's opinions, then you are really tired of living. Remember, people live for themselves, for those they care about, not for others. Under the illumination of the streetlights, Gu Li's tall figure coupled with his handsome face was so conspicuous in the crowd. The alley was crowded with tourists, and although there were also many handsome men and women, the combination of Gu Li and Shen Linxi was especially noticeable. Many people who passed by the two looked at them more than once. Truly, the man is tall and handsome and the woman is stunning. The two, as it were made for each other. Gu Li escorted Shen Linxi through the crowd and finally walked out of the entrance of the alley. Both had been drinking, so naturally they couldn't drive, so either get a chauffeur or a taxi back. Looking at the time, it's just under 8 o'clock in the evening. The two, however, were a bit intent on the evening, and, uncharacteristically, looked at each other at the same time. For a moment, four eyes met. Looking at Gu Li's handsome face, Shen Linxi's heart beat a little faster for a moment and hurriedly turned her head away. Gu Li couldn't help but freeze as he looked at the sudden flash of shyness on Shen Linxi's face, and secretly marveled in his heart. It's beautiful. Since Monday night, after the two of them had dinner, Gu Li had been working intensely and busily again. That night, the two of them finished dinner, but they didn't go home right away. Instead, they found another cafe and continued for a while before going their separate ways home. Originally, Gu Li said that he would send Shen Linxi home, but the other party directly refused. Apparently, Shen Linxi was still quite wary of him and didn't want him to know the neighborhood he lived in. She didn't know that Gu Li had long known Shen Linxi's neighborhood and was even going to buy a house downstairs from her to get up close and personal. Nonetheless, the relationship has progressed quite a bit. In this regard, Gu Li was quite satisfied, so for the next few days at work, he had a smile on his face, and it never stopped. After all, with stocks on a tear and $7,000 or $8,000 a day in monetary rewards, it's just not a good life. As for the work, on the one hand, it is the matter of the Haitong project. The preliminary demand research has begun. He is only responsible for the general direction. The other thing is that on the side of Thousand Machines Technology, the pre-commercial of the Center Stage project also began to make preparations. Luckily, this project had only just begun to start, and the Thousand Machines Technology side was still in the process of finalizing its confirmation, so Gu Li's side still didn't have much workload for the time being. Therefore, he only had to take half a day to hold meetings and take care of things, and the rest of the time was relatively free. On the Shunling Pharmaceutical stock side, the stock is also continuing to rise, and the graph given by the system, so to speak, is exactly the same. Seeing this, Gu Li was also quite relieved. Then it was time to start preparing for the sell-off, hanging out a little each day so that I could profit more. Apart from his side, there are some scattered orders being sold off. Sure enough, some people are still quite discerning and know that this stock can't keep going up. However, on the day of Thursday, Su Huaiyi's side was sending him a message. Gu Li, are you also preparing for the Thousand Machines Technology Center Stage project on your side? Seeing this message, Gu Li froze, then asked directly. Yeah, I'm in charge of that right now, but it's still in preliminary research for now. How did you know about this project? Hey, after the senior management had a meeting today, Manager Lin looked for me and the other two to set up the next task. It's the Center Stage project. The client seems to be called Thousand Machine Technology. Seeing Su Huaiyi's words, Gu Li instantly cried and laughed a bit as well. He didn't expect that Shen Linxi's side was so well informed that he actually knew about this project as well. Look at the other side. It's ready to participate in the bidding as well. At this time, Gu Li also couldn't help but recall what Shen Linxi said during Monday night's dinner. For the next project, Shen Linxi, is going to compete with him to see who the project actually goes to or something. So, Shen Linxi was waiting for him here. Thinking about it, Gu Li couldn't help but be speechless. This chick, she really got on his bad side. As expected, this woman was still really unconvinced and had been holding back her energy to win back. But then, that's getting interesting. That being the case, let's see who, in the end, this project ends up in the hands of. It's fine, do what you need to do, and don't worry about anything else. After thinking clearly, Gu Li replied directly to Su Huaiyi. I'm a bit curious. in case Shen Linxi still fails in the end. Will he be annoyed? Really want to fail in the bidding again? Then isn't it too cruel for Mr. Shen, Su Huai, who was on the other end? Couldn't help but worry. Hearing this, Guli was also a bit worried. What if Shen Linxi couldn't afford it and directly got upset with him? Should we let him loose in the bidding process for the project? For a while, he was also in a tangle. But after thinking about it for a while, Guli gave up thinking about it for now. We still have a month or two until the bidding, so we'll just have to see what happens then. After all, he wasn't sure when the time came. The relationship with Shen Linxi had reached that level. And just like that, the time went by and it was Friday. Guli's stock dumping. Also almost dumped almost. The previously formulated plan is basically completed. In just under a month, it can be very rewarding. Looking at the numbers inside the stock account, Guli was close to shouting. From now on, I'm a real fucking billionaire too. Chapter 59, your pattern is still small. Since June 1st, Guli has been plowing into the stock of Shinling Pharmaceuticals. In addition to his own $600,000, there are also $600,000 from Fengya, Zhao Yixian, and Niu Jingye, all of which were bought at the lowest price. The later 35 million, however, were bought at varying prices, some even doubling or tripling the initial purchase price. But even so, he more than doubled his principal 7 or 8 times right off the bat in this stock investment. Moreover, this was still the result of him being too much of a stabilizer. Otherwise it would have been no problem at all to double it tenfold. When Shenling Pharmaceuticals' stock price was at its highest, it even reached a 15-fold increase. Even now, after its peak moment, it's still more than 10 times higher than the stock price in June. So, Guri only made about 8 times as much, which is pretty conservative. But even so, he was very content. You can't be too greedy. You have to be respectful of money. Otherwise you will sooner or later become a slave of money. A total of $37 million of principal was directly turned into a huge income of close to $300 million. Afterwards, Guli directly transferred 260 million of them to his bank card, and put the rest in his stock market account first. Looking at the series of numbers on top of Cloud Flash Pay, Guli still felt a bit unreal. After all, it was money that he had never earned in his life before. Even with the system, he was essentially still the same ordinary laborer with a monthly salary of over $10,000 from before. Sometimes, people's character is such that even if they are rich now, they can't become really rich all of a sudden. It wasn't until half an hour later that Guli was able to recover slightly from his shock. Right, time to talk to those 3 guys. Thinking of this, Guli directly took out his cell phone and sent videos over to each of the 3. Within seconds, all 3 were online. Zhao Yixian, that fat guy, was in the toilet at this time, and as soon as he came online, he immediately screamed, "Gu, what's up? I'm pulling a big one. You've picked the wrong time for this. Holy shit." Fengya was also working out his muscles at the gym at this time, and he laughed out loud when he saw Fatty. "I'll go. This video has some flavor." Zhao Yixian's face suddenly changed and said, "I'll go. Old duck, are you itching for skin?" Seeing the 2 of them start a chokehold as soon as they met, Guli hurriedly stopped it. "You guys stop fooling around. I'm talking about business. Didn't I invest in stocks before? And now there's already a result. You guys send over your bank card numbers. I'll transfer them directly to you." As soon as he heard that it was this matter, Zhao Yixian immediately became interested. "So fast. I thought you invested in stocks for the long term, and it's only been less than a month. Let's put it on your side first. It's not much money anyway. It's not too late to call me back when it turns into a couple $100,000. At this time, Niu Jingyi also took the time to get on the line and also nodded and said, "Lao Gu, that's all my personal money. My wife doesn't know. It's only been a month. How much can I earn? There's no rush." "Right, Lao Gu, there's not much money anyway. Just transfer it directly to Alipay. Also bank cards, how troublesome." On Fengya's end, on the other hand, he didn't have a problem with the length of the investment. Rather, I think Guli wants a bank card, presumably not making much money, to save everyone some WeChat and Alipay cash withdrawal fees. Seeing the 3 guys, all with that look of disinterest on their faces, Guli instantly laughed. Nice guy, didn't even ask how much money was actually made. I guess he didn't have a clue. Also, to take care of his mood, there's no need to rush about the money. Wait until it's earned. I'll go. What kind of expressions do you all have? You guys don't think you're losing money by investing it all so quickly, do you? Guli looked at the 3 with a smile on his face. As soon as he saw this expression, Fengya was instantly stunned, and then reacted by picking up his cell phone and walking towards the stairwell. "I'll go. Lao Gu, don't give me that, just for this month. We've made a lot of money there, right?" Hearing this, Zhao Yixian and Niu Jingye also instantly looked over. their faces tense. Guli hemmed and hawed. Why don't each of you guess once? Looking at her roommate's smirking expression, Fongya instantly felt that Guli had indeed earned it, and immediately guessed. Earned half? Upon hearing that it was only half, Guli immediately said in a bad mood. At least I'm like a stock god. Just half of what I earned. Is it worth it for me to pay so much attention to playing you guys a video? When these words came out, the three of them froze and looked at each other. A few seconds later, Niu Jingyi also could not contain his excitement and took the lead in stretching out 2 fingers. Could it be that he made twice as much? Cut. Can't you be more daring? Guli raised an eyebrow. Now, Zhao Yixian directly jumped up and exclaimed. I'll go. No way. Old Gu. You actually made 4 times as much. Seeing that all 3 had finished guessing and hadn't guessed the correct answer, Guli didn't bother to continue with the riddle. You guys are still underestimating me. I can tell you that this stock investment has directly doubled 8 times. How about that? Cheer up. As soon as the words fell, the 3 people inside the video were directly staggered in place with their mouths wide open. It wasn't until a few seconds later that the 3 of them recovered and talked over each other. Holy shit. No way. 8 times over. This is unbelievable. Lao Gu, you're so awesome. No way. I'm going to faint. Then my $500,000. Isn't it going to turn into 4 million? TSK. Old Gu. I'm making sure. Is it really 8 times? Not 0. 8? Of course. I have to say. You guys are still small in the scheme of things. Alright, you guys hurry up and send me your bank card numbers. No more bullshit with you. I'll go. No. I'll have to hold off on that. This news. It's too sudden. Okay, you guys hold off for a while. Just remember to send me the card number later. By then, Guli didn't bother to look at the several people's happy energy and directly hung up the video. What he didn't know was that the trio learned that their previous investment had octupled as a direct result of simply not being in the mood to go to work on Friday afternoon. Zhao Yixian had been staring at the computer in a daze since he returned from the restroom. Hardly 2 or 3 hours went by without a few sentences of code being finished. In his mind, it was full of what he was going to do with the $400,000, and the money for the renovation when he took possession of the house. If you save for another year or 2, the mortgage can all be paid off $300,000 early. That would take a lot of pressure off of him. He didn't expect that Guli had given him such a big surprise. When I thought of this, I felt that I had to thank Lao Gu a little and properly acknowledge this favor. As for Niu Jingye's end, he was naturally very grateful to Guli. I didn't realize that a single thoughtless act turned $50,000 into $400,000, which would totally make life a little more nourishing. The old cow just loves sports, but the one at home is not giving it a go and is hard to study. There was nothing he could do about it before, but now that he had so much money, he had to serve him well. As for Fengya's end, with this $4 million, it simply made him turn over straight away. Casually deleted a rich woman who looked at him a few days ago on WeChat and won't bother with you in the future. Little did he know that because of this deletion, he was in direct trouble. Of course, that's an afterthought. In no time, all 3 sent over their card numbers, and Guli transferred the money one by one. Guli didn't want a penny of his hard-earned money for this investment. After all, for him, who was already a billionaire, a few million for the 3 of them was no longer in his sights. And, of course, he's turned serf and is completely wealth-free. Even if you don't do anything for the next few decades, you can get very nourished by eating the interest. After transferring the money, he began to plan what exactly he was going to cook when he went to Hulin's house tomorrow. Saturday. Top Sichuan cuisine skills, not to brag, naturally can make 2 people eat full of oil. In the future want to eat delicious, have to think of him. Isn't there a saying about that? To capture a man's heart, you have to capture his stomach. He guessed it was about the same for women, right? Chapter 60. That's what you guys are favoring me to say. No, when I got home in the evening, Hulin sent a message, asked Guli not to forget to visit her home tomorrow, and incidentally, the address was also sent over. Don't worry, won't forget. The dishes we'll make tomorrow will definitely bring back memories for you. Good, then I'll skip dinner tonight and wait for the big meal tomorrow at noon. Seeing that Hulin was so supportive, Guli immediately decided that he would make sure the 2 of them ate well tomorrow, and so it was. And the time soon came to the next day. He got up early in the morning and first went to the nearby food market to buy a lot of fresh ingredients, then drove towards Hulin's side after breakfast. It is strange to say that Hulin, who has more family than Shen Linxi, actually lives in an apartment. It's an apartment complex in the south of the city, close to the subway entrance and large shopping malls, and a bit expensive, comparable to a large flat in Shen Linxi. A 1-bedroom apartment of more than 60 square meters is actually all over $2 million. Which is simply outrageous. But that's nothing to Hulin. who is worth millions and is the owner of several online stores. It seems that Hulin, in some ways, still has her own unique ideas. When Guli carried a large bag of things and arrived at 1602, it was actually Shen Linxi who opened the door. Facing his puzzled expression, Shen Linxi hurriedly explained, "I came over last night, please come in, I'll get you slippers." With that, the other handed over a pair of men's slippers as if they were in his own home. This was just bought by Hulin last night. No men have ever been here before. Well, looks like I'm kinda honored. Guli put on his slippers, then put the dishes on the table, and then surveyed the situation. It had to be said that Shen Linxi's appearance in her housecoat and a light makeup was also unique. Sure enough, a goddess is a goddess. Even her face looks so good. "Chef, welcome, welcome, welcome." At this time, Hulin also walked out from the kitchen and greeted warmly. "Come, have some tea here. The silver needles I bought earlier. The flavor is okay." Thanks." Guli hurriedly picked it up, then laughed. "It's my first time here, and I didn't know what to give. Just bought a carton of milk, and some fruits." As soon as she heard this, Hulin said, "Oh, you're too polite. The dishes have all been brought over, and you even personally cooked for us, which makes me not even know how to say it. Ha ha. Then eat more later. That would be the best way to thank me." Instead, Guli waved his hand and smiled. This made the room a lot more lively, and everyone sat on the couch and chatted. The two were also surprised when they heard that Guli's cooking skills were all self-taught. This is genius. After all, who spends that much time learning to cook? And surrounded by tech nerds. For both of them, focusing on one line to the top of the industry is enough of a stretch. And Guli is not only a cow in programming skills, but also a cow in cooking. With that, everyone took an hour's break and then started cooking. What Guli did was just a few home-cooked dishes, such as garlic crayfish, fiery cashew flour, and pickled fish, and lastly a stir-fried lotus white vermicelli with chili and lotus root soup with pork ribs. Watching a head of huge, carefully selected crayfish by Guli, stir-fried in the pot to a bright red. The two standing next to them also had their mouths watering. The knives are superb, and the techniques are even more flowing. And Guli's cooking is practically a performing art. Shen Linxi also had a strange color in her eyes, and she couldn't help but look at Guli, who was focused. She also couldn't help but be surprised and impressed that Guli could actually cook so well while becoming the top of the industry in computer technology. "I haven't tasted it yet, but just by looking at the surface, I already know it must be really good. Can't you see Hulin next to you, already unable to resist stealing a bite with her chopsticks?" Just by looking at that expression, one could tell that this eater must have come across something delicious. If it wasn't for the fact that Guli was still here, she couldn't help but feast on the food and just get right to it in the kitchen. An hour later, several plates of home-cooked food were all on the table, and for a while the aroma filled the entire living room, making people's mouths water. He had come back to open a bottle of wine, but Guli declined on the grounds that he had to drive in the afternoon. He didn't want to come over here for the first time and drink in front of two girls in case he got drunk. On Shen Linxi's side, she was also a bit surprised to see that Guli actually didn't drink, but then he was touched by his persistence. After all, boys who stick to their principles like this are really quite rare nowadays. After all, when faced with two great beauties, if any other guy would probably hate to drink more, wouldn't it be a better approach to show off your drinking on the one hand, and get drunk on the other? So the three of them went straight for the juice and also ate very well. It had to be said that Guli's cooking skills really didn't have anything to say, and this home-cooked food came out even better than the chef at the hotel. Shen Linxi didn't praise people easily, but she couldn't help but say, "Guli, your cooking is really too good. It's really too bad if you don't go and open a restaurant." Guli laughed. "It's not a pity at all. I also went to learn how to cook so that I could eat well. I didn't expect that I would actually learn something. After all, eating out too much really isn't that good for your health. It's safer to cook and eat at home yourself." "You're right, too." Next to her, Hulin nodded at once. "Nowadays, there is too much technology and ruthless work, so it's better to eat less takeout and stuff. Cooking for yourself at home is a bit more troublesome, but it's also a bit safer. Hey, I really envy you. You cook so well. My cooking is SOSO. I guess I'll be able to eat my own fried food without any flavor. What can I do?" Upon hearing this, Guli immediately said, "It's fine. Wait for the back. You're welcome to dine at my house." "Good, that's what you said." Hulin shouted happily when she heard Guli's words. Guli nodded. "Of course, with you two big beauties as guests, my side will definitely be fluffy." "Ha ha, Guli, you said that. Look at our she blushing." Hulin flirted at once. "But it's weird to say. You're just as straight as a horse sometimes, and sometimes you're quite amusing." Guli thought for a moment and said, "That's because these 2 days are very happy. This mood is good. Naturally speaking is also pleasing to the eye, isn't it?" When Shen Linxi heard this, he also became curious. Oh, what is it that makes you so happy? Gu Li laughed. I think I'd better not say anything. If I say it, you guys might not even be in as good a mood as you are now. What? Hu Lin was busy and hurriedly retorted. What's there to say? I still don't believe it. Say it. Really? Gu Li laughed. That's what you're asking. Say it. You're whetting our appetites. So you'll have to tell us if you don't. Shen Linxi was also curious as to what Gu Li was going to say that would actually put the two in a bad mood. Hu Lin also nodded. Say it. What big storms have we not seen before? Okay. Gu Li couldn't do anything about it at this point, so he just said, it's nothing really, just a recent investment in the stock market. In less than a month, it's only made 8 figures. What? 8 figures? Hearing this, Hu Lin was shocked. Shen Linxi was also incredulous and looked at Gu Li in surprise. So much? Yeah, it's still in the big 8 figures. Gu Li nodded affirmatively. Now, Hu Lin also laughed bitterly. Holy shit, you're too awesome. In less than a month, it's more than I've earned in a year. There's no more heavenly justice. Is indeed awesome. Even Shen Linxi also gave a thumbs up. When I was exhausted and started my business for 2 or 3 years, I only earned $10 or $20 million. I don't even know what to say. It's a man who is more than a man who is really pissed off. Sure enough, after Gu Li said that, the good mood that the two had just been in was instantly gone for the most part. Gu Li spread his hands. The meaning seemed to say, come on, that's what you guys want me to say. Chapter 61. This guy, too good at pretending. The good thing is, both are spunky girls. Shocked, but didn't spend too much time dwelling on the matter. After all, everyone has their own different lives and accomplishments that others can't envy. If you have to dwell on it, then life doesn't even have to go on. All you have left all day is sadness and jealousy and hate and all that. But even as they released their feelings, the two of them grew more and more impressed with Gu Li. After all, even those rich second-generation friends of theirs that they knew, with a good education and family resources tilted in their favor, it was not rare to be able to start a multi-million-dollar business from nothing like Gu Li. Among other things, the more they got to know Gu Li, the more satisfied Hu Lin's side was with him. In her thoughts, she silently looked over at her best friend, thinking more and more that the two were still a good match. Gu Li had such a great achievement now, and in a few years it might be even more different. By then, it might still be Shen Linxi's family that is high on the list. As far as she knew, Shen Linxi's family's assets weren't the kind of tens of billions of super rich, and could only be considered average in Yudu's rich circle. While her side was racking her brain over her best friend's marriage, Shen Linxi's side was also Gu Li, chatting away. The two are also in the same industry, so naturally they have a lot in common. Right. What project are you working on recently? As they chatted, Shen Linxi casually asked. Gu Li laughed. It's not that Haiton logistics project. I'd been inspired recently and decided to do another upgrade to some of the core algorithms. Hearing this, Shen Linxi was instantly surprised and, didn't you just do an upgrade before? How come you want to optimize again so soon? Gu Li hemmed and hawed. It wasn't because the boss saw that your side had gotten a boost and was afraid of being surpassed, so he found me and asked me to get another one. However, I only have a bit of a head start right now, and it will be at least a month or two before I can optimize it again. But as the technology improves, I'm sure it will get easier later. You're still really good. The technique is already so strong. It's amazing how quickly it can improve. Seeing the confidence on Gu Li's face, Shen Linxi couldn't help but sigh. You really don't know what you ate to grow up with this brain. It's too smart, right? It was no wonder that she was very surprised by Gu Li's skills. It was really because she had already been in Cinnabar Wisdom for several years, and she had never seen anyone whose skills were better than his. Hundreds and thousands of developers in the company, but there is really no one whose skills are as comprehensive as Gu Li. What's more, Gu Li's youth was even more shocking. People graduated 2 or 3 years at most a team leader, while Gu Li is already a relatively large software company's technical director. This one is probably just gifted. Although this was a top skill given by the system, it didn't stop Gu Li from boasting about it at all. Of course, it's inseparable from my efforts as well. By the way, I've been working on topics in the hidden dead-end forums lately, and it's been fun. There are a lot of classic problems in the forum, as well as various theoretical conjectures. If studied thoroughly, it is all very helpful for us to do projects. Hearing this, Shen Linxi was also a bit speechless in his heart. This guy really isn't modest at all, but considering Gu Li's age, she couldn't refute it. On the contrary, when he heard the name Hidden Dead End, Shen Linxi suddenly felt a little familiar, and was then surprised. You're actually on that forum too? Could it be that you've also gone in and shopped around? At those words, Gu Li looked at Shen Linxi with a bit of surprise, but his face was a bit disbelieving. After all, What Shen Linxi is good at is project management ability, and it is only a theoretical application of various IT technologies. As for programming, practice skills can only be average. After all, I haven't written much code since college. The Hidden Corners forum, however, requires very good programming skills and cybersecurity skills to get in. Anyone who can find it and then still achieve some level of certification in it is a computer whiz out there. This is not true. Shen Linxi really shook his head. Recently recruited a technical director. During the interview I heard the other party mention this forum only. The other party also bragged about it, saying that even in the forum he was a master. Oh, then this guy recruited pretty well, and those who can be somewhat famous in there are all top-notch experts. Guli looked at Shen Linxi with a wry smile. Perhaps, our boss knew that you had found an expert, and that's why he urged me to improve the system's performance as soon as possible. TSK. Mr. Shen is really powerful. I believe that Huanyu system of yours will soon be able to go to the next level. Being stared at by Guli like this, Shen Linxi was also a bit embarrassed. After all, the company was in such a hurry to dig up experts, not because of the loss of the Haitong project, plus Guli's threat. The teasing revealed in Guli's eyes clearly already knew what was going on here. At this moment, Shen Linxi could only smile modestly. It's not that easy. It's not like everyone is as good as you, optimizing a huge system in a few days. That's not necessarily true. Shen Linxi's compliment put Guli in a very good mood. After all, if you've wandered into hidden dead ends, your skills must be good. By the way, what level is that guy? Shen Linxi thought about it and frowned. It seems to be some kind of divine certification. I think, at that time, it was just mentioned as such. I don't remember it very clearly. I didn't expect it to be a god-level certification, so it seems that this time, Tatsuo Wisdom has really picked up a treasure. Guli immediately nodded. Oh, that's definitely no problem. There are only a few dozen such talents in the whole country. Hearing that even Guli thought it was good, Shen Linxi was also a bit happy. Even you said so there must be no problem. By the way, you've only been in the forum for a month. What level are you now? Guli smiled slightly. It's not so bad. A month's time to rise to the highest level is just a legend. Hearing this, Shen Linxi immediately opened his eyes wide in disbelief. What? It's that legendary certification that only a few people in total have been able to achieve? Yeah, what's the problem? I don't think it was difficult at all. It was simple and easy to pass the certification. Shen Linxi was speechless and didn't know how to answer. People don't even get a top-level certification for years. You got to the top level in a month. Thinking about the interview with Pu Yongyan a few days ago, the other party talked about his god-level certification with a smug face. Shen Linxi also wanted to laugh so much. If he were to know that the person who passed the legend certification at the fastest speed was actually only 26 or 27 years old, he would probably have to drop his jaw in shock. But the more this happened, the more it reflected Guli's super genius on top of computers. But looking at the bemused expression on Guli's face, Shen Linxi not only didn't want to praise him, she even wanted to beat him up. This guy, he's so good at pretending. Shen Linxi at this time also had to sigh and turn his head to give himself a reprieve. But just in time to meet her best friend's meaningful gaze, she blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment. Chapter 62. Excellent is excellent. But like it? After resting for a while, Hulin fell bored, so Guli proposed to go hiking. The two looked at the sky outside and agreed. Yesterday it rained and the sky was overcast. Not so hot. Then, Guli drove the car and took the two of them to Lone Quan Mountain, ready to go for a hike and some fresh air. Most of an hour later, the trio reached the parking lot at the base of the mountain without incident. Shen Linxi, Hu Lin, you guys give me the bag. Walking out of the parking lot, looking at the two men carrying a bag each, Guli directly extended his hand. Thanks, handsome. You're really nice. Without saying a word, Hulin directly shoved her bag and water over, but she was not polite at all. On the contrary, Shen Linxi, who was next to her, was a bit torn. After all, she was a strong girl. The weight of her bag and a bottle of water was really nothing to her. I would rather take it myself. After thinking about it, she still refused Guli's kindness. You're welcome. Give it to me. Guli didn't care about this, and immediately directly snatched the bag and water from her hand and put them inside his own shoulder bag. I'm so physically fit that this stuff is as good as air. After saying this, Guli directly walked quickly towards the front, not giving Shen Linxi time to retort. Seeing this, Shen Linxi could only sigh helplessly, then quickly chased after him. Guli, thanks. Since we're friends, don't be so polite. It's just a matter of helping a girl with something. No big deal. Looking at the other party who was a bit embarrassed, Guli laughed. It had to be said that Shen Linxi, who was not in the state of a strong woman, still had a different flavor. That kind of shyness of wanting to say something is almost like an innocent little girl who just went to college. Guli was looking at it again and again, and felt that it was quite sensational. Different states, different flavors, different experiences. He also couldn't help but think about what kind of sight it would be if Shen Linxi wore some kind of school uniform pleated skirt, just like that, while following behind. He couldn't help but smile at the corners of his mouth as he looked at Shen Linxi, the slender figure in front of him. The appearance of the two beautiful girls, Shen Linxi and Hu Lin, immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Hu Lin is fine. The key is that she is tall and wearing a clean white dress, like a beautiful jasmine flower. It is beautifully illuminated by the blossoming flowers of the mountains on a summer day, adding to a stunning landscape. This is also the time when many men suddenly realize that the mountains are beautiful and the people are even more beautiful. And seeing Guli following closely behind the two beauties, some people couldn't help but feel envious. Feeling these gazes, Guli also sighed. No wonder sometimes, in the past, I was especially envious of those men and women walking down the street, because having a beautiful girlfriend, this feeling of being envied as you walk down the street is really cool. Although, at this time, he was not Shen Linxi's boyfriend. In such an atmosphere, Shen Linxi even refused a few guys who wanted WeChat, and an hour later the three of them finally ascended the observation deck. Standing at the top of the mountain and blowing the mountain breeze, Guli was also a bit relaxed and comfortable. I have to say, it was a nice weekend to get out and hike. You can build up your physical strength, and you can also cultivate your emotions and open up your mind more. Looking at the two of them, who were a bit tired but okay, Guli Tun nodded his head. Both of them were okay physically, but of course they weren't even close to him, because there was still a little sun. Shen Linxi and the two of them were still a little hot and kept wiping their sweat with wet paper towels. On the other hand, on Guli's side, nothing actually happened, not even a single gasp. Such a situation also made Shen Linxi, who often exercised, secretly marvel. This Guli guy is really an all-rounder. Even his physical strength is so good, and I don't know how he does time management. It's kind of amazing how well he does everything. Just as Shen Linxi was pondering, Guli picked up the water in her bag and handed it over. Take a drink. Thanks. Thanks, handsome. You're welcome. By the way, there's a restroom 200 meters to the left over there. After Guli finished, he also picked up the water and gulped it down, then found a seat to sit down and rest. The two followed suit when they saw this, and then began to take a break while taking pictures. For taking pictures, Guli didn't ask for much, just took a few pictures of the scenery and then sent a friend circle. Since I'm here once, I have to make a card or something. Guli, come, take a picture of us together. He then specialized as a photographer and helped the two beauties, the especially stinky Hu Lin, hard pulling Shen Linxi to take pictures everywhere, shooting all the time, but right under a trellis and flowers in full bloom. The photo shoot was very nice, and Hu Lin directly pushed Guli over. Come, 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 it's a rare visit, you guys take a picture too. Shen Linxi froze, and just as he was about to refuse, he was pressed by Hu Lin, urging him on. Hurry up and stand still, people still have to shoot. Don't waste time. Hearing this, Shen Linxi could only smile bitterly in her heart and somewhat stiffly cooperated with Guli to complete this group photo. Okay, very good. After Hu Lin finished filming, she also smiled and said, let's go. We're all a bit hungry from climbing the mountain. Let's go find food. On the way to find the restaurant, Hu Lin sent the photo directly to Guli. When Guli took a look, he was instantly brightened. The man in the photo is handsome and the woman is beautiful, so they are really very well matched. As the first photo with Shen Linxi, he had to keep it properly. After a few minutes, Hu Lin found a restaurant with good reviews. Then the three of them had a private dinner. The flavor, however, was still a bit different from what Guli had personally made. Thus, it rather made the two women even more surprised that Guli was really a top-notch chef. On the way back at night, the car drove a little slow because it was a night road. Add to that the fact that sometimes oncoming traffic comes suddenly, and this mountain road is still a bit dangerous to drive. But Guli's car skills, but let the two people again surprised. All the way actually very even speed. Do not feel the bumps at all. Even when the brakes were temporarily applied, it was very smooth, as if you were driving around town. With a body like that, it's at least a 10-year veteran driver. Unable to help it, Guli was another layer of fog in the hearts of the two. Gory, how it feels like he's good at everything, and all of it. Gee, this guy feels as proficient as anything. When she returned to the apartment, Hu Lin sat on her but on the sofa and asked towards Shen Linxi. Cici, that guy is young, talented, handsome and rich. He can also cook. His driving skills are top-notch, and he's also very attentive and considerate. Such a potential stock. If you don't grab it, you'll have to regret it in the future. It's a pity it's not an uncle. Otherwise I'd be tempted. Hearing this, Shen Linxi was also in deep thought for a while. Is Guli excellent? Excellent. But does she like it? This, she wasn't really sure about. On the other side, Guli, who was driving back, received a call that made him very happy. Chapter 63, if you're thinking about something in the daytime, is it far away to dream about it at night? Turns out the agent's side called and the homeowner's side wanted to talk to him. Hearing this news, Guli instantly smiled. Nice. Not bad. This is indeed a day to be happy about. The reason for this is twofold. The first, naturally, was that by spending time with Shen Linxi today, the relationship between the two had gotten one step closer. Whether it was his achievements in his career, his professional skills, or his cooking skills that made the two of them praise him today, or even his car skills when he came back in the evening, all of them made him, on Shen Linxi's side, add up points. Successful career, family harmony, but also a good cook. More know to help women carry things, more show life and the attentive. Today, Guli clearly felt that Shen Linxi's attitude towards him had changed for the better. If it might have been just slightly better than a stranger before, now it should be considered a regular friend who feels good and is worth dating. The second, naturally, is the good news just brought by the agent that after waiting for half a month the homeowner's side has finally relented. The reason was that this half a month had passed, and other than Guli's interest in buying that house, there was not a single customer. The homeowner is not anxious about buying or selling, but this is a bit of a rush when the prices don't go up and seem to go down a bit. So, the homeowner thought about making an appointment to get up and talk about the price. Thinking that he had genuinely given a price on his side, Guli's side did want to take the house early, and immediately said it was no problem. So an appointment was made for an interview tomorrow morning to see if we could get the house all at once. The real estate agents on his side were the same Wang and Li that he had met when he rented the apartment before. Nowadays, Sister Li was paying much more attention to Guli, practically treating him like an SVIP client. Even the lowest price on the landlord's side, which she had inquired about, seemed to say something like 8.08 million. For this price, Guli didn't say no or yes. Anyway, let's go tomorrow and see how it goes. Then we'll find some more house cons and maybe drop a few more tens of thousands. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Guli went to the agent's side early in the morning and met the homeowner. Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang is an old man in his 60s, and at first glance, he is also a man with a rich family and a very strong aura. But the man was old after all and walked a bit slowly, so Guli's side could only accompany him at the back. This little brother. I really didn't expect that the one who bought my house was a young man like you. Amazing. No, this Mr. Wang also took the opportunity to chat with Guli. Guli smiled. You're welcome. I'm just lucky to have earned some money. Compared to you, it's definitely not even close. Mr. Wang laughed and complimented him instead. Don't be modest. Can afford this house, can be much better than my son? Hey, it's a pity that this house, how well I decorated it, the family still didn't live in it. This is nothing to be ashamed of. You can just change another villa. I believe that with your old man's wealth, it's no problem at all. Gary snorted and lifted the other side in return. And there are so many houses nowadays, many better than this. In the future, if I grow old, I'll have to go to the suburbs for a villa, and plant flowers and raise fish. Hearing this, Mr. Wang nodded his head instead, and then snickered. Ha ha, what he said is also true, but this is our old man's idea. You are young, want to retire can still have to wait quite a while. Guli, however, smiled. That's not necessarily true. There's enough money to go around anyway, so maybe I'll retire one day. Well, not bad. It's pretty special for a young man to have your ideas. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wang was instantly a bit curious about this young man. Guli, after all, if it wasn't for the fact that it was well off and had enough backbone, it wouldn't have said such a thing. But look at the fact that people are buying tens of millions of dollars of houses, so they must be worth a lot of money. I just don't know if it was supposed to be a rich kid or if it came from nothing. If it's the latter, that's extraordinary. He was so angry that he thought of his son who was abroad. A while later, a few people arrived downstairs at Shen Linxi. Looking at the house that was about to become his, Guli was in a rather excited mood. After all, as long as he moves over, this later in Shen Linxi upstairs and downstairs, this relationship is not soaring on. Of course, there was no way he was going to be an ingrate and pay too much more for the house. Mr. Wang's reserve price was $8.80,000, and it was perfectly fine for his side to press a little more, as it wasn't urgent anyway. Looking at the attribute panel, the upgrade experience value had reached $2,400,000. Only $7.5 million were needed to fulfill the upgrade conditions and allow the system to rise to the 5th level. Then, the price of the house just needs to be over $7.5 million. Guli considered this while circling the room a few times before finally looking over towards Wang. Name a real price. If it's the right price, I'll take the house, and I'll pay in full. Mr. Wang froze for a moment and tried. 8,818,000. The lowest price. As you know, this is a renovation. At that, Guli directly waved her hand. This price is too high. Even if you have a nice decoration and appliances, it's not worth $18 million. I'm not too happy with the beds and mattresses in the master bedroom and second bedroom, and I'll have to replace them later. You can actually pull all of these for less total price. Also some crafts and stuff, and the kitchen ceiling, which looks like it's of average quality, so maybe I'll have to redo it later. And, just like that, Guli spoke a bunch of questions in his head, leaving brother Wang, sister Li, and even Mr. Wang a bit speechless. If you do the math this way, you can just subtract $200,000, and then Guli gave an offer of $8 million. As for the previous $8 million, he didn't even mention it again. Boy, that's a lot of picking. After hearing this, Mr. Wang suddenly bitter smile. The heart is also a little angry, or a little bit do not want to sell. Guli snorted and laughed. This $7 to $8 million business has to be carefully selected. Mr. Wang, after all, my money didn't come from the wind. Plus, I have to pay taxes on all this, and that's hundreds of thousands of dollars. If you can share some of that for me, it's okay if the price of the house is a little higher. As soon as he heard Guli's words, Mr. Wang just shook his head. How can that be possible? The tax is all borne by the seller. Guli spread both hands and laughed. Then it's not a done deal. The two men talked for the next few moments, but ultimately it didn't work out. It's going to die at 8.08 million over there, and 7.8 million on Guli's side. No more raising it. For a while, prices were at an impasse. The agent, seeing that he could not negotiate for the time being, said that we should all go back and think about it. However, he did not expect that Shen Linxi happened to be watering flowers on the balcony and accidentally saw Guli and his party. However, several people are heading towards the entrance of the neighborhood. Upstairs can only see the back. Shen Linxi naturally cannot see very clearly. This morning, she and Hu Lin both only came back from over there, and had just arrived home not long ago at this time. Looking at that tall figure, Shen Linxi rubbed her eyes and felt that it was a bit familiar with Guli's back, especially the clothes he was wearing. It was as if Guli had just worn it the other day. Seeing this, Shen Linxi immediately called out, Hu Lin, I think I just saw Guli. After saying that, he even pointed towards the neighborhood atrium, but Hu Lin came to only see Guli and the others just disappearing around the corner. When she didn't see anyone, she burst out laughing. How could Guli be over here? I think you're just blind, right? Shen Linxi shook his head, but it's really similar. The body shape and clothes are similar. Like hell you are. Hu Lin was not convinced, then directly snickered. You still say you don't have feelings. You can't forget about others. Ha ha. Isn't this what they call daydreaming? Geez, you're really dying. What nonsense. Don't be sophomoric. It's all in the day's work. Is the night's dream far behind? You guys, let's see if I don't rip your mouth off. Seeing her best friend talking more and more outrageous, Shen Linxi immediately could not care about her reserve and directly made a move. For a while, the balcony was filled with laughter, and Hu Lin was tickled by Shen Linxi, who eventually only begged for mercy. Don't. I'll never dare again. Humph. Let's see if you still dare to make fun of me. Ever since I've known you, you've been most afraid of people tickling you. You guys, you know how to tickle people. It's like you're winning. I'm a small woman, so of course I'm not a martial artist. Chapter 64, No. It must be an illusion. Guli didn't go back to the agent's side, but went straight back home. Standing on the balcony, looking across the street at the large flat, he settled on the highest price in his mind after final consideration. It was then straightforward to give the agency side of the story about the decision and then sit back and wait for news. Brother Wang, the most I can give from my side is $7,880,000, and it's full payment. If you can sign the contract for the transfer on Tuesday. Otherwise, forget it then. Okay, you can rest assured. Our side hurriedly communicated with the other party, trying to give you an answer today. Aha. Okay, the house thing is out of his hands. In Guli's opinion, sooner or later, that side would agree to his offer. After all, the price was still more in line with the market. It's still that much above market price if you're hard up for it. If the other party really wanted $8 million, he wouldn't have compromised so easily. After all, even if his money was given by the system, it didn't come from the wind. After putting this down, Guli thought about Fengya and Zhaoxian coming over in the afternoon, so he thought about going to buy some food. It's always good to have some on hand. whether you're eating at home at night or not. After having top-notch cooking skills, he was getting more and more tired of eating outside meals and always thought of eating at home. Perhaps that's what happens when tastes are spoiled. An hour later, he'd done a lot of shopping, returned home with a small pull cart, and started preparing lunch. There's only one of us, but life has to be fun. He was going to get a braised pork, then a sweet and sour pork, and finally a tomato and egg soup, and that was pretty much it. However, right around almost 11 o'clock, Hulin was the one who sent the message. Guli, where are you? When he heard the question, he also froze. I'm at home. I'm making lunch. What? After saying that, he also took a photo directly, on which the braised pork in the pot was steaming hot and glowing with a golden color, which was very beautiful. After a while, Hulin on the other end replied, "Oh, it's fine." Seeing this, Guli felt a bit puzzled at once. What's that supposed to mean? Asked him where he was, then said he was at home cooking, but nothing more. Guli then couldn't help but be curious and asked, "Is it really alright?" "Nothing really. Just asking." "Just asking?" Seeing this, Guli felt even more that there was something wrong with this, and tried to resist asking again. However, Hulin's side immediately sent the message again. "The red meat looks and must be delicious. I'll definitely try it at your place next time. Bye." Seeing Hulin say that she wanted to come to the house as a guest next time, Guli was instantly a bit flustered. This cannot be. If Shen Linxi knows that he lives across the street, this does not know what to think. It seems that when Hulin wants to come, she'll have to find a reason to put it off. At this point, however, he still had to say he agreed, or else he would definitely make the other party misunderstand. Good. Next time it's on me. Putting down his cell phone, Guli instantly stroked his chin in contemplation. Looks like the house thing needs to be done soon. Then take the opportunity to have a chance encounter with Shen Linxi, so that the other party unexpectedly learned that he was actually downstairs in Shen Linxi. On the other side, at this moment, Hulin was talking to Shen Linxi. "Look, I told you, you must have blurred your eyes. People's Guli is cooking at home, and he's still making braised pork." Looking at her best friend, Hulin also laughed breathlessly. "I thought to myself that today Shen Linxi is not a little out of shape. Oh, how do you always look at it wrong?" In the neighborhood in the morning, thought one of the few people walking in the atrium might be Guli. Earlier when the two drove out of the neighborhood and passed a supermarket, the same looked at someone who also looked like Guli, but now he realized that Guli was cooking at home. How is that possible? One moment in the neighborhood, one moment in the supermarket, and one moment at home? If she hadn't known that her best friend had slept well last night, she would have wondered if it was because she hadn't woken up last night. But on second thought, Shen Linxi was always chanting about Guli. Could it be that she really had feelings for him? As she thought about it, an idea sprang up in Hulin's mind. That's easy. Just find a chance to test it. Next to Shen Linxi, of course, did not know that Hulin's side, again, was playing a crooked idea. Because at this time, her face was also quite embarrassed, and in the end, she could only sigh helplessly. Well, maybe I'm just really seeing things. That guy outside the supermarket just now could have been someone else. Hey, you're getting a little devilish here. Now. Hulin snickered again. It really is a daydream. Ha, whatever you say, I'll just be indifferent. However, Hulin's teasing was not able to provoke Shen Linxi's side. Only Shen Linxi snorted coldly, waved his hand, shrugged his shoulders, and walked towards the front indifferently. Seeing her like this, Hulin also instantly felt bored. After all, the people involved looked like they didn't care, so it was useless for her to snark. However, in the following time, Hulin did feel more and more that Shen Linxi's side. Today's state was a bit abnormal. It was surprisingly quiet during the spa, none of them talking much. It's just a bit of an anomaly from what was going on before. Both were sipping their drinks and chatting while enjoying the exquisite service and then relaxing. This time it was good. Shen Linxi's end actually became a boring gourd, and from time to time, he looks at the ceiling and freezes. Hulin instantly felt that there wasn't something on Shen Linxi's side. However, when asked specifically, Shen Linxi shook his head. "It's fine. I'm fine. Just thinking about something. Don't think too much. It's a company thing." Why, I'm a little unconvinced. Hulin skimmed her mouth, her face full of disbelief. This latter explanation is completely redundant and feels like it's hiding something. Say it, are you thinking about men? I swoon. When these words came out, Shen Linxi was directly startled and also quite speechless. You don't say anything out of the blue, okay? Hulin, so tell me, what were you thinking? Shen Linxi, however, remained the same. I'm really thinking about work stuff. If you don't believe me, forget it. Believe. I believe. Hulin didn't bother to continue asking and nodded cooperatively, but this heart was muttering, if I believed that, I wouldn't be your bestie. At this time, Shen Linxi, too, turned her head away, not daring to look at Hu Lin's side. It was true that what was on her mind was not about work, but instead she was a bit preoccupied about having misjudged Gu Li twice today. Could it be that he really had feelings for him and that's why he looked at him wrong twice? It's not right. It must be an illusion. But as soon as the speculation appeared, it was immediately rejected by her. How could she possibly have feelings for Gu Li? It must be an illusion. Right. It must be an illusion. Shen Linxi looked at the flower arrangement on the opposite table and secretly felt that this was impossible. There was no way she could have feelings for a boy that easily. Chapter 65. Choose what you love. Love what you choose. And just as Shen Linxi was being suspicious, our originator was happily eating braised pork while swiping a small video. He especially couldn't help but laugh at the funny shots. In the old days, these weekends would have been spent either at home cleaning the house or being a dog licker. Not as comfortable as they are now. With a full stomach, he even stretched and walked around the house for a few minutes to digest. Only finally did he go and wash the dishes and wait for the two guys to arrive. Around 1 in the afternoon, the doorbell rang and Gu Li hurriedly opened the door. Unexpectedly, instead of Zhao Yixian, a big fat man, the one who came face to face was a tree. It is also a one-person high fortune tree with lush branches and leaves, which looks very delightful and makes you feel very happy. And it was behind the tree that the slim Fengya and the somewhat overly strong Zhao Yixian. At this moment, both of them were panting, and there were even sweat stains on their foreheads, as if they had just gone through a strenuous exercise. Gu Li was a bit unsure and hurriedly asked, "Holy shit, what are you guys doing?" Feng Yi heatedly smiled. "Old Gu, you've helped us make so much money. We don't have anything to show for it, so we bought some gifts. By the way, there's a god of fortune over here, and the gold dollar in his hand is pure gold." Next to Zhao Yixian, he even raised a gift box in his hand and said with a smile. Gu Li didn't expect that these two guys, in order to thank him, also specially bought a gift, but it was really a bit of a surprise. But when you think about the millions of dollars you've made for them, this gift is nothing. Ha ha. Thanks, you guys have a lot of heart. With that, he moved the fortune tree to the living room with Fengya, and then hid a basin of hot water for the two sweating guys to wash their faces. Right, these two gifts, the old cow has a share too. While washing his face, Fengya said, "But compared to the money you made from investing in stocks for us, this is really nothing." Hearing this, Gu Li was quite sad at once. "Brothers of a few years, you're a bit outgoing to talk to me about this, haha. Since I'd become rich, it's only right that I bring you guys to improve your lives. You know, back then, I spent all of next month's living expenses to buy you a gift. I remember it clearly when each of you changed your ways to bring me food." Old Gu, when you mention this, I'm reminded of how smitten you were in the beginning. At this time, the fat man Zhao Yixian on the side was also a bit saddened. "Now then, you're so rich, the idea is not changed?" Gu Li froze and asked, "What kind of a change in this idea you're talking about?" "Hey, I know." Feng Yi, however, had a bad smile on his face and said cheaply, "Of course he is talking about whether you have gone from being infatuated to being sentimental. After all, some men go bad once they get rich, and your case is even more special. How infatuated you were in the beginning, you might be now." Hearing this explanation, Gu Li was speechless for a moment, and said without a trace of anger, "Holy shit, is this the kind of person I am in your hearts?" But this statement drew a wave of contempt from the two men. Zhao Yixian bristled with disbelief. "Of course it is. After all, it's not like you didn't read the small website in the dorm room back then." Fengya, who was next to him, questioned even more firmly. "Yeah, what play Ruth's sister? Goodbye Starry Sky. And what cell phone secret? After I share, you dare to say did not sneak a person to see?" Gu Li suddenly froze, only to smile bitterly. Are all men? Some things just one not to say too. There were some things that he couldn't really argue with. After all, they were all men, weren't they? There are days when you're young, when you're horny, and when you have to find something to do. But he didn't really have any other ideas about the whole relationship thing. He is an honest man and quite simple in character, and feels that firmness is all that is needed for future marriages. Just find someone you like who also likes you and spend the rest of your life together. After all, there are only so many feelings a person can have, and you can't separate them into fraternity. Choose what you love. Love what you choose. This was his QQ signature for a long time back in the day. At that time, many people thought that these words were his confession to Yue, indicating that he loved only the other person in this life. But what people don't realize is that it's also an expectation of his love, an attitude towards marriage. Choose one person to love and one city to grow old in. And even when he was rich, this attitude never changed much. If he didn't want to be in love with Shen Linxi alone and wanted to find a girlfriend for a few more months, he would have no problem with his current condition. But what's the point of that? In a man's life, There are always choices of one kind or another. And sometimes his choices never change. Okay, don't bullshit. After a bit of jostling, Fonya directly waved his hand. Let's go to the next match. Hearing this, Guli instantly returned to his senses and asked, what? The next game? Zhao Yixian immediately said, Old Duck is going to treat you to a nice relaxing time, just at Hyatt Plaza's Quicksilver. He's familiar with that place. Upon hearing this name of Quicksilver, Guli was instantly speechless. Isn't that the most famous clubhouse in the neighborhood? I heard that the service inside is nothing short of amazing. The point is, the girls in there, each and every one of them is very pretty and has a great body. Let's forget about this one. Why don't we just go and have some tea? Guli thought about it. It was better not to go to this kind of place, in case something happened. When Feng Yi heard this, he immediately said, holy shit, old Gu, what are you thinking? I'm also a decent person. Okay? Just go get a massage and relax. Really? Hearing this, Guli then confirmed. Seriously, he wasn't averse to a massage or anything. Before that, sometimes he worked overtime every day, and he would occasionally go to that blind massage to relax his body. After all, this programmer is always sitting all day long, prone to back pain, lumbar discs and various other symptoms. Of course, we're all buddies in the same dormitory. Can't you trust my character? Fengyi blushed and smirked. When Guli thought about it, it seemed to make sense. Even though this Fengyi guy was involved with some rich women, but people don't mess around much, they just get what they want. And he never dabbled with married women or anything. After all, it was immoral. Thus, the two of them entered the halls of the golden years for the first time, led by Fengyi. Looking at Guli with the look of Lulu entering the Grandview Garden, Fengyi couldn't help but ask, holy shit, this isn't really your first time in a place like this, is it? Guli nodded. Of course, what did you expect? I thought you were faking it. Pretend? Who the hell is fine? Always pretending. Do not mind tired. Chapter 66. Outside the clubhouse. Accidents happen. What happened after that was really just a simple massage, as this Fengyi guy said, but not to mention, it's really comfortable. After the massage, the whole body relaxes, not to mention that the whole body and mind are released and fatigue is swept away. Then you can't beat a steam and a hot bath. There are also a variety of delicious snacks and seasonal fruits offered, which are simply enjoyable. I have to say, the life of the rich is really just so plain and simple. If you are tired and fatigued from work, come and have a massage. At least this hair does not fall out so fast. When you turn 30, you won't be like your other co-workers. Your body will just fail and everything will come out. Gee, I did learn today what life is all about. It's really worth the 1888 premium package. When Fengyi heard this, he laughed. Old Gu, in this regard, I have to say you're so rich. You have to learn to enjoy yourself. You see, you are at least hundreds of millions of dollars. Actually still rent a room. Hurry to buy a villa and then this life, also have to start to enjoy it. Otherwise, when you get old, it will be a bit too late. This money, which you can't bring to life or die, it's only the truth to enjoy it more while you're young. Upon hearing this, Guli did nod, and then put this into his mind. What top massage, VIP business class, luxury cruise ship, and famous attractions around the world, hotels and whatnot. You have to experience in the future. Otherwise, so much money is wasted, isn't it? However, Fengyi was wrong about one thing. He was already working on the house. Immediately said, I've already settled the matter of the house. I've already looked at a large flat across the street from my rented room. About 8 million. Already met with the homeowner and it's up to that side to sell or not. Upon hearing this, Fengyi and Zhao Yixian instantly became interested and asked curiously, why buy in that neighborhood? Other nice houses abound. Guli hemmed and hawed. You guys don't know about this, do you? There's an extremely beautiful woman living across the street, and I want to get close and then get close to the water. Upon hearing this, Fengyi immediately asked, holy shit, so you're a drunkard, is there a photo? Let's take a look. Zhao Yixian, who was next to him, was more than a little monkey-minded. He wanted to see how beautiful the woman Guli had his eye on was. It was also a bit curious as to how Guli's vision had changed after this money. Looking at the two's impatient expressions, Guli immediately took out his cell phone and flipped to the only photo Hulin had taken of the two together that day. You'll see, don't be too surprised. Holy shit, this is a royal goddess. Old Gu, you have a good eye. This is simply stunning. So, at first glance, both of them were in awe, their eyes full of envy. You both took pictures together. How far did it go? Fengyi even wrapped his arms around Guli and asked with a smile. By the way, was there any kissing? Guli was instantly thunderstruck by these words and was a little unsure of how to reply, only to take a deep breath. Don't be so nosy, will you too? Also, if you see each other in the future, you have to keep it in check and don't show this kind of demeanor. Otherwise, I'm not done with you. Gu. Looking at you, you really like each other. Hearing Gu Li's harsh words, Fengya also couldn't stop enjoying himself. At the same time, this heart is more and more curious. The beautiful woman in the photo actually has so much charm. Surprisingly, it overpowered Gu Li at once. However, curious as they were, the two agreed readily for the sake of their brother's happiness. If he met Shen Linxi behind this, he was guaranteed to give a good impression. Of course, Gu Li also warned the two that they mustn't reveal themselves in the back, because for the time being, Shen Linxi didn't know that he lived in just one neighborhood. In this way, it was not until 4:30 p.m. that the three of them had finished enjoying this honorable service and leisurely exited the hall. But this just went out the door and met an unwelcome guest, only to see that a fat man who looked big and thick and wore a gold chain, followed by two people, came together towards the three of them with a smile. The three Gu Li had thought that the other party was going to enter the clubhouse, but they didn't expect to actually stop in front of them. Taking a step forward without a trace, he hurriedly topped the front and asked the fat man, "This big brother, is something wrong?" Big Gold Fatty heatedly laughed, but he turned his head to Fengya and threatened, "Kid, your name is Fengya, right? Our boss has an invitation?" As soon as he saw this, Gu Li instantly looked over towards Fengya, but the other party shook his head. "Your boss? Who's your boss?" At this moment, Fengya was also confused, and while his whole body was on guard, he also asked in confusion. With a wave of his hand, the two people next to him also gathered around. "Our boss is surnamed Shui. You should recognize him. If you don't recognize it, don't blame me for being rude." Upon hearing the surname Shui, Fengya immediately had a shock in his heart and immediately said, "I have already made it clear to Mr. Shui, so I won't go." "Hey, it's not up to you if you go or not." The big golden fat man, however, did not eat this set, and his words even threatened directly. "Do you believe that tomorrow, we can make you lose your job? Or, you want us to loosen your bones for you?" Saying this, the other party even cupped his hands, cackling a bit frightening to the ears. Seeing the vicious expression on the other party's face, Gu Li was a bit surprised, but he and Zhao Yixian still kept a tight guard next to Fengyi. Gu Li then asked towards Fengya, "What's the situation?" Only then did Fengya cry and explain with a helpless face, "Hey, one of the Chuis who came to the store to work out a while ago wanted me to accompany her. I didn't agree. I just didn't expect to actually come to the door." Hearing that was the case, Gu Li was also quite speechless. If people don't want to, don't force them? This rich woman is also really, and can't be forced. Have you thought about it? Consider it done and let's go. Watching the three of them finish their discussion, Big Gold Fatty directly took another step further and was about to come and pull Fengyi's shoulders. By this situation, Gu Li also knew that he couldn't do it without making a move, and immediately grabbed the other party's wrist with a slight force. In an instant, the intense pain directly caused the other party to grit his teeth and grin, and his other hand immediately grabbed to try to break free. However, no matter how hard he tried, he actually couldn't break one of Gu Li's hands, so he had to beg for mercy. You let go." Gu Li, however, smiled coldly, raised the cell phone in his hand, and said, "You're the one who initiated the trouble today, and I have the video here to prove it. Get lost. Please tell your boss not to find trouble with my friend in the future." Hiss. As Gu Li let go of his hand, Fatty Dajin was about to fall down in a flash. Luckily the person next to him was holding him up, but looking at the red and swollen wrist, he no longer dared to go forward, much less to report 00 police or anything. After all, they were the ones who were actively looking for trouble on the side of Gu Li, and Gu Li's side had recorded the video. The guy in front of me, looking civilized, not only has enormous strength, but also records videos in advance. True insidious. Alright, let's go. Putting down a sentence, the three Dajin fatties left unwillingly. Now, Fengya also breathed a long sigh of relief, and then directly gave Gu Li a bear hug. "Thanks, Gu. I would have been miserable without you today." However, at this moment, Gu Li had a grave expression on his face, because a message was suddenly sent over from the WeChat end, and it was from Hulin. "Gu Li, you're actually going to Quicksilver. TSK. At that moment, Gu Li was shocked in his heart and hurriedly raised his head to look around. Chapter 67, It's Not What You Think. Gu Li hadn't really expected to run into Shen Linxi and Hulin the first time he came for a massage. It's a lot of luck, and I really don't know what to say about it. As for why he was so sure that Shen Linxi was also beside him, it was a kind of intuition on his part. Yes, an inexplicable feeling unique to men. This made him think that Shen Linxi must be right next to Hulin at this moment, quietly watching them from a distance. The two people next to him, at this time, also noticed his abnormality and asked busily, "The girl I'm chasing is right next to me, so you guys need to take it easy on me later." Hearing these words, and then seeing that Guli looked obviously a bit flustered, Fengye and Zhao Yixian both looked tight as well, following suit and looking around. They also wanted to see for themselves how pretty their buddy's favorite girl really was. However, the three looked around and didn't find their target, so they were a bit disappointed. With that, Guli could only send a message over to Hulin. "You're with Shen Linxi? Where is it? How come I didn't see it?" The barrage of questions, and without exception, showed how torn he was feeling at the moment. Seriously, Guli was really afraid that Shen Linxi would misunderstand something. Although he went in for a simple massage and really didn't do anything with the rest, he was afraid that Shen Linxi would think that he was not a good person and like to come to this kind of place. That would be a big loss of the good impression that had just been built up. He didn't let him wait long, and Hulin on the other end immediately replied to the message. "Don't look for it. We're at Cloud Zen Yoga and we're watching you through the window. Ha ha. Look at you. Aren't you a little nervous? You're not chasing our family Cici. Why are you nervous?" Seeing this, Guli hurriedly looked towards the opposite side, and sure enough, he saw the large signboard of Cloud Zen Yoga. "This is really a coincidence. I didn't expect the two Shen Linxi to come over here to do yoga." And the scene that had just taken place in front of the clubhouse happened to be seen. Seeing Hulin's flirtation, Guli hurriedly said, "I'm not afraid that you'll misunderstand. After all, I'm a for-good youth. I won't do anything illegal." Ouch. That's not necessarily true. You don't know what you know. Hey. Anyway, I walk the walk and sit straight, and I'm not afraid of what you say. College classmate repay me for bringing him some money by speculating on stocks before. Specially invited me to relax just a little. Actually, it's no big deal. By the way, are you guys done yet? If you're done, let's go to dinner later. Someone's treating us. After a brief explanation, Guli directly changed the topic, directing the cause of the incident towards the stocks and Fengye's treat. Sure enough, it had a good effect, and Hulin instantly didn't dwell on whether Guli had really just ordered only veggies at the clubhouse. "I go. You guy, why don't you bring me when you bring people to speculate on stocks? Last time I earned so much, but envy me to death. There's nothing I can do about that. We didn't know each other before. Tell you what, next time there's a good chance, I'll be sure to give you the word. That's more like it. Right, eating or not. If you don't come, we'll go eat something delicious." "Hey, wait a minute. I'll ask Cici's opinion before I say anything." Well, although he had snubbed Hulin, Guli was still a bit uneasy not knowing Shen Linxi's attitude on his side, so the idea was to have dinner together later and try again, taking the opportunity to explain in order to eliminate this unnecessary misunderstanding. For another, if Zhao Yixian and Fengye were around, everyone would be a bit more relaxed. Even his own friends are introduced to Shen Linxi. Two people know. This back of the other party may be what potluck birthday will also call on him. There's also the fact that the two can be invited to join Fatty, Old Duck, and Old Bull if they have birthdays in the back. In this way, we have become friends, and under it's happy and harmonious to help him to chase Shen Linxi. It is not twice the result with half the effort. Right after he spoke to the two about it, news came from Hulin's side. "Creek says it's no problem, so why don't you guys come sit on the yoga hall couch for a while? We'll come out when we're done and get organized." Yes. Seeing this news, Guli also smiled and hurriedly greeted the two. Go wait over there and think about what to eat. Duck, it'll be a treat in your name later, and I'll transfer the money for the meal to you later." On the way, Guli tells the story and then asks Old Duck to help. When Fengye heard this, he immediately said, "Holy shit, Old Gu, what are you being polite to me for? It's my honor to treat two beautiful women to dinner. If you really want to make money for me, then I'll transfer all that $3 million to you. It's just a meal. Am I that cheap? Besides, you helped me cut down those 3 guys today. Otherwise they could have been vicious. This favor can't be solved by a meal." Hearing Fengye say this, Guli immediately didn't say anything else. "If you say so, you'll have to pick a nice place to eat and drink later." Fengye waved his big hand and smiled heatedly. "That's for sure. Pick any place you want. Later on, we will also give you a good match, so that you and the goddess can get closer. That dares to be good. I'll give you guys a big red packet when it's fixed." Guli immediately laughed. Subsequently, the 3 of them were in the lobby of the yoga studio, waiting for almost half an hour before the two Shen Linxi came out in style. When Fengye and Zhao Yixian saw Shen Linxi, they were truly astonished. "Holy shit, this looks even more beautiful in person. This temperament, this body, it's perfect." Fengye's eyes almost looked straight, and he directly slapped Zhao Yixian with his hand and whispered in the other party's ear. On Zhao Yixian's side, even though he was prepared, he was also extremely shocked. It's really beautiful. No wonder this old goo guy was so moved that he was eager to try it out. You guys can finally come out. Seeing the two, Guli also stood up and introduced both parties. This is Mr. Shen Linxi Shen, whom I met during the project bidding before. Also this is her best friend, Hu Lin. These two next to me are my roommates for 4 years in college, so you could say they're iron buddies. This is Zhao Yixian, Fatty, and this is Fonya, Old Duck. There's also one who is Niu Jingye, back in Jiangcheng. Hello guys. Hello beautiful. After some pleasantries, the group was led by Fonya towards the side mall. Fonya and Zhao Yixian walked in front, while Guli walked behind with Shen Linxi and Hu Lin, 2 steps slower. I say, what happened in the clubhouse before? It's really not what you think. We just went for a simple massage, until they came to an escalator. Guli stood in front of them looking for an opportunity to turn back directly and said with a serious face. Hearing this, Shen Linxi and Hu Lin were also stunned, and then they both laughed. Chapter 68, These Two Girlfriends, They're Kinda Fun. Seeing this, Guli was speechless. I'll go. Is it that funny? Ha ha. Creak creak. I really can't help it. I'm going to die laughing. Hu Lin looked at Shen Linxi for a moment before turning her head to him. Guli, this is the first time I've seen you with such a cautious expression. Could it be that you really think we think you went in for a fling? Hearing this, Guli's face was quite helpless, and he spread his hands out. Otherwise, after all, ordinary people will not go into dash. I'm afraid you will misunderstand it. Okay, just don't make fun of him. It was at this time that Shen Linxi's side spoke up and said, we were indeed a bit surprised when we just saw you guys come out from inside, but after thinking about it, with your character, it shouldn't be. Besides, this club is a regular place. It's just that Hu Lin's side is deliberately teasing you. Cici, why did you betray me? Those words, however, made Hu Lin next to her a bit unhappy. Shen Linxi pursed her lips and smiled. I'm just being honest. You see how anxious Guli was, not knowing how to explain. Seeing this, Guli was immediately relieved as well. He was really afraid that Shen Linxi, on her side, would have something to say about him going in and out of the clubhouse, and that would be difficult. It seems like you need to take it easy in the future, and it's better to stay away from places like this. By the way, what just happened? But then, Hu Lin asked curiously about what was going on outside the clubhouse. Similarly, Shen Linxi's side was also concentrating and looking towards Guli. Looking at Fonya in front of him, Guli then sighed and said, it's not because of that old duck guy. He works at a gym and knows a lot of single and unloved rich women. No, a rich woman wanted to go on a date with him, and he didn't want to, so they got someone to catch him on a date. Luckily I know some kung fu. Otherwise this would have been difficult. What? Hearing this, the two of them were stunned, not realizing that Guli, the handsome roommate, was actually quite liked by the rich woman. On second thought though, being tall, fit and young does make you popular in that environment. But this idea of dating a type of guy when you're lonely is something they just can't understand. Look at you. You're quite powerful. I didn't expect to face a big fat guy and actually take down the opponent easily. Subsequently, Hu Lin was even more curious about what Guli's side had just done. Guli laughed and said with a bit of disbelief, it's okay, too. I'm just a bit strong, and then I've practiced some martial arts. So although the other party is physically strong, but this strength is not really comparable to mine. You've practiced too? How come I haven't heard you say that before? Hearing this, Hu Lin asked again, almost like a curious baby. Guli said, this is actually nothing to mention. I'm strong and practiced a little something. It's not like I'm using it to show off. These were humble words, but they sounded so harsh on Hu Lin's side. Humph. You guys, that's in Versailles. On Shen Linxi's side, when she saw that her best friend's expression was not right, she immediately asked, what's wrong? Only then did Hu Lin say, the last time I invited this guy to my home for dinner, I even asked him what kind of wine he wanted to drink, and I prepared it in advance. But do you know what Guli replied? What did he say? Shen Linxi was curious. Hu Lin glanced at Guli and said without any goodwill, he said that in case this gets drunk and goes crazy, we, the two of us little girls, are no match for him. After Shen Linxi heard this, he was also stunned. That said, there doesn't seem to be any problem. Yes, it seems like there's no problem. The point is that I had the audacity to say back there that I could beat him 2-1 after 3 months of studying combat training with you. Hu Lin said, directly tapping Guli on the shoulder and questioning. Guli, do you think you especially despised me in your heart when you heard it at that time? It's simply like making a fool of myself in front of Ruben. Guli was also a bit teary-eyed at being caught by Hu Lin. He was not expecting that this chick actually remembered what happened back then, and she really had a good memory. He'd forgotten about it just now if the other man hadn't mentioned it. It was true at the time, though, that he did inwardly despise Hulin very much when he said that one could fight too. I'm a human weapon. What are you bragging about here? But it's weird to say that sooner or later, you have to pay back what you came out with. Sooner or later, you'll have to punch your face back for all the bragging and pretending you did before. Look, he can't even say how to explain it. Unexpectedly, Gu Li's stare directly caused Hulin to decide that she herself was indeed despised. When Shen Linxi saw this scene, she also couldn't help but laugh, directly pulling up her best friend's hand and patting it to comfort her. Alright, it's not like you can blame anyone else for your own big talk. Good. Cece, you're elbowing your way out now. Isn't it true that you really have feelings for Gu Li? That, however, allowed Hulin to grab hold of the situation and strike right back. Seeing her best friend's nonsense, Shen Linxi was also quite speechless at once and directly rolled her eyes and didn't take this. Gu Li saw the embarrassment on Shen Linxi's face and immediately shook his head as well, feeling a bit amused in his heart. These two BFFs, they're kinda fun. It's good that he likes to tear things down. It's very good for him. Well, at that moment, everyone arrived at the restaurant as well. Gu Li directly greeted the two men and sat down, and after Feng Ye's side scanned the code to order, he handed his cell phone over. He took the cell phone and handed it directly to Shen Linxi again. Order whatever you want. This guy is a big dog. Don't be polite. Right. You two beauties. Don't ever be polite. Just order whatever you want. Feng Ye, who was next to him, also said with a smile. He chose a hot pot restaurant that specializes in seafood. A small hot pot for each person, with good online reviews. However, the two Shen Linxi, who were meeting everyone for the first time, didn't order anything too expensive. Ordered just a few plates of favorite seafood and vegetables and nothing more. Gu Li's side is not polite. Specifically pick up the expensive points. This afternoon's mood of an up and down. Have to eat some good relief. So, the next thing you know, everyone was eating a small hot pot while drinking, and this atmosphere was gradually warming up. On Hulin's side, she looked at Gu Li, and began to wonder in her heart. Today's meal is a great opportunity to get information, and it would be a bit of a shame to give it up. Plus, he had lost face on Gu Li's side before and had to get it back, didn't he? Thus, not minding the situation, she asked towards Feng Ye and Zhao Yixian with a twinkle in her eye. Hey, I heard that Gu Li liked the flower of your department in college. How did he chase after her? The words directly startled the two men. Feng Ye even looked directly towards Gu Li, his face full of doubt, the meaning of which seemed to be asking, what the hell? They even know about this? Chapter 69, For Love. It's better to be in want than in abundance. Hu Lin's question also startled Gu Li, but then he thought about it for a moment and let it go, thinking it was no big deal. After all, Shen Linxi's side had even met Yue, and it wouldn't hurt for Feng Ye and the others to break some more news. Maybe because of this previous infatuation of his, he can even draw sympathy. At that moment, he took a sip of wine and smiled bitterly. Speaking of which, it's still because of this matter that I got to know Linxi, right? When Shen Linxi saw Gu Li looking towards her, she instantly understood the meaning and immediately nodded her head. Yeah, remember, it was still 520 on Cyber Valentine's Day. As if returning to the night when they first met, Shen Linxi slowly said, I was coming home from the trail after a get-together with Hulin when I ran into you buying a drink by the river, looking at a figure not far away lying against a big tree, with scattered beer cans all around his feet. To be honest, I was kind of scared at that point, so my hands went into my bag and squeezed the mace. Ha ha, then I should be glad that I was a little dizzy, but this consciousness is still awake. At this time, Gu Li also smiled and looked at Shen Linxi and continued, looking at such a beautiful young lady walking over. I didn't know what to think at that time, but I actually plucked up the courage to strike up a conversation. But it's obvious what wasn't asked for. I just didn't realize that it was such a coincidence that I actually met you back there. Ugh. This matter, I already knew it. Gu Li, why are you digressing? However, Hulin's side was a bit dissatisfied and directly interrupted his memories. She knew that her best friend had even called Gu Li husband, but she couldn't say that out loud on this occasion. Hu Lin then saw Feng Ye and Zhao Yixian and continued to ask, tell us about Gu Li in the beginning. We're all quite curious. Hearing this, Shen Linxi's face instantly stiffened, wanting to say that he wasn't curious, but after thinking about it, he let it go. There's nothing to be gained by arguing with Hulin or anything at this point. Zhao Yixian and Feng Ye looked at each other and then towards Gu Li's side. Seeing this, Gu Li also had to say whatever you want to say. It's nothing that can't be a big deal or can't be said. Hey, getting his agreement, Feng Ye immediately said, actually, there's not much to say about old Gu's move in the first place. It's summarized in 2 words. Hulin asked at once. Oh, which 2 words? A dog licker. Feng Ye snapped. As soon as she heard it was those 2 words, Hulin instantly laughed and directly snorted. Gu, I really regret not knowing you earlier. Our handsome Gu actually has a day to be a licking dog. What, one day? That's 7 years. Zhao Yixian. This fat man looks like a fat house when he doesn't speak, but this is simply a direct hit when he speaks. Although Hu Lin and Shen Linxi had known for a long time that Guli had liked someone else for 7 years, they were still a bit shocked to hear it now. After all, life is only a few decades in total, and how many 7 years are there to waste? I guess no one would want to wait 7 years if they didn't meet a girl they particularly liked. I have to say, the perseverance is pretty impressive. What girl wouldn't admire that? Watching everyone try to hold in their laughter, Guli simply let go. You guys can laugh if you want. Who hasn't had a scene of youthful exuberance? The past is too much to look back on. I only expect to make good use of the present and the future. Right. Seize the present and the future for real. Come on. Cheers. Cheers. With Feng Ya, a good mood maker, raising his glass. Everyone raised their glasses and took a sip. Putting down his glass, Guli was also a bit saddened. Actually, when chasing Yue, in addition to the beginning of love at first sight, or a little reluctant, how to chase, also simple, all kinds of warmth, all kinds of occupation of the study room, all kinds of help to play rice, open the water and so on. But this effect, you also see, that is to be a licking dog for 7 years, and the rest is nothing. Seeing Guli explode on his own, Hulin was instantly interested. Oh, so what is it about Yue that attracts you the most? Most attractive to me? Guli froze, thought for a moment then said, it was probably when I met her inside the playground at the beginning of college. Her naivety, innocence and beauty made me fall in love at first sight, I guess, but now it seems that I used to be too naive and too blind, too one-sided and too stubborn about love. Maybe it wasn't really love at all. The good thing is that I now understand that you can't like someone just by looking at the surface, but also by looking at the heart, the personality, and how well you fit in, etc. Rather have nothing than nothing? At this time, Shen Linxi, who was listening intently, suddenly came up with such an idiom. Right. I'd rather have nothing than nothing. If you really can't meet a person to be with for the rest of your life, you'd rather grow old alone. Hearing this, Guli instantly looked at Shen Linxi and said approvingly. It turned out that Shen Linxi had the same idea as him, and both preferred to settle for less in love. But what he didn't know was that Shen Linxi's situation was a little different from his again. On Shen Linxi's side, after feeling Guli's gaze, she was also slightly embarrassed and hurriedly grabbed a chopstick of meat to cover up. Cut. Who do you think we are here that doesn't want a perfect love? Looking at the two actually singing in unison, Hulin instantly felt amused, and then skimmed her mouth regretfully and said, but it's not easy to meet someone who's really right. She also thought back to her own college and how she had met boys she liked. It's a shame that people leave the country just as they start to feel something for her. First love is over before it begins, and Hulin recalls this with a sigh, lamenting the trickery of fate. Hey, don't be so pessimistic, Guli laughed and said in relief. We're both under 30, there's still plenty of time. Hearing this, Hulin could only nod. Hey, take one step at a time. Hulin, you're a little younger than me. What are you worried about? Anyway, Guli's idea of love is similar to mine. That is, it is better to talk about it than not to talk about it. If you can't find someone you really like, rather than wait until you get married later and realize it's not a good fit, then get divorced and end up completely disappointed in the marriage. It would have been better not to talk about it in the first place. Sometimes, I really think it's better to work. On Shen Linxi's side, he also said his point of view, and ended up sighing. Love, it's really too much trouble. That being said, people don't know how to respond. Love is indeed a pain in the ass, but it's also essential to life. After all, it's really rare to be able to live a life of absolute love and not fall in love with anyone. Look at the TV, the bad guy who's so evil that he'll still choose to sacrifice his life out of love. That's why this love thing is really love and hate. Anyway, karma is coming soon. Seeing that the scene was a bit awkward for a while, Guli picked up his wine glass and laughed to ease the atmosphere. Here, may we all meet someone we like. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Chapter 70, Upgrading Again. Unexpected lucky draw prizes. After the Sunday party, Guli's side also resumed its normal life and was much busier. It was also on Monday night that he received a call from the agent. 1. Telling him that the homeowner's side had agreed to his offer. Yay! It's finally done. Putting down the phone, Guli was also excited. Not bad. When we buy the house, we can simply get the house done, and then we can move downstairs to Shen Linxi. When the time comes, there's no telling what sparks will rub off on each other. So, on Tuesday afternoon, he went to the real estate transaction center with the agent's side and signed the contract of sale and purchase of the second-hand house directly with the homeowner. Because it is a fully paid transaction, the efficiency is naturally fast. with one hand paying for the money and the book. Looking at the bright red real estate certificate, Guli's heart was bursting with smiles. At the same time, the long-lost system upgrade prompt resounded in his head. Congratulations to the host. The upgrade experience has reached 11,263, 781, 89. The system has successfully reached level 5. At the same time, you have obtained a chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to start drawing now? Congratulations to the host. The current money reward is valid for a distance of 2 kilometers, and the gain per second is $0. 2. Mr. Gu, the formalities are all done here. On your side, is there anything else you need? Just at this moment, next to her, Sister Lee was also excitedly inquiring softly next to her. After all, she and Brother Wan's commission can be quite a lot. Guli was already immersed in the joy of the system upgrade, so naturally he had no time to care about this, and immediately waved his hand. There's nothing going on for now. You guys go ahead. I've got a few things on my side. Oh, okay. Feel free to contact us if you have something on your side. Bye. Looking at Guli with a bit of impatience, Wang hurriedly pulled up Sister Lee and headed directly outside. For the two men, this is a big customer in front of them, and they have to make do with it whenever they can, and they must not be offended. Gee, at 20 cents per second in monetary rewards, that's $17? 280 if you're completely in the valid range for that day. Even if it's not there for a couple hours, that's 14 or 15 grand up or down. 30 days a month is at least $400, 000 or more in extra income, more than twice as much as even his salary. In a year, that's $5 or $6 million in net income. Moreover, Guli still had more than $200 million inside his bank card right now, so if he wanted to upgrade as soon as possible, he could do so. By the time the system is upgraded another level, the system's monetary rewards move directly into the range of $10 million a year. If another billion or two were put aside for investment, it would casually be millions again. Sure enough, it's still easiest to make money out of money. I heard that back then. Inside the Alipay balance, the largest amount of personal deposits was $1 or $200 million, and every day you can have $15,000 of interest. Guli was still thinking at that time, if he had $100 million, he would definitely put it in as well, eating 10,000 a day in interest. Life can't be better. As for why you say you'd rather put it in PayPal than get a higher interest rate on a fixed deposit, that's because, of course, he really didn't have $100 million at the time, so call it what you will. Of course, after getting the system, Guli didn't value money as much as he did before. Money is enough, and the most real thing is to live a comfortable life. Therefore, since earning more than $200 million, he had really deposited $250 million into the balance. Looking at tens of thousands of dollars of interest per day doesn't make it any less. System, open the personal attributes panel. As soon as the words left his mouth, a virtual screen that only he could see appeared in front of Guli. However, in this people come and go in the hall of the housing authority, he looked a little awkward, and hurriedly changed the place where there are fewer people, only a little more comfortable. Host, Guli, bound girlfriend, Shen Linxi, current level, 5. Money bonus, the host is located within 2 kilometers of his girlfriend and receives a money bonus of $0. 2 every 1 second. Upgrade experience, 11,263, 781, 89 out of 100, 000, 000. Spending 1 yuan will accumulate 1 experience value. Accumulated seconds of money for the day, 34, 524 seconds. Number of draws, 1. System space, nothing. Asset level, billionaire level plus. Skill list, humanoid weapons, top computer programming skills, top car skills, top Sichuan cooking skills. Note 1, Note 2, Note 3, Note 4. Sure enough, the upgrade experience for level 6 went straight to 100 million. Then by analogy, level 7 might be a billion, and level 8 would be 10 billion. Hey, upgrading is getting slower and slower. It seems like it's better to properly manage my relationship with Shen Linxi in the future. With his credentials, he shouldn't have much success in his career without a good program. Then the next focus must be to catch up with Shen Linxi as soon as possible, and then get married and have children, putting family first. After all, mom's side also want him to get married early, so that she can hold grandchildren. System, start the lottery. Okay, host, the lottery begins. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the CAD Industrial Software Gift Pack. The related USB flash drive has been put into the system space and can be taken out at any time. Seeing the raffle prizes this time, Guli was shocked for a moment. Surprisingly, it's a software bonanza. And it's the familiar CAD creation software. What's it gonna do? Ghoulie couldn't help but suspect that the price this time was simply a piece of crap. After all, he's used CAD software a few times, and there are a ton of free ones online that don't cost anything. Even the more powerful foreign CAD software, there are cracked versions of the general use of completely sufficient. Come on, now that I've drawn it, I'll just leave it for now. But after thinking about it, he decided to go back first and see what this software bonanza really was. So, with a sense of impatience, he hurriedly drove back home. Then just as he was about to plug the flash drive into the computer, the movement of this hand was slowed. No, it can't be plugged into a computer that easily. If this had some kind of virus and then stole the contents of this flash drive, he would have to be pissed off. In addition, on the way back, Ghoulie also felt that the prize drawn by the system could not be so simple, and it was best to be cautious. That's why it's better to be safe with what's important. Next, Ghoulie went straight to the mall next door and bought a brand new Huawei tablet, then simply disconnect the tablet network, or even just set it to disabled, eliminating any possibility of leakage over the network. Finally, only then did he carefully plug in the USB flash drive the system had given him and read it. When he saw the information inside the system USB flash drive, which was actually as high as dozens of terabytes, he also froze directly. Sure enough, anything that comes out of the system cannot be underestimated. Who expected? This does not matter not to look. A look is a shock. Holy shit, this is awesome. After reading the comprehensive introduction of the software package, Ghoulie directly called out. He hadn't really thought that the system had actually given him such a big surprise. Chapter 71. Never Sit Still. It turns out that this CAD software bundle is anything but ordinary. It contains a full suite of relevant CAD software, including 2D/3D and other functions in various segments, as well as many resource libraries. What's even scarier is that this software is at least a full decade ahead of the current top-of-the-line CAD software. At least. Next, he also searched the current domestic and foreign CAD software applications. The prospects are really good. The output value of billions of dollars. Don't ever think that this value is relatively small, but realize that this is just the CAD segment. The entire value of industrial software reaches hundreds of billions or even trillions of dollars. Moreover, the big part of this is still occupied by the products of foreign manufacturers. The potential of domestic software is still very large. Maybe the next draw, the rest of the package will appear. That would be perfect, wouldn't it? In this case, he'd just start a software company specializing in selling CAD, and he'd surely make a fortune, too. But it's going to have to be done slowly. Although there is a finished software, this is still a step-by-step process to release it. Sometimes it's not just that you have a good product and you can promote it. TSK. Sure enough, the system produces a fine product. At this point, Gugu realized that he had misunderstood the system a bit, and that the pattern had yet to be improved. The raffle prizes, this time, are very nice. It's literally whatever comes to mind. I had been thinking about starting a business before, but I didn't know exactly what direction to go. Now that the system has given this, it's a big help. If you want to get your company off the ground as quickly as possible, the best thing to do is to acquire a CAD software company that you can productize quickly and bring a good product to market. But this is not urgent for the time being. You can take your time and wait until this center stage project of 1000 machine technology is completed. Shen Linxi sighed. Still thinking of competing with him is not. Always cannot let the other side down. As for the new house end, Ghoulie took the time to look around and customize the remodeling plan. It's just a matter of replacing a few things and arranging some more. The previous renovation was fine and did not need to be replaced at all. Of course, the necessary greenery is definitely needed. After all, there is a large balcony. He bought thousands of green plants and flowers and placed them on the balcony, as well as in the corners of the living room. The whole house, all of a sudden, came to life and looked so much better. However, this accident always comes too fast. The side of 1000 Machine Technology is quite interested in their technical strength, and specially asked them to go to Pengcheng to talk about it. So, on the 3rd of July, Guli's side of the crisis, directly with the Ministry of Commerce, went directly to Pengcheng. Even over Pengcheng Airport, Guli took a picture and posted it to his circle of friends. The blue sky reflected on the blue ocean and it was very nice to see. And by the time he got off the plane, his circle of friends had dozens of likes and messages. Big brother, you actually came to Pengcheng. When will you have a meal? It's been a while. I'm here too. Come out and get together sometime. Holy shit. Lao Gu, what are you doing in Pengcheng? A business trip? Comfort. Go to the beach. Get some beach babes. Bikinis. Hey. Business trip? Among them were 2 college classmates who worked in Pengcheng and invited him out for a get-together. There is also the envy of Old Duck, Fatty and old bull. This time to go to Pengcheng, not to go around the beach. That would not be a pity. Of course, there were jokes about him going to the beach in a bikini. And then there was Shen Linxi's end, asking with a puzzled expression if he was traveling. After thinking about it, Guli replied, "Yeah, going over there on business. There's a project that needs preliminary research." What he didn't know was that Shen Linxi was in his office at the moment, anxiously waiting for a reply. Right after Guli replied, she stood up as well. While pacing and looking at the direction of the somersault cloud technology, Shen Linxi was also getting more and more anxious. After thinking about it, she hurriedly called Lin Huaqing over. "Old Lin, what's the movement of Guli over at Somersault Cloud? I heard that he went to Pengcheng on a business trip. Is it for the 1,000 Machines Technology project?" That, I don't really know." Once Lin Huaqing heard this, he was also a bit surprised by the news from Shen Linxi's side. "You go and ask around right away. I want to know the exact news as soon as possible. If Guli is really going for 1,000 Machine Technology, then we have to make preparations early as well." Hearing the seriousness in the leader's words, Lin Huaqing immediately nodded his head. "Okay, I'll get right on it. Report back as soon as you have news." Shen Linxi nodded. "Good. We'll work extra shifts in the next few days, and prepare the information for the Zhengtai project as soon as possible. It looks like we're going to have to fight a hard battle." After Lin Huaqing went out, our strong woman was once again in deep thought. In fact, for the center stage project, neither Tatsuan Jichuan nor Tendo Cloud has any development experience. Of course, projects that are somewhat similar in function to the various parts of the center stage, they have done. But the hard part is, how to organically combine the various systems, connect the online and offline directly, reduce the business links, speed up the processing progress, and realize the efficient flow of business. At the same time, the efficient combination of physical goods, virtual goods, and various services, combined with the supply chain, distributors, advertising and profit sharing, etc. The whole system to achieve perfect unity. So for this project, it's up to you to see who makes a good PPT, backed up by the technology, the underpinnings. Shen Linxi was checking all kinds of information on the computer while integrating it in his mind, summarizing the strengths and weaknesses of Chen Huangji Chuang's side, and then recording it on top of the PPT. There were some things that needed to be provided by her subordinates, and she recorded them separately on her side and ordered them down later. Half an hour later, Lin Huaqing walked in again and told her the news. "Mr. Shen, Guli's side did go to 1,000 Machine Technology on a business trip. I heard that 1,000 Machine side is very interested in the Somersault Cloud, and they were specially invited to negotiate about it." "I didn't think so." "Really?" Shen Linxi was immediately shocked in her heart. She was really not expecting this side of the Somersault Clouds to be so fast. If this is a good deal between the two sides, then she, Chen Huangji Chuang, won't have a chance. "No, I can't just sit back and wait." When he thought of this, a wave of unconvincing thoughts rose up again in Shen Linxi and casually looked at Lin Huaqing. "This is something I wrote. Take it and read it first. Within 2 days, make a PPT related to the center stage system, to fully elaborate our technical advantages and our ability to integrate with the business of 1,000 Machine Tech, in which we must target the pain points of their current business." Hearing that he had to come up with a feasibility software analysis report within 2 days, Lin Huaqing's face was also slightly gloomy. However, under Shen Linxi's gaze, he still nodded seriously. "Okay, Mr. Shen." Shen Linxi also nodded. "Alright, you go down and get busy first. I'll go to the boss's office. I might have to go on a business trip then." Once Lin Huaqing heard this, his confidence immediately increased as well. Chapter 72. Seeing each other again. The rivalry remains the same. As expected, the boss's side was interested when he got her report. It was the first time he had seen his subordinates care so much about a project, and he instantly understood that Shen Linxi was trying to get back his revenge. Since he was so confident, he naturally went along with it and agreed to Shen Linxi's request to personally go out. Originally, this kind of project cooperation, the early stage is the Ministry of Commerce people, to carry out the first contact, then the customer demand feedback to the technical department, and then by Shen Linxi and others to analyze the communication, to determine whether it can be done before starting the formal project negotiations. But since Shen Linxi wanted to intervene early, it was fine, but it was just a bit of hard work. Besides, having lost the big project of Haiton Logistics before, the company side is also a bit saturated with staff. If we snatch the center stage project of 1,000 Machines Technology, it will ease the pressure on the side of Chen Huangji Chong. So, after coming out of the boss's office, Shen Linxi found Wei Tate, the business manager, and his subordinate Lin Huaqing to have a small meeting together. It was then decided to leave Pengcheng tonight to participate in the bidding for 1,000 Machine Technology's center stage project. Of course, Wei Tate's side must have first communicated with the Thousand Machine Technology side in advance about tomorrow's arrangements. The feedback afterward was also good. And Thousand Machine Tech learned that Tatsuo Huanji was also interested in competing for the center stage project, and agreed immediately. After all, it's in their interest to have one more company involved. In fact, this time the bidding of the Central Taiwan project, in addition to the Somersault Cloud side of the news in advance, in Pengcheng, Yangcheng side of the same two software companies sharpening their knives. So with Guli and Shen Linxi both facing at least 3 opponents, the competition was still very fierce. Regarding Shen Linxi's thunderous behavior, Wei Polygon and Lin Huacheng had been prepared before, and there was nothing shocking at this time. After all, compared to the previous 2 consecutive months of working overtime until 12 o'clock at night, the temporary decision to fly to Pengcheng at night now was no big deal. After the meeting, the 3 immediately began to prepare, not daring to delay for a moment. After all, time is money, and this time it was Shen Linxi who took the initiative. If anyone lost the chain on the way, then they would not be able to eat. On the other hand, Guli had already arrived in Pengcheng at 4 in the afternoon, and first settled into a hotel near Thousand Machines Technology. After waiting for a night's rest, we'll go over to the client's site early tomorrow morning and have a pre-negotiation. Of course, this is just an initial communication of needs, so that they can make corresponding programs to participate in the bidding. After all, only by familiarizing ourselves with the various business processes of our customers can we proceed to the next step of technology selection, software architecture, functionality grooming, and so on. As for the outline design and detailed design, we have to wait until the bidding is over and the contract is signed. Although Tendon Cloud had not carried out the development of a center stage project on its side, Guli's previous company had a small center stage system that was working well. Though not as complex as a large company's business, it's fully functional, and it's entirely possible to learn something from the experience. In this aspect, he had a certain advantage over Shen Linxi's side. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the 5-star hotel, Guli looked out the window at the traffic and lights, and also sighed slightly. If it is still a small minion at the bottom of the company, it is estimated that it will not be able to enjoy the exquisite service of such a 5-star business suite for the rest of its life. Not only are the rooms luxurious, the beds are very comfortable to sleep in, and even the bathtubs are quite large, so it's nice to take a bath. There are also a variety of amenities to enjoy inside the hotel, including a spa, a variety of fitness equipment, coffee, meeting rooms, and much, much more. Sure enough, the life of the rich is so plain and simple. It's not like the outdoor trips you took in college, where you sat on a bus for half a day, crammed into a cramped hotel, and lunch was even worse than a boxed lunch. Soon the night passed, and Guli woke up at 7 and went to eat the sumptuous breakfast provided by the 5-star hotel. Then, along with the others, they came to Thousand Machines Technology. The other party is a national chain of cell phone sellers, but also carries a variety of cell phone accessories, as well as battery replacement, broken screen insurance and other services. In various e-commerce platforms, there are dozens of stores, hundreds of directly managed stores offline, and tens of thousands of cooperative stores, distributors and so on. Then, one of the business vice presidents of Thousand Machine Technology, Mr. Li, took Guli and the others on a tour of the company and introduced the flow of the various departments before coming to the conference room. Guli had thought that the meeting would start soon, but he didn't expect Mr. Li to say that he would wait for a while. This unexpected situation made him a bit surprised at once. After all, as far as he knew, the other 2 companies had been here a long time ago and had finished exchanging what they needed to exchange. The only one left who was interested in bidding was them, Somersault Technologies. However, he didn't ask, but with Xiang Qiwen and the others, he began to analyze the information given over there, preparing for the next program writing. In such a wait, half an hour later, the door of the conference room was opened directly. He then met Shen Linxi, who was walking behind General Manager Li and wearing a decent professional outfit, with a bitter smile on her face. He didn't expect that Shen Linxi was so well informed and chased after him so quickly. It was the height of summer, and the other was wearing a clean white shirt on top, a pair of wide-legged pants underneath, and high-heeled sandals, a pair of long, slender legs that set off an even more slender and sexy figure, along with the right bare front, made it a little hard to keep one's eyes open. He could feel that with Shen Linxi's arrival, there were many gazes converging on the grids outside the conference room. As expected, Shen Linxi was the center of attention wherever he went. Since the people had arrived, Guli also stood up and greeted them with a smile. At this time, Mr. Li also said, "Director Gu, this is Mr. Shen from Chen Huanji Chuang. You guys are enterprises in Rongcheng, so I believe you've all heard of them. I won't introduce you too much. Ha ha. Mr. Li is polite." Guli looked at Shen Linxi, smiled, and nodded. This is not necessary. General Manager Shen and I have also met long ago. It's just that I didn't expect that this project would actually become competitive again. It's really a bit of a coincidence. When Shen Linxi saw Guli, he said even more meaningfully, Director Gu, long time no see. Seeing that the two knew each other, Mr. Li also nodded and smiled. In that case, let's get started. For the company's business, then let's ask our head of the technical department, Mr. Lu, to talk about it. After everyone was seated, Supervisor Lu stood up and scanned the room, opening the PowerPoint. Superintendent Gu, Mr. Shen, then we'll start next. Guli didn't have any contempt for this technical director. The other party might be the key person in this bidding. So with a slight gesture, Xiang Qiwen and the others began to get serious, listening and recording while asking questions at the same time. On Shen Linxi's side, he naturally listened intently. In the conference room, all that could be heard for a while were the clear words of Supervisor Lu and the occasional tapping of the keyboard. It wasn't until half an hour later that the meeting went into a break. Guli also retracted her gaze from the screen and turned around just in time to meet Shen Linxi's eyes. The amount reeks of gunpowder. See you again. The rivalry remains the same. Chapter 73. This guy. Not a bit of pity. Between eye exchanges. A new round of exchanges between the two had also officially begun. Guli was just an ordinary coder before, so naturally, he had never experienced such a scene. Shen Linxi's arrival. He was actually a little apprehensive in his heart. Luckily, with the experience of the last bid, and now just the initial discussion of requirements, it was much calmer and lighter once we sat down. In addition, facing the rollicking Shen Linxi, but he had to take out his full momentum. After all, it must be humiliating to fall in front of a beautiful woman. It was a good thing that the top computer skills and his status as a technical director were all added to him, giving Guli enough strength and confidence. It's not yet known who will be the deer in the headlights. With a slight nod of his head, he smiled and left his seat, ready to go to the restroom to put on some water. And in the conference room at that moment, people on both sides muttered in whispers. As they spoke, their respective gazes also fell on each other from time to time, appearing unusually concerned under the clear distinction. However, everyone had experienced such a situation before, to a greater or lesser extent, and there wasn't much to be uncomfortable about. The Gugu who let the water out just happened to run into Shen Linxi outside the restroom. There was no one else nearby at the moment, so he thought better of it and said hello. I didn't really expect you to chase me here? Shen Linxi smiled faintly. You didn't expect it to be something? There's more. Gugu laughed, thinking that this woman was really skillful, and her words were not at all disadvantageous in the slightest. Privately and secretly inquiring about his projects, he specifically ran over to pry this center stage project and thought he didn't know, just as Su Huai was his insider. There was definitely Shen Linxi's insider on the Sinu's cloud side. This, he had guessed from the time when Lao Su said that Shen Linxi was concerned about the Zhengtai project earlier, but never wanted to find out this insider. After all, it would be so much fun to duel with Shen Linxi again, or even defeat her once more. Definitely, make the other person carve her up. A powerful man needs to conquer a woman with great strength, so that the other party will be convinced of him. To tame a strong horse like Shen Linxi, you can't rely on conventional means like gentleness and warmth. Of course, it also had to do with the previous 7 years, and he didn't want to continue to be a lickspittle. Wouldn't it be more fun to have an evenly matched love? Oh, like what? Guli thought and asked with even more interest. Shen Linxi was instantly stunned by Guli's question, and the smile on his face instantly disappeared. Recovering her icy expression, she looked cold and absolutely beautiful. This was a different kind of beauty in Guli's eyes, and in his heart, he'd scared even more. A goddess is a goddess. It's a little angry, and it's even better. Seeing his smirking expression, Shen Linxi, who felt that she was being taken for a ride, was suddenly also furious. Break time is coming up and there's no time to talk to you much. With that, she went straight into the restroom, leaving only the sound of fading high heels. Guli Dan stroked his chin and shook his head. Gee, interesting. It's really getting interesting. After a while, everyone was back in the conference room and the meeting continued. As Supervisor Lu explained, Guli and the others gained a tremendous understanding of the business of thousand machine technology. Of course, there was an in-depth discussion of their pressing needs and pain points. On Guli's side, he gained even more, thinking that this company overlapped a bit with his last company's business, and that he could find solutions for a lot of things. He was getting an inkling in his mind about this center stage project. Thinking of this, Guli also looked at Shen Linxi, only to see the other party's brows furrowed in deep contemplation, all the while, tapping away at something on his laptop, looking unusually focused. This kind of working woman, concentrating on her work and gazing at her thoughts, is another extreme beauty. It had to be said that Shen Linxi's every moment revealed a hint of a different flavor in Gu Li's eyes. However, it was a growing desire to understand, to grasp. Hey, this woman is really getting attractive. At this moment, Gu Li also sighed in his heart. By now, he really had feelings for Shen Linxi, unlike before when he saw color. And right at this moment, Shen Linxi also seemed to feel his hot gaze and turned her head to look. This time, but it made Shen Linxi's heart thump. This guy, what is he doing? To stare at her at such a serious moment is beyond words. Humph. Between a bit of annoyance, Shen Linxi directly coughed lightly, then picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Cough lightly to prompt it, then drink tea to cover it up. Gu Li was also awakened and returned slightly, smiling slightly apologetically. With that, he also picked up his cup and carefully took a sip as well. The situation of the two men naturally fell into the eyes of the subordinates on both sides, and they were all a bit surprised in their hearts. I'll go. What's going on with the two leaders? Is this the start of an official rivalry? TSK. This is going to be a good show. Mr. Shen's strong counterattack is sure to vow to avenge the bidding in the first place. On Director Gu's side, he definitely won't let General Manager Shen have his way easily. After all, if this is tapped by General Manager Shen, that face will definitely not hang. It sure looks like there's a lot of fireworks in the meetings ahead. Of course, all kinds of speculation. We can only think in our hearts and silently eat melon. In this somewhat unusual atmosphere, the morning session ended successfully and the afternoon was devoted to seminars. Both sides have any demand problems, can ask Lu's supervisor questions. If the other party cannot answer, it will naturally find a technician specializing in interpretation. At the same time, we will also find specific business units and ask them to mention various problems in their work, as well as the pain points they encountered that need to be solved urgently. In the cafeteria of Thousand Machine Technology, both sides had a hearty lunch afterward. Gu Li took advantage of the noon break to come downstairs and prepare to take a break. But unexpectedly after a while Shen Linxi actually also came. Mr. Shen also came down to walk. Faced with his flirtation, Shen Linxi said without a trace of humor. Of course, almost every day at noon, I go for a walk on the rooftop of Chuanqing Square. Hearing this, Gu Li immediately brightened up and laughed. That would be great. Next time I'll go too. Maybe I'll even have a chance encounter with Mr. Shen. Who met you by chance? Shen Linxi instantly bristled. Gu Li laughed. You're always so outgoing. We're still friends after all, aren't we? Upon hearing this, Shen Linxi immediately laughed and asked, since you're a friend, why don't you give me this project? After all, it was you who pried my project last time. Hearing such a joke, Gu Li immediately said, the mall is like a battlefield. I won't show any mercy. Besides, wouldn't it be disrespectful to Mr. Shen if I let water out? This guy, he doesn't know anything about compassion. When Shen Linxi heard this, in his heart, he immediately gritted his teeth a bit. But on this face, he was hard-mouthed. That's right. I'll look down on you if you show mercy. Gu Li also did not let up in the slightest and laughed. That's right then. Let's see the real thing underhand then. Won't let you down. Shen Linxi raised his eyebrows and directly returned the favor, his aura not weakening by half at all. Seeing the other party's confidence, Gu Li's heart froze. Could it be that Shen Linxi has some kind of bottom card? Chapter 74, Boss. 2 more skewers of roasted cashews. The rest of the afternoon's discussion went by in waves of restraint on both sides. Watching Shen Linxi take a taxi and leave without saying a word, Gu Li also waved his hand, allowing Xiang Qiwen and the others to take a taxi and leave first. Instead, he was going to go out for a stroll and eat some of Pengcheng's specialty snacks. After all, it's not easy to come here. You have to enjoy it, don't you? And for the next 2 days, he was going to go to the seaside beach to have some fun and then get together with his old classmates. So, Gu Li directly took a taxi, found a specialty snack street, and leisurely ate alone. At the same time, he was also thinking about what kind of gift to buy for Shen Linxi. Yue was tangled up in the garage that day, and it was the other guy who helped to get rid of him, and he said at the time that he wanted to show it. Now that I've said I'll give a gift, I'm sure I will. He didn't really have an idea of what exactly to give this one though. Shen Linxi sighed, and not lack of money, but also temporarily do not know what interests to be sent to the heart that certainly have to spend effort. He could certainly ask Hulin's opinion, but he didn't want her to know about the garage for now. That makes it a tough gift to choose. He'd been agonizing over this for days, never quite sure what to do. Luckily that bit of depression was quickly drowned out by the delicious food. He was a foodie as he strolled around and even more so as he posted to his friends. On the other side, Shen Linxi looked at Gu Li's haphazard appearance inside her cell phone, but she couldn't help but let out a cold snort. This guy, he's really enjoying himself. It's really a bit of a gas. She had gone to great lengths to come here in order to dig into the project of Thousand Machines technology, and she had to go back to the hotel to work overtime after the daytime meeting. And the opponents were actually in no hurry at all, and were actually in the mood to stroll through the food court and go for good food and drink. This was nothing short of contempt for her. Shen Linxi. It's not taking her seriously at all. Shen Linxi has always been calm, but at this time, he was also indescribably depressed and sighed helplessly. She turned to the window and looked out at the lights and murmured, "Hey, ever since I met Guli as a rival, why does it feel like work isn't going so well? Humph, I'm not one to give up easily." However, after a long time, Shen Linxi took a deep breath, spat out the pent-up depression in his chest, and regained his composure. Powerful people naturally have a strong ability to self-regulate. The contempt of others for her stirred up her competitive confidence even more. Pick up the phone, directly open the mate one. Shen Linxi found the night food, directly selected a good evaluation of the skewer barbecue. Then he directly ordered a few $100, and then went to the next suite to find Lin Huaqing and the others who were working. Snap! Shen Linxi clapped his hands and everyone stopped. "I've ordered a late-night snack to spice things up for everyone. After we eat, everyone put in extra effort to try to finish the job, and then go back to rest at 9 o'clock later." Upon hearing this, everyone cheered. "Thank you, Mr. Shen. It's fine, Mr. Shen. I'll be almost done by 10 o'clock on my side." "Right, it's okay, let's eat and get full." Looking at everyone's enthusiasm, Shen Linxi smiled and nodded. "Right, old Lin, come over here for a moment. What's going on over at Tatsuki Tech?" Lin Huaqing nodded, then came with her to the next room, and when he met her, he heard Shen Linxi ask. He thought for a moment before saying, "Mr. Shen, Mr. Lin on the side of Chinji Technology said that it has been reported to the headquarters, so there shouldn't be any major problems. However, he said that the details of this cooperation definitely need to be discussed properly before doing so." "That's for sure." Shen Linxi sniffed and nodded. "To use their system, we definitely need to talk about it. But this you can rest assured, that side won't ask for a lion's share. After all, we're still working together afterward, as long as we can get this authorization, and then let Thousand Machines Technology take a look at the actual application. Our chances of winning will definitely increase greatly. The demo system side, which must be built as soon as possible, is the key to the success of our bid." "Okay, Mr. Shen, don't worry about this. I promise to take it out before the end of the month." Lin Huaqing also knew the importance of this matter, and immediately patted his chest to ensure it. "Aha, you get busy then." Shen Linxi smiled and nodded, his heart rising with anticipation. "Guli, you don't know that while you were eating your food, I already had an extra bottom card on my side. Poof, when the time comes, we'll see how you admit defeat." Hatchet. At this moment, Guli was holding a skewer of barbecue and eating with oil dripping from the corners of his mouth. Unexpectedly a sneeze struck and directly spoiled a bunch of cashews. "I'm going. Which one of these is thinking about me?" At that moment, Guli directly cursed. Rather sadly, he dropped the barbecue, then silently grabbed a tissue and wiped his nose. Then he looked at the owner and shouted with intent, "Boss, 2 more bunches of cashews." "Okay, 2 skewers of roasted cashews." "Wait here, sir." In the night market where people come and go, the owner's yell instantly draws the attention of those around him. But when everyone saw that it was a handsome man, drinking beer and eating barbecue at the same time, they all looked surprised. So handsome, there must be no shortage of women. No wonder he specializes in eating cashews. At this moment, Guli also felt everyone's unexpected gazes and instantly smiled helplessly and bitterly. Eating a cashew, as far as it goes. Just then, however, the phone suddenly rang. He took a look and it was actually Su Huai calling. "Old Su, what's wrong?" "Guli, did you go to Pengchang on business?" "Yeah, what's going on?" "Hey, I'm sorry, I'm no longer on Mr. Shen's side. Thus for Mr. Shen to have gone to Pengchang, I only learned the news today." At this, Guli had nothing to blame, and said immediately, "This is fine, don't take it to heart. I've already seen her today, and she's really coming for the center stage of Thousand Machine Technology." "Oh, so," Su Huai also nodded, "I guess so. By the way, there's another piece of news that might be helpful to you." At this, Guli was instantly curious. "What?" "That is, Mr. Shen is going to cooperate with Chinji Technology, presumably because he wants to borrow the system over there to bid for Thousand Machine Technology's center stage project." "Oh, what's going on here?" "Here's the deal." Subsequently, after understanding, Guli finally understood why Shen Linxi was so confident. It turns out that although Tatsuwanchi hasn't exactly done a center stage project, there are some that have some of the same features. On the side of Chinji Technology, They have a simple center stage system internally, and a large part of the software was previously done by Su Huai and others. Therefore, Shen Linxi thought of using the system of Qinji technology to help compete for the center stage project of Thousand Machine Technology. Guli didn't realize that this woman was waiting for him here. I'm sure it's nothing but a light. Chapter 75, Shen Linxi's Resentment. To be honest, after learning about Cinnabar technology, Guli's previous confidence was quite a bit less, compared to its old owner Pinwell Software, which had previously laid off its employees. TNT is clearly much stronger. The middle office systems in its operation are superior in both volume and complexity. If Shen Linxi really pulls on the other side and borrows the system program to make a simulation system, then Thousand Machine Technology may really look at it. Thinking of this, his mood for strolling through the night market instantly disappeared and he hurried back to the hotel. In the following 2 days, Guli lived a miserable life of researching during the day and working overtime at night, just like Shen Linxi. This also made the subordinates on the side of the somersault clouds, Xiang Qiwen and the others, a bit surprised. Therefore it was rather more and more like Guli's side should have been pressured by Shen Linxi's side to be so desperate. You know, the superintendent had a winning look on his face when he came in earlier. There is no noticeable change now, but people still feel certain tensions. Of course, the two had spent the last 2 days fighting, but it was a case of each winning and losing, and in the end it backfired and melted down a lot less personal than before. Mr. Shen, the distribution model of Thousand Machines technology is really not easy to handle. What's your opinion on your side? Taking advantage of the walk after lunch, Guli took the opportunity to ask. Shen Linxi's face changed as soon as he saw that this guy had come again. Director Gu, you, a technical expert, don't have any good ideas to ask me? A person who doesn't know much about technology. Could it be that you didn't wake up from your nap? Mr. Shen is really joking. Hearing this flirtation, Guli instantly laughed. This nap hasn't even started yet, so I definitely haven't woken up. Mr. Shen actually asked this question. Could it be that he didn't sleep well last night? It seems that some of the difficulties mentioned yesterday are also a bit difficult for your technical department at Cinnabar Intelligence. Difficulty? Of course, but this is not for you, the Grand Superintendent, to trouble yourself with. Shen Linxi's face did not change, and she said smugly, anyway, we'll be able to come up with a proposal by the end of the month, so don't be surprised on Director Gu's side at that time. Oh, so, it seems like you have a lot of confidence in this project. Looking at the confidence on the woman's face, Guli said meaningfully, if I didn't have some confidence, how would I dare to appear in front of Director Gu again? Don't you think so? Shen Linxi smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth, and in his eloquent conversation, he could not hide the eye-catching luster. Feeling the strong female temperament of the woman in front of him, Guli also, for a moment, stared with both eyes. For a while, neither spoke, instead reveling in the afternoon heat. When Shen Linxi saw that Guli didn't reply, he turned around and realized that the other party was looking at him with unblinking eyes. Benton looked at the handsome Guli, and suddenly his heart shook, his cheeks just burned, and he froze slightly. Another day passed and this meeting was over for the time being, followed by the time for the companies to prepare their programs. On Guli's side, after a few days of hard work, he had also digested his previous experience and transformed it into results. Add to that the bonus of top-notch computer skills, and the grasp of the system, again, improves tremendously. By this point, it was up to Shen Linxi's side of the system to see how far it could reach. It's safe to say that this time it's really kind of evenly matched. Guli was also relaxed in his heart, ready to have a good time on the last day. The night the meeting ended, he treated everyone to a nice big dinner, followed directly by a vacation to let everyone go free. Have the company book a flight for the day after tomorrow and return to Rongqing together. On the day of July 6th, Guli first made an appointment with his college friend Li Jiang and female classmate Hao Wenwen to have a dinner together in the evening to get together. Then it was off to the beach alone, ready for a good day of fun. It's nice to rent a yacht and go out fishing, do some scuba diving, and see the beach babes. But he was dashing as hell on his side, and Shen Linxi was irritated by him again. This guy, he's having a good time. In the morning, I went to the old alley and had an authentic Cantonese morning tea, rented a yacht in the morning, went sea fishing, and watched seagulls, and fucking skydived, went diving in the afternoon, took pictures with the coral, and picked up a particularly nice and superb conch. And now it's time to lie here on the beach, drinking coconut water and watching bikini babes. Cut. Obviously go to see a beautiful woman, but actually pay for what? See the sunset on the seashore, residual sun, watch the sky clouds roll, and tugging on words, TSK. Looking at Guli's friend circle, Shen Linxi didn't even know how to spit. If Hulin was there, she would probably have realized that her best friend was looking resentful at this moment. I worked hard overtime all day and this guy went to see beach babes. What a pisser. I have to say, Guli's circle of friends is really quite exciting sometimes. Especially, for Shen Linxi, the opponent on the project, he was even more special attention to him these days. It was good that after being upset for a while, Shen Linxi slowed down. She felt that she couldn't be emotionally affected by Guli. Maybe this was his strategy. It was the idea of disrupting her and disrupting her plans in such a way. How insidious. Shen Linxi didn't know how, but actually thought a little wildly. Ding! Unexpectedly, right at this moment, Guli once again sent a circle of friends, looking at the seafood and steak. Inside the photo, Shen Linxi also couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water. A little mouthful. This guy, he actually went to the seafood buffet again. At this time, Shen Linxi, who had already worked overtime, was also a bit unable to resist, and directly took out his cell phone and operated it. After thinking about it, it's the last day anyway, so I have to relax everyone. So, directly to Lin Huaqing, who was about to order food, he said, "Old Lin, go to Damasha for seafood. My treat." When these words came out, Lin Huaqing was instantly stunned as well. Going to Damasha? It's a bit far, isn't it? I've already bought the vouchers. Tell everyone to meet in front of the hotel in 10 minutes and then just kill it. However, Shen Linxi didn't want to explain anything and dropped a sentence and went directly to her room to pack up her things. Lin Huaqing stopped dead in his tracks. And after thinking about it he could only turn back to tell everyone the good news. On Guli's side, however, he was not expecting the BFF that Hao Wenwen brought with her to be so beautiful. Yes, for the evening get-together, college friend Li Jiang brought his girlfriend Pan Xiu, while female classmate Hao Wenwen brought her best friend and also shared roommate Xiao Jingzhu. This one is not only pretty, but she's very tall. Looks like she's 6'5". TSK. This body, it's a bit of a pity if you don't go to be a model. Looking at the sexy and tall Xiao Jingzhu sitting next to her, Guli couldn't help but think. What he didn't know was that because of the friend circle he sent, Shen Linxi had already killed the restaurant entrance with a few subordinates. Chapter 76. Who's jealous? You're the one who's jealous. Looking at Xiao Jingzhu's well-behaved and quiet demeanor, Guli suddenly thought of the alumnus Yang Yixia that he had met when he went home for the holidays with his sister earlier. Both of them have similar styles, slim and cute types, like college students who haven't graduated yet. The body is nice and pretty and talkative. However, with the pearl of Shen Linxi, a royal sister, in front of him, he wasn't really interested in such a beautiful woman. Just like he only had Yue in his heart before, he was oblivious to all the other school and department flowers in the school. Perhaps, it's a sign of being emotionally more dedicated. Xiao Jingzhu, like Yang Yixia, was very interested in Guli after the introductions. After all, it's still quite rare to be able to be a technical director at his age. Coupled with the introduction of Hao Wenwen on the other end, the words became even more enthusiastic. Guli's side, on the other hand, was not salty and kept talking politely. After a while, everyone brought their dishes over, and Li Jiang even brought Guli a fine steak. Seeing this guy, Guli was also a bit saddened. He hadn't really thought that Li Jiang, who had previously been relatively ordinary in his class, would be the first to get married. Also, the job is good, the pay is okay, and now I even have a house. I heard that it seems to go directly to a large company to do outsourcing. The salary of about 20,000 is a little tired off in overtime. His girlfriend, Pan Xiu, also does IT, but in a small company as a front end. As for Wenwen Hao, she switched directly to sales and is now at a 4S store. Similarly, Xiao Jingzhu is a salesperson at the store, and I've heard that she's also a senior at Pengcheng University. When Hao Wenwen first entered the store, thanks to the help of the other party, to be able to close 2 orders in 3 months, not to be eliminated. Therefore, the two later this relationship rubbed up, and directly shared a room to become girlfriends. Among the 3 women, of course, Xiao Jingzhu is the most beautiful. Otherwise how can she be ranked in the top 3 sales performance every month? Ha ha. Guli, how come you're so powerful after graduating for 2 or 3 years? Could it be that you used to hide your clumsiness and keep a low profile? While a few people chatted, Hao Wenwen asked curiously. After thinking about it, Guli said, "This is also okay. I'm not much better than a few of my classmates who went to the big factory. When I was studying in the past, my grades were not bad, and my skills were accumulating. I guess because of the pressure of work, I have been studying hard for 2 years. It was only then that I got the hang of it all of a sudden, and then that skill skyrocketed. Actually, I guess it's still luck. You can't call it luck. Maybe a little bit of luck." Xiao Jingzhu looked at Guli and directly sighed in admiration. It's still Gu students acquired hard work that allowed him to achieve such an accomplishment. Hearing this, Pan Xiu looked at her boyfriend and instantly shook her head. This one in our family is an example. Although the technology is good but is a stuffy, and still a bitter programmer. When he heard his girlfriend say this about him, Li Jiang didn't get angry, but instead said, I can't help it. This character right here. You asked me to deal with the leaders. It would be better to kill me. Ha ha. Gu Li also smiled. Li Jiang is right. Everyone's personality is different. Sometimes it can't be forced or it might backfire. Li Jiang You can continue to delve into technology and try to jump to A side. If you go to Huawei, the subsequent treatment must be unbeatable as long as you don't get laid off. Just then, Gu Li suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked across the street at several people walking head-on. Among them, the one with a tall temperament and a long elegant dress was who else but Shen Linxi. At this moment, Shen Linxi, too, saw him for the first time, and then her eyes narrowed and the corners of her mouth smiled lightly. However, after seeing Xiao Jingzhu sitting across from Gu Li again, her face changed once more and she resumed a cold expression. This speed made even Gu Li look at him. What do you want to eat? Handsome. I'll get it for you. And right at this moment, Xiao Jingzhu actually stood up and enthusiastically asked towards him. The oysters over here are especially good. Why don't I get you some? Upon hearing this, Gu Li was speechless. This Shen Linxi just passed by. You want to get me oysters? This is fucking intentional. Immediately, he shook his head. Thanks. No. I don't eat that stuff. So I'll get you something else? Xiao Jingzhu wasn't dead set on it and continued to ask. At this time, Gu Li was a bit impatient and directly stood up. No really, I'll just get whatever I want to eat. I'm going to the restroom first. You guys eat first. After saying this, she went to find the restroom on her own, and she was in that same hurry in her heart. Didn't see that just now Shen Linxi directly threw a face to him, probably cursed him to death in his heart. But on second thought, he was accompanied by a beautiful woman. Could it be that Shen Linxi was still jealous? Looking at it this way, could it be that she has feelings for herself? Thinking so, Gu Li's heart was a little happy. No, after draining the water and coming out, he saw Shen Linxi over there getting food and immediately walked over. Mr. Shen, I didn't expect such a coincidence. You're coming over here for dinner too? Shen Linxi gave him a blank look without any good humor. Aren't you talking nonsense? If you don't eat, who comes here? Gu Li was instantly disliked by Shen Linxi before he realized that he had asked a nonsense question. Looking at the other party a bit upset, he guessed in his heart. Is it really because of yourself that you're so upset? Gu, Mr. Shen's fire is a bit big today. Do you want to take a can of Gatabeo to drain the fire? After all, it's easy to grow acne when this fire is big and stagnant in the body. Gu Li thought while snickering, if this grows acne, then your pretty face will be ruined. You guys, can't you say something nice? When Shen Linxi heard this, he was also a bit angry and immediately asked. She was really feeling that every time she saw the friend circle of this guy in front of her, a fire rose up in her heart. Now that I'm confronted with it, I can't help but swear even more. I don't know how, but when facing Gu Li, she was getting less and less calm. Thinking of this, Shen Linxi immediately shivered. She didn't really have that much of a feeling for Gu Li, did she? Otherwise, why such a big reaction? Looking at the woman in front of him, the hopeless look, Gu Li was suddenly playful, with a twinkle in his eye. He then stuck next to the other party and asked in a low voice, Mr. Shen, could it be that you're a bit jealous just now that a beautiful woman is going to get something for me? Unexpectedly, when these words came out, Shen Linxi immediately had a shock in his heart and then exploded. The small hand underneath directly made a killer move, directly twisting the flesh of Gu Li's waist, directly coming to a 360-degree rotation. Gu Li immediately sucked in a breath of cool air and almost screamed out in pain. Chapter 77. When did I ever say I was a decent man? I'll go. Shen Linxi, you actually pushed so hard. If it wasn't in front of a large crowd, Gu Li would have screamed out loud. This woman, she's really tough. How come he hadn't realized before that Shen Linxi's beautiful appearance also had a violent factor? Looking at his gritted teeth, Shen Linxi then subsided and directly withdrew that sinful hand. Then, even closer to Gu Li, he proudly whispered, Who told you to talk nonsense? This is still light. If you dare to talk nonsense again, you'll be screwed a few more times next time. On Gu Li's side, it was provocative as ever. If you still come, I'm going to mess up my mind again. Shen Linxi raised her eyebrows and revealed a vicious expression. Humph, you try. Seeing that this woman was coming for real, Gu Li was also a bit scared and hurriedly took a step back. He rubbed the soft flesh of his own waist with one hand, and also said without a word, Cut. I didn't realize that you were such a violent woman. Shen Linxi looked like he was going out of his way, and the corners of his mouth directly curled up, as if he was taking things for granted. I'm a Chuanyu girl. Isn't it normal to be violent? Besides, Who told you to believe in your mouth first? If you want to blame it, it's not your mouth that's to blame. I didn't realize it before, but you're such a spitfire with that mouth. At this time, Shen Linxi added one more sentence in her heart. It's a match for her best friend Hu Lin. If you really want to try, I can help. Oh, just afraid you dare not. Speaking harshly, Shen Linxi even stretched out his right hand once again and pinched it brightly in front of Guli. Seeing this, Guli was also a bit speechless, but in his heart, it was all as if he had discovered a new continent, and he became even more interested in Shen Linxi. I really didn't realize before that our general manager Shen also has such a side. It's really opened my eyes. The taste just now was really sour. I really want to try it. How about you do it again? After Guli finished speaking, he matched Shen Linxi's previous words and directly put his body next to him. At once, a faint jasmine flavor unique to Shen Linxi's body invaded his nostrils, causing his mind to be shaken. Such a tawdry maneuver directly caused Shen Linxi's face to change and hurriedly took 2 steps back, looking at him warily. You, of all people, are such a scoundrel. Hey, when did I ever say I was decent? Guli's rebuttal instantly rendered Shen Linxi speechless. At this time, he also realized, when facing Shen Linxi, you have to show a hint of gangsterism in order to subdue the other party. Otherwise, Priggish wouldn't be able to hold down this haughty woman. Don't bother talking to you. I'm going to go eat something delicious. I'm all hungry. When Shen Linxi saw Guli's somewhat unintentional smile, he hurriedly clamped 2 prawns and fled. Guli, on the other hand, stood still with a hefty smile at the corner of his mouth. TSK. Shen Beauty is getting more and more interesting. Afterward, with a full smile on his face, he returned to the dining table and continued drinking with Li Jiang. On the contrary, it was Hao Wenwen next to her who carefully sized up Guli, as if she wanted to reacquaint herself with him. Guli was a bit embarrassed by the look and then asked, "What? Do I have flowers on my face?" Hao Wenwen nodded at once. Yes, a very large peach blossom. Put. Guli was, for a moment, also a bit baffled. It was only then that Hao Wenwen said, "Guli, I didn't realize that you've simply changed from college. You liked Yue for 7 years before, but now you've completely let yourself go. Just a moment ago, actually flirted with that imperial sister. TSK. Awesome. Admirable. What?" Hearing this, Guli was immediately speechless. He didn't realize that the scene he just had with Shen Linxi was actually seen by Hao Wenwen. At that moment, he only had to explain. "This, you don't think blindly. I and this one have known each other for a long time, and are competitors in this Pengchang project." Hearing this, Hao Wenwen and Li Jiang also had a look of realization. So that's what happened. No wonder. Just now, when the other party came in, he looked at Guli twice. On Hao Wenwen's side, however, she felt that it was definitely not that simple. After all, the interaction between Shen Linxi and Guli just now was simply not as simple as rivals. Then she had a bit of a guess. No wonder Guli was indifferent to her bosom friend. So it was because she knew such a royal sister in front of her. By the way, I want to buy a gift for a woman? At this time, Guli suddenly remembered the matter of Shen Linxi's gift, and immediately asked. It needs to be particularly meaningful. Jewelry and bags are too tacky. Hearing this, Hao Wenwen was also instantly curious. Guli, it's the woman you like, right? Guli thought about it and still nodded. Not really. It's just that I did me a favor before and wanted to buy a gift to thank me. This is really hard to think about. After thinking about it, Hao Wenwen said, since it has to be meaningful, you can look for things that the girl cares about, like colors, horoscopes, hobbies, whatever. See if there's any special gifts, like something a little harder to find, something monumental. That way, it shouldn't be as tacky. That's a good idea. I'll think about it later then. Hearing Hao's words, Guli immediately nodded, and a little idea came to his mind. Looks like a trip to the mall tomorrow morning to see if I can get the right gift. This stuff can't be put off for days. Just then, Xiao Jingzhu came back with a plate full of stuff, put it in front of her and started eating. Seeing this, Guli was also a bit baffled. He was so enthusiastic before, now how come he just eats and doesn't talk much? At that exact moment, Li Zhang's side said in WeChat, all 3 of them just saw you flirting with that rival, and therefore think you're a womanizer. I'm dizzy. Seeing this message, Guli instantly felt a bit speechless. I didn't expect to be subjected to such an unwarranted attack, but it's a good thing he's just explained it. Besides, Xiao Jingzhu was only one-sided, so even if there was a misunderstanding, it was nothing. Guli's side was misunderstood, and on Shen Linxi's side, after going back, he also realized that the atmosphere was a bit off, being stared at by everyone. What's the matter with you guys? What are you looking at me for? Eat, Mr. Shen. We all saw it just now. You and Director Gu, isn't it? Shen Linxi was immediately embarrassed as well, not knowing how to answer. At this time, she also had a pang of regret in her heart. She really shouldn't have pulled that stunt with Guli just now. It's all good now, isn't it? It's all in the eyes of a few subordinates. If we don't find a good reason to muddle through, the image of majesty that has been so hard to maintain will be destroyed once and for all. Chapter 78, Whoever moves his heart first loses. With that, she only blushed and looked at the co-worker she had just been with silently. What is it? Switching expressions in a second. To Shen Linxi, that was simply a routine. 1 second she was being pleasant with her subordinates. The next second she might be chopping her head off and scolding them. Seeing the leader's face change from sunny to cloudy in an instant, the colleague just now lowered his head and muttered an explanation. Mr. Shen, I just want to ask if you and Director Gu are discussing things above the project. Aha. Upon hearing this, Shen Linxi lightly glanced at the other party and then scanned everyone before saying, just now, Guli and I didn't discuss anything about the project. Instead, he was the one who was provoking, thinking that it was impossible for us to take the project at all. I was naturally a bit angry in my heart, so I theorized with him a bit. Since people are looking down on us, it's all the more reason for us to put forth more effort and take this project in the center stage no matter what. Hearing her words, everyone was instantly galvanized into good spirits, and some of them were even outright assured. Don't worry, Mr. Shen, since the other party is looking down on us, we definitely have to take this project before we can do so. Otherwise, the next time we meet those somersault cloud guys, we don't know how they'll mock us. Chen Huan Ji Chuang. Right, we lost the project last time, and we're determined not to let them get away with it again this time. I've decided. I'm willing to work overtime every day for the latter half of the month. Fuck the somersault clouds. Right, Mr. Shen. We mustn't let them get too complacent. It's downright deceptive. Looking at everyone's excitement, Shen Linxi suddenly nodded with satisfaction. The momentum is good. The heart of the army is available. At that moment, he smiled slightly and signaled for everyone to stop before saying slowly, well, I know that everyone is holding a belly full of fire in their hearts, but the meal still has to be eaten in bites, and the work has to be done step by step. Eat and drink well tonight, and after returning to Rongqing tomorrow, work harder in the latter half of the month. Getting the program and demo system out earlier will be the biggest help to me. Of course, everyone has worked so hard, and the company and I won't treat everyone poorly. When this project is taken, we will definitely apply for project bonuses for everyone, as well as vacations. Shen Linxi's words were once again welcomed by several subordinates, looking at her adoringly as if she had been beaten with chicken blood. After all, what subordinate doesn't like their leader to be passionate and generous? In fact, a part-time job is just like that. As long as the money is enough, I am willing to work overtime every day. It had to be said that Shen Linxi's words of sharing the same enemy not only instantly dissolved the embarrassment just now, but also increased everyone's confidence. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. On the one hand, stop the subordinate speculation, but also beneficial to the project. If Guli knew about this, he would definitely have to give a thumbs up as well. This head of Shen Linxi's just spins fast, and he can turn passivity into initiative in many things to gain additional benefits. In that regard, he had to be impressed as well. In the next situation, Guli and Shen Linxi were at peace with each other and never crossed paths again. Even when you're picking up something and you stumble across it, you just pretend not to see it. After about 2 hours of eating, Guli also felt that it was about time, so he got up and prepared to go back to the hotel. Li Jiang, Hao Wenwen and the others were also done eating, so they all walked towards the outside together. Afterward, Guli directly took a cab and went straight back to the hotel, while Li Jiang and his girlfriend then left. On the contrary, Hao Wenwen looked at her sullen best friend, but she advised, don't dwell on it. This classmate of mine, that's not an ordinary vision. Xiao Jingzhu nodded inside again. I can kind of see that Guli definitely has so much interest in that what's her name, Mr. Shen, but there's nothing wrong with it. That Mr. Shen is much better looking than me, and a strong woman, who started her own business at a young age and turned around and sold it for millions. Perhaps seeing the reluctance in her best friend's heart, Hao Wenwen only tried to comfort as much as she could. It can't be helped, isn't it? This person is more than a person. It's just exasperating. Don't worry, if it's yours, how can it not run away? After saying this, Hao Wenwen also looked towards the seashore, and the bright moon in the sky was even reflected in the seawater. But where is that moon of mine? Again? Turning to the next day, Guli was on a 4 p.m. flight to Rongqing 2 hours later. He'd been shopping for half the morning and had gotten lucky with a nice gift. I thought that I would have to arrive in Rongqing and then find a chance to give it to Shen Linxi, but I didn't expect that the two groups of people actually met by chance again at the airport, and it looked like they were still on the same flight. I'll be damned. That's enough of a coincidence. Seeing Shen Linxi, Gu Li's heart cheered up. However, what made him a bit strange was that a few of Shen Linxi's subordinates, when they saw them, this attitude was a bit strange. There was none of the cordiality, or even a bit of hostility, that had characterized the previous conference room. Holy shit, what's going on? Gu Li then quietly looked at Shen Linxi and thought to herself, could it be that this woman is up to no good? But in doing so, he was too embarrassed to go over and strike up a conversation and then give a gift. Luckily, the two groups were still 2 rows of seats apart on the plane, which saved a lot of embarrassment. The Gu Gu and Shen Linxi, who were in the business class, were also separated by several seats, so much so that he hadn't said a word to the other person the entire flight. Shen Linxi's end, naturally, ignored him. This anomaly made Gu Li's heart flutter and he couldn't wait to walk directly to Shen Linxi. Ask what's going on. It had to be said that Shen Linxi's ignoring attitude directly aroused Gu Li's curiosity in a million ways. And once the man gets curious, he really can't stop. On Shen Linxi's side, she naturally felt Gu Li's gaze from time to time. At this time, she was also happy in her heart, and she instantly felt that she had finally gained the upper hand in getting along with Gu Li. Just ignoring you. Ever since he met Gu Li, he had been attracted and shocked by Gu Li from time to time. At the end of the day, she even felt like having feelings for Gu Li. Last night, Shen Linxi thought about it all night and felt that she had already been stirred up by Gu Li and couldn't continue like this. After all, didn't the book say that whoever moves first can be the one who loses? So, she has to be firm with herself and hold on to her unshakable heart. Even if she, Shen Linxi, really likes Gu Li later on, it has to be the other person who makes the first move and confesses first. Otherwise, she'd rather keep this heartbeat hidden. Thus, today Shen Linxi directly resumed his usual color. The temperament is high and cold at the same time, as if indifferent to everything. As expected, this directly tickled Gu Li's heart. But just as everything was going well, Shen Linxi and his group were about to walk out of the airport. Gu Li suddenly walked up and shouted, Mr. Shen, you dropped your things. Everyone, including the 10 or so colleagues from Cinnabar Wisdom and Tendon Cloud, were suddenly shocked. Chapter 79, is that Gu Li, trying to chase you? Taking advantage of Shen Linxi's moment of concentration, Gu Li directly put the bag in his hand and put it over the other person's hand. Next time don't be so careless. If I hadn't picked it up, I would have lost it. After saying this, Gu Li faintly gestured towards Xiang Qiwen and the others, and then led the people of the tendril cloud towards the front. The whole process took just a few seconds and didn't drag on at all. Looking at Gu Li had already walked a few meters away. Shen Linxi also reacted, but she was faced with a look of eating watermelon from her subordinates. But in the way of last night, no one dared to ask anything at this point. Looking at the Givenchy gift bag in her hand, at this point, she was also puzzled. When did she buy this stuff and how does it not ring a bell? Then, Shen Linxi suddenly thought of something and directly opened her cell phone, only to find that there was indeed a message from Gu Li. You were helping out in the underground garage earlier and got you a special gift. Hope you don't mind. Bye. So, that's what it's all about. If Gu Li hadn't mentioned it, she would have long forgotten all about it. I just didn't expect that after half a month of this, the other party would actually send the gift over. It was the way it was done, though, that did kind of overwhelm her. Thinking about the situation just now, Shen Linxi was speechless. Nice guy. There's no telling what employees on both sides are going to think if this isn't explained. At this moment, she seemed to feel the gossiping eyes of her subordinates, making her feel uncomfortable all over. But Shen Linxi was unable to explain at this time. Could it be said that this was a gift from the other party after doing them a small favor before? Wouldn't this make people even more curious about what the favor was if they said it? If people with ulterior motives spread rumors and directly relate it to the Haitan logistics project, wouldn't that be even worse? Ahem. People don't think too much. Between the electric thoughts, Shen Linxi could only find an excuse. This is after talking to Director Gu at the restaurant last night, and he mentioned that he was going shopping this morning. So I thought I'd make a rare trip and bring some gifts for my girlfriends. So I asked him to help pick one. I just didn't realize that I just forgot about it for a while on the plane. That's why he sent it over in a hurry just now. Upon hearing this, Lin Huaqing's side immediately understood Shen Linxi's meaning and hurriedly nodded. Oh, so that's how it is. In fact, I also wanted to buy some specialties to go back, only that I've been too busy these past few days to have the time, and I've forgotten about it. Hearing this, Shen Linxi said with a bit of self-reproach, Hey, this is all my fault. We've been working overtime every day for the past few days, and everyone is so tired that we don't even have the time to go out and play a little. Tell you what, if we come over next time, we'll definitely make time for everyone to go out for a stroll. Whether it's to visit the sites for a bit or to get together with old classmates, everyone is free to make arrangements. I think Mr. Shen's idea is pretty good. and I've already put this in the back of my mind. Ha ha. After Lin Huaqing finished speaking, he also laughed to himself before waving his hand at everyone. Alright, let's go. Everyone go home tonight and get some rest. Then work your last day tomorrow and have a good weekend. That's good. Mr. Shen. Manager Lin. Goodbye then. Bye. Mr. Shen and Manager Lin. Aha. Go back and get some rest. It's been hard on you guys these past few days. After a while, several colleagues left, leaving only Shen Linxi and Lin Huaqing to continue walking towards the parking lot. Old Lin. Thank you just now. Otherwise, they wouldn't know what to think. Coming to the car, Shen Linxi immediately thanked him. Lin Huaqing also said politely, Mr. Shen, you're out of line. But even though I explained it, people probably don't quite believe it. That I know, but there's nothing to be done about it. Shen Linxi sniffed and also sighed. That ghoulie guy gave me such a show. It's really a bit speechless. Mr. Shen, there is something I actually want to ask. Just afraid that you will be angry. Lin Huaqing also started the car at this time before saying with a bit of hesitation. Shen Linxi laughed. Old Lin, if you have anything to say, just ask. Don't worry, I'm not that petty. Only then did Lin Huaqing ask. Then I'll ask. That ghoulie, is he trying to chase you? What? Hearing this question, Shen Linxi immediately burst into tears. Old Lin, how could you have such an idea? Only then did Lin Huaqing say. Earlier on the conference room, I realized that the other party was paying special attention to you. Plus, the situation you were in the restaurant. It felt as if you were quite familiar with each other. Add to that today's gift, and it's hard not to think about it more. This is a bit of a long story. Shen Linxi thought about it and had to reveal only a little bit of information. Ghoulie, the previous words were only a one-sided encounter. At that time, it wasn't known that the other party had actually been inducted into Sinu's technology. What happened after that? We all actually know. Being scooped up by him for a project, I was a bit unconvinced in my heart. Therefore, there was this trip to Pengchang. I just didn't realize that things had gotten to the point where you were all a bit mistaken. It seems that he and I still need to keep a bit of distance from each other. Hearing Shen Linxi's words, Lin Huaqing instantly nodded as well. So that's what happened. But it's right to keep a bit of distance at this critical moment of this project. After all, if anything goes wrong with this project in the future, the top might find you in trouble because of your personal relationship with Director Gu. Hearing Lin Huaqing's reminder, Shen Linxi instantly thanked. This also has to be considered. The thought of the upper echelons of the company was a bit of a microaggression on her part. After all, with so many shareholders in a company, there are always issues between the owner and the shareholders that can't be avoided. Other than that, Lin Huaqing's side didn't say much. Some things were fine up to a point. However, what Shen Linxi didn't know was that several subordinates simply didn't believe the explanation just given. Hey, do you think there's really something going on between Mr. Shen and that ghoulie? I think it's not far off. Last night over at the cafeteria, I saw Mr. Shen twist ghoulie's waist meat with my own eyes. Think about it, if you don't know each other privately and aren't friends, can you make a move like that? And, there's a gift today. That's a Gavinci gift box, so small, and at a glance, it's a necklace, bracelet, earrings or something. Maybe, because of the last bidding, that ghoulie fell in love with Mr. Shen and is now pursuing again. It's rare for Mr. Shen to meet a man who has defeated her. This time it's not certain that he said he would be moved to be able to look at Mr. Shen. That ghoulie's guts really aren't ordinary. Well, this mustn't be spread around the company. If General Manager Shen finds out, then we'll be in deep shit. Don't worry, am I the one with the big mouth? Chapter 80, a special gift. A disturbed heart. It took more than an hour for Lin Huaqing to send Shen Linxi outside the neighborhood before rushing back to his home. And at this time, Ghoulie had already arrived home half an hour earlier, and had even taken a hot bath. He was also a bit puzzled when he saw the lights come on across the street. How come this woman hasn't replied with a single word after giving a gift herself? Like it or not? Or not? Always give a word. The lack of reaction to this was a bit of a seven-pronged puzzle. After all, that gift was also carefully selected by him. It was not easy to get it, and it completely represented a piece of his heart. If that didn't work, then he really didn't know what to send. What Ghoulie didn't know was that when Shen Linxi returned home, she casually placed the gift on the sofa and went to take a bath. After all, Pengchang is still a bit tired after traveling for a few days. After another 2 hours of flying back and another hour of wrangling in the car, I'm still a little tired. By the time she'd had a comfortable soak and stepped out in her silk pajamas, it was an hour and a half later. At this time, Shen Linxi also saw the gift bag on the sofa. This guy, I don't know what he's giving away. With that, he picked up the bag and sat down, pulling out a small box inside. The green color on the box was still her favorite color. Shen Linxi's eyes lit up, and her heart was a bit expectant. It's actually a 4-leaf clover emerald necklace. And it was a necklace, or one she knew. A few years ago, 520 Cyber Valentine's Day quietly emerged, and Givenchy followed the trend by launching many jewelry products. This Encounter Floral Clover collection is still getting a lot of attention from women since its launch and can be considered as a favorite. And the 4-leaf clover pattern is a favorite of hers. It symbolizes luck, health, love and wealth and is very recognizable in various patterns. Many rejoice in the fact that they are able to find a 4-leaf clover among the 3-leaf clovers. I heard that Givenchy, at the time, customized 52,000 of these necklaces worldwide to promote the event. Meanwhile, the global price, a rather unusual $52,000, was sold out after just one day on sale. Shen Linxi didn't expect that the gift from Guli was actually such a necklace with special significance. Also inside the box was a heart-shaped sticky note with a message. I wish you luck for the rest of your life. This guy, he really has a heart. I have to say, this necklace was really sent to Shen Linxi's heart. She took it directly in her hand and examined it carefully. The emerald shining through with a greenish shimmer that was beautiful to behold. That guy's pretty generous. Not only did you buy dinner, but you also gave such an expensive piece of gift. Of course, a gift of a few tens of thousands of dollars was not considered expensive, whether it was for Guli or Shen Linxi, but it's really kind of expensive compared to the normal friendship the two have at this point. Shen Linxi looked at the necklace, but at this time, she was in a tangle. Liking it was liking it, but the implication of it was something that made her very uncertain. You wish. Limited to 52,000 pieces and priced at $52,000. It's also an exclusive necklace for 520 Cyber Valentine's Day. Also, the two have known each other since the night of 520, when they met one another. What's even more coincidental is that Guli is also the first person she called husband. All of this adds up. If this doesn't have a little bit of the rest of the mind in it, Shen Linxi can't believe it. At this point, she was a little confused when faced with this favorite necklace. Guli, it can't be true that you have thoughts about me, right? The whole "you don't have to act on your feelings" thing was just an attempt to get out of the way? Thinking of this, Shen Linxi's heart was also beating a little faster for a while, and her cheeks were burning. After all, it was the first time for her to care so much about a man. It was even the first time she had cared so much about a gift a man had given her. Although Shen Linxi was thunderous at work, she was still a complete novice in this relationship. Faced with this situation, she was really a bit at a loss as to how to respond. But what if people don't even mean it in there? I chose the Clover Emerald necklace, and also bought it because of her Romeo Clover car, guessing that she likes 4-leaf clover things. People don't mean it, and it would be embarrassing if she got carried away thinking they were interested in her. Thinking back to the bits and pieces of his acquaintance with Guli, Shen Linxi was also in deep thought for a while. After thinking about it for a long time, I couldn't decide what to do. Shen Linxi decided to return the necklace to Guli once her heart was in the right place. After all, accepting such a thing out of the blue kind of makes her undermine her principles. A few $100s is fine, but a few tens of thousands of dollars can be psychologically taxing to receive. For example, on top of the center stage program in the back, is it going to be a water release? And Guli asked to go out for dinner. Are you too embarrassed to refuse? All these have given Shen Linxi a hint of concern. It's a good idea to have a heart, but it's a shame she can't really have one. Thank you for the gift. As much as I like it, I'll give it back to you. Afterwards, Shen Linxi directly picked up his cell phone and after half a minute of agonizing, he finally sent out the text. Unexpectedly, Guli replied a few seconds later, "Take it if you like it, why give it back to me?" Shen Linxi hurriedly said, "It's too expensive. It's only a few tens of thousands of dollars. Where is it expensive? It's a piece of my heart. I've searched several malls." Seeing this, a trace of sweetness sprang up in Shen Linxi's heart, but she still said, "Or forget it. I just did a small favor, and you've invited me to dinner, so this gift isn't necessary. How can you say you don't want it? Besides, I said I'd give you a gift in the first place, so I have to do what I say, don't I? You can't make me be a man of my word here, don't you think so?" Shen Linxi. Shen Linxi was directly amused by Guli's words. This guy really had the guts to say anything to get her to accept the gift. However, since she had decided not to accept it, she certainly couldn't change her mind at will, and replied immediately, "Tomorrow at noon, we'll find a place to have lunch. At that time, I will return the things to you. After all, we're just ordinary friends, and it's really a bit bad to give away something so expensive. What's wrong with that? It's normal for friends to be polite to each other. If you're going to say it like that, then consider it as me having feelings for you, trying to woo you and give you a gift. Look, is this okay? Unexpectedly, Gu Li's next 3 sentences directly left Shen Linxi dumbfounded on the spot. Ha! All that could be heard was a scream. And it wasn't clear if it was a surprise or a shock. Shen Linxi immediately bit her lip and her face flopped onto the sofa as she kept shouting. Impossible! Impossible! How could he really be interested in me? Chapter 81, The Damnation. The next day, Gu Li was working when he received a message from Shen Linxi. Meet me at noon for triple soup. No no-shows. Behind the message, there was a restaurant address, and when I clicked on it, I found that it was a few hundred meters away from Chuanxing Plaza. Seeing this, Gu Li instantly shook his head and laughed helplessly. This woman. She's pretty careful. I'm really afraid that my coworkers will see me if I'm so far away from the place where I'm supposed to meet. Thinking about the last few words spoken last night and not a word from there, he was then a bit curious about the reaction on Shen Linxi's end. And I wonder if those few words ruffled the other's feathers. With such anticipation, Gu Li took the first step towards the hotel before it was even 12 o'clock. So at 11:50, I arrived at the Sanshan Soup Bistro and stopped by to sit down first, but it didn't take more than a few minutes for Shen Linxi to arrive as promised. Looking at the woman with the calm face, his heart was also a little drummed. Here it is. Let's order first, and we'll talk while we eat. Originally, it was Shen Linxi who had invited the meeting, but at this moment, Gu Li had handed over the menu and had become the invitee instead. Shen Linxi didn't say anything and sat down directly, so he took out the box from his bag and put it on the table. I said to give it back to you. I appreciate your kindness. Take it back. Looking at the situation, the other party was still determined not to accept it, and Gu Li was instantly a bit depressed. Shen Linxi, as his destined wife, how is this sending something so difficult? However, this gift was meant for a woman, and it was useless for him to take it back. He could only make the other party accept it. After thinking about it, Gu Li directly said, I even gave it to you in front of the group. What's wrong with you returning it to me? No means no. We're just normal friends. Shen Linxi still shook his head, his tone a bit resolute. Upon hearing this, Gu Li was rather speechless, thinking how this woman could be so stubborn. He then proceeded to exhort. Well, didn't I say so? Think of it as a gift I bought for you specifically because I'm going to woo you. Is that okay? Shen Linxi, however, said, Cut your words, take them to coax a child. Looking at the other party's face with an expression of complete disbelief, Gu Li was also a bit helpless in his heart. Blame it on making it look too much like it was before. And now the other side doesn't believe me when I tell them the truth. It's a bit of a mess, isn't it? However, after thinking about it, he felt that this was not a bad thing. At least when he talked about his feelings with Shen Linxi, the other party did not feel awkward. Well, there's a lot to talk about for the rest of the day. Gu Li thought about it and directly pointed to the menu. Then you order first, and we'll talk while we eat. It's okay. Shen Linxi did think that Gu Li was unlikely to change his mind, and immediately ordered the food with a smile. In a moment, she ordered 2 dishes and a soup. Then her face sank as she lectured. Since I'm going to say it, I'll say it first. When you talk to me in the future, don't be like Hulin and talk nonsense. We're just normal friends. It's better to be proper. Just before, ignoring me with indifference. That was fine. Hearing this, Gu Li gave a holy shit. Shen Linxi's words, why did he kind of not understand them? What? A little confused? Looking at Gu Li's appearance, Shen Linxi asked again. Yeah, you're not going to make me whole with that. Gu Li sighed and said rather helplessly. Nope. You really think I was joking with you when I said I was chasing you? Ha? Shen Linxi nodded. What else? Gu Li said. Why can't it be true? You're so pretty. Isn't it normal for me to pursue you? Cut. You're not normal for saying that. Shen Linxi, however, bristled. Who said before that the heart does not necessarily act? You are not the 7-year itch. Not yet slowed down? If you like me so quickly, then I'm going to have to wonder if you really liked Yue for the previous 7 years. After saying this, Shen Linxi even revealed a look of contempt. Of course Gu Li understood what this meant. It meant, let's see how you explain it. Disliked by these words. Gu Li didn't know how to reply for a while. Did he say what he liked before? That it was all a lie? That's impossible. See, don't know how to explain it. Shen Linxi immediately spread his hands and smiled smugly. Greetings, both of you. Your food is served. Enjoy. At that exact moment, the arrival of the waiter eased the awkwardness, and Gu Li directly picked up his chopsticks and ate. He took several bites of food in a row and shaved off 2 bites of rice before he stopped. Shen Linxi, is this how you treated all those suitors before? Upon hearing this, Shen Linxi smiled faintly. Wrong. I haven't eaten with those suitors at all. They don't even have a chance to get close to me. Gu Li was stunned, then forced a smile. Then it seems that I am still the most special one. No, Shen Linxi, however, raised a finger and shook it. It's because I don't even treat you as a suitor. Anyway, wanting me to accept the gift? No way. The decision I have made is not likely to be changed again. I hope you won't become the kind of person I hate. In the face of such sharp words, Guli was actually speechless for a moment. It was only at this moment that he was able to look the strong woman in the eye again and feel how strong the other was at work. Seeing Guli, who was a bit stifled, Shen Linxi's heart was extremely happy. Much of the time before, it was the other side that had the upper hand. Now that she had adjusted, it was Guli's turn to reach the downside. However, after the brief downward spiral, Guli's side was smiling. In that case, I'll take the gift back. Since you don't want it, I can naturally find a suitable person to give it to. Hey, it's just a shame. It's something I specifically handpicked, and it's just that certain people are a little ungrateful. Listening to Guli's conspiratorial words, Shen Linxi, however, did not get angry, but instead said, I trust you to find a better candidate for it. Facing this woman who had no ripples in her eyes, Guli was indeed a bit convinced at the moment. At the same time in his heart, a dry energy was born. He must conquer the other party. This is what a man should do. As you wish. Guli also smiled slightly, his eyes filled with confidence. The two of them smiled at each other and rather tacitly stopped talking about the gift. 10 minutes later, Guli wanted to settle the bill, but Shen Linxi beat him to it. However, just as he was walking out the door of the restaurant, he spoke, since it's on you this time, it's on me next time. Don't talk. That. Shen Linxi was just about to speak, but was directly interrupted by Guli. To be honest, I don't like owing people favors either. Or, you can accept this gift from me, and that next meal won't be necessary. Shen Linxi froze and thought, this abomination. I can't believe I'm waiting here. Chapter 82, How Things Could Have Turned Out This Way. Ha ha. See what you do next. Walking on the way back, Shen Linxi was unusually happy in her heart. Although she had no choice but to accept the gift anyway because of Guli's final strategy, her goal was achieved. This is good. Lost the opportunity of the next invitation. See how Guli invited again. If the other party never approached her again for a period of time later, then it would prove that what Guli said today was all false. If another opportunity was found to invite her, it would prove that Guli might really mean something to her. And whatever the outcome, she was able to gain the upper hand and fight for the initiative. Continuing the invitation, Shen Linxi knew Guli's true intentions, so she could naturally cope with it comfortably. If you don't continue to invite me, then the relationship between the two of you will end and you will be just ordinary friends from now on. Looking at the necklace in her hand, as well as Guli's action of trying to get her to take it despite everything, Shen Linxi was still quite excited about what was to come. At the same time, this heart is a little apprehensive. After all, if Guli really had a crush on her and then started courting her, would she reject or accept it? She, who hadn't accepted the likes of others since she was a child, was a little confused at the moment. After all, love is not a job, and it's easy to get confused. Even the most savvy woman can lose herself in the midst of love and not be able to grasp the direction. At the same time, she's afraid that her somewhat complicated family will take a toll on the relationship and thus both of them will get hurt. This was also one of the reasons why Shen Linxi had always stayed away from relationships. However, things went far beyond her expectations, racing for her life in unforeseen directions. Just after the lunch break this afternoon, he saw Lin Huaqing knocking on the door in a hurry. Mr. Shen, are you and Mr. Gu of Somersault Cloud really okay? Hearing this, Shen Linxi was also startled and asked, what's wrong? Hey, Lin Huaqing sighed. It's all over the technical department now, saying that you and Guli were on a date at noon when you ate at the Three Fresh Soup. What? Now? Shen Linxi also directly froze in surprise. She couldn't figure out how she could still be discovered by the company when she had chosen a more distant place to eat with Guli. That's too much of a coincidence. At this moment, Shen Linxi looked at Lin Huaqing and realized that even old Lin was a bit convinced. Immediately there was a bitter laugh and said, Old Lin, we've been working together for 2 years. Do you think I would date a competitor? We're friends in private, and naturally we eat together because of other things. With this explanation of hers, Lin Huaqing believed it, but still reminded, Mr. Shen, I believe what you said, but the people below don't know, although they don't dare to say it blatantly, but if they secretly spread it, no one can control it. And what's worse, if the boss's side knows about it, there's no telling what they'll think. Upon hearing this, Shen Linxi thought for a moment and then said, It's fine. I believe the boss has his own judgment on this matter, so we don't need to worry. As for the side of the employees below, let him be. It's out of our hands. You just need to manage the work side. Hey, okay. Lin Huaqing thought about it and could only nod his head before retreating. Shen Linxi at this time also sighed tersely. This matter was made as if she and Guli really had something. Just then, the phone in her office rang and she hurriedly answered it. Mr. Shen, come to my office. Hearing that it was the voice of his boss, Mr. Zhou, Shen Linxi also had a bitter smile in his heart. I didn't realize that it had spread quite quickly and was all over the boss's ears, and by the time she stepped out of the office and headed over towards her boss's office, she was feeling some strange looks, though when she passed by, everyone lowered their heads and pretended to be serious about their work. But what kind of person is Shen Linxi? Whether he is working or not, this can be seen at a glance. At that moment, he also took out the air of a leader and coldly grunted, then walked out of the office area with small broken steps, this time, directly to some desertion of the guy, scared into silence. Do not dare to look up. Mr. Zhou, you're looking for me? Hey, Mr. Shen, sit. Boss Zhou was almost 60 years old and his hair was quite white, and he was quite polite when he saw Shen Linxi. You've been doing well lately. Not only have you recruited a technical god for the company, but you've also pulled strings with Guli's side. Very good. Ha! At those words, Shen Linxi just froze, a bit confused as to what the boss actually meant by that. Boss Zhou smiled. You actually sacrificed yourself for the sake of the company. This kind of spirit is also something I admire very much. In this way, if you really dig the other party into the company, when the time comes for you to get married, I will personally pack a big red packet. Also, if there is anything you need help with, just mention it. Looking at the boss's serious expression, Shen Linxi at this moment simply wanted to find a hole in the ground to drill into. What's this and what's this? How big was Boss Zhou's brain circuit that he would actually think she was doing it for the company and would actually approach Guli personally? This makes her interpret it that way. When the project in Zhangtai is taken, I'll give you half a month's vacation. At that time, you and the other party will go on a nice trip and relax. To be honest, you and my daughter are about the same age, but she's been married for 3 years and my grandson is 2 years old. You, too, have to hurry up. I know you're all about your career, but you have to hurry up with your marriage. Okay? I know you're thin-skinned. I won't talk too much. Young man, just get a grip on yourself. After these words, Shen Linxi's side only nodded. The others wanted to say something, to explain something, and actually didn't know how to refute it. It was really the first time Shen Linxi had been so dumbfounded by what was said. Okay, Mr. Tao. She didn't know how she got out of her boss's office. Anyway, when she came out, she realized that she had been confused since she went in and heard her boss spouting nonsense in a serious manner. How things could have turned out this way. Until he returned to the office, Shen Linxi had been unable to figure this out. On Guli's end, she was equally confused. Holy shit, Mr. Gu, you're awesome. You took down Mr. Shen so quickly. Awesome. When he saw the message sent by Su Huai, he was directly puzzled. So anxious, he hurriedly asked, what's the situation? You don't know? You've been on a lunch date with Mr. Shen at noon, and you're still keeping secrets from me? Dinner is dinner, but how did it get into dating? What is dinner if not a date? Could it be that you guys still go to a Sancho soup a few hundred meters away to talk about work? Su Huai asked this question with a level of sophistication that surprisingly left Guli unable to refute it for a moment.